The unparalleled master thief has stolen the sacred relic of the Buddhist temple, the log-bone bodhisattva statue, and traversed into the realm of gods and demons. Thus, he embarks on a journey to dominate the world, seizing wealth, gathering followers, accompanied by numerous beautiful women, and establishing the largest family in the universe, with gods and demons becoming the pinnacle of his subordinates. Chapter 1. The Log-Bone Bodhisattva. It is now the dead of night, yet the National Museum of Japan remains brilliantly illuminated, adorned by the dazzling hues of neon lights that cast a splendid glow upon its facade. The National Museum of Japan is renowned not only in the country but across the globe, housing invaluable historical artifacts from Japan itself, as well as a plethora of treasures. Looted during the Japanese invasion of China, each item within its walls is priceless, holding profound significance in the study of human history and civilization. Such a remarkable establishment, naturally, boasts top-notch security measures, diligently safeguarding the premises. Even during visiting hours, an array of surveillance and anti-theft systems are in place. This captivating location, akin to a luscious cake in the eyes of international thieves, is as enticing as a voluptuous beauty in the minds of lecherous men. However, this enchanting beauty is clad in thick armor and wields the world's most formidable weapons, rendering the lustful admirers mere pretenders of decorum, gazing from afar. Without daring to extend their hands, human desire is immensely powerful, as the saying goes. Men die for wealth, and birds perish for food. Even in perilous settings, there exist those audacious enough to challenge the odds, believing themselves to be the pinnacle of thievery. Yet, successful outcomes are few and far between. Many merely sacrifice their lives, becoming mere tales of valor for the museum's security personnel. However, every individual who has successfully pilfered treasures from this hallowed ground has become a legend among thieves, amassing great wealth and glory. This place is a source of immense pride for the Japanese, regarded as a sacred site by countless citizens. As the onlookers admire the museum's grandeur, suddenly, darkness envelopes the scene, extinguishing all light. A palpable sense of fear surges among the spectators, as the world-renowned security systems of the museum are breached by a fleeting shadow, moving with an otherworldly speed. Beyond the limits of human capability, who goes there? Stop, or I will shoot! A terrified visitor screams into the abyss. In response, the shadow gestures, and the man collapses lifelessly to the ground. At that moment, the starry sky, once clear and bright, begins to dim, the celestial lights vanishing swiftly as the surrounding illumination flickers and fades into oblivion. Thick clouds gather ominously above the city, plunging it into an impenetrable darkness where one cannot see their own hand before their face. Within the museum, the spectral figure races toward its objective, leaving behind a trail of thoughts as living souls are snuffed out. As the clouds converge, raindrops the size of pearls begin to fall, striking the unsuspecting citizens like a barrage of tiny stones, causing them pain. In the suffocating darkness, people frantically search for refuge. The cries of children, the shrieks of women, and the frantic yells of men echo through the night, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. Unperturbed by the chaos outside, the figure within the museum approaches. A faint glimmer of golden light deep inside, under the soft glow, an exquisite statue of a bodhisattva, embodying divine compassion and grace, sits upon a lotus throne, intimately connected with the form of a handsome man. Both displayed in a state of undress, this is truly a magnificent log-bone bodhisattva statue. The thief muses, feeling an overwhelming surge of desire. Even a man like me, born without vitality, can sense a primal urge. Perhaps this time, my body shall find restoration. The log-bone bodhisattva, crafted at a scale of 1/10 of an adult, displays lifelike expressions. Its origins, as recorded in ancient texts, narrate a tale of a woman of great beauty and virtue who became a revered figure after her demise, leading to the veneration of her remains. The memories of the log-bone bodhisattva are etched deeply in the mind of Wu Ming, who, orphaned at a young age, survived through begging. Gifted with extraordinary skills by a mysterious mentor at the age of 4, Wu Ming became adept in the revered arts of the martial world. His name, bestowed by his master, signifies his journey into a life of adventure. Wu Ming now operates as a young physician in a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, using his skills to heal, earning the admiration of many. However, in secret, he utilizes his martial prowess to engage in thievery, targeting ancient medical texts and scientific research that promise to restore vitality. Fueled by a profound disdain for the nations that invaded his homeland during times of war, Wu Ming shows no mercy to foreign adversaries. His notoriety as the ruthless thief and blood needle bandit has spread far and wide. His current endeavor to steal the log-bone bodhisattva is driven by the knowledge that within its form lies ancient wisdom capable of rectifying any physical imperfection. Amidst the thick, ominous clouds enveloping the museum, flashes of lightning now illuminated the pitch-black night. These bolts of electricity suddenly struck the earth, causing towering edifices to fissure under the sheer force of the tempest, rendering the lightning rods atop them utterly ineffective against such overwhelming might. Moreover, some Japanese individuals, seeking refuge from the rain, met a grim fate as debris from the heights or bolts of lightning claimed their lives in an instant. This scene was 100 times more harrowing than any apocalyptic vision depicted in films. Witnessing the golden statue of the Bodhisattva of the clavicle before him, Wu Ming felt an exhilarating rush, accompanied by a profound intuition that he would finally attain the powers he had long yearned for. As he grasped the statue, an immense force surged towards him, and Wu Ming, stricken with terror, gazed upward. At that moment, the lightning converging above the museum erupted with a frenzied intensity, coalescing into a colossal bolt that struck the Japanese museum, shattering it to smithereens. Wu Ming felt his body disintegrate under the tremendous force in an instant, and his consciousness vanished into oblivion.
Chapter 2. The rebirth of Wu Ming in the grand city of Duodan. The most magnificent edifice is undoubtedly the Church of Light. This splendid structure was designed and constructed by the renowned architect Nehemiah from the Kingdom of Noah. Its upward momentum is strikingly powerful, with delicate vertical lines coursing through its entirety. The walls and towers grow increasingly intricate and ornate as they ascend, culminating in sharp spires that pierce the heavens. Every apex is pointed, and even the architectural details culminate in sharpness, imbuing the church with an overwhelming sense of upward thrust. This architectural style, characterized by height, straightness, and pointedness, embodies the church and Apos' transcendental religious philosophy, as well as the city and Apos' vibrant and vigorous spirit. Alongside Nehemiah and Apos' creation, the church is adorned with exquisite stained glass windows. These artworks serve as the Bible for the illiterate faithful. The circular rose windows symbolize paradise, depicting various saints in vivid colors that resemble a rich theatrical tableau. As individuals approach the church, they are not only enveloped in a sense of divine wonder, but also captivated by its decorative beauty. The stained glass comes alive with brilliant hues as light penetrates through, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. In the present night of Duodan, the church has drawn its doors closed, and its congregation has retreated into the realm of dreams, leaving behind the daytime prayers. Yet, in this moment, as if by divine intervention, the extinguished lights within the church are rekindled, casting a solemn and oppressive atmosphere. It evokes a peculiar sensation that a celestial being is observing every action within the sacred space. At this moment, the esteemed couple, Misha and Soma, kneel tearfully before the statue of the God of Light, engaged in fervent prayer. It is essential to understand that the senior priests of the Church of Light are not mere figures reciting prayers from a Bible as commonly seen on earth. They are devout adherents of the God of Light, possessing the remarkable ability to grant life even in dire circumstances. Amputees can miraculously regenerate their limbs at their hands. This couple, deeply moved and weeping in the church during the late hours, must be facing a monumental event. Before Misha and Soma lies their son, Ruth, a striking young man of around 15. His handsome visage, chiseled features, and high cheekbones are reminiscent of a sculpted masterpiece. Golden locks cascade down, framing his face, while his closed eyes rest beneath elegantly arched brows, complemented by a prominent nose and well-proportioned lips that exude masculinity. Ruth, the only son of this esteemed couple, is also a junior priest, well-versed in the scriptures of the Church of Light and a devoted follower of the God of Light. In an era where divine authority supersedes royal power across the continent, the Church of Light stands as the most significant religious institution capable of influencing the fate of kingdoms. Its reach is vast, with adherents spread throughout the land. People may be unaware of their city lord and Apos' name, but are certainly familiar with the priests and fathers serving in their local churches. In such a distinguished lineage, the sight of Ruth lying lifeless before his grieving parents is heart-wrenching. O God of Light, I beseech you to hear my prayer and allow my cries to ascend to your presence. I, Misha Azamon, am honored to be a servant of the exalted God of Light. By your grace, may I, a sinner, be brought to your feet, able to hear your sacred voice. May your boundless love be bestowed upon your devoted servants, Ruth and Mo, that he may proclaim your charity and grace to the ignorant world. As Misha prays, a gentle white light begins to emanate from him, growing brighter with each utterance. By the time he concludes his prayer, he is enveloped in a soft, radiant glow. Soma, feeling a surge of unease as her husband prays fervently, finds herself powerless to intervene. To interrupt such a sacred plea would risk incurring the wrath of the very deity they venerate. Listening to her husband's heartfelt supplication, Soma is rendered speechless with sorrow. Misha's prayer is not for anything trivial. He seeks to exchange his own life for that of their son. imploring the god of light for mercy to restore Ruth to life. However, this act is fraught with peril, as they are regarded as the representatives of the god of light in the eyes of mortals. Soma understands that she, too, is but a humble servant of the god, and even among the high priests, there are countless others. To earn the goddess' favor for such a monumental exchange would require a messenger of far greater stature, with success probabilities exceedingly slim. The outcome could very well lead to the demise of both the supplicant and the one for whom life is sought. Time passed unmeasured, and then a warm white glow began to radiate from Ruth, igniting a wave of excitement and fervor within Soma. This phenomenon indicated that their Lord, the god of light in whom they placed their unwavering faith, had heard Misha's prayer and was bestowing divine power to resurrect their son. Ruth's glow intensified, and soon, his heart began to beat anew. He slowly opened his once closed eyes, revealing a tumult of emotions: shock, confusion, fear, and ultimately joy. As he slowly sat up, he gently touched his body, savoring the sensation of life restored. His gaze fell upon the two familiar yet strange figures before him, and the confusion in his eyes morphed into astonishment and then dread. Suddenly, Ruth turned to the statue of the god of light behind him, and upon seeing it, he instinctively knelt, pressing his forehead to the ground, overwhelmed by the fear of being noticed by the divine presence above. Chapter 3. Misha Moja becomes the saint woman knelt on the ground, overwhelmed by an insurmountable sense of fear and astonishment. He had never imagined that the phenomenon of reincarnation would manifest in his own life. Yet, he was undeniably aware of it, having personally experienced this miraculous event. After being struck by a tremendous bolt of lightning, he lost consciousness, feeling his mind drawn by an immense force of attraction. Beside this powerful pull, there existed a comforting, aspirational energy that beckoned him, compelling Wuming to gravitate towards a place of safety. However, this reassuring force continually kept him at bay, thwarting his attempts to draw closer. Time became an indistinct concept until, all at once, this energy erupted with tremendous vigor, breaking the hold of the attraction, and Wuming regained his awareness. Upon regaining consciousness, he beheld a transparent figure beside him, a small person gazing at him with palpable terror. Before Wuming could comprehend the situation, the transparent entity entered his consciousness, resulting in an influx of memories. This ethereal being was none other than Ruth Moja, and thus Wuming found himself inexplicably transported to the continent of Aba, where divine beings truly existed, endowed with all the memories of Ruth Moja. This revelation filled Wuming with dread, as he feared that the omnipotent god of light, who resided in the mind of Ruth Moja, would discover that he was not Ruth Moja and would thus obliterate him. He distinctly felt the weight of his existence under the watchful gaze of the god of light, and he endeavored to embody the essence of Ruth Moja, striving to be a devout follower of the god of light. In his mind, he continuously recited gratitude for the Lord's mercy, vowing to proclaim his might and compassion to the world, ensuring that all would come to know of the Lord's benevolence and strength. Wuming remained uncertain whether his actions had convinced the omnipotent god of light that he was indeed the devoted disciple, Ruth Moja, yet he sensed the pressure upon him dissipating. After repeatedly affirming his gratitude, he finally rose to face Misha Moja and Soma Moja, the parents who had rescued him. Through the memories of Ruth Moja, Wuming understood that Misha Moja must have revived him by sacrificing a life for a life, which was the very reason for his rebirth in this world inhabited by divine beings. The radiant white light enveloping Misha Moja began to slowly fade. When all the light vanished, it signified the moment Misha Moja would ascend to the divine realm, returning to the god of light, whom he had faithfully worshipped. It was also the moment of Misha Moja's death. Wuming turned to gaze at Misha Moja, who was, in essence, the father of his current body. And for the first time, the orphan Wuming felt the profound depth of paternal love, the kind that would sacrifice one's own life for the sake of a child. Tears streamed down Wuming's face, marking his first experience of weeping. A stark contrast to the resilient faade he had maintained throughout his arduous childhood as a homeless wanderer and his struggles in martial training, where he had never shed a tear or been moved to sorrow by any circumstance. This emotional release was a direct result of Wuming assimilating the soul of Ruth Moja, allowing him to genuinely feel Misha Moja's love. Perhaps sensing the magnificence of this paternal affection, the benevolent god of light was moved to compassion, causing the light surrounding Misha Moja to cease its retreat and instead begin to flow back into him. In a brief moment, all the luminous energy returned to Misha Moja's being, as a beam of white energy from the statue of the god of light surged into him. bestowing upon Misha Moja an overwhelming aura of authority. Misha Moja swiftly reigned in this aura, humbly kneeling before the statue of the God of Light in reverent gratitude. As a devoted servant, he vowed to disseminate the Lord's compassion and majesty to the world, ensuring that all would recognize the benevolence and grandeur of the God of Light. Upon concluding his prayer, the oppressive atmosphere that had filled the hall dissipated entirely. Wuming observed a white point of light materializing at the center of Misha Moja's forehead, emitting a faint glow that granted him an aura of sanctity and authority. Wuming understood that this signified that Misha Moja, the father of his corporeal form, had ascended to the rank of saint within the Church of Light, becoming part of the governing echelon of this formidable institution. At that moment, the grand doors of the cathedral swung open, and a group of individuals entered, distinctly divided into two factions by the color of their garments. Even as they entered, they maintained a clear division into three distinct groups. One group, adorned in immaculate white attire, exuded purity and warmth, each member donning a gentle smile that uplifted the spirits of those present. These individuals were the priests of the Church of Light. The second group comprised solely men, clad in somber black robes that evoked a sense of foreboding, their presence imposing an enormous pressure that accentuated the majesty of the God of Light. These were the priests of the church. The third faction consisted entirely of young men, armored and wielding long swords. They were the valiant knights of the church, champions of light and protectors of the faithful. Together, these three factions formed the foundation of the Church of Light. The priests embodied the compassion of the God of Light, alleviating the suffering of the people and bringing joy and happiness to the world. The priest represented the authority of the God of Light, wielding divine magic to instill fear in all heretics. The knights stood as guardians of strength, ensuring the safety of all church members and representing the immense power of the God of Light. According to the edicts of the great God of Light, priests were permitted to marry and bear children, their offspring being regarded as the children of the God of Light and the Church. In contrast, the priests, as embodiments of divine authority, were required to maintain clarity of mind and were forbidden from marriage and parenthood. Nevertheless, as mortals, they required care. Thus, nuns were assigned to tend to their daily needs, including their physical well-being. Hence, the nuns within the Church of Light were also prohibited from marriage and childbirth. The knights, composed of the church and Oppos, youthful men, were similarly barred from marrying and having children during their service. Upon aging and retiring from their duties, they fell under the church's unified management, yet no retired knight had ever been seen in the presence of the public. The lives of these retired knights remained a mystery, at least in the memories of Ruth Moja, where no information existed. Chapter 4. The MO people. The MO people hurriedly approached Misha, bowing respectfully before him and declaring, "We greet the divine messenger. May the radiance of the God of Light forever illuminate the world." Misha, from Moab, responded, "I have had the honor of meeting the esteemed messenger Oer, High Priest Fire, and Night King of the earth. I am blessed to receive the mercy of the great God of Light, and I shall dedicate my life to proclaiming his compassion and majesty." Misha continued, "Today's affairs must remain confidential and should not be disclosed to outsiders. It is imperative that you remember the grave expression on High Priest Fire's face as he addressed the assembly." All present in the hall echoed their agreement to comply with High Priest Fire's directives. In the Church of Light, priests formed the central management, making decisions on all matters within the churches. The hierarchy among the esteemed messenger Oer, High Priest Fire, and Night Kinka is equal. None is superior to the others, though each has distinct responsibilities and roles within the church. As the High Priest of the Multi-Dan Church, Fire naturally possesses absolute authority, and all clergy within the church must adhere to his commands. "The hour grows late. You may all disperse," High Priest Fire instructed. Only Misha, his family, the messenger Oer, High Priest Fire, and Night Kinka remained in the hall. Misha once more bowed to his mentors, Oer, Fire, and Kunka, expressing his respect. "What is the meaning of this? Esteemed messenger? Is not Misha Moya your student? How has he suddenly become Misha Mo?" Fire maintained a somber expression as he spoke. "The MO people are wicked, forsaken by the God of Light. How could you, Oer, take a MO couple as your students? This is an affront to the great God of Light." Night Kinka questioned Oer. "The great God of Light has long been aware of my MO heritage. It is through his compassion that I have been guided to your side, esteemed messenger, to learn the doctrines of the Church of Light and become a servant of the great God. Everything I have said is now substantiated, For just moments ago, the God of Light officially bestowed upon us the surname Moya. Henceforth, any MO who believes in the God of Light may adopt the name Moya. Misha Moya declared firmly to High Priest Fire and Knight Kinka, "The mercy of the God of Light is beyond our comprehension. I shall report this matter truthfully to the Grand Hall of the Church of Light, so that all may soon learn of the great God's compassion." High Priest Fire remarked, glancing at Misha's forehead. According to the texts of the Church of Light, the MO people are a race of abyssal demons, offspring of the MO and humans, collectively referred to as the MO people. This race primarily reproduces through females, with males in servitude. And the MO are a species from the depths. They bear a resemblance to humans in physical form. It is uncertain when the MO discovered that they could interbreed with humans to produce MO offspring. By practicing the MO clan and Oppos techniques, individuals can awaken the bloodline within the MO and transform into their true forms. This knowledge has excited the MO clan greatly. The MO have captured numerous humans to propagate their race. MO offspring appear identical to humans, but only through training in the MO techniques can they stimulate their bloodline and undergo transformation. Yet, only about 1 in 4 succeed in this transformation. Although the success rate is low, it has nonetheless addressed their reproductive concerns. Many of the blasphemers and false believers captured by the Church of Light are from the MO people, who are depicted in the Church's texts as symbols of chaos and brutality. The Church's records describe the MO people using the most derogatory terms to emphasize the purity and grandeur of the God of Light. There are strict regulations within the Church stating that the MO are a representation of evil, and no Church of Light may accept MO individuals as followers of the great God. This is why High Priest Fire and Knight Kinka were so astonished upon discovering Misha's family belonged to the MO, as it constituted a violation of the Church's regulations and was an affront to the great God. Misha expressed profound gratitude for High Priest Fire's understanding, clarifying that the esteemed messenger Oer was unaware of the situation and requested that Fire provide a full account when reporting to the Grand Hall. "Esteemed messenger, there is no need for such humility. You are not an ordinary messenger. You are a devout believer recognized by the great God of Light. Your words are to be taken without doubt. I was merely momentarily surprised and could not help but inquire of Oer, with no disrespect intended," Fire explained, bowing his head. Wuming observed Fire's humble demeanor and struggled to comprehend the situation, unsure of how to address his foster father, Misha Moya. His foster father had only recently been elevated to the status of messenger, while the high priest had long held a position of authority within the Multi-Dan Church. Yet, Fire seemed to regard Misha with a level of deference that suggested a lower status. This puzzling scene left Wuming perplexed, but he dared not express any doubt, fearing it might reveal his true identity as a usurper of his foster brother and Oppos' soul. "Esteemed messenger, it is now late at night. I imagine that with your recent elevation, you have many matters to attend to, and we shall not intrude further," High Priest Phi and Oppos said. "You are too courteous. I feel rather ashamed for having disturbed you and the esteemed Knight Kinka so late," Misha Moya replied politely. "Esteemed messenger, we shall take our leave," Phi and Oppos stated. And Oer and Knight Kinka echoed the sentiment as they bid farewell. Misha Moya and his family returned to their quarters. In the Multi-Dan Church, each high priest has a separate residence, while only the 3 principal leaders, Phi and Oppos, Oer, and Kinka, possess their own dedicated estates, tended to by nuns. As a newly elevated messenger, Misha Moya returned to his modest dwelling, where he and his wife, Soma Moya, gazed at their son, whom they had painstakingly nurtured and miraculously rescued by the great goddess power. Their expressions were somber, unsure of how to communicate with their child. Wuming sensed the heavy atmosphere and felt a wave of anxiety, uncertain whether he had inadvertently revealed his true self as a usurper of the soul. Soma Moya, gazing at Wuming with deep compassion, spoke, "Since your resurrection, you have not uttered a word. Are you still harboring resentment for being a MO, for your parents' lineage, or for our decision to bring you back to face this harsh world?" Tears welled in Soma and Oppos' eyes as she spoke, her heart aching for her son. Chapter 5. The cause of Ruth's death. Wuming gazed upon the tear-streaked face of Somaya, as the memory of Ruth flooded his mind. Ruth was born in the Dongdan Church, raised within the teachings of the Church of Light from infancy, and was a devout believer, unwavering in her faith. Ruth possessed an extensive understanding of the Church and Oppos' various texts, mastering even the most significant scriptures to the point of recitation. Among her peers, no one rivaled her in the study of these sacred writings. Ruth was well aware of the church and Apos' descriptions of the Moabites and harbored a profound disdain for them, feeling deep contempt at the mere mention of their name. Yet, on this fateful night, after finishing her studies, she overheard her esteemed parents discussing the Moabites while passing by their room. To her shock, she learned that both her mother and father identified as Moabites and shared amusing anecdotes from her childhood. This revelation struck Ruth, who had been raised with the church and Apos' teachings, with a wave of humiliation, leaving her feeling that her very being, both body and soul, was tainted and filthy. Overwhelmed, Ruth succumbed to a mental breakdown. Upon discovering the cause of Ruth and Apos' demise, Wuming found himself at a loss for words. As he looked at Somaya, tears in her eyes, he felt a warmth in his heart, despite being an orphan himself. Although he knew this maternal affection was not directed at him, he could not help but feel comforted. Regardless of his parents being Moabites, their love was undeniable. They had nurtured him with care and, even after death, had gone to great lengths to bring him back to life. Such parental love was magnificent, and if Ruth could not accept it, Wuming would embrace it on her behalf. "Mother, I understand now," he half-heartedly professed. "No matter your lineage, I am your child. You raised me with love and imparted wisdom. I should not harbor hatred for my family. I will honor you and repay the kindness you have shown in nurturing and reviving me." Wuming was deeply moved by the profound love exhibited by Misha and Somaya, realizing that their existence offered him a second chance at life. Quietly, he resolved to treat them as his own biological parents, caring for and repaying them. However, in expressing his feelings, he could only be partially sincere. "My dear child, your words have truly touched my heart," Somaya remarked, embracing Wuming. "Your father's sacrifice was not in vain. We do not expect you to care for us or repay us. We only wish for you to harbor no resentment towards us." Misha, equally moved by Wuming and Apos' understanding, spoke in a hoarse voice. "It brings me joy to know that you comprehend our intentions, my child. I have come to understand the depth of my parents' and Apos' love and will no longer despair. Father, may I inquire why the high priest and others refer to you as a divine envoy?" Wuming asked, perplexed. "It is only natural to have such questions," Misha replied. "You are aware of the hierarchy among priests: apprentice, junior, intermediate, senior, and the divine envoy. There are further distinctions beyond the divine envoy, but I am not yet privy to that knowledge. As a junior priest, it is best not to burden yourself with excessive information. A divine envoy is a devout believer recognized by the great God of light. This title is merely a symbol of status and does not denote power. It was only when I received the title of divine envoy that I realized I remained in the early stages of the priesthood. However, my recognition by the great God of light enhances my magical abilities, akin to that of a mid-level priest. I have also been granted a special ability, which I cannot yet disclose. I hope you will not hold this against me," Misha added with concern. "Father, since this ability is a gift from the great God of light, we, as devoted followers, must adhere to his will," Wuming reassured Misha, recognizing his worries about Ruth and Apos' discontent. Wuming understood that he was no longer the fervent believer Ruth had been, but rather a seasoned survivor shaped by his experiences on Earth. To him, Misha and Somaya and Apos' identities as Moabites or Moya did not matter. Their kindness rendered them family. "My child, hearing you say that fills me with pride," Misha exclaimed. "I have ascended to the rank of divine envoy, and now comprehend that priests in earlier stages lack the ability to protect themselves. They could only heal others, unlike priests who wield the power of light magic. However, once a priest attains the rank of divine envoy, they too can harness this magic, a power you have longed for. I have faith that you will reach the rank of divine envoy or even higher. I will dedicate myself to studying the church and Apos' texts and mastering priestly magic to heal more people and spread awareness of the great God and Apos' compassion," Wuming declared with fervent devotion. "I will certainly strive to master priestly magic. This world operates under divine authority, yet beneath it lies the law of nature. The strong survive while the weak perish. In the realm of nations and among individuals, without strength, one is merely prey. This is a truth I must accept for my own sake," Wuming reflected inwardly. From Ruth and Apos' insights, Wuming learned that the Church of Light comprised three principal power structures: priests, priests of the altar, and knights of light. He had briefly touched upon the hierarchy of priests, while the ranks of priests of the altar included apprentice, junior, intermediate, senior, and high priest. The capabilities of the high priest allowed for direct prayers to the great God, unlike other followers who must pray through the divine likeness. Misha elaborated on these distinctions for Wu Ming's understanding. Chapter 6, Misha, Emoya. In the trials of Emoya, the hierarchy within the Radiant Church and Amp, Oppos, Knights of Light is delineated into several tiers: Knight Apprentice, Junior Knight, Intermediate Knight, Senior Knight, Earth Knight, and above them, the Radiant Knights. While the specifics of the higher levels remain somewhat elusive to my father, it is evident that the Earth Knight possesses formidable capabilities that surpass those of many Senior Knights, as Misha and Emoya elucidated to Wu Ming. In our Radiant Church, each rank undergoes a profound transformation upon reaching the 5th stage of cultivation. Such abilities draw ever closer to the divine, Misha stated, her words deepening Wu Ming and Amp, Oppos' understanding of this unfamiliar realm. After all, many matters are beyond the comprehension of one who possesses merely the strength of a junior priest. As Emoya acknowledged, the thoughts you express have been echoed by many devout followers. Some even assert that through the Church and Amp, Oppos' cultivation methods, ordinary mortals may attain powers akin to those of the divine. This is a magnificent opportunity bestowed by the great God of light, offering sincere believers a chance at immortality, or even eternal life, Misha remarked, her expression imbued with reverence as she gazed at Wu Ming. It is to enable the followers of the great God of light to better proclaim his might, ensuring that the world recognizes that only the supreme God of light is the true deity, while all other gods are mere illusions. Emoya added, the great God of light has granted me the chance for resurrection, allowing you, Father, to remain in this world to spread the message of his compassion, and even elevating you to the status of a divine envoy. The benevolence of the great God has indeed favored our family, and I am determined to ensure that his compassion is known to a greater multitude, Wu Ming affirmed, his face reflecting utmost devotion. The great God of light has personally conferred upon us the surname Emoya, instructing that all who believe in the God of light may adopt this name, a testament to the honor of the Mo people and a directive for us. I believe this is the great God indicating that we must strive for the Mo people to embrace the God of light. Misha declared as she looked earnestly at her husband and son. Father, rest assured, I shall endeavor to purify the tainted bloodline with the divine power of the great God of light, Wu Ming proclaimed. The great God has blessed me with a healthy son and a strong husband. I will certainly dedicate my life to fulfilling his commands, Soma, Emoyo expressed. I am immensely grateful for such a virtuous wife and an understanding son. Ruth, you are already aware that your mother and I are of the Mo people, and we are bound to heed the great God of light and Amp, Oppos' command to purify our people and Amp, Oppos' sinful bloodline. I wish to share everything about your mother and me, so you may grasp the entirety of the situation, Misha said, her expression heavy with gravity. Soma, Emoya was taken aback by her husband and Amp, Oppos' sudden decision. Feeling both astonishment and trepidation, she hesitated to intervene, but ultimately suppressed her emotions and refrained from stopping him. Wu Ming observed his wife and Amp, Oppos' complex expression, one of wanting to dissuade yet holding back, and his father's solemn demeanor. He remained silent, adopting a posture of attentive listening. As Wu Ming listened to his father recount their tale, astonishment flickered across his face. The Mo people constitute a relatively small ethnic group in this world, numbering merely in the millions. In this continent, ruled by the Radiant Church, various kingdoms harbor disdain for the Mo people, largely due to the Church and Amp, Oppos' disparaging depictions of them in their scriptures, which has fostered a widespread aversion. Whether such sentiments are genuine or feigned, the prevailing atmosphere compels a facade of benevolence among the populace. The Mo people, being merely ordinary folk, would have likely faced extinction in a theocratic world marked by disdain. Yet they continue to exist, indicating their intrinsic value. For the Radiant Church, the existence of this ethnic group further underscores the purity and greatness of the God of light and Amp, Oppos' followers. For the elite of the continent, endowed with extraordinary abilities, the presence of the Mo people signifies their own gentility and kindness. After all, the Mo people lack powerful kin and are mostly comprised of ordinary warriors, whose presence holds little weight in the grander scheme of the continent and Oppos' dynamics. Yet, this small community harbors a chaotic faith. A significant portion of those ensnared by the Church and Amp, Oppos' grasp of false deities are indeed Mo people, who worship the god of fire, the god of water, and even the god of darkness, among other pretenders. Soma, Emoya, is actually a distant cousin of Misha, Emoya, born later. Soma shares the same age as Misha and they grew up together, akin to childhood companions. As they matured, their affections blossomed, swiftly igniting into romance. To their families, their bond was seen as one of kinship, initially overlooked. However, as time passed, their connection deepened, and soon they were inseparable, ultimately breaching societal taboos. Before Soma was born, her parents had already betrothed her to an heir within their family as a concubine. Such arrangements are difficult to conceal. And soon their relationship was discovered, leading to stringent surveillance by their kin. Fearing the repercussions of offending another family, their clan ultimately cast them out. Deprived of familial protection, the two adolescents, merely 15 or 16, found themselves vulnerable and impoverished, quickly descending into despair. One fateful night, while fleeing from a band of ruffians, they sought refuge in a church of light. At that time, the esteemed high priest, or tasked with the mission of locating nuns for the monastery of light, discovered Misha and Soma in a small chapel. Rather than delivering all the young women to the monastery, he retained a few, including the couple, to assist with his daily needs. Naturally, they could not remain in the monastery, but were placed in a nearby courtyard. Misha and Soma, being resourceful and clever, were taken in and began their roles as caretakers of the young women. Cast out from their families, they were literate and under or guidance. They transformed into priest apprentices. As apprentices, Misha and Soma no longer remained in the courtyard, or took them on as students, integrating them into the monastery. Grateful for Or's nurturing and education, they became dutiful followers, which brought great joy to Or, who had gained 2 devoted acolytes. Chapter 7. The mysterious voice. Upon listening to Misha and Emoya and Apos' account, Wu Ming was engulfed by a torrent of complex emotions. He realized that even within the Light Church, which incessantly prided itself on upholding righteousness, there lay a darkness akin to that of ordinary earthly powers. Wu Ming pondered that if the resurrected being were Ruth Emoya instead of himself, it was likely that Ruth Emoya would also suffer a mental collapse upon absorbing the harrowing tales of his father. Ruth Emoya and Apos' heart brimmed with an unwavering belief in the brilliance and justice of the Light God, viewing every member of the Light Church as a paragon of righteousness, especially the revered Archangel, Or, who had been his mentor since childhood. The respect and faith Ruth Emoya held for Archangel, Or, had rendered him a symbol of the Light Goddess essence. However, the revelation that this esteemed teacher privately maintained a harem for his own pleasures was a cruel irony. The very parents whom he revered were, in fact, Moabites, a people with a tumultuous history and brutal methods. Such a harsh reality could undoubtedly shatter the psyche of an innocent soul like Ruth Emoya, whose heart was solely illuminated by the ideals of purity and justice. After absorbing Ruth Emoya's experiences, Wu Ming found his perceptions of this theocratic and fantastical world transformed. Initially, he had regarded this realm as a paradise, yet he now comprehended that it harbored shadows and rivalries akin to those on Earth. Both worlds were governed by the law of the jungle, where the strong prey upon the weak. Ruth Emoya, having been nurtured within the confines of the Light Church, had merely been shielded from this grim truth. I understand that such revelations may be hard for you to accept. My intention was solely to resurrect you, so that you could continue living free of worries. Under the protection of the Light Church, your thoughts and actions posed no issues. For you embodied the ideals of truth, goodness, and beauty that the Church so desperately needs. Yet, I find myself not returning to the great Light Goddess side, but instead, receiving His grace to become a saint, and even attaining the status of a divine messenger. This was beyond my wildest expectations. A single church can have but one pastor or saint. My abrupt elevation will undoubtedly stir the power dynamics among the many churches. It is possible that I may be reassigned to a different congregation. If I am relocated by the headquarters, our family will find itself in a new environment, the nature of which remains unknown to me. Today, I share all this with you to prepare your heart for the impending changes, to ease your transition into this unfamiliar setting. More importantly, as per the great Light Goddess directives, we are to journey to the Moabites to spread His compassion and majesty. This undertaking will inevitably involve numerous challenges, and you shall eventually learn about my relationship with your mother. This is merely to prepare you mentally, explained Misha Emoya gently. Wu Ming recognized Misha Emoya's benevolent intentions and discerned the worry and sorrow reflected in their eyes. He understood their fears that Ruth Moya might succumb to despair upon confronting the reality of their parents' heritage, which he too struggled to accept. Fear not. As long as you find joy, what do these matters truly signify? Such complexities are not unique to the Moabites. Every race grapples with similar issues. It is merely because they are Moabites that these matters draw more scrutiny and discourse, Wu Ming remarked with a faint smile. Misha and So Ma exchanged astonished glances. Unable to fathom his words, Wu Ming observed their shocked expressions, realizing that his demeanor was vastly different from that of Ruth Moya, who was an embodiment of purity and righteousness, incapable of uttering such sentiments. Your transformation is remarkable. Could it be that the great light God has bestowed his blessings upon you? Misha Moya affirmed with certainty. Indeed, I feel as if I have begun to grasp certain truths. This must be the great light God's gift to his devout followers, Wu Ming responded softly. A sense of relief washing over him as he found solace in the notion that any query related to the divine could yield a reasonable explanation. The great light God has shown us such mercy. Not only have you been resurrected, allowing me to ascend as a divine messenger, but you have also become wiser. We are truly at a loss for how to repay such blessings, Misha Moyo expressed, her voice trembling with gratitude. In light of the great light God's gifts, we can only fulfill his directives, ensuring that the Moabites are brought into the radiance of the great light God sooner. Wu Ming proclaimed with the earnestness of a devout believer. My son Ruth is correct. Fulfilling the divine commands is the greatest tribute we can offer to the great light God, Misha Moya affirmed resolutely. Child, you have worked hard today. Rest well. While I ponder how best to accomplish the task set before us, Misha Moya said with palpable excitement. Indeed, father, mother, you should also retire for the night. Wu Ming replied. Returning to his chamber, which was also Ruth Moya's, Wu Ming reflected upon his experiences as though in a dream. Having transitioned from a comfortable life on Earth to this alien world, he felt as if he were existing within a surreal dreamscape. He soon succumbed to sleep. How wondrous it was that he had arrived in another realm, where a voice, both alluring and sacred, resonated through the room. Startled by the sudden sound, Wu Ming sprang from his bed, panic-stricken as he surveyed the empty space around him. A blinding golden light filled his vision, rendering him momentarily sightless. My visage is not for the gaze of mere mortals. Merely hearing my voice is a profound gift. Kneel, intoned the voice of the captivating yet divine woman, echoing in his ears. Though apprehensive, Wu Ming felt an inexplicable sense of safety and comfort, compelling him to kneel before the unseen presence. Chapter 8. 9 Transformations of the Golden Body. I am aware that you harbor numerous questions, yet even if I were to articulate the answers, they would elude your comprehension. You must simply acknowledge that you have entered a realm of divinity, one in which you are an outsider soul. Should anyone uncover this truth, your existence will be extinguished, and you shall not be granted such fortune again. I am the Guanyin of the clavicle, the entity you have long sought. Your life, I have come to know entirely. You now possess a brand new corporeal form, alleviating all concerns regarding your physicality. However, your soul is not of this world, and thus you cannot cultivate its techniques. Should your spirit grow potent, it will inevitably attract the attention of the deities here, heralding your demise. I shall impart to you the Buddhist technique known as 9 Transformations of the Golden Body. This is a premier method within the Buddhist tradition, primarily practiced by Shakyamuni Buddha himself. By diligently cultivating this art, you may one day ascend to their lofty realm. The Buddhist methods are not of this world and should not be employed lightly in public. They are to be reserved solely for your preservation. Be mindful of my caution. As the Guanyin of the clavicle advised you with great care, as a disciple, I shall heed the Bodhisattva's arrangements, exercising utmost caution and refraining from publicly demonstrating the profound arts of Buddhism. You surely understand the wisdom of guarding one's wealth. Now that you have embarked upon the path of Buddhist mastery, it is your duty to propagate Buddhist ideals and draw followers to the faith. I shall bestow upon you the technique, Chenu Enju, which you must not practice, for it is exclusively for women. This technique is the foundational practice of my followers. They may assist you in cultivating 9 transformations of the golden body. However, you must never entertain impure thoughts, lest you fall into madness and despair. Beyond the reach of salvation, as the Guanyin of the clavicle warned, the disciple vowed to follow the Bodhisattva and Apos' teachings, harboring no impure intentions. Upon concluding his response, Wu Ming felt as though his mind had expanded with newfound knowledge. Awakened with a start, he realized he was comfortably lying down, as if the preceding events had merely been a dream. Yet, his mind was now filled with unfamiliar characters, the meanings of which he instinctively grasped. Wu Ming comprehended that what he had experienced was no mere figment of the imagination. The statue of the Guanyin of the clavicle he had sought on earth had accompanied him to this divine realm at the moment of his demise. The sanctuary he sensed in death was likely the presence of the Guanyin, and it was surely her influence that allowed him to deceive the god of light, thereby securing his survival in this world. Upon understanding the Buddhist techniques that filled his mind, Wu Ming felt a surge of astonishment. The 9 transformations of the golden body is a renowned Buddhist art known only by name and never witnessed by anyone, even among practitioners. After all, Earth has entered an age of decline, where humanity cannot attain immortality through self-cultivation, but can only strengthen their bodies for a few more years through martial practice. Wu Ming, reflecting on the 9 transformations of the golden body, perceived that it bore little resemblance to traditional Buddhist methods. It was akin to a sorcerer's technique. The foundational requirement for cultivating 9 transformations of the golden body is a pure yang body. However, as it is said, lonely yang does not endure, and lonely yin does not generate. Thus, upon reaching a certain level of mastery, it becomes necessary to unite with a woman of profound Buddhist nature, achieving a balance of yin and yang to transcend the limitations of the 9 transformations of the golden body. The first layer of 9 transformations of the golden body involves refining oneself into a pure yang form. Prior to this, one must not engage with any woman, lest they disrupt their cultivation. Each subsequent breakthrough necessitates the partnership of a deeply skilled female practitioner of Buddhism. Failure to do so may result in catastrophic demise. The 9 transformations of the golden body, being a pinnacle of Buddhist practice, holds the potential to elevate one to the status of a holy being. Wu Ming recalled a legend within Buddhism. The cruel king Vinayakaga, who reveled in bloodshed against Buddhist practitioners, was confronted by Avalokiteshvara, who, despite employing various methods to subdue him, found no success. In desperation, she transformed into a beautiful woman and engaged in physical union with Vinayakaga. In her warm embrace, he was enveloped in love, renouncing his malevolent ways and ultimately embracing Buddhism, becoming a revered figure among the pantheon of deities. The existing representations of the joyful Buddha often depict 2 Buddhas in intimate proximity. The female Buddha holds scriptures and treasures to signify union, while the male Buddha, fierce in demeanor, sits with outstretched arms to symbolize the teachings of enlightenment. In the esoteric traditions of Buddhism, the transcendent wisdom of the other shore represents feminine creative vitality, while the alternative cultivation method symbolizes masculine creative energy, each represented by the transformed lotus of femininity and the dynamic vajra of masculinity. Through the imagined union of yin and yang and the tangible practices of male and female yoga, one achieves the blissful state of nirvana. Wu Ming chuckled as he pondered these reflections. He examined the Chanu Enju, and with a wry smile, felt a blend of irony, resignation, and contemplation. The Chanu Enju is the foundational practice of the Guanyin of the clavicle, and its cultivation is reserved solely for women. This technique is divided into 2 volumes, yin and yang, each embodying fundamentally distinct methods of practice. To cultivate the yin volume, a woman must remain a virgin throughout her life, abstaining from any physical relations with men. Otherwise, her ability to progress in the yin arts will suffer considerably. However, a woman adept in the yin volume may attain profound purity and mastery, standing as a paragon among her peers within the same realm. Conversely, the yang volume presents an entirely different approach. Practitioners of the yang volume, akin to the Guanyin of the clavicle known on earth, purify the hearts of men through their own profound Buddhist nature, employing their bodies as a means to cleanse desire. Each time they purify a man's lust, their own cultivation deepens. Wu Ming felt a surge of excitement and exhilaration regarding the techniques imparted to him by the Guanyin of the clavicle. For it is a universal truth that every man harbors such thoughts, seeking strength and health through the ecstasy of intimacy. Chapter 9. Journey to Ninglu Town. Wu Ming sat in the carriage, gazing at the receding city of Duodan, feeling a mixture of relief and reluctance. After High Priest Fei and Imp Apos reported the situation here to the headquarters of the Church of Light, a month later, an order was issued. Saint Noel would remain at the Duodan Cathedral as a saint. His father, Misha Emoya, would be transferred to the headquarters, awaiting further arrangements. On the day the order arrived, Saint Oel had imprisoned a nun in the underground dungeon for accidentally spilling tea on her garments. Later that evening, Misha Emoya had a lengthy conversation with Saint Oel, the specifics of which remained unknown to Wuming. The following day, Wuming received an official appointment from the royal family of Noah, bestowing upon him the title of Baron of Ninglu and granting him the town as his fief. Saint Oel entrusted his confidant, Babylon, a mid-level knight, to accompany Wuming as his personal guard. Should you have any questions or needs, do not hesitate to consult Saint Oel. He will provide you with the utmost assistance, Misha Emoya advised Wuming as he bid him farewell. Wuming understood that his adoptive father must have struck some form of deal with Saint Oel, or else such words would not have been uttered. However, he refrained from inquiring further, deeming it unnecessary. He only needed to know the outcome. As Wuming sat in the carriage, he contemplated the information he had gathered about Ninglu. It was a small town within the province of Gushi, a region densely populated by the Moria people who were despised by the Church of Light. In fact, there was only one small Church of Light in the entire province, located in the city of Gushi, making it the sole bastion of light in an otherwise dark region. Gushi was often referred to as the Land of Desire, a place of sin. It was home not only to the Moria, reputed to be the most nefarious race on the continent, but also to various criminals, making it the area least influenced by the Church of Light and the Noah royal family. Uncle Babylon, how long do you think it will take us to travel from Duodan to Ninglu? Wuming inquired, observing Babylon's bushy beard. Approximately 2 months. As Gushi is situated at the northernmost edge of the Noah kingdom, Babylon replied. Such an extended journey means I shall depend entirely on your care, Uncle Babylon, Wuming smiled. I am a close friend of your father, Misha. My role as your personal guard is to ensure your safety. Moreover, we bear the insignia of the Church of Light. No one would dare harm its followers. You can rest assured, Babylon stated confidently. Wuming, having accessed Moya and Apos' memories, recognized the strong bond between Babylon and Misha. The two often gathered for various events. It was evident why Misha had requested Babylon to serve as his personal guard, for Wuming, like Moya, had no self-defense capabilities as a novice priest. Even now, Wuming, fully merged with Moya's spirit, could only wield the abilities of a novice priest, limited to purification and healing spells. Purification allows food and water to become cleaner, akin to disinfection in Wuming and Apos' understanding. Healing enhances the self-repair mechanisms of sick individuals and animals, enabling them to recover from minor ailments, but it proved ineffective against severe illnesses or injuries. After completely merging with Moya's spirit, Wuming began cultivating the 9 turns golden body. The foundation of this cultivation required the accumulation of yang energy within the body, and when exhaustion set in, one needed to practice alongside a woman cultivating the Chanu method to achieve a balance of yin and yang. As Wuming practiced the 9 turns golden body, he felt his physical strength gradually increasing, with an ever-growing reservoir of yang energy. At times, he pondered whether, should he continue his practice, he would forever be unable to exhaust his supply of yang energy. Such a thought led him to wryly smile. In his previous life, he had remained a virgin due to physical constraints and his cultivation of the sunflower manual, a source of deep regret. If, in this life, he were to cultivate the unparalleled Buddhist technique of the 9 turns golden body, yet find himself unable to approach women due to inadequate foundational training, it would be laughable. After a month of cultivating the 9 turns golden body, Wuming felt significant changes in his physique. His strength had increased, and his resilience had markedly improved. Presently, though devoid of internal energy, his prowess was already equivalent to half that of an earthly warrior. Wuming was confident that even without internal energy or the ability to employ the sunflower manual and the Lingbo Weibu, he could still contend with novice warriors in this world. In this realm, the hierarchy of warriors consisted of apprentice warriors, novice warriors, intermediate warriors, advanced warriors, and earth warriors, the latter being said to harness the power of the earth itself, granting them unending strength. Wuming glanced outside, with nothing pressing to attend to. He commenced his meditation within the carriage. Help! Help! Please, someone save me. A frantic voice cried out. Stop! Do not approach. Babylon and Apos' booming voice commanded. Help! Knight! Please! Save me! Someone is trying to kill me. The man shouted in desperation. Who is after you? Why do they wish to harm you? Babylon inquired, remaining calm. This is a long story, but I beg you to save my life. I will be eternally grateful. The man implored, his anxiety palpable. At that moment, a group of figures appeared in the distance, riding swiftly towards Wuming and Apos' convoy. When Babylon spotted them, he ordered his men to shield Wuming and Apos' carriage. Each knight drew their swords, poised for battle, their faces stern, betraying no hint of panic at the imminent confrontation, a testament to the rigorous training of the light knights. Babylon led a squad of 13 knights, including himself, with Babylon being the only mid-level knight among the 12 novice knights. This strength instilled confidence in Babylon to face numerous adversaries. Chapter 10. Stada Wuming gazed at the individuals before him. Aside from a man in his 30s adorned in luxurious satin garments, the others were clad in coarse fabrics. Yet, they all shared a notable characteristic. Each was tall and robust, evidently having engaged in some form of physical training. Observing them, Wuming felt a sense of reassurance. Despite their intimidating appearance, he sensed no trace of energy within them, indicating that they were merely ordinary individuals. The light knights accompanying Wuming quickly discerned the same. Their expressions easing into relief, Babylon signaled, and the knights encircling Wuming and Apos' carriage promptly surrounded the group before them. The satin-clad man surveyed the knights, each donned in armor and wielding long swords, astride immaculate white steeds that bore the insignia of the Church of Light, unmistakably marking their allegiance. Dala, having encountered esteemed knights before, approached Babylon and performed a courteous 90-degree bow. "Rise," Babylon commanded, seated firmly upon his mount, not even glancing at Dala. Grateful, Dala straightened, displaying no signs of anger at Babylon's disdain. Instead, he cast a venomous glance at Stada, who knelt beside the carriage, too intimidated to speak. Dala turned back to Babylon, his demeanor a blend of humility and contempt. "This individual is a lowly servant who has strayed from our household, unexpectedly obstructing the esteemed knight and Apos' procession. I implore you, allow me to take this wretched servant away. I shall ensure he is duly punished." Upon hearing Dala's words, Stada lifted his gaze, glaring fiercely at Dala. Though silent, his reddened eyes conveyed his fury. Slowly he rose, fixating on Dala as if poised to pounce and rend him apart. Wuming, curious about Stada, had already noted that upon approaching the caravan, Stada emitted no energy and possessed mere average physical capabilities, an ordinary man lacking any remarkable traits. Yet now, he sensed an unusual surge of energy within Stada. This sudden manifestation was familiar to Wuming. It was the latent potential inherent in all beings, often concealed within, yet only a rare few could ever unleash it. Dala regarded Stada with a derisive smile, seemingly unaffected by Stada's rage. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Dala as a tremendous force struck him, leaving him momentarily dazed. Wuming observed as Stada swiftly threw a punch, landing squarely on Dala's left eye, sending him sprawling to the ground. The speed and power of the strike had reached the standards of a warrior apprentice. Dala, a mere robust commoner, despite possessing some strength and traces of training, was no match for Stada's explosive might and quickly succumbed to unconsciousness. As Stada prepared to pursue Dala further, Dala's entourage surged forward, launching a frenzied assault on Stada. However, Stada had ascended to the level of a warrior apprentice, while these attackers were merely strong commoners. The confrontation resembled a group of sheep facing a fierce tiger, and in mere moments, they were all laid low. Wuming observed Stada, now standing gallantly amidst the chaos, acutely aware that the energy he had unleashed was rapidly depleting. Soon, he would be left as weak as a blank sheet of paper, easily toppled by the slightest breeze. Dala, witnessing Stada's momentary triumph, bore a complex expression, confusion, anger, and fury flickering across his features. Finally, gritting his teeth, he charged forward and leapt into the air, aiming a kick at Stada's head. However, just as he was about to connect, he found his target had vanished. Dala's expression shifted to sheer terror as he crashed to the ground, only to turn around and see Stada lying unconscious, bewilderment replacing his previous fury. The surrounding light knights, witnessing Dala and Apos' befuddlement, struggled to suppress their laughter. Wuming, unable to contain his amusement at Dala's bewilderment, burst into laughter, a sound that echoed among the knights. Infuriated by the laughter surrounding him, Dala, feeling utterly humiliated, turned to unleash his fury upon the unconscious Stada. Just as he was about to kick Stada's head, a milky white light enveloped Stada. Startled, Dala attempted to retract his foot, but his hasty retreat caused him to tumble to the ground. Great God of light, please heed the voice of your humble servant. I beseech your boundless compassion to channel your loving power through your faithful followers to save those suffering in this world, ensuring that your light forever shines in the hearts of all. Wu Ming prayed earnestly, and upon completing his invocation, he beheld Stada encased in the milky white glow, his heart swelling with satisfaction. This marked Wu Ming's inaugural use of the healing spell, and he marveled at the wondrous magic of this world. Having diligently practiced his mental fortitude alongside the light magic, Wu Ming felt a deep curiosity and yearning for such extraordinary abilities, coveted by ordinary individuals. He understood that the body was the foundation of humanity, while the spirit constituted its essence and depth. As he continued to cultivate the 9 revolutions golden body, he also delved into the study of light magic, particularly focusing on enhancing his mental prowess. Wu Ming received invaluable insights regarding mental strength from his father, Misha, and Emoya. They believed that mental fortitude was synonymous with the soul, the very core of a person. When the body perishes, the soul returns to the embrace of the God of light, who, as a devout believer, creates a new body for the faithful to continue their existence in paradise. Chapter 11. Baron Lusha Dala gazed in terror at Stada, enveloped in a radiant white light, collapsing to the ground, unable to utter a sound. This white light, universally recognized among the inhabitants of this world, emanated from the power of the God of light, an exalted force. In the continent of Abo, anyone possessing such divine might was regarded as a deity, an embodiment of the sacred that ordinary individuals like Dala could only revere and never dare to profane. Dala struggled to comprehend why a priest, a wielder of divine power, would bestow such might upon a lowly slave like Stada. Yet, he remained utterly still. Even his breathing grew faint, fearful of provoking Wu Ming and Appos' ire. Wu Ming, glancing at the frightened Dala, gained a clearer understanding of this world. It was astonishing to see a novice priest such as himself eliciting such fear in commoners. It was evident that, even in a world cloaked in divine presence, not everyone had the privilege of encountering such extraordinary power. Otherwise, a relatively trained individual like Dala would not react with such trepidation towards a mere novice priest. Wu Ming, however, felt no deep-seated lamentation at this realization. After all, even on Earth, where human civilization espoused equality, ordinary people often displayed anxiety and fear towards those with wealth and power. As the white light surrounding Stada gradually faded, Wu Ming could sense that his healing spell had alleviated some of Stada's physical exhaustion, preventing a fatal collapse due to overexertion. Yet, Stada remained exceedingly weak. "This person is your slave?" Wu Ming inquired. Dala jolted upright, his eyes wide with surprise. He was perplexed as to why the priest, endowed with divine power, showed particular concern for someone like Stada, yet he dared not hesitate. "This individual is named Stada. He was condemned to slavery by the mayor for committing a grave offense. We have been ordered by the mayor to escort him back," Dala explained. "What crime led to his enslavement?" Wu Ming pressed. "It is said that he lured the courtesan of the flower pavilion, Song Kong, to elope. The owner of the pavilion reported him to the mayor, resulting in his punishment." Dala replied. "According to the laws of the Abo continent, only members of the Church of Light or noble royalty can condemn commoners to slavery. Is your mayor a member of the Church of Light or a noble?" Wu Ming queried. "Our mayor is Baron Lusha, a powerful intermediate warrior who has been in our town for 6 months," Dala said cautiously, observing Wu Ming and Appos' reaction. In a world where strength was revered, the might of an intermediate warrior commanded respect far beyond status. However, Wu Ming's demeanor remained unchanged, as though he had not acknowledged Dala's words, which only heightened Dala's fear. Wu Ming, of course, would not be stirred by the mention of an intermediate warrior. After all, his adoptive father, Misha Emoya, was a saint and divine envoy. Such a status dwarfed that of an intermediate warrior. Even without considering Misha Emoya, his companion Babylon was also an intermediate knight of light. In such a context, the strength of an intermediate warrior would hardly elicit any fervent response from Wu Ming. Nevertheless, he would not underestimate an intermediate warrior, for he himself was merely a novice priest. His own 9 transformations of the golden body was only just beginning its cultivation, and against an intermediate warrior, he might find himself at a significant disadvantage. "You lead the way. I wish to meet Baron Lusha," Wu Ming stated, without even glancing at Dala. He stepped into the carriage, prompting Dala to hastily rouse his unconscious subordinate, Stada. Although Stada had unleashed considerable potential, he lacked systematic warrior training, and in the ensuing chaos, he had only incapacitated a few of Dala and Apos' men, the majority merely knocked unconscious by sheer force, with no fatalities. After awakening his subordinates and tidying up the scene, Dala placed Stada onto a horse and began to guide Wu Ming. As Wu Ming and Apos' entourage entered the town, a crowd was already waiting for him. At the forefront stood a nearly 2-meter-tall middle-aged man, adorned in splendid attire, with a sword slung at his waist, its scabbard devoid of embellishment, indicating it was a weapon for killing, not a mere ornament of nobility. While Wu Ming scrutinized the imposing figure, the middle-aged man observed each member of Wu Ming's party, particularly scrutinizing Babylon and Wu Ming. "I am Baron Lusha, the mayor of this town. I heard that an envoy from the Church of Light was passing through, and I came to meet you and extend an invitation for dinner," Baron Lusha announced. "Greetings, Baron Lusha. I am Pastor Lude of the Modern Church, and this is my knight, Babylon, an intermediate knight of light. It is an honor to traverse your territory on my way to Ninglu town, which lies within my domain." Wu Ming responded with a broad smile. Upon hearing Wu Ming and Apos' introduction, Baron Lusha swiftly dismounted and bowed respectfully. "It is an honor to meet Pastor Lude and Lord Babylon. I am truly fortunate to encounter a follower of the Church of Light from Modin," Lusha replied. Wu Ming gradually descended from the carriage, supported by his guards, and approached Baron Lusha. Lusha slowly bent forward, and Wu Ming placed his hand on Lusha's forehead, softly uttering, "May the great God of light bless you." A flash of white light emanated from Wu Ming and Apos' hand before swiftly vanishing upon contact with Lusha and Apos' brow. Lusha and Apos' posture indicated his desire for Wu Ming and Apos' blessing. The blessing spell was a divine ability known to all followers of the Church of Light. The ability to perform such a spell confirmed Wu Ming and Apos' affiliation with the Church. Conversely, one receiving the blessing must be a believer, otherwise, they would suffer the God of Light and Apos' curse, resulting in harm. However, the blessing could only be bestowed through physical contact, otherwise, it would have nullified the existence of other divine followers. Chapter 12. The handmaid Lu Sha expressed his gratitude to the esteemed priest Wu Ming, wishing that the benevolence of the great God of Light may forever illuminate the earth. Baron Lu Sha respectfully performed a knightly salute before Wu Ming. According to the doctrine of the Church of Light, those who receive blessings must pay their respects to the clergy who bestow such blessings, signifying their acceptance of the divine favor and their gratitude to the magnificent deity. "Baron Lu Sha, please rise. Your loyalty shall surely be recognized by the great God of Light." Wu Ming assisted the Baron to his feet. "Esteemed priest, Lu Sha extends a warm welcome upon your arrival. I have prepared a banquet at my residence. It would be my honor if you could grace us with your presence," Baron Lu Sha said with utmost respect. "It is indeed a privilege to encounter such a devout follower as yourself, Baron." "I apologize for the intrusion," Wu Ming replied courteously. Wu Ming secretly chuckled. His purpose in visiting was precisely to meet Baron Lu Sha, and he had no intention of declining the invitation. However, it was evident that despite his outward warmth, the Baron harbored considerable suspicion regarding his arrival, pressing him for blessings right from their first encounter. Upon confirming Wu Ming's identity as a priest of the Church of Light, the Baron's fervent demeanor only heightened Wu Ming's wariness. He remained uncertain whether Lu Sha's vigilance stemmed from his own motives or some other concern. The town was not large, and soon a group of people arrived at Baron Lu Sha's estate. Wu Ming gazed in astonishment at the Baron's residence. The nearly 10-meter-high walls were indeed a prominent feature in such a small town. Such grand architecture was typically reserved for the powerful in Modin City, a clear statement of their status and identity. In Modin City, no baron would dare construct a dwelling of such magnitude. The imposing estate demonstrated the Baron's formidable standing within the town, with surrounding structures appearing as dutiful servants in attendance to their master. Observing Wu Ming and Apos' composed and unperturbed expression, Baron Lu Sha's smile grew even broader. "Esteemed priest, please enter." Baron Lu Sha respectfully gestured at the entrance, embodying the role of a gracious host. "Baron, I am but a guest. It is only fitting that you, the host, should proceed first," Wu Ming insisted, maintaining the decorum. "Esteemed priest, in my eyes, you represent the Church of Light, the guiding beacon for devout believers. Here in the town, you are the master. While I am merely a humble adherent of the god of light, Baron Lu Sha gazed at Wu Ming with reverence, akin to a devotee beholding their deity. Wu Ming regarded Baron Lu Sha for a moment, then chose not to decline further and stepped inside. Although unaware of the Baron's true intentions, Wu Ming felt it unnecessary to refuse, as he was now a priest of the Church of Light. To reject the Baron's invitation might imply disrespect towards a devout intermediate Knight of the Light. Moreover, even if Baron Lu Sha harbored ill intentions, Wu Ming was accompanied by Babylon, an intermediate Knight of the Light, along with a squad of junior knights. Such strength was more than sufficient to ensure his safety in this small town. True to his word, Baron Lu Sha had prepared a feast in the Grand Hall, with servants standing by to attend to their needs. As the Baron regaled Wu Ming with tales of local customs and cultural anecdotes, Wu Ming found himself entertained and even laughing at the humorous stories of the town. Their meal fostered an atmosphere of camaraderie, as they conversed like old friends, both seemingly forgetting the presence of Stada. Esteemed priest, our town is small, but the only notable establishment is the Red Flower Pavilion, renowned for its courtesan, Sora Aoi. Baron Lu Sha remarked. Baron, you jest. Followers of the God of Light are not permitted to frequent such establishments. I shall pretend I did not hear that. It is getting late, and my guards have had a long day. I kindly ask you to arrange accommodations for them, Wu Ming replied with a smile. Baron Lu Sha glanced at Wu Ming, acknowledging his faux pas. Indeed, esteemed priest, I drank too much and hope for your forgiveness. Baron, there is no need for such formality. It is late. Let us continue our conversation tomorrow, Wu Ming said with a gentle smile. Certainly, butler. Please escort the esteemed priest and his guards to rest, Baron Lu Sha commanded respectfully. A woman in her 30s, resembling a housekeeper, stepped forward and deeply bowed to Wu Ming. Greetings, esteemed priest. Please follow me. Thank you, Baron, Wu Ming acknowledged. Following the housekeeper, they arrived at a courtyard. Although night had fallen, it was evident that the area was maintained meticulously, with vibrant flowers and greenery. This courtyard has been specially prepared for our esteemed guests, with dedicated personnel to ensure its upkeep. These maidens are here to attend to your needs. You may instruct them as you wish, the housekeeper explained respectfully. As she spoke, the maidens stood before Wu Ming. Each appeared to be well trained, their appearances unremarkable yet pleasant. Wu Ming quickly discerned that these maidens, ostensibly there to assist with his daily needs, were actually arranged for his and his guards' nighttime company. Observing the light knights beside him, who maintained a stoic demeanor, Wu Ming realized that Baron Lu Sha's arrangements had indeed stirred their interest. Although these knights were assigned as his bodyguards, he had not offered them any incentives. Taking them away from their homes for this position could very well breed discontent. Should he refuse the Baroness arrangements, it might cause Babylon, a trusted confidant appointed by his father, to feel uneasy, possibly laying the groundwork for future discontent, even if unspoken. Babylon, I am feeling somewhat fatigued. Please manage these maidens for me. I shall take my rest without their disturbance, Wu Ming addressed Babylon. Surprised, Babylon opened his mouth to respond. But Wu Ming had already retreated into his chamber. Chapter 13. The Knight's Loyalty. Babylon gazed in astonishment at Wu Ming, who had just entered the room. In Babylon's perception, Ruth Moja was a devout disciple of the church, immersed in its myriad of sacred texts, while embodying the strict asceticism prescribed by the church. However, the current situation, where the responsibility was shifted onto him, was evidently a maneuver orchestrated by Baron Lu Sha to garner allegiance from his subordinates. Babylon couldn't help but realize he had underestimated Wu Ming, even questioning if this Ruth Moja was indeed the same individual he had once known. Babylon speculated that Ruth's current behavior was likely instilled by his father, Misha Moja. Otherwise, a child raised within the church's confines would not possess such acumen in handling matters. Observing his subordinates, Babylon noted that once Wu Ming departed, their gentlemanly demeanor vanished, replaced by glances at the maidens around them, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Babylon was acutely aware of his subordinates' thoughts. The Knights of Light, bound by the church's regulations, were forbidden from marrying or associating with women. A pure body was deemed more capable of receiving the divine power of the great light god, thus accelerating one's ascension in strength. Should a Knight of Light lose his virginity, the pinnacle of his achievements would be reduced to that of a golden knight. Yet, men are creatures of desire, particularly when it comes to physical yearnings. Babylon knew well that his subordinates had long since lost their virginity, and he himself was no longer untouched. For many Knights of Light, The aspiration to ascend to a higher rank could take over 40 years of relentless training and effort. Such an interminable duration was exceedingly daunting for an ordinary knight like Babylon. Consequently, although many knights were constrained by the church's edicts against marriage and procreation, they clandestinely maintained mistresses, some even fathering children. However, these affairs remained closely guarded secrets, as none dared to vocally proclaim their indiscretions. Mindful that the enforcement squad of the church was no mere decoration, Babylon and Apos' entourage had been escorting Wu Ming for over a month, a period long enough to sow restlessness among his followers due to their lack of contact with women. However, they were cognizant that Ruth Moja, having been raised in the monastery, was a staunch adherent of the light god and now had the added weight of a saintly lineage. Thus, throughout their journey, Babylon and Apos' party maintained decorum, albeit with growing impatience. Babylon understood the psyche of his men well. Wu Ming and Apos' tacit approval had undoubtedly alleviated a significant burden from both himself and his subordinates. It was a rare occasion for Baron Lushan to be so considerate, allowing the maidens to remain. Housekeeper, Apos' getting late. You may retire, Babylon instructed the young housekeeper. Yes, my lord, she replied with a bow, leaving the maidens behind as she departed. The remaining maidens presented themselves in a pitiful manner, evoking excitement in the hearts of the knights who had been starved of female company for far too long. Leave 2 guards by young Master Ruth Moja and Apos' side. The rest will take turns to ensure his safety. Understood? Babylon commanded, his expression serious as he looked at his visibly eager subordinates. Understood, my lord. We will not falter, they replied in unison. You must realize that only by safeguarding young Master Ruth can we hope for a brighter future, one where we can live in glory. Should anything happen to him, we will find ourselves imprisoned by the church's enforcement squad. Do you comprehend? Babylon spoke sternly. Yes, my lord, the knights affirmed, their voices resonating with the spirit of knighthood. The junior Knight of Light understood that this opportunity to protect Wu Ming was a singular chance to rise within the church. Aligning with Wu Ming promised a future far beyond that of an ordinary priest, especially as the offspring of a saint. However, it was equally true that any misfortune befalling Wu Ming would lead to dire consequences for them all. This tacit understanding between Wu Ming and his subordinates, along with Babylon and Apos' guidance, had solidified Wu Ming and Apos' status as their true leader and object of allegiance. Observing the expressions of his men, Babylon felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Since you all grasp the situation, let these maidens attend to your needs, he declared. Yes, my lord, the junior knights replied. The group of Black Iron Knights eagerly retreated to their rooms with the maidens they had long desired, and soon the air was filled with melodious sounds emanating from various chambers. As their captain, Babylon was not idle either. He took the most beautiful of the maidens back to his own quarters. In his room, Wu Ming smiled slightly, his expression one of contentment. Having lived twice, he possessed a profound understanding of human nature, particularly the male psyche. Initially, Wu Ming had merely contemplated a gesture of goodwill to allow his subordinates a means of release, without any ulterior motives. However, Babylon and Apos' lesson had unexpectedly garnered their loyalty, a development that brought Wu Ming great satisfaction. Wu Ming, a notorious dandy in his past life on Earth, had often found himself surrounded by various women. Yet, at that time, lacking the capabilities of a man, he could only seek alternative outlets for his desires, which inadvertently deepened his understanding of masculinity. Dismissing further thoughts, he began cultivating his skills in the 9 transformations of Golden Body. Wu Ming was acutely aware that in any realm, only through personal strength could he secure a more comfortable and stable existence. When he first encountered Baron Lushan, Wu Ming recognized his own frailty. Realizing he was currently reliant on the support of his absent father and Babylon, a mid-level Knight of Light. While these forces appeared formidable, they ultimately did not belong to him, rendering them precariously stable. Only true power that belonged to him could instill a sense of security and peace of mind. Especially considering the myriad of hardships he had endured in his previous life, experiences that many ordinary individuals could scarcely fathom. Chapter 14. Experiment the following day. The knights had risen early to engage in physical exercise. Wu Ming, having concluded his practice, felt invigorated after a night of cultivation, devoid of any fatigue. He sensed a remarkable enhancement in his physical prowess, with a surge of vital energy coursing through him. Wu-Ming was acutely aware that with diligent training, he could restore his internal energy to the level of his past life within a month. At that point, he could finally afford a moment of respite. After all, while the quantity of energy might be similar, the essence of that energy was worlds apart. After being attended to by a maid, Wu-Ming finished his morning rituals and observed the others in the courtyard, feeling a wave of satisfaction. Revered priest, my lord the Baron invites you and the esteemed knights to breakfast. The maid addressed him softly, bowing gently. It is a rare kindness for the Baron to extend such thoughtful hospitality. I am honored to accept, Wu-Ming replied courteously. Indeed, revered priest, the maid responded. Wu-Ming, accompanied by the luminaries of the Order of Light, made their way to the hall. How did you fare during the night, haha? Baron Lusha remarked with a knowing expression. I sincerely thank you for your generous hospitality. I rested quite well, Wu-Ming responded politely. From Lusha and Apos' demeanor, Wu-Ming could discern the Baron's assumption that he had spent an enjoyable evening with the maid he had arranged. However, Wu-Ming chose not to elaborate, as he had tacitly allowed his subordinate and Apos' actions and felt no obligation to clarify further. The fact that the knights had been deprived of female company for so long meant the maid was still in bed, oblivious to the truth of the situation. If it pleases you, these maids may be offered to you. I hope you do not find them lacking, Baron Lusha said with a grin. Thank you for your kind offer, Baron, but our journey is long, and it would be impractical to bring them along. I truly appreciate your generosity, Wu-Ming replied with courtesy. Wu-Ming had no desire to travel with a retinue of women. If the church's enforcement officers were to learn of it, he would find himself in considerable trouble. Very well, it seems they are not destined for such fortune, Baron Lusha said nonchalantly. My lord Baron, I wish to request a person, someone who has previously offended you. I wonder if you would be amenable? Wu-Ming inquired, fixing his gaze on Lusha. You must be referring to Sita, correct? Since it is you who asks, of course. I have no objections. However, I wonder if you are familiar with this slave. Baron Lusha scrutinized Wu-Ming. There are no concerns to address, my lord. I simply wish to observe someone who can awaken their latent abilities in times of peril. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare, Wu-Ming explained politely. I have indeed heard of this. However, his constitution is exceedingly poor. He cannot cultivate martial arts or sense the presence of magical spirits, and thus, he may forever remain a useless wretch. Likely of little research value, Baron Lusha remarked. Ah, that is of little consequence. After all, it is merely a matter of curiosity for me, Wu-Ming replied. Since you put it that way, let the maid bring Sita forth, Baron Lusha commanded. Moments later, the maid arrived with Sita in tow. He appeared somewhat improved from the previous day, clad in clean garments, though his pallor remained a testament to his energy depletion. Sita regarded Wu-Ming with eyes filled with confusion and uncertainty, yet remained silent, standing there with a calm demeanor. Wu-Ming examined Sita closely, a satisfied expression adorning his face. Thank you, my lord Baron. I will convey your kindness to the Order of Light. I intend to reside in this chapel for a few days to heal the ailments of the faithful, allowing the radiance of the light god to shine upon this land. Wu-Ming said with an enigmatic tone. Such a blessing is indeed a great fortune. I shall have arrangements made for the chapel and Apos' preparation, Baron Lusha replied, his joy palpable. It was unlikely that such a small town would warrant a dedicated chapel by the Order of Light. However, many small towns possessed modest chapels, often built by devoted families or local believers. Yet, many of these chapels lacked the presence of ordained priests or clerics from the order, being merely gatherings of the faithful. Wu-Ming and Apos' intention to heal the townsfolk and promote the tenets of the order would serve as a significant achievement for Baron Lusha, though he would not reap immediate benefits. Others would perceive him as a devout follower of the light god, earning the recognition of the order, which would bestow upon him numerous unseen advantages. Upon hearing Wu-Ming and Apos' plans, a broader smile spread across Baron Lusha and Apos' face. Here is Sita and Apos' slave document. I entrust it to you, revered priest. From now on, Sita is entirely under your purview. Baron Lusha stated, handing a document to Wu-Ming. Wu-Ming accepted the document and immediately passed it to Babylon. I wish to visit the local chapel at once. I shall dwell there for 7 days, healing the ailments of the townsfolk, Wu-Ming declared with utmost seriousness. Yes, revered priest, I shall lead you there at once. Baron Lusha affirmed. As Wu-Ming committed to healing the faithful, he no longer represented merely himself, but the Order of Light. Given this circumstance, he could not remain in the Baron and Apos' estate and would instead reside within the local chapel. Under Baron Lusha and Amp, Oppos' guidance, Wu Ming settled into the chapel. He requested solitude with Sita, dismissing any accompanying attendants. You must have many questions and wish to know why I chose to save you, or perhaps something else. You may inquire freely, and I shall do my utmost to provide answers, Wu Ming said, gazing at Sita. You speak the truth, revered priest. I know of your compassion. However, for you to reside in this humble town for 7 days to heal the faithful, it is hard for me to comprehend. If a hermit were to do so alone, I could understand, as they might exchange their efforts for some financial sustenance. Yet you are evidently an important figure within the order, surrounded by numerous knights willing to assist a mere wretch such as myself, Sita remarked. You are correct. I undertake this minor effort because you hold a certain value to me. Otherwise, I would not have taken such trouble, Wu Ming stated matter-of-factly. I understand. But I am curious about what value I possess to you, revered priest? Sita inquired. At the brink of death, you have the potential to awaken your latent powers. A rarity indeed. I intend to conduct an experiment on you. Should it succeed, you may acquire the strength of a warrior, perhaps even surpassing them. However, should it fail, it would result in your demise. This is the essence of my desire to save you, Wu Ming explained slowly, meeting Sita's gaze. An experiment? The strength of a warrior? I have been tested since birth and found incapable of cultivating martial arts or sensing magical spirits. I believe the chances of your success are exceedingly slim, Sita responded. Your manner of rescuing me can be deemed rather unworthy, as if you possess a profound understanding of life and death, he remarked. Since this is an experiment, failure is to be expected, do you not agree? Wu Ming said with a smile. Chapter 15. Stard's experience. The esteemed priest jested, remarking that a slave would never dare to express reluctance before their master. Whatever you command, your servant shall oblige, Stard replied respectfully, though his tone betrayed a profound unwillingness. Wu Ming observed Stard with a smile, choosing silence as he gently retrieved Stard's slave document and tore it asunder. You are no longer a slave, but a mere commoner. This experiment necessitates your sincere cooperation. Should you wish to decline, I shall not compel you. You are free to leave at this moment, Wu Ming stated nonchalantly. Stard gazed at Wu Ming, shock evident in his eyes, filled with inner turmoil and confusion, yet his body remained immobile. After an indeterminate period, Stard exhaled deeply. Revered priest, even if you restore my status as a commoner and grant me the freedom to depart, the moment I leave this church, should Baron Lushan learn of it, I would face death, or worse, death would become my only aspiration, Stard lamented with a bitter smile. Wu Ming, seated, lifted his cup of tea and sipped quietly, saying nothing. Stard, with a wry smile, continued, I willingly offer myself as your subject for experimentation, ready to follow your every command. If the experiment fails, I shall accept my fate. Even death. Life is a gamble. Should the experiment succeed, you may cultivate your abilities, perhaps one day wielding unimaginable power and wealth, becoming a master of others and Oppos' fates. Wu Ming responded with evident delight. I have a humble request, one I hope you might grant, Stard implored. Speak, let me hear it, Wu Ming replied. I have known Song Kong of the Flower Tower since childhood, a bond untainted by malice. I beseech you, esteemed priest, to assist in her redemption, allowing her to escape the Flower Tower and find a rightful place. If you can fulfill this wish, all that I possess shall be yours. And I shall ardently aid you in your experiment, Stard earnestly pleaded. Bringing you out of the Baroness estate has already displeased Baron Lushan, though I am indifferent to his sentiments. However, he is a baron of the kingdom, and this is his domain. You are his subjects, without a compelling reason. I cannot arbitrarily interfere with his decisions, Wu Ming expressed, conflicted. Song Kong's family had once been ordinary commoners. A year ago, while shopping, she inadvertently stained the clothes of the Flower Tower as proprietor, leading him to demand 100 gold coins in compensation, an amount that could sustain her family for a year. In their inability to pay, the proprietor seized the entire family, forcing Song Kong to work in the Flower Tower to repay the debt. Desperation drove her parents to suicide, leaving only Song Kong and her younger brother, Xiaoji. The proprietor threatened Song Kong with her brother's life to compel her into servitude. I sought an opportunity to rescue Song Kong from the Flower Tower, but the guards discovered my intentions and pursued me relentlessly. Stard recounted, anguish evident in his voice. How does the proprietor of the Flower Tower relate to Baron Lushan? He too seems a man of great ambition. How can he permit such tyranny within his territory? Wu Ming inquired, astonished. Baron Lushan's favored concubine is the sister of the Flower Tower's owner, and during Song Kong's year at the Flower Tower, She often entertained the Baron himself, frequently hosting guests to the town. I believe you encountered her last night, Stard remarked, glancing at Wuming. Do not look at me thus. It is true that the Baron arranged for her, but I had already learned of your connection to her yesterday, and thus did not accept, Wuming replied. Thank you. Esteemed priest, Stard expressed sincerely. From this day forth, I shall tend to the faithful within the church, proclaiming the benevolence of the God of light and the tenets of the church. On the final day, I will gather the entire town to hear the sacred stories of the Light Church, allowing all to comprehend the divine will of the God of light. Song Kong shall undoubtedly attend. I will devise a means to make her my maid, reuniting her with you, Wuming assured. Thank you, esteemed priest, Stard exclaimed, kneeling before Wuming in gratitude. After accepting Stard's homage, Wuming helped him to his feet and sent him on his way. Over the following days, Wuming devoted his mornings to teaching the doctrines of the Light Church and spent afternoons healing the ailments of the townsfolk. As a novice priest, he possessed only a basic healing spell, capable of remedying ordinary maladies, but he was powerless against severe afflictions. Fortunately, the town was small, with few serious illnesses. After Wuming employed his healing spell, every afflicted individual in the town found relief, their health restored. This miracle transformed the townspeople into fervent followers of the God of Light, elevating Wuming to a godlike status in their eyes. Each person regarded him as a divine entity. However, this newfound reverence also led many to view Wuming as overly accommodating, prompting numerous elders to seek monetary and food donations at the church. After granting some assistance, Wuming inadvertently attracted even more individuals seeking alms. One day, while tending to a faithful parishioner's ailment, Wuming witnessed a scoundrel tormenting a helpless elder. He commanded the Knights of Light to apprehend the rogue and bring him to the town square, where he was subjected to a fiery execution. To assert his authority and vent his frustration at being perceived as a benevolent figure, Wuming allowed the townspeople to witness the punishment. He ordered the flames to burn slowly, prolonging the scoundrel's suffering for 3 hours until he perished, his flesh charred, before Wuming commanded the flames to consume him entirely. This event revealed Wuming's iron-fisted nature, instilling a deep-seated fear and reverence among the townsfolk, who dared not speak loudly in his presence. Such is the nature of humanity when one is solely benevolent. Gratitude may be taken for granted, with others seeking ever more. Yet, when one exhibits ruthlessness and severity, only then does true appreciation arise from the depths of the heart, fostering a lasting remembrance that shall never fade. Chapter 16. Preaching a thin layer of golden light gradually enveloped Wuming and Apos' body, slowly being absorbed within. He felt a surge of energy within himself, a sense of satisfaction blossoming from his recent diligent practice. The energy within him had completely restored to a level comparable to that of Earth. Wuming discerned that the energy in this world was significantly denser than that on Earth, and his cultivation of the 9 transformations golden body enabled him to recover with remarkable swiftness. Otherwise, given his pace in practicing the sunflower scripture, it would have taken him at least 6 months to regain his current state, even with the rich energy of this realm. At that moment, Wuming felt a slight sense of reassurance since arriving in this world. As the sun rose brightly, Wuming observed Babylon leading a group of radiant knights in their training, absorbing the first rays of sunlight to enhance their strength. Witnessing the knights and Apos' diligence stirred a sense of reflection within Wuming as a priest of the Church of Light. He felt compelled to cultivate and strengthen the light energy within him, akin to them. However, he dared not practice the light magic openly, as his cultivation of the 9 transformations golden body could only be conducted under the cover of night, away from the knights and Apos' watchful eyes. My lord, I hope I have not disturbed you, Babylon remarked, startled to find Wuming standing at the door without his notice, despite being a mid-level knight of light. Good morning, Uncle Babylon. You've not disturbed me. Observing your fervent training makes me, a habitual late riser, feel somewhat guilty, Wuming replied, a hint of embarrassment gracing his expression. My lord speaks in jest. The training of a priest inherently differs from ours as knights. Moreover, you are the child of a divine messenger, the offspring of a deity. Our duty is to protect you, Babylon responded with reverence. Babylon, gazing into Wuming's eyes, sensed a growing complexity within him. The ruthless methods he had recently employed against ruffians surpassed Babylon's expectations, akin to those of a devil. Uncle Babylon, how did the matter proceed? Has the person returned? Wuming inquired. My lord, the individual returned last night. Everything transpired smoothly, and they will arrive shortly. There will be no delay concerning your affairs, Babylon assured him respectfully. That and Apos' excellent. They are merely witnesses. Today I must trouble you, Uncle Babylon, Wuming expressed with delight. My lord is too courteous. This is merely part of my responsibilities. A rogue mid-level warrior poses no significant threat, Babylon stated with confidence. I naturally trust you, Uncle Babylon. What is the situation outside? Today marks my first occasion to expound upon the biblical classics, and I hope to bring no shame upon the God of light. Let there be no unforeseen circumstances. Wu Ming said politely. Rest assured, my lord. I have made all the necessary arrangements. Today, every person in town will gather at the church to hear your exposition of the biblical classics, heralding the divine intentions of the great God of light. Everything will proceed according to your design, Babylon replied confidently. Before long, the townsfolk had assembled at the church. The congregation filled the interior, though the church was small, and many had to kneel or sit outside. Witnessing the multitude before him stirred a wave of excitement within Wu Ming. It was his first time addressing such a large audience, and he felt a rush of emotion. At the forefront stood Baron Lushan, followed by the town and Oppos, affluent and influential individuals, then the ordinary believers of the Church of Light, and lastly, the common townsfolk. The glorious light of the great God of light forever shines upon the faithful. May all believers experience the divine intentions of the God of light, and let us together express our gratitude for the bounteous blessings bestowed upon us by his mercy. Wu Ming proclaimed to the gathered congregation, May the radiant glory of the great God of light ever illuminate the earth. We are grateful for the mercy of the God of light, the congregation echoed in unison. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, Let there be light, and there was light. God saw the light, that it was good, and God divided the light from the darkness. God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day. And God said, Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And God called the firmament heaven. And the evening and the morning were the second day. And God said, Let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear. And it was so. And God called the dry land earth. And the gathering together of the waters called he seas. And God saw that it was good. And God said, Let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself, upon the earth. And it was so. And the earth brought forth grass, and herb yielding seed after his kind, and the tree yielding fruit, whose seed was in itself, after his kind. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the third day. And God said, Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night. And let them be for signs, and for seasons, and for days, and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And God set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day. And God said, Let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that hath life, and fowl that may fly above the earth in the open firmament of heaven. And God created great whales, and every living creature that moveth, which the waters brought forth abundantly, after their kind, and every winged fowl after his kind. And God saw that it was good. And God blessed them, saying, Be fruitful, and multiply, and fill the waters in the seas, and let fowl multiply in the earth. And the evening and the morning were the fifth day. And God said, Let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind, cattle, and creeping thing, and beast of the earth after his kind. And it was so. And God made the beast of the earth after his kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creepeth upon the earth after his kind. And God saw that it was good. And God said, Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. So God created man in his own image, in the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. And God blessed them. And God said unto them, Be fruitful, and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth. And God said, Behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed, which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree, in the which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed, to you it shall be for meat, and to every beast of the earth, and to every fowl of the air, and to everything that creepeth upon the earth, wherein there is life, I have given every green herb for meat. And it was so. And God saw everything that he had made, and, behold, it was very good. And the evening and the morning were the sixth day. Chapter 17. Drawing the sword as Wu Ming delivered his sermon, he increasingly felt a profound understanding of the classic discourses concerning the God of Light. Having absorbed the entirety of Ruth's and Moab's memories, he was imbued with the doctrines of the Church of Light and the divine intentions and utterances of the God of Light. Through this oration, Wu Ming sensed that he had wholly embraced and comprehended Ruth and Moab's interpretation of the scriptures, leading him to question whether it was he who had consumed Ruth and Moab, or vice versa. A resonant sound of Ba echoed in Wu Ming's ears, purifying his soul instantaneously. This experience granted Wu Ming a thorough cleansing of his spirit, liberating him from the influences of Ruth and Moab's consciousness. At this moment, Wu Ming came to a clearer realization that he was indeed Wu Ming, not Ruth or Moab. In his previous state of confusion, he had merely undergone the soul bewilderment intrinsic to the consumption of other souls. However, if a powerful entity devours a weaker one, the bewilderment would be minimal, if not non-existent. Gratitude to the Bodhisattva for saving me, Wu Ming reflected internally. Although he was unaware of the Bodhisattva and Apos' location within his being, he firmly believed that every one of his actions was under the vigilant gaze of the Bodhisattva. Wu Ming discovered that his mental fortitude had remarkably doubled, placing him at an exceptional level even among intermediate priests. This newfound strength would significantly enhance his efficacy, whether in casting healing spells or cultivating the nine-turn golden body. Such an elevation in his capabilities allowed him to gauge that he could now defend himself even against an intermediate light knight like Babylon. Coupled with his acupuncture techniques from the Sunflower Scripture, he could undoubtedly eliminate this silver light knight in a surprise attack. Casting a glance at Babylon, Wu Ming perceived numerous vulnerabilities in his physique. Should he unleash his silver needles, he could effortlessly bring about the demise of this intermediate light knight without his awareness. Babylon, under Wu Ming and Apos' watchful gaze, felt akin to an insect ensnared by the stare of a venomous serpent, engulfed by a profound dread. Wu Ming smiled slightly, diverting his attention from Babylon to Baron Lushan. The Baron, confronted with Wu Ming and Apos' cheerful demeanor, though bright and joyful, could not shake a sudden chill that coursed through his heart. Let us commence the bestowal of the sacred meal, allowing our devout followers of the God of Light to partake in the bountiful gifts of the divine, Wu Ming proclaimed, addressing the gathering of believers with a radiant smile. The faithful, captivated by Wu Ming and Apos' sunlit grin, felt as though a deity were regarding them, filling their hearts with a sense of honor. Under Wu Ming and Apos' command, Star distributed the prepared food portions. Shortly thereafter, he had served each individual. O devoted followers, let us express our gratitude for the God of Light and Apos' blessings. Thanks to his generosity, we are graced with this delectable feast. Remain steadfast in your faith, and you shall ascend to heaven after death, attaining eternal life. Wu Ming prayed fervently before the statue of the God of Light. All the believers, including Baron Lushan, knelt before the divine effigy, exclaiming in unison, "We shall forever be devoted to the great God of Light. We shall forever be devoted to the great God of Light." The great God of Light has sensed the sincerity of his faithful, Wu Ming declared gravely. As a devoted follower of the God of Light, I have deeply felt the goodness within the hearts of the believers in our town. All who worship the God of Light shall find their way to paradise and enjoy the bliss of everlasting life, forever devoted to the great God of Light. Forever devoted to the great God of Light. The congregation's fervor surged as they shouted in unison. Let us now partake of the sacred meal, Wu Ming urged. In tranquil reverence, the believers consumed the holy meal, savoring each morsel meticulously, relishing the flavors bestowed upon them by the benevolent God of Light. These provisions brought the faithful a profound sense of delight and sanctity, as if their bodies had undergone a purification, though the food was merely ordinary fare. Lacking in extravagant delicacies, the transformative power of Wu Ming and Apos' healing spell had purified it, ensuring that any potential ailments from its ingredients were eradicated. This divine touch rendered the meal not only more palatable but also imbued with a purity that could heal the afflicted among the believers, offering a gentle remedy that revitalized their health and instilled a sensation of renewal. Such methods were commonplace within the Church of Light, simple yet fostering unwavering trust among the ordinary congregation in the supreme abilities of the God of Light. Baron Lushan, Ruth, and Moab. I invite you to the back for a discussion, Babylon whispered as he approached Baron Lushan. The Baron nodded with a smile, following Babylon to the rear of the hall. Upon entering the room, Lushan discovered the presence of others, Song Kong, Star, and a hefty man, approximately 1. 8 meters tall, weighing around 300 pounds, his own brother-in-law. This sight immediately darkened Lushan's expression. "Reverend, may I inquire what business you have that necessitates the presence of these lowly servants? They have no right to stand before us." Baron Lushan asserted, his tone resolute. Wu Ming regarded the sullen baron with a gentle smile, then responded firmly, "This is the sacred Church of Light. As a devoted priest of the great God of Light, I welcome any believer who wishes to hear the divine voice. Those who dare to obstruct shall face divine retribution. Do you truly believe I require your consent to invite the faithful here? Are you curious to witness the methods of the Church of Light?" At that moment, the Light Knights standing beside Wu Ming drew their swords, directing their blades at Baron Lushan, each one bearing a serious countenance. They awaited Wu Ming's command to strike at anyone who dared to challenge the authority of the God of Light. Chapter 18. Star's Revenge. Baron Lusha cast a penetrating glance at Wu Ming, observing the solemn demeanor of the paladins beside him. Lusha harbored no doubt that, at a mere summons from Wu Ming, these paladins, whose minds were saturated with the dogma of the Light Church, would surely turn their blades against him. Although he was a mid-tier warrior, the numerous low-ranking paladins trained systematically over the years posed a significant threat, especially with a mid-tier paladin at hand. Engaging in a life-and-death struggle with these souls, devoted to the teachings of the light, within the sacred halls of the Light Church, left him with little hope for survival. I would never dare to offend the esteemed authority of the great God of Light. It was merely the presence of such a lowly servant in this hallowed church that momentarily rendered me speechless. I beseech the esteemed cleric not to take offense." Baron Lusha spoke with a downcast expression, filled with contrition. "A slip of the tongue, I see. As the mayor of this town, I wish to inquire if you are aware of this man's misdeeds, his coercion of innocent maidens, and their subsequent sale into servitude?" Wu Ming inquired, his face devoid of emotion. "Please do not heed the slanders of others. This man is my brother-in-law, a person of utmost integrity. It is merely that some unruly townsfolk refuse to heed our teachings and have incurred debts they will not repay, willingly selling themselves into brothels," Baron Lusha asserted. "My Lord Baron, under such circumstances, I have summoned you here with utmost confidence. Given this man's actions, it should not be difficult to find witnesses in town. Your relationship is well known, and it would be hard for anyone to believe you are not backing him," Wu Ming replied with a smile. Baron Lusha glanced at his trembling brother-in-law before turning to Wu Ming. "Esteemed cleric, you must have devised a plan for our gathering. I shall not linger on this. Please, direct me as you wish. My Lord Baron, do not be displeased. I am truly grateful for the generous hospitality you have extended since our arrival, which has made us feel quite at home. I sincerely appreciate your kindness," Wu Ming remarked with a radiant smile. As Baron Lusha regarded Wu Ming's cheerful countenance, a chill coursed through him. How could a mere 15-year-old boy render him powerless, leading him like a puppet? "It is an honor to host you, esteemed cleric." Baron Lusha forced a smile, masking his unease. "My Lord Baron, while I may be young, I understand the challenges of managing a town. With so many individuals to oversee, you surely require loyal followers to heed your commands. As the saying goes, one serves in governance primarily for wealth. Moreover, you are not only the mayor but a noble as well," Wu Ming continued, still smiling. Baron Lusha looked at Wu Ming with confusion, utterly bewildered as to what was transpiring. Star observed Wu Ming's beaming smile, feeling a profound sense of despair regarding Wu Ming's prior commitments to him. He gazed lovingly at Song Kong, gripping her hand tightly, fearing he might soon lose her forever. A wave of helplessness washed over Star, a sensation born from the depths of his heart, a man's inability to protect the woman he cherishes. This feeling constricted around his heart like a demon, leaving him powerless to break free. Star's thirst for strength had never been so acute. It drove him to madness. He believed that if he could gain power at that moment, he would willingly barter everything, even his very soul. Song Kong perceived Star's fervent grip, her affection evident in her gaze. Wu Ming, observing the tender couple before him, noted the complexity of Star's desires and frustrations, prompting a satisfied nod. "Star, I can see it in your eyes. You must be disappointed in me. Do you feel powerless? Is your heart aching because you cannot protect the woman you love? That suffering must be unbearable," Wu Ming said with a playful laugh. As Star listened to Wu Ming and Appo's words, his eyes brimmed with bloodshot intensity, desire, violence, and fury radiated from him as if a demon were poised to erupt from within and tear the world asunder. Star remained silent, staring at Wu Ming. In that moment, Star felt that Wu Ming was no longer a cleric of the Light Church, but rather a devil from the abyss. This sentiment resonated not only with Star, but with everyone present, as they regarded Wu Ming with a sense of dread. Star, my promise to you remains unchanged. Matters such as these must be resolved by your own hand to bring you relief, Wu Ming stated, presenting a dagger to Star. Star seized the dagger and charged towards the owner of the brothel, plunging it deep into the man's heart. The brothel owner convulsed violently, as Baron Lusha moved to intervene. Babylon swiftly positioned his sword before him, ready to act against any aggression from Lusha. With Lusha unable to obstruct him, Star descended into a frenzy, stabbing the brothel owner repeatedly until the man's body resembled a sieve, blood pooling around him and saturating the room with a metallic scent. Star, the one you loathe has met his end by your own hand. Here is Tsong Kong's contract of sale. I have not only fulfilled my promise, but also allowed you to personally avenge your enemy. Do you remember the commitment you made to me? Wu Ming observed Star's bloodied hands. Smiling, after verifying the contract, Star handed it to Tsong Kong. Kneeling before Wu Ming, he declared, from this moment, I am your servant. My body and soul belong to you. I am ready to devote everything to you. Tsong Kong gazed at the man she loved, realizing he had sold everything to rescue her from peril. Rest assured, if you succeed, you will not only be able to remain by your beloved's side, but also provide her with a life of happiness and security, as well as gain the strength to protect her, Wu Ming assured Star. Star expressed his gratitude to his master, bowing his head. Take your beloved and leave. You both have much to discuss, Wu Ming instructed. Star thanked his master once more, gripping Tsong Kong and Apos' hand tightly, terrified of losing her in the next moment. Chapter 19. Evidence from the flower house owner Baron Lu Sha displayed a grim countenance as he drew his long sword, ever prepared for battle. Reverend, do you intend to kill me as well? I am not some defenseless being. If you wish to end my life, I assure you, I could take you down with me, he uttered through gritted teeth. My dear Baron, you speak with such gravity. You are not only the mayor but also a noble baron. Although I am a priest of the Church of Light, I too hold the title of a noble baron in this realm. In the eyes of the state, we stand on equal ground. I would never entertain the notion of harming a baron, Wu Ming replied innocently. Indeed, Reverend, your words seem to carry weight. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Baron Lu Sha said cautiously, making a move towards the door. Please, Baron, wait a moment, Wu Ming smiled. Reverend, is there something you wish to command? Have you changed your mind? Do you wish to execute me? To eradicate me completely? Baron Lu asked with evident caution. Baron, your words hold merit. Your brother-in-law has been slain here by your own hand. When you step out, have you considered how you will explain this to the townsfolk? Wu Ming remarked, leisurely sipping tea from the table. Baron Lu's grip on his sword tightened, veins bulging, his expression dark as he struggled to suppress an impending outburst. Reverend, this man is not my brother-in-law. He spreads falsehoods and deceives others, leveraging my reputation. He has forcibly taken maidens and coerced them into the flower house. Today, with your evidence presented, I was compelled to slay him in a fit of rage. I must thank you for ridding the populace of evil and for promoting the teachings of the Church of Light, Baron Lu declared through clenched jaws. Indeed, Baron, eliminating such a man is a service to the townsfolk. It is a deed of immense merit, truly befitting a devout follower of the great God of Light. Wu Ming stated with a look of contentment. Reverend, providing evidence of this man and Apos' crimes and upholding the teachings of the great God of Light is also a commendable act. Baron Lu replied, his expression still somber. Baron, you are too gracious. Please, proceed, Wu Ming said cordially. Reverend, you are too courteous, Baron Lu said darkly. Having finished his words, Baron Lu exited with a heavy heart. Babylon observed the departing figure of Baron Lu and approached Wu Ming, speaking in hushed tones. Young Master Emoya, allowing him to leave like this will surely bring us trouble. After all, we have just slain his brother-in-law before him and pressured him immensely. He cannot simply endure this. Uncle Babylon, rest assured, he will not survive this day. We did not summon him from afar merely for theatrics. The matters of the nobility must be resolved by those of noble blood. I too am merely a noble baron and a junior priest. I must not reveal my full potential, Wu Ming replied with a smile. You are indeed thoughtful, young Master Emoya, Babylon said, increasingly astonished by Wu Ming and Apos' cunnings, which seemed incongruous for someone of such youthful years. Uncle Babylon, you are too kind. Let us go witness how the Baron proclaims his achievements, Wu Ming smiled. Wu Ming led Babylon and the group of light knights to the front, where they beheld the congregation of believers who had completed their communion, quietly perusing the sacred text of light. Esteemed followers of the great God of light, let us together express our gratitude for all that has been bestowed upon us. Wu Ming said with a gentle smile. Thank you for the blessings of the great God of light. Thank you for the blessings of the great God of light. Thank you for the blessings of the great God of light, echoed the voices of the faithful, devout followers of the great God of light. Baron Lu has something to share with you all, Wu Ming said with a smile. Baron Lu cast a deep, sorrowful gaze at Wu Ming before stepping forward to address the congregation. Dear townsfolk, esteemed believers of the great God of light, just moments ago, Reverend Mo Ye presented evidence against the most notorious villain in our town, the owner of the flower house, who has wreaked havoc, abducting maidens and compelling them into servitude. This villain has even spread falsehoods, claiming to be my brother-in-law, tarnishing my reputation and endangering the people. I have just slain him with my own hand. Upon hearing Baron Lu and Amp, Oppos, as proclamation, the townsfolk stood in astonishment, the church falling into an eerie silence, where even the drop of a pin could be heard. The owner of the flower house had terrorized the town for many years, even before Baron Lu had taken possession of this territory. The townspeople had long suffered under his tyranny. When Baron Lu arrived, the townsfolk had hoped for liberation from this menace, yearning for better days. However, shortly after his arrival, the owner of the flower house married his beautiful sister to Baron Lu, emboldening him further in his malevolence. This incident was well known throughout the small town. Now, with Baron Lu and Amp, Oppos' sudden announcement of the flower house owner and Amp, Oppos' demise and his own involvement in the act, he further emphasized the falsehoods surrounding the claim of kinship. A grand deceit. How could the townsfolk not be astounded and bewildered by such revelations? It left every citizen feeling as though they were caught in a dream. Baron Lu and Amp, Oppos' action in ridding the town of a significant threat was indeed a blessing for the people, underscoring the notion that under the great light of the God, all evils cannot remain concealed, and all sins shall be purified. Praise the great God of light. Praise the great God of light. Wu Ming exclaimed with heartfelt admiration. The congregation, awakened by Wu Ming and Amp, Oppos' words, realized that all credit belonged to the God of light. And it was Reverend Mo Ye who had provided the evidence that led to the Baron's decisive action. Without the Reverend's testimony, how could the Baron have acted against the owner of the flower house? Furthermore, with the owner now dead, what significance did the Baron's brother-in-law hold? What could an ordinary citizen do in such circumstances? Praise the great God of light. Praise the great God of light. Echoed throughout the church. The townsfolk were not foolish. They simply yearned for a stable life, enough to eat, clothes to wear, a place to sleep, and the peace of having their families safe by their side. They understood that it was Reverend Mo Ye who had brought about these changes, who had healed their ailments, dealt with the ruffians on the streets, and provided the evidence against the owner of the flower house, granting them the stability they now enjoyed. Chapter 20. The flame of the priest Baron Lushan gazed upon the fervent devotees of the Church of Light within the chapel, acutely aware that his authority in the town had waned. The absolute power previously held by him had now shifted to Pastor Mo Ye of the Church of Light, whose followers had become the very backbone of the community. The might of this faith was a force so formidable that even the authority of the state dared not challenge it. Should the church decide to appoint any member to oversee the townsfolk, Lushan would find himself utterly powerless. Across the world, the authority of the light god is beyond dispute. And naturally, the Church of Light and Oppos' dominion is equally irrefutable. The laws of the land are but reflections of the Church and Oppos' sacred texts, which stand supreme over all legalities. As the congregation reveled in their worship, the grand doors of the chapel creaked open. The raucous praises to the magnificent light God echoed throughout the sacred space. Wu Ming smiled as he turned to the entrance, where two figures emerged, one clad in a black priestly robe embroidered with 2 silver rings, denoting his rank as a junior priest. The other donned the armor of a light knight, wielding a longsword, marked by the emblem of 2 sunflowers, indicating his status as a mid-level knight. Wu Ming approached with a smile and addressed the junior priest, Ruth. Mo Ye greeted the 2 parishioners with a deep bow, for it was customary within the Church of Light that lower-ranking clergy must show deference to their superiors. Mo Ye explained that they had come in response to a report concerning the heinous murders of young girls in the town. He was astonished by the fervor of the light goddess followers and promised to report back on the devoutness observed here. The mid-level priest, with a grave expression, spoke earnestly. This report was submitted at my behest. I was equally shocked upon receiving such news, yet my limited capacity compelled me to seek assistance from your esteemed chapel. Wu Ming admitted, a tinge of shame coloring his words. Baron Lushan and Apos' demeanor darkened upon their arrival, and unease crept over him as he overheard Wu Ming and Apos' conversation. His hand instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword. So, you are the Baron Lushan, the mid-level light knight remarked solemnly. Upon hearing this, Lushan wasted no time and fled toward the chapel and Apos' rear, only to halt a few steps later. Wu Ming observed that the figure blocking Lushan and Apos' escape was none other than Uncle Babylon, the mid-level light knight. Baron Lushan, do you think you can evade justice for your atrocious deeds? The mid-level priest demanded. What evidence do you have to accuse me? Lushan retorted, his voice betraying his guilt. Prior to our arrival here, we visited your estate, where we discovered the bodies of the girls you so brutally murdered. We have also located 3 more young girls you have imprisoned there. Furthermore, a team of light knights is currently interrogating your subordinates at your residence. Do you think we would come to the chapel without concrete evidence? The mid-level priest declared with righteous indignation. Great followers of the light god. The Baron you see before you is the very perpetrator responsible for the abduction of your children over these years. We have come to eradicate this monstrous fiend in the name of the Church of Light, the mid-level priest proclaimed. Upon hearing these words, the congregation erupted in outrage, hurling curses at Lushan. Devil, you are a devil. I curse you to suffer in hell. You scoundrel, may you rot in the afterlife. They shouted, grabbing whatever they could find to hurl at him. Though their strength was limited, it compelled Lushan to evade their assaults. Beloved followers, cease this violence. Such a barbarian shall be dealt with by the clergy of the Church of Light. He will be consumed by flames at the chapel's entrance. His soul shattered by the light goddess wrath, forever denied salvation. The mid-level priest commanded. The townsfolk, emboldened by these words, fled the chapel, clearing the space for the Church's champions to apprehend the vile Lushan and burn him at the door. Soon, only Wu Ming, Babylon, the mid-level light knight, and their retinue remained. Lushan and Apos' gaze fixed on Wu Ming, a desperate desire to drag him down to hell alongside him flickered in his eyes. Realizing his chances of survival were slim in the presence of 2 mid-level priests and a squad of junior light knights, Lushan drew his sword and lunged at Wu Ming. However, Babylon had been vigilant, swiftly intercepting his strike. As Babylon engaged Lushan, the mid-level light knight joined the fray, swiftly turning the tide against Lushan, who could only defend himself. Meanwhile, the mid-level priest cast a protective spell upon himself and unleashed searing flames upon Lushan. The flames, reaching temperatures between 400 and 600 degrees Celsius, threatened to incinerate Lushan and Apos' very being. In a matter of moments, Lushan found himself disarmed as Babylon's blade struck his sword from his grasp. With his weapon gone, the mid-level light knight severed the tendons in Lushan's right hand, sending him crashing to the ground, followed by Babylon, who likewise incapacitated his left hand. Rendered helpless, Lushan was bound to a crucifix at the chapel's entrance by Wu Ming, who noted the pile of firewood amassed by the townsfolk at his feet. The mid-level priest invoked the priestly flames, igniting the wood as he recited sacred incantations. The flames, fueled by the priestly fire, engulfed Lushan, whose anguished screams resonated through the air, a testament to his torment. It is essential to understand that the priestly flames are no ordinary fire. They consume not only the body but the very soul, incinerating all that is not of the light, leaving only purity in their wake. Each being possesses both light and darkness, as well as myriad other elements. Each deity requires only its specific element. The priestly flames wielded by the light priest are unique to the faith, serving to purify offerings for their divine patron. Chapter 21. Priest Aronsoon, Lushan ceased his agonizing screams, yet the priestly flames continued to consume his body, leaving nothing but ashes. Wu Ming understood that these flames were also devouring Lushan and Apos' very soul, which could only be incinerated by the light element. Only when the soul was entirely consumed would the priestly flames carry what remained of Lushan's light element into the Church's statue of the divine light. Wu Ming watched as the priestly flames surged into the statue, and shortly after, a ravenous fire emerged from it, entering the body of the intermediate light priest. Wu Ming sensed a palpable change in the intermediate light priest, feeling his energy intensify. With a mere flick of his hand, the intermediate light priest transferred a surge of energy to the intermediate light knight beside him. Wu Ming felt the knight's energy increase as well. He realized this was the divine response from the God of Light to the offerings made by the faithful. Such divine feedback was directly given to the priest, who was free to allocate it as he saw fit. The intermediate light priest then closed his eyes to absorb the energy. Babylon and Apos' expression darkened momentarily, though he quickly masked it, feigning indifference. Wu Ming noted this shift. He was acutely aware that at Babylon and Apos' age, opportunities for power enhancement were rare, making such a boon all the more valuable. However, the intermediate light priest had disregarded his efforts, naturally inciting Babylon's ire. As they awaited the completion of the energy absorption, the sound of urgent hoofbeats echoed from a distance. Wu Ming turned toward the source, observing a squad of light knights come to a halt beside the intermediate light priest and knight, standing guard. Soon, the absorption completed, and the intermediate light knight glanced at the knights beside him. "Report," he commanded. "Yes, my lord. We discovered 12 bodies of young girls who had been brutally violated and murdered at Lu Sha and Apos' estate. Their remains are laid out in the courtyard, and only their families can identify them due to the passage of time. 3 young girls survived and have been brought here," one knight reported. 2 knights presented the 3 girls to the gathering crowd. Several townsfolk rushed forward, embracing the girls. Wu Ming observed the pallor and terror etched on the faces of the 3 girls, clear indicators of their trauma. Their arms bore numerous scars, both old and new, suggesting the hellish existence they had endured. The future for these girls, having faced such cruelty, was all too predictable. "Praise the great God of Light. He shall watch over these children and free them from suffering. Humanity is inherently flawed, destined to endure pain in this world to atone for its sins. These girls have merely borne the weight of their transgressions." Wu Ming spoke compassionately. "Thank you, Pastor Moya, and all the lords for rescuing our daughters. We shall honor the great God of Light for generations, dedicating everything to him." A mother of one girl declared, "The great God of Light has heard your voice. You shall surely enter paradise after death to enjoy eternal happiness." Wu Ming gently touched the mother's forehead, then extended the same gesture to the girl. He cast a blessing spell upon them. "I too would dedicate my life to the great God of Light. Our entire family wishes to devote our existence to him to atone for our sins." Soon, all the townsfolk knelt before Wu Ming, vowing to offer their lives to the great God of Light. Wu Ming waved his hand, and each citizen was enveloped in the radiance of the blessing spell. As they basked in this divine light, reveling in the happiness it bestowed, they silently vowed to sacrifice everything. Wu Ming noticed some townsfolk illuminated by a tiny white glow, an image of themselves, minuscule and soaring towards him. However, others remained untouched by such phenomena, their blessing fading away. Wu Ming gathered all the white lights with a wave, channeling them into the statue of the God of Light within the church. This scene was visible only to the priests of the Light Church or higher-level practitioners. Ordinary people remained unaware. Before long, energy emanated from the statue, flooding Wu Ming and Apos' being. He swiftly shared this energy with Babylon and the junior Light Knights accompanying him. The gratitude in Babylon and the Knights and Apos' eyes was unmistakable as they eagerly absorbed the newfound power. The intermediate Light priest and knight, along with their subordinates, regarded Wu Ming with admiration. "You have done well." Lu Sha and Apos' estate contained numerous valuable items. Feel free to ascertain if any are of use to you. Consider it a gesture of friendship. "I am Aaron, the priest of Barren Church, and this is Knight Moses. We came to address the report you made regarding Barren Church," Priest Aaron said with a smile. "Thank you, Priest Aaron and Knight Moses, for your assistance. Without your intervention, the tyrant Lu Sha would have continued to torment the children of the great God of Light. The merits of both lords will not go unnoticed by him." Wu Ming replied with a smile. "This priest Aaron is the offspring of Barren Church and Apos, as high priest, and is a prodigy destined to ascend to the rank of high light priest before the age of 30. Knight Moses declared proudly. Moyo expressed his hopes for priest Aaron's swift advancement to high priest. Wu Ming, with a look of admiration, presented a bag of gold coins to priest Aaron as a token of gratitude for his distant journey to aid them. He then offered another bag to Knight Moses. "You are quite perceptive. Should you require anything in the future, you may seek me at Barren Church," Priest Aaron said. Chapter 22. The delight of the azure sky. The esteemed priest Aaron is boundless in potential, and Moya has audaciously sought his favor, Wu Ming remarked with pride. "This place has admirable followers. I shall report the situation to the Barren Church and endeavor to assign a member of the clergy to oversee the management of the believers," Aaron stated. It is indeed a privilege for the townsfolk to have someone manage the believers, as it also safeguards their well-being, Wu Ming added. Upon hearing this news, the townspeople were elated, for in a world governed by divine authority, being a follower of the Church of Light meant they were exempt from the state's jurisdiction, only needing to heed the Church's directives. Naturally, being a believer required an annual contribution to the Church as a membership fee. In return, the Church would arrange for priests to attend to the ailments of the surrounding faithful each month. However, state taxes could be disregarded. Such favorable treatment was enough to bring joy to the townsfolk. Emoya, we shall return and report the matter, Priest Aaron said with a smile as he took his leave. Emoya bid farewell as Aaron and Sir Moses bowed to Wu Ming in gratitude. The two gentlemen, satisfied, observed Wu Ming and his entourage ride off into the distance. Let us check at Lu Sha's residence for the remains of our kin, so they may rest in peace. Wu Ming addressed the townspeople beside him. Indeed, priest, they responded, as Wu Ming watched the crowd make their way to Lu Sha's home, knowing it would no longer exist. This priest Aaron has truly extracted all the benefits from our town, leaving us with naught but empty hands, and we even gifted him 2 bags of gold, Babylon lamented. Yet, this was not without gain. Your strength has been enhanced. We have only lost a fraction of gold, and as long as our power increases, these coins are but a trifling matter, Wu Ming replied, unfazed. This opportunity for growth is indeed rare. Such occurrences have not graced us before. We must express gratitude to young Master Emoya for bestowing this chance upon us, Babylon concluded, kneeling to pay homage as a knight. I, Babylon, henceforth shall be the guardian knight of Ruth, Emoya's protector. I vow to defend Ruth and all that pertains to Emoya with my very life. Should I betray this oath, may I suffer the fiery wrath of the priest, Babylon declared, drawing his sword across his palm and marking his forehead with blood, which formed the emblem of the guardian knight. A guardian knight may protect only one individual throughout their life. Should the protected perish, so too shall the guardian knight. If the knight betrays their vow, they must endure the punishment of the priest and Apos' flame. Not every knight can become a guardian. They must be a devout follower of the light and possess at least intermediate knightly prowess. These are merely the fundamental requirements. An even more crucial condition is that the guardian knight must be entirely willing, devoid of any internal conflict. This is a formidable challenge, as the innate desire for freedom resides within every individual. To offer oneself without the slightest hesitation has already barred many from this path. Should one utter a vow of guardianship with a heart full of reluctance, the deity they profess faith in shall claim their life. Uncle Babylon, with your protection over Ruth, she shall certainly honor your friendship. I vow to elevate you to heights unattainable by many, Wu Ming declared resolutely. Babylon believed. Young master shall undoubtedly become a legend of the world, he affirmed. Uncle Babylon, please summon Star and Azure Sky. Prior to this, Azure Sky mentioned a surprise for me, and I am eager to discover its nature, Wu Ming said with a smile. In no time, Star and Azure Sky approached Wu Ming. Upon entering, they held each other's hands tightly, their gazes brimming with affection, which Wu Ming could instantly discern. They had likely shared intimate confessions, perhaps even more. You must already be aware that Baron Lu Sha has met his end. The instigator and all accomplices have perished. I believe your grievances are now resolved, and your hearts should find peace. Am I correct? Wu Ming inquired of the two. Star and Azure Sky were indeed at peace. Azure Sky had once promised a surprise should the priest bring about Baron Lu Sha and Apos' demise. I have kept this in my heart, Azure Sky said. Star looked at Azure Sky with confusion, uncertain of when such an agreement had been reached. The only one privy to this secret is myself. The brothel owner's scheme against me was not merely over clothing, but rather this secret. The brothel owner forced me into servitude, and Baron Lu Sha tormented me daily, even threatening me with my brother Xiao Ji, yet I did not divulge anything, Azure Sky revealed. What sort of secret could be so significant? Wu Ming wondered, intrigued. Because Xiao Ji is not my brother. He is a descendant of Duke by Sea, Azure Sky disclosed. Duke by Sea? The very one who once carved out half of the Noah kingdom? It is said that he could easily ascend to kingship. Had it not been for the Church of Light discovering his allegiance to the false deity of fire, leading to his eradication overnight, Wu Ming remarked. I cannot confirm if the Duke by Sea you speak of is the same. But the reason Baron Lu Sha captured me was indeed for the treasure of Duke by Sea, Azure Sky asserted. Then please, enlighten us, Wu Ming urged. Do you wish for me to recount this before so many? Azure Sky glanced at the surrounding Knights of Light. They are my trusted confidants, and you may speak freely. I wish to learn what tale surrounds the treasure of Duke by sea from centuries past, Wu Ming replied nonchalantly. The knights looked at Wu Ming with admiration. The secret of such a treasure was something that anyone would guard with their lives. Yet Wu Ming's actions demonstrated his trust in them, not merely through words, but through tangible deeds. Such a leader is one whom all would willingly follow. Wu Ming understood that his actions did not stem from blind trust, but were influenced by the fact that these knights had been nurtured within the church since childhood. Aware of his lineage as the son of the messenger of the light, this very status rendered them reluctant to rebel, prompting Wu Ming to take steps to strengthen their bond. Chapter 23. Cultivating a foundation. Xiao Ji is not my brother. He is the bloodline of the Duke of Bice. My family once served as guardians of the Duke and Amp, Apos, lineage, but the details of such matters have become muddled over time. My parents merely mentioned this to me, explaining that they brought Xiao Ji back when he was still an infant. My parents were ordinary commoners, devoid of martial prowess or magical abilities. Just before their demise, they imparted to me an address, stating that only Xiao Ji could unlock the treasure hidden there, which lies on the mountain adjacent to the town. Very well. Let us venture there tomorrow and earnestly search for the Duke of Bice and Amp, Apos, treasure. Rest assured, should we find any bounty, you and Sida shall receive half. We shall take the other half. For now, feel free to explore, Song Kong said. Uncle Babylon. Let us visit Baron Lusha and Amp, Apos, estate, and see if we might uncover anything of value, Wu Ming suggested. Upon their arrival, the estate of Baron Lusha was transformed from its former grandeur. Once, it stood with towering walls, exquisite decor, luxurious furniture, and fine porcelain, graced by a charmingly manicured courtyard. Now, the walls were reduced to mere fragments, riddled with gaping holes large enough for a person to pass through. The refined decorations had vanished, and the remaining courtyard was stripped of all but a few large trees, their lower branches having been cruelly severed. The wall has fallen, pushed by the crowd. The splendor of yesterday has vanished overnight. Lives have been lost, and possessions have disappeared, Wu Ming lamented. On my way here, I witnessed remnants of bodies and faintly heard the sounds of wailing. It seems Baron Lusha and Amp, Apos, family is suffering the wrath of the frenzied populace, Babylon remarked. I have seen and heard it too. The wheel of karma turns unerringly. Baron Lusha reaped what he sowed, having once harmed the town and Amp, Apos, young girls. And now he and his family are enduring similar fates. Previously, they basked in the wealth bestowed by Lusha, and now they must bear the calamities he brought upon them. Wu Ming stated, Good sir, are you truly only 15? You speak with the wisdom of one who has experienced much, Babylon observed. The more one reads, the more one understands. Actions should follow the teachings of books, Wu Ming replied. I too must read more, to deepen my understanding, Babylon said. Let us continue our exploration and see if there remains anything of value in Lusha and Amp, Apos, estate, though the likelihood appears slim, Wu Ming suggested. Indeed, Priest Aaron has already searched, and the townsfolk have scoured the area thoroughly. We are likely to find naught but remnants, Babylon said with a wry smile. Wu Ming and Apos' eyes brightened as he approached a large tree in the center of the courtyard, scrutinizing it intently, a smile spreading across his face. Uncle Babylon, dig around this tree. We may yet uncover a surprise today, he urged. In swift order, Babylon excavated a sizable hole at the base of the tree and soon unearthed a large package. Wu Ming gestured for Babylon to unveil its contents, revealing a trove of gold coins, jewels, several books, letters, and a map, which they promptly secured. After meandering through Lusha and Amp, Apos, estate once more without discovering anything further of significance, they returned to the church. Among the 5 books they had salvaged, one contained the genealogy of the Lusha family. Through this, Wu Ming learned that Lusha hailed from the Murin clan, a powerful family from the province of Gushi, which had suffered a tragic downfall due to internal strife and persecution. The Lusha family had fled to this place seeking refuge. The remaining 4 tomes contained advanced martial arts techniques, capable of cultivating one to the rank of a high-level warrior. Such knowledge, if disseminated, would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among various factions. Wu Ming's spirit soared as he recognized that these texts could fulfill his desire to cultivate a loyal inner circle. Additionally, a map indicated the location of treasures buried by the Lusha family, revealing that one cache lay in Ninglu town within the province of Gushi. This revelation filled Wu Ming with a sense of serendipity, as if fortune were favoring him by providing precisely what he sought. Uncle Babylon, This is a list of individuals. Please make arrangements for them. Should they be willing, we shall take them with us to Ninglu town, Wu Ming said, presenting a list to Babylon. Very well. I shall see to it. You need not worry, Babylon replied without glancing at the list. Wu Ming felt a surge of joy at Babylon's immediate agreement without inquiry, signifying the knight's genuine loyalty. No master enjoys a subordinate who questions every directive. On this day, Wu Ming made an exception and refrained from his usual training, opting instead to study the martial arts principles of the Lusha family. The 4 martial arts texts included breaking Heaven Fist, rending Earth Palm, chasing Windsword, and Crimson Blade technique. Each contained internal cultivation methods paired with corresponding techniques, a rarity typically reserved for advanced martial arts. During his time at the Duodan Church, Wu Ming had learned that high-level warriors were regarded as near deities by the common populace. The church housed approximately 300 high-ranking priests, high priests, and knights. And even with the inclusion of unknown and clandestine personnel, Wu Ming surmised the total would not exceed 500. His ambition was to one day command a loyal battalion of 500 high-level warriors. In his time spent in the town, he had begun observing potential candidates, and the list he entrusted to Babylon comprised those he deemed worthy of his future foundation. Although Babylon was his guardian knight, his faith lay in the god of light, not in Wu Ming himself. As an outsider, a modern soul from Earth, Wu Ming was more inclined to trust those he nurtured himself. He preferred that his subordinates revere him rather than an uncontrollable deity. The following morning, as dawn broke, Sida and Song Kong awaited in the hall. After sharing breakfast, Wu Ming and his companions, under Song Kong and Appo's guidance, ascended the mountain adjacent to the town. Chapter 24, The Quest for Treasure, my lord. We have arrived at the designated location, said Song Kong, gazing at the figure clad in a flowing white priest and Appo's robe, Wu Ming. Wu Ming scrutinized his surroundings. It was merely an unremarkable small hill, bare of foliage, with only a handful of saplings dotting its surface. The entire landscape was so sparse that one could survey the activities of the townsfolk below with ease. This hill presents a conundrum, despite its steepness, which makes it inhospitable for wildlife. The absence of even wild grasses raises suspicions. There are numerous issues with this hill. I wonder if they are related to the Duke's treasure, Wu Ming pondered. Did your father mention how to access the treasure? Wu Ming inquired, surveying the area. My father only mentioned that we should bring Xiao Ji to enter the treasure site. He did not have the chance to elaborate further before his passing, Song Kong replied, his expression heavy with sorrow. It seems there must be some mechanism or magical barrier in place. If it is merely a mechanism, we may have a chance, however. If it is indeed a magical prohibition, the risks could be perilous. Given that Duke Bis is a devout follower of the false god of fire, his magical prowess must be unfathomable, far beyond our understanding, Wu Ming remarked gravely. Xiao Ji is already 12 years old. In 3 years, he will come of age. I wonder if he will meet the requirements, given that he is of the Duke and Appo's bloodline. Song Kong hesitated. Wu Ming glanced at the quiet Xiao Ji, who was silently holding Song Kong and Appo's hand. With his golden hair and slight frame, he appeared malnourished, evoking a sense of vulnerability that made Wu Ming feel as if a gust of wind could whisk him away at any moment. Obtaining the Duke and Appo's treasure would be splendid, but our lives must take precedence. I am not desperate for the Duke's riches, Wu Ming instructed, turning to Babylon. Please be cautious as you inspect the area for any mechanisms or unusual features. Remember, safeguarding your own lives is paramount. The group meticulously examined their surroundings throughout the morning, but no suspicious elements emerged. Song Kong, are you certain this is the location your father indicated? Wu Ming questioned. My lord, my father was nearing death when he conveyed this information, but I am confident in the location, Song Kong asserted. Since we are here, let us search again this afternoon. If we find nothing, we shall set this matter aside for now and return later. After all, if locating the treasure were straightforward, it would have been claimed centuries ago. Wu Ming said with a smile, adopting a pragmatic attitude towards the elusive Duke's treasure. Suddenly, Song Kong seemed to recall something and turned to Xiao Ji, asking, Xiao Ji, do you sense any particular place on this hill that feels unusual? As Song Kong inquired, all eyes turned to Xiao Ji, who had been overlooked as the key figure in this treasure hunt, being the bloodline of Duke Bis. And with Song Kong and Appo's father stating that only upon Xiao Ji reaching maturity could he lay claim to the treasure, it was evident that Xiao Ji was crucial to their quest. Xiao Ji, sensing the weight of their gazes, revealed a look of anxiety and quietly pointed. I feel something strange over there. Every time I look in that direction, my body grows warm. Upon hearing Xiaoji and Apos' words, the group followed his indication to a seemingly ordinary stone wall, devoid of any remarkable features, leaving them all perplexed. Wu Ming glanced at Song Kong, then directed his attention to Xiaoji. Is this the spot? Yes, it and Apos' here. I feel increasingly heated, Xiaoji replied, dread evident in his voice. The group scrutinized the stone wall for some time, but yielded no results. My father often spoke of bloodlines. Perhaps we could try using Xiaoji and Apos' blood. Song Kong suggested hesitantly. Wu Ming and Apos' eyes brightened at the thought that and Apos' a sound idea. We could ascertain whether it yields any results. Xiaoji looked on in terror at Song Kong and Wu Ming, fully aware that his fate rested in their hands, with no choice but to acquiesce to their decisions. Babylon produced a dagger and handed it to Song Kong, who grasped it tightly, his expression tense as he faced Xiaoji, whose pallor deepened in fear. Wu Ming snatched the dagger from Song Kong, pushing him aside. My lord, Song Kong exclaimed, alarmed. Do not look at me like that. It's merely a drop of blood. Your trembling hands make it seem as if we are taking Xiaoxi's life, Wu Ming said dismissively, offering a reassuring smile to Xiaoxi. You should understand that you are of Duke Biss's bloodline. This hill may very well conceal your family's treasure. To us, we are merely intruders in pursuit of your heritage. However, without the strength to secure it, we are left with no choice but to proceed as we do. If you are willing, you may draw your own blood. If not, we shall turn back. Xiaoxi's eyes widened with fear, as if he were about to be devoured by a demon. He glanced anxiously at Song Kong and then at Star. Do not worry about your sister. I have made a deal with Star. I will care for both you and your sister. Even without the treasure, I will ensure your safety. Should we find it? Your sister will share in its spoils, Wu Ming stated solemnly. I am a man of my word. Once a deal is struck, I shall see it through. My subordinates are present and will witness my every action. If I fail to uphold my commitments, they will lose respect for me. I will not allow that to happen. Wu Ming affirmed. I trust you. I can sense your integrity. Your gaze does not deceive. I believe in my sister and Apos' judgment, Xiaoji replied in a tender voice. Chapter 25. Opening the passage, Xiaoji tightened his grip on the dagger, swiftly slicing across the large artery in his left arm. Blood gushed forth, splattering against the stone wall, without a single drop touching the ground. An irresistible force drew the blood from Xiaoji and Apos' body into the stone, which absorbed it as if it were ignited by searing flames, glowing a fierce crimson and radiating intense heat. The fierce temperature compelled Wu Ming and his companions to retreat a staggering 67 meters away from Xiaoji. Before long, the stone was burned to powder by the scorching blood, revealing a corner of a fiery red magical array beneath. As the magical array emerged, Wu Ming felt an overwhelming pressure, greater than that he had experienced when his father, Misha, and Imoya ascended to the rank of divine envoy. This immense force forced Wu Ming and his group down to the ground. However, Xiaoji remained unfazed, as if this tremendous pressure did not affect him at all. Wu Ming couldn't and Apos' help but smile wryly, reflecting on how every parent protects their child, reminiscent of his own experience at the Duodan Cathedral. As more fiery red magical symbols appeared, the pressure on Wu Ming and his companions intensified, while Xiaoji's body began to tremble. A muffled, oppressive female voice emerged. This was Song Kong. Song Kong observed Xiaoji's pale face, a result of severe blood loss, and trembled with sorrow and anguish. Wishing she could take Xiaoji and Apos' place, she felt overwhelming guilt, silently lamenting that had she known the treasure and Apos' activation required wagering Xiaoji and Apos' life, she would never have divulged this information to the priest. Initially, she had hoped that if a treasure existed, it would spare Sita from risking his life for the priest and Apos' experiments. Yet, she never anticipated this outcome. In her moment of profound regret, Song Kong noticed many white lights forming around them, gradually enveloping both Xiaoji and herself. She sensed the pressure from the fiery red magical array diminishing, and soon, it vanished entirely. Song Kong observed that Xiaoji was surrounded by a gentle white glow. The flow of blood from his wounds had ceased, and the injuries themselves had vanished. She hurriedly grasped Xiaoji and Apos' arm and fled to a distance of nearly 100 meters from the stone wall, where she meticulously examined his condition. He's safe, she assured herself. Just moments ago, Master Emoya had invoked the divine spell, Light Guardian. Under the protection of this holy magic, Xiaoji was assuredly secure. Such divine spells could only be wielded by devout followers. In the entire Duodan Cathedral, there were no more than 10 who could perform them. Babylon gazed at Wu Ming with awe. Those capable of casting divine spells invariably ascended to become holy envoys of light, a truth well known among the followers of the Light Church. Babylon felt immense pride, realizing he was the first knight to protect the future holy envoy of the Light Church. His destiny was surely bound to infinite brightness. Song Kong and Xiaoji expressed their gratitude to Master Emoya for his life-saving intervention. Without his timely assistance, Xiaoji would undoubtedly have succumbed to blood loss. Song Kong reflected on her father and Apos' warning that Xiaoji should only come of age before embarking on such quests, as activating the treasure required substantial blood. It seemed they would disappoint Master Emoya this time. Song Kong spoke cautiously, deeply concerned that Wu Ming might retaliate in anger, bringing calamity upon their group. After all, they were entirely at his mercy. Despite her belief that Wu Ming possessed a kind heart and valued the spirit of contracts, she had also witnessed a ruthless side of him in Baron Liu Sha. She worried about Wu Ming and Apos' potential fury over their lack of tangible results. Prior to their arrival, they had agreed that any gains would be wonderful, but a lack thereof would not be a tragedy. They had learned the location and method to activate the treasure. They only needed to wait for Xiaoji to grow up. This was already a significant achievement. Wu Ming smiled, dismissing the matter as he observed Song Kong, Xiaoji, and see to Babylon. Take some men to conceal the stone wall we just uncovered. Be cautious not to let anyone else discover it. I shall return. Wu Ming instructed Babylon. Yes, my lord. You can rest assured that I will carry out your orders, Babylon replied respectfully. After speaking, he departed with 2 companions, while the remaining light knights vigilantly surveyed their surroundings, guarding Wu Ming. Wu Ming's sudden invocation of the divine spell, Light Guardian, astonished those around him. The ability to cast divine spells was exceedingly rare within the Light Church. Those who could wield such powers were regarded as embodiments of the divine and represented the most devout followers. Practitioners of divine magic held the highest status within the church, granted significant privileges, including designated seating even in the presence of the Light Pope. The status of a divine spellcaster within the church was unimaginable. Wu Ming understood the import of wielding divine magic in the Light Church, yet he alone knew that the power he had invoked was sealed within him by his father. His capacity to cast spells was limited. Once the divine energy sealed within him dissipated, he would no longer be able to perform divine magic. However, Wu Ming would not disclose this to Babylon and the others, as he needed their absolute loyalty at this juncture. Wu Ming sat quietly, gazing at the surrounding scenery. Lost in thought, Babylon, brimming with excitement, hurried to Wu Ming and Apos' side, exclaiming, "My lord, the treasure and Apos' entrance has opened." Wu Ming looked at Babylon in astonishment. The entrance has opened? How so? While we were covering the stone wall, I sensed something unusual and gently tapped it. The wall crumbled to dust, revealing an opening large enough for 2 people to pass through. I've stationed 2 of my subordinates there, Babylon explained eagerly. Very well, let us investigate, Wu Ming replied, leading everyone to the entrance. The group approached the opening with solemn expressions, noting that its size precisely matched that of the fiery red magical array. Wu Ming cast a puzzled glance at Song Kong. I am uncertain about this matter. However, since the entrance has manifested, it may be related to Xiaoji and Apos' blood, or perhaps the divine magic invoked by the priest earlier. My father did not provide further clarification, Song Kong said, her face reflecting her uncertainty. Chapter 26. The Covenant Document. 2 of you remain here to guard, while the rest of us will venture inside to discover what treasures the Duke of Bis has left behind. We must exercise utmost caution, for our lives may very well be forfeited in this place, Wu Ming declared. Yes, my lord, replied the entourage of Babylon. Babylon drew forth his sword, channeling the light magic within to illuminate the surroundings, leading the way. Song Kong supported Xiaoji closely behind, followed by Wu Ming and Sita, with 10 junior light knights forming the rear guard, similarly invoking their light magic. The group advanced cautiously, observing their surroundings, until they finally arrived at a spacious hall. The walls of the hall were adorned with intricate murals, each accompanied by a brief description, enabling viewers to grasp the essence of the artwork immediately. One mural depicted a valiant general in battle, clad in fiery red armor and a magnificent crimson cape. Accompanying him were soldiers similarly attired, creating the illusion of a vast sea of flames, vanquishing wicked demons. Yet, these demons bore the semblance of humans dressed in the garb of the Light Church, their faces twisted into grotesque forms. Each painting conveyed the malevolence of the Light Church, contrasting the general's goodness and bravery, thus portraying the Light Church as the very source of evil. This is an utter affront. The Duke of Bis, a false god's devotee, so brazenly defames the great light god. Such insolence is unforgivable, Babylon exclaimed, his voice filled with righteous indignation. The Duke of Bis is a follower of the fire god, so such murals are not surprising. However, as believers of the light god, we must remain vigilant. This place may harbor traps or forbidden magics that can identify and eliminate us. We must tread carefully, Wu Ming cautioned. No sooner had Wu Ming spoken than the sound of mechanisms activating echoed ominously around them. Everyone instinctively scanned their surroundings. Small holes appeared in the walls, unleashing a barrage of wooden arrows toward Wu Ming and his companions. Babylon and the group of light knights swiftly danced with their swords, deflecting the arrows. After several volleys, the onslaught ceased, yet Babylon and his fellow knights bore numerous injuries. 2 knights had sustained several arrows and were gravely wounded. If not treated swiftly, their lives hung in the balance. Wu Ming hurriedly cast healing spell on the injured knights, momentarily stabilizing their conditions. As a novice priest, his magical prowess was limited. He could mend minor wounds, but he was powerless against life-threatening injuries. Having stabilized the knights, Wu Ming glanced around and noticed Song Kong and Xiao Ji inexplicably standing unscathed at one side of the hall. He cast a penetrating gaze at their innocent yet anxious expressions, then looked at Sida, suppressing the doubts that arose within him. This is not over. We must remain cautious. As a devout follower of the fire god, this place is likely fraught with more than mere mechanisms. It may contain fire-based forbidden magics. Wu Ming murmured. As if to affirm his words, countless fireballs suddenly materialized in the hall, hurtling towards Wu Ming and his party. With a steely gaze, Wu Ming shouted, "Light Guardian," as a brilliant white radiance enveloped him and his companions. The fireballs collided with the shimmering light, creating a thunderous cacophony that reverberated through the hall, causing Wu Ming to experience a ringing in his ears. He felt the divine power bestowed by his late father swiftly depleting. The wooden arrows on the ground ignited amidst the surrounding flames, and soon, a fierce blaze engulfed Wu Ming and his group. With the arrows fueling the flames, Wu Ming and Appos' divine energy dissipated even more rapidly. After an indeterminate time, the inferno subsided, leaving only ashes where the arrows had once been. In the moment, the fire vanished. Babylon swiftly approached Xiao Ji, placing his sword against her throat. "My lord, please no." Song Kong cried out desperately. Wu Ming, maintaining a cold demeanor, surveyed the area, declaring, "Reveal yourselves. The bloodline of the Duke of Bis is in my possession. Come forth and show yourselves." Yet, after a prolonged silence, no response came. "Forget about the bloodline of the Duke of Bis. Uncle Babylon, let us depart now," Wu Ming said with a chilling smile. Without hesitation, Babylon complied, retreating with Xiao Ji and Wu Ming towards their original path. "Leave the bloodline of the Duke of Bis unharmed, and you may pass without suffering. Return to your light god, or else you shall be sacrificed to the great fire god," an ancient voice echoed throughout the hall. "Now that the bloodline of the Duke of Bis is in my grasp, you must heed my commands. You have no authority to issue orders. Otherwise, we shall all perish together," Wu Ming asserted, unyieldingly. A profound silence descended upon the hall, enveloping it in an eerie stillness. "You cannot take the bloodline of the Duke of Bis out of here. I cannot trust a follower of an evil light god. I assure you. If you release the bloodline, I shall grant you safe passage," the ancient voice replied, tinged with resignation. "You do not trust me, and I cannot entrust my life to you. I must ensure our safety," Wu Ming replied resolutely. "I possess a covenant document, recognized by the god of contracts. Should we inscribe our agreement upon it, we will be under the oversight of the god of contracts." "How does that sound?" the ancient voice suggested. "The covenant document? I have heard of such treasures but have never seen one. If you possess such an item, please reveal yourself," Wu Ming contemplated before responding. "The covenant document, acknowledged by the god of contracts, binds those who inscribe their agreement upon it to fulfill their obligations. Failure to do so results in the god of contracts stripping away all that the negligent party possesses, including body, soul, and wealth. This deity was once revered by many merchants. Yet following the cataclysmic divine war, The continent now reveres only the light god, relegating the god of contracts and the fire god to the status of false deities. Consequently, the once common covenant documents have become exceedingly rare. In the black market, one could fetch no less than 1,000,000 gold coins for a single document. To put this in perspective, the annual expenditure of an ordinary family on the continent amounts to merely 35 gold coins. Only the continent's most powerful families or factions could afford such a sum, possessing both wealth and the coveted covenant document. Chapter 27. The Death in the Azure Sky. Wuming and his companions were completely absorbed in their surroundings. While Babylon pressed the blade of his sword tightly against Xiaoji's neck, shielding Wuming behind him, the sound of deliberate footsteps echoed from the opposite direction, causing an air of tension to envelop the group as they turned their gaze toward the source. In that instant, a crimson figure appeared before Babylon with astonishing swiftness. Launching an attack, Babylon instinctively shielded Xiaoji with his body, yet the red figure had evidently anticipated this move, effortlessly disarming Babylon and striking him before swiftly retreating with Xiaoji in tow. A spurt of blood erupted from Babylon and Apos' mouth, his body hurled violently away, and simultaneously, Song Kong, who stood behind him, was also sent flying. The two collided with the stone wall, Song Kong becoming a cushion for Babylon as they fell to the ground. Babylon gasped, blood pouring from his wounds, clearly gravely injured, while Song Kong lay motionless, his form visibly contorted. This sudden turn of events startled Wuming, who quickly approached Babylon with the Light Knight, hastily casting several healing spells upon both Babylon and Song Kong. However, Babylon showed no signs of recovery, and Song Kong remained unresponsive. It was then that Wuming realized Song Kong had succumbed to death. With a cold glint in his eyes, Wuming turned toward Xiaoji, who stood beside a towering humanoid golem enveloped in fiery red magical runes, its eyes glowing with a vibrant red light, indicating its sentience. The humanoid golem, brimming with life, must possess a measure of intelligence. While I can comprehend your intent to harm us as followers of the light, it is incomprehensible that you would strike down Song Kong, a guardian of Duke Bis' bloodline, who has been safeguarding Xiaoji in the hall. With your awareness, it is impossible not to recognize that Song Kong posed no threat, Wuming stated. I have been commanded to eliminate all beings not of the Bis divine lineage. Regardless of who they are, they must perish. You shall meet the same fate, the golem replied. Upon learning of her sister and Apos' demise, Xiaoji and Apos' expression turned blank as she stared at the ground. I am of the Bis divine lineage. Will you heed my words? Xiaoji inquired. Certainly, as long as your commands do not conflict with those of my original master or lead to my destruction, I shall comply. After all, you may very well be the last remaining bloodline of the Bis divine, the golem remarked. Then I now command you to let them go, Xiaoji stated emotionlessly. My orders are to eliminate all who are not of the Bis bloodline. Your command contradicts that of my original master. However, it was also stated that if they are your subordinates, they may be spared, the golem responded. They are indeed my subordinates. They are here to protect me in obtaining the treasures of the Bis divine, Xiaoji asserted. Since you have articulated it thus, I have no objection, the golem conceded. Xiaoji approached Song Kong's side, silently observing without uttering a word. You just mentioned that I might be the last remnant of the Bis divine lineage. Are there any others here, be they golems or other sentient beings? Xiaoji queried. I alone manage this place. There are no other sentient golems or individuals. The golem replied. I wish to learn of the treasures of the Bis divine and whether he left any messages or other items for me, Xiaoji stated. The Bis divine did leave some items here. I can take you to see them now, the golem said. Very well, Xiaoji replied, with a wave of its arm. The golem gestured for Xiaoji to follow, leading the way. Wuming soon realized that the Duke Bis' estate was indeed vast, resembling a grand manor with numerous rooms, courtyards, and extensive training grounds. The golem guided Xiaoji and Wuming and Apos' group to a storeroom, which housed the belongings left by the Bis divine for his lineage. At Xiaoji and Apos' signal, the golem opened the door, allowing them to enter the storeroom. It spanned approximately 500 square meters, with numerous large chests placed in the center and shelves lining the walls, laden with books and magical artifacts. The chests contained gold coins, silver coins, and various jewels, while the shelves held the Bis divine's collected tomes, including some on fire element cultivation and other subjects, alongside fire-related magical items. You are of the Bis divine lineage and a prodigy in fire element cultivation, the golem remarked. Even a fire element prodigy requires guidance, despite the abundance of fire-related books here. Without mentorship, progress is futile. Are you suggesting that you, a golem, will instruct me on how to cultivate? Xiaoji replied. You are correct. While I cannot cultivate myself, I possess a wealth of fire element cultivation insights in my mind, and I am more than capable of providing foundational guidance, the golem stated. It appears your capabilities are formidable. Even a silver light knight like Babylon suffered severe injuries from your strike. The true treasure of Duke Bis does not lie in your gold and jewels, but rather in you, this sentient golem, Wuming remarked coldly. Little priest, are you familiar with the saying that clever individuals meet an early demise? The golem's eyes glimmered ominously. Wuming cast a cold glance at the golem but remained silent. I am aware that my sister promised you half of the treasure, which is now laid before you. You may take it, and I will ensure the golem allows you to depart safely. I also know that my brother-in-law, Star, struck a deal with you, offering your lives and half of the treasure in exchange for his continued existence and the termination of your arrangement. Lady Mo, you stated to Xiaoji. Certainly. I saved your lives, and now you save ours by granting us half of the treasure. This transaction poses no issue, Wuming replied with a smile. I refuse, Star suddenly exclaimed. All eyes turned to Star, perplexed by his statement, as this outcome should have been the most favorable for him. From a young age, I have known that I lack the ability to cultivate magic, and my physical constitution prevents me from training in martial skills. I now wish to ask this esteemed golem if I have any chance of cultivation, Star inquired. The golem remained silent, merely observing Star with a steady gaze. Esteemed golem, your knowledge is vast. Could you assist in determining whether my brother-in-law has any potential for cultivation? Xiaoji pleaded, looking to the golem. Chapter 28. Stard and Oppos. As decision the puppet approached Stard, its eyes emitting two beams of red light that meticulously examined him. There was no discernible activity of magical energy within him, implying that he was incapable of practicing magic. His physical constitution was inherently unsuited for martial cultivation, however. The presence of a violent factor within his body suggested a glimmer of potential for martial prowess. Unfortunately, it was evident that his body had already experienced an activation of this violent factor a few days prior, resulting in further injury. Although he had received treatment from a novice priest, the low level of magical power merely stabilized his condition without fully healing the damage inflicted by the violent factor. Thus, the prospect of him cultivating martial abilities could be deemed negligible. This novice priest must be the one responsible, the puppet remarked. You are indeed remarkable, my lord puppet. Wuming said. I trust your judgment. According to your assessment, I am destined to remain an ordinary person for life. Yet, I refuse to accept such a fate. If I were a person of formidable martial strength, perhaps your sister would not have perished, Star declared. Are you suggesting that this young man before us could grant you such strength? Quite the ambition. If he were a holy light envoy, there might be a chance for him to cultivate martial skills. But you are merely a novice priest. Do you possess the ability to summon a holy light envoy to reshape this boy and Oppos' body? I have heard that doing so could cost the holy light envoy 1/3 to 1/2 of their magical energy. Such a significant loss. Would any holy light envoy be willing to incur it? The puppet scoffed. Our young master's father is a holy light envoy. Such matters are trivial in his eyes, Babylon retorted through gritted teeth. I have often wondered how a humble novice priest could possess such profound divine power. It appears he has a devoted father willing to sacrifice greatly to protect his son, the puppet mused, realizing the connection. Your assessment is astute. However, I am confident that the divine power within me can ensure the safe departure of those I wish to protect, Wuming asserted, fixing his gaze intently on the puppet. You are quite self-assured, haha. The puppet chuckled. At that moment, the atmosphere grew tense as Wuming and the puppet locked eyes, each ready to strike should a disagreement arise. Just as the tension reached its peak, Wuming's ears perked up and the red light in the puppet's eyes flickered. After so many years of solitude, today we have an unexpected influx of visitors. How lively, the puppet exclaimed. The two in front are mine, do not engage. The remaining individuals must not leave today. Otherwise, we shall all face the consequences, Wuming said with a calm smile. You possess quite an array of skills to perceive such things from afar. Impressive, the puppet acknowledged. Mutual protection is merely a necessity, Wuming replied. I will deal with them first. You all remain here and take care of matters, the puppet stated before venturing out on its own. Now, only the remaining individuals were present. Stard, do you truly wish to follow the priest? Xiaoji inquired. Yes, I believe our young master can endow me with formidable strength, enabling me to protect those I hold dear. You are the closest to your sister in this world. Now that you have such a powerful puppet to guard you, you may very well become a formidable fire magic devotee. However, I must also strengthen myself, Stard responded. Can the priest truly assist Stard in acquiring such strength? Xiaoji asked. Great power demands sacrifice. Stard must wager his very life. Should he succeed, he will gain immense strength. If he fails, he will lose everything. Wu Ming stated plainly. Just as Xiaoji was about to speak, Stard interjected, I am willing to gamble my life for this chance. The priest is a leader of the largest holy light church on the continent, and he has a father who is a holy light envoy. However, I carry the bloodline of a fire god envoy, which means our powers are destined to clash. Will you inform your holy light church of our dealings here? Seeking to eradicate me as a false devotee? Xiaoji fixed his gaze on Wu Ming. Wu Ming smiled gently. Faith is one matter. Our bond is another. I trust you. Such a situation would indeed be catastrophic for you, being the son of a holy light envoy. If anyone were to discover this, it could lead to your family's disgrace. Xiaoji remarked dismissively. That is contingent upon someone revealing it. Is there anyone here who would inform the Holy Light Church? Wu Ming surveyed the assembled individuals. Babylon and the other Holy Light Knights responded affirmatively. Absolutely not. Of course not, Babylon confirmed. My subordinates would never betray you. We are devoted to our young master's cause. Your secrets are our secrets, the Holy Light Knights declared. I would never divulge such information, Stard added. Xiaoji, you have undergone significant transformation. However, I hope we can support one another moving forward, Wu Ming said. That would be most agreeable. During our time together, I have come to trust the priest and Appos, as spirit of contract. You may take half of the treasures here. As for the magical items, since they are all fire-related, I shall not distribute them to you, Xiaoji offered. My agreement with your sister was to share the treasures equally. Securing half and exiting safely is more than satisfactory. I cannot utilize fire-related magical items, and possessing them would only lead to complications if discovered, Wu Ming replied with a smile. Very well, I shall defer to the priest. Xiaoji said with a grin. You may continue to address me as Lord Imoya or simply as Appos, young master, Appos, referring to me as Appos, priest Appos, feels overly formal, Wu Ming remarked. All shall be according to your wishes, young master, Xiaoji responded cheerfully. Please inspect the treasures. We shall only take half. I trust that the situation outside has been resolved by now, Wu Ming instructed the Holy Light Knights. The outside situation has indeed been addressed. They claim to be members of the Lusha family, reportedly accompanying the priest. Although they have been dealt with, I believe you will encounter some complications once you venture out. The aged voice of the puppet echoed back into the room. Thank you for the warning, my lord puppet. I am aware of these minor inconveniences. I will manage them, Wu Ming assured. Chapter 29. The establishment of the covenant. Every promise may falter with the passage of time, rendering it unenforceable. Here lies the covenant document. You may directly affix your signatures to the soul contract. Bound by this document, even if you become divine messengers in the future, you must remain cautious, the automaton stated. It seems you truly possess such a treasure as the covenant document. I am willing to sign, Wu Ming declared. With such a treasure at hand, I too am inclined to endorse the covenant document, Xiaoji added. The automaton retrieved a finely crafted box from a nearby shelf and produced a scroll, presenting it between Wu Ming and Xiaoji. This, indeed, is the covenant document. Shortly, each of you must add a few drops of your blood into this box. Merging your essences, then inscribe the contents onto the covenant document with this pen, and recite the incantation on the back. Thus, the covenant shall be fulfilled. The automaton explained slowly. Young master, I believe we should stipulate in the covenant that we share life and death, facing adversities together. Should one suffer harm, the other shall endure the same. If one perishes, so too shall the other. What are your thoughts, young master? Xiaoji inquired, gazing at Wu Ming. That is acceptable, Wu Ming affirmed. His response was resolute, yet internally he pondered his precarious situation. One must bow their head beneath the eaves. Although he still wielded divine power, this was the territory of the messenger of the light god. With such a formidable automaton present, he could only speculate on the hidden strengths that might lurk within. He could not assure his safe passage out. Wu Ming was aware of the existence of a powerful bodhisattva within him, yet that deity was also exceedingly weak. He had no certainty that assistance would come. Thus, in this moment, he felt compelled to acquiesce. On another note, he considered that signing the covenant would secure Xiaoji's future support. After all, Xiaoji possessed the treasures of Duke Bis and this potent, sentient automaton, an invaluable ally in times of need. Wu Ming also reflected on his outward appearance as a devout follower of the light god, with a divine messenger for a father. However, he understood that as a soul from earth, he could only be regarded as a disciple of the bodhisattva. And should the Church of Light or the Light God discover his true nature, he would not fare much better than Xiaoxi, a follower of the Fire God. Considering these various facets, he readily consented to the signing of the covenant document. Seeing Wu Ming's unwavering agreement brought joy to Xiaoxi, who promptly took a dagger and made a cut on his palm, allowing his blood to flow into the box, then offered the dagger to Wu Ming. Without hesitation, Wu Ming accepted the dagger and made a similar incision, letting his blood mingle with Xiaoxi's in the box. However, his blood was not a vibrant red. It bore a hint of gold. This peculiar sight drew the attention of those around him, astonished by the golden blood. Golden blood. You possess many secrets. Most divine blood is white, and that of demons is predominantly black. I have only heard rumors of some divine and demonic beings with other colored blood, but I did not expect to witness it firsthand, the automaton remarked in surprise. Wu Ming, observing his own blood, was also taken aback by its golden hue. Yet he recognized that he was of the Moabite lineage, which could not possibly account for such a color. He speculated that the golden blood might be linked to his cultivation of the 9 transformations of golden body. Wu Ming offered no response to the automaton and Apos' astonishment, simply casting the healing spell to mend the wounds on both his and Xiaoxi's palms. Your healing spell is commendable, but your magical energy is somewhat lacking. Here, take this great healing scroll to tend to your companions, the automaton observed, retrieving a scroll from the shelf and handing it to Wu Ming. Wu Ming accepted the great healing scroll and channeled his magic to unleash its powers over Babylon and the assembly of light knights. A brilliant wave of white light engulfed them, swiftly dissipating, leaving Babylon and the knights free of pain. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master Xiaoxi. Thank you, Lord Automaton, Babylon expressed gratefully, accompanied by the other knights. No need for such formality, Lord Automaton, Wu Ming responded courteously. He understood that the automaton's actions were intended both to mend relations, given that he had injured Babylon and caused the death of his sister, and to subtly assert its strength before Xiaoxi. Let us not linger on pleasantries. You should proceed with signing the covenant, the automaton urged. Wu Ming inscribed the words share life and death. Face adversities together onto the covenant document in blood, signing his name as Luda, Emoya. Xiaoxi followed suit, etching his name as Ji, by C. Together, they began to recite the incantation inscribed within the covenant document. As they spoke, Wu Ming felt his mental energy uncontrollably merging with the document. Upon completion of the incantation, the document ignited spontaneously, surrounded by swirling white and black light. As the document burned, Wu Ming and Xiaoxi found themselves kneeling, unable to resist. An increasing convergence of light formed a sphere, black and white, proclaiming the soul covenant. Share life and death, face adversities together. Luda, Emoya, Ji by C. The covenant is established. A resounding voice echoed, one Wu Ming had never encountered, yet in that moment, he comprehended its meaning with clarity. As the voice faded, the orb split in two, entering Wu Ming and Xiaoxi's foreheads. Wu Ming sensed the emergence of a pair of eyes within him, observing his every action and thought, rendering him utterly transparent before a divine presence. This sensation instilled profound fear within him, until a resonant chant of Umaba resounded in his mind. The feeling of being scrutinized vanished, and Wu Ming experienced a surge of exhilaration. Do not rejoice too soon. This is merely a divine spirit seed, currently sealed by me. However, your covenant remains binding, albeit with your powers diminished. Should either of you violate the covenant, the deity will sense it, and this spirit seed will break free from its seal. After all, there remains another spirit seed beyond. The voice of the Bodhisattva echoed leisurely. Chapter 30. Each with their own thoughts. After listening to the words of the sacred Bodhisattva, Wu Ming felt a weight upon his heart. Following his farewell to Xiaoxi, he departed from Duke Bizi's treasure side accompanied by a throng of light knights. He lightly touched the ring on his right middle finger, his somber expression lifted somewhat. This was no ordinary ring, but a spatial one. According to the magical automaton, only 2 such rings existed within the Duke Bizi's lineage, and he possessed one of them. Within it lay a wealth of gold and jewels, sufficient to realize many of Wu Ming's aspirations. This treasure hunt had only intensified Wu Ming's yearning for formidable power. Uncle Babylon, please send someone to investigate if there are any members of the Lusha family nearby. How many there are, and their strength. Inform me as soon as you find anything, Wu Ming instructed Babylon. A fire of vengeance simmered within him, and the surviving members of the Lusha family naturally became his first targets. Understood, young master, Babylon replied. He promptly dispatched 2 light knights to carry out the reconnaissance. Master Beezy, I apologize for the circumstances surrounding your sister. I hope for your understanding, the magical automaton said, bowing his head before Xiaoji. I recognize that you are the future protector of the Beezy family's bloodline, following the commands of your former master. I do not hold it against you. Xiaoji said, gazing at the automaton with a sense of resignation. Thank you for your understanding, Master Beezy. I shall assist you diligently and follow your every command. The magical automaton declared. There is no need to bow your head any longer. You are now the only one who can accompany me. Do not worry about anything. Aside from Uncle Saida, I have no family left in this world. You are now the only one I can truly trust, Xiaoji said, looking earnestly at the automaton. It is my honor. The automaton slowly lifted his head. Do you have a name? Your spirit is so high. If it weren't for your form as a magical automaton, one might mistake you for a wise elder, Xiaoji observed. My former name was Bygone, bestowed by my previous master. According to him, Bygone is a name from ancient legend, symbolizing loyalty. It is said that he perished without a heart. Though I bear a name, I remain merely an automaton. Regardless of my spirit's elevation, I am still a magical construct. My existence is solely to guard the bloodline of the Beezy family. My essence is tied to the blood of the Beezy lineage. Only with their blood can I possess consciousness. Should I lose access to it, I would, like Bygone, cease to exist in 30 years, the automaton explained. So your energy derives from the blood of the Beezy family, implying that every 30 years you require a replenishment of their blood to survive. How much do you need each time? Xiaoji inquired curiously. That depends on the energy within the blood. My vitality is determined by its potency, Bygone replied. From Bygone's explanation, Xiaoji understood that the automaton's survival and the extent of its power hinged on the energy of the blood. Currently, Xiaoji, devoid of energy, could only offer enough blood to sustain Bygone for a year. In contrast, a magical warrior like Duke Beezy could sustain Bygone for 30 years with merely 1,000 milliliters of blood. However, engaging in battle would deplete energy more rapidly. What is your current energy level? How long can you sustain yourself? Xiaoji asked, intrigued. I can survive for 10 years now. However, should combat arise, that may change. In battle, I can unleash a full power strike akin to a warrior of the earth once, or engage in a skirmish as a high-ranking warrior before my energy is depleted. Bygone explained. I am puzzled as to why you chose to let that priest go. Do you trust him? Bygone asked, curious. In this world, trust alone is insufficient. One must also consider the aspect of benefit. He is the child of a light goddess envoy, possessing divine power, rendering his demise unlikely. From my interactions, he seems to value the spirit of contracts, and I sensed he is not a fervent devotee of the light god. By signing this contract, we are bound together. He will undoubtedly safeguard my life. Why would I not seize this opportunity? Xiaoji articulated. You are correct, young master. Binding oneself to one with the background of a light goddess envoy with mere treasures is something even the Beezy envoy has not achieved. It is evident that your future accomplishments will surpass those of the Beezy envoy, Bygone remarked. Future matters are distant. I currently seek your guidance in mastering fire magic and martial arts to become a magical warrior, Xiaoji said earnestly to Bygone. Simply call me Bygone. I do not presume to be your senior. As a magical automaton of the Beezy family, it is my duty to impart all knowledge of the Beezy lineage to you. Bygone stated. By imparting knowledge to me, you remain a senior of the Beezy family. Thus, it is only appropriate that I address you as teacher Bygone. Xiaoji replied with deep respect. If you insist, I shall comply, Bygone acknowledged. Xiaoji bowed respectfully to Bygone. As he did so, a fierce and wrathful light flickered in his eyes. Bygone swiftly helped him up, and at that moment, the ferocity in Xiaoji's gaze dissipated, replaced by a smile directed at Bygone. Unbeknownst to Xiaoji, while he was bowing and could not see Bygone, a flicker of red light in the automaton's eyes had momentarily flickered with fear, only to vanish when Xiaoji raised his head. Allow me to guide you in familiarizing yourself with this place, for you will reside here for an extended period, Bygone suggested. However, the entrance has been breached, and members of the Lusha family are already aware of this location. Will it still be safe here? Xiaoji expressed his concerns. Do not worry, young master. The entrance has been secured, unless a direct descendant of the Beezy bloodline attempts to open it. Even a magical warrior of the saintly grade would require the effort of 10 or more to breach it. Such individuals are rare, and even more so among those who would covet the treasures of the Beezy family. This place is undoubtedly secure, Bygone assured. Then I shall rest easy. Please, teacher Bygone, let us explore this place together, Xiaoji said. Chapter 31. The Emergence of the Demon Heart, my lord. We have discovered that the members of the Liu Sha family are currently residing at the Yulai Inn in the small town. Originally, there were over 30 individuals, but only 10 remain, 8 intermediate warriors and 2 novice ones. Their strength is indeed formidable, Babylon stated with a serious expression. Truly formidable. If it weren't for the demon puppets eliminating the majority of their numbers, they would have been more than capable of annihilating us all, said Sita tonight. You and I shall pay them a visit. Uncle Babylon, you and the others should remain at the church and refrain from accompanying us. Wu Ming replied with a cold smile. The anger brewing within Wu Ming was nearing the point of irrationality, and this malevolent fire had begun to unsettle him. The internal energy from his cultivation of the 9 transformations of the golden body was surging rapidly. The 9 transformations of the golden body is a legitimate Buddhist secret technique. Yet mastering such an art requires profound knowledge of Buddhist teachings. In his previous life on earth, Wu Ming had perused numerous Buddhist texts, but his understanding of Buddhist cultivation principles could hardly be deemed profound. Wu Ming now intended to utilize the members of the Liu Sha family to release his malevolent fire, thereby minimizing the risk of succumbing to madness. My lord, this is exceedingly dangerous. These individuals are here to stir up trouble. They are likely already aware of our interest in the treasure. For the sake of the treasure, they will not engage in negotiations with us, Babylon cautioned. Believing Wu Ming was considering diplomacy. I am well aware of these matters, Uncle Babylon. There is no need for concern. Sita, prepare yourself. We shall depart as night falls. Wu Ming waved his hand dismissively. Once everyone had exited, Wu Ming attempted to circulate the 9 transformations of the golden body to slow the internal energy and Oppos, pace, striving to calm his turbulent emotions. However, the energy continued to surge uncontrollably within him. Wu Ming felt his internal strength intensifying, and his yang energy becoming increasingly abundant. At this rate, he would complete the first transformation of the 9 transformations of the golden body within a week. Yet, this rapid accumulation posed a risk. If the internal energy continued to flow at such a pace, it could harm his meridians and, more critically, indicate the onset of madness. He could not allow this state to persist, otherwise, he would lose control of his senses. Finding the attempt to decelerate ineffective, he recited the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and Oppos' fundamental vows, a text with which he was relatively familiar. Wu Ming held great admiration for the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, who embodies 2 significant vows. 1. I shall not attain Buddhahood until hell is empty. According to the Sutra on the Retribution of Good and Evil, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva has practiced for countless eons, achieving the wisdom of a Buddha and completing his merits. Yet, he vows to save all sentient beings, thereby concealing his true accomplishments and manifesting in various forms to teach and liberate beings. Thus, the Lankavatara Sutra states that the great compassionate bodhisattva will never attain Buddhahood, not due to lack of capability or diligence, but out of a profound desire to liberate others. Therefore, although his merits are equal to those of a Buddha, he remains in the form of a bodhisattva, aiding suffering beings. Until hell is empty, he swears not to attain Buddhahood. Only upon saving all beings will he achieve enlightenment. 2. All wishes shall be fulfilled. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's merits are equal to those of a Buddha, and the faith in him is also unfathomable. The Ksitigarbha Sutra states that if one sincerely takes refuge in the great bodhisattvas such as Manjushri and Maitreya over 100 kalpas, calling their names and offering reverence, one's wishes, be they for health, wealth, or the cessation of afflictions, will be less effective than if someone sincerely takes refuge in the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva for the brief period of a single meal, calling upon his name with deep respect. This extols the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's unparalleled merits. If Wu Ming were to place his faith in a supreme Buddhist figure, he would undoubtedly choose the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Thus, I have heard, once, the Buddha resided in the Trayastrimsha heaven, teaching the Dharma to his mother. At that time, countless worlds, innumerable Buddhas and great bodhisattvas gathered to praise Shakyamuni Buddha, who, amidst the 5 turbidities, displayed incredible wisdom and miraculous powers to subdue stubborn beings. Understanding the truths of suffering and joy, each sent a messenger to inquire after the world-honored one. At that moment, the Tathagata smiled, radiating countless beams of light. Known as the Great Perfection of Light, the Great Compassionate Light, the Great Wisdom Light, the Great Prajna Light, the Great Samadhi Light, the Great Auspicious Light, the Great Fortune Light, the Great Merit Light, the Great Refuge Light, and the Great Praise Light. Upon releasing such indescribable beams, he also emitted various subtle sounds, known as the sounds of generosity, the sounds of Diana, the sounds of wisdom, and the sounds of great wisdom. As all the inhabitants of the Saha world and other realms, including countless celestial beings, dragons, and spirits, gathered in the Trayastrimsha heaven, the Buddha addressed Manjushri, the Prince of Dharma, asking, "Do you know how many Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and divine beings from this world and others have assembled here today?" Manjushri replied, "World-honored one. Even with my divine power, I cannot ascertain the number." Chapter 32. The emergence of the sunflower scripture. Wu Ming's heart experienced an unprecedented tranquility, as if his soul had undergone purification and elevation. This sensation enveloped him in profound comfort, making him yearn to remain in such an environment indefinitely. Here, there were no troubles, only serenity and relaxation, allowing his spirit to unwind completely, enticing him to linger in this blissful state. "Young master, the time has come." Sita and Apos' voice suddenly broke the tranquil ambience, causing it to dissipate instantly. Wu Ming opened his eyes and let out a deep sigh, feeling a sense of reluctance wash over him. A glance at the entrance illuminated his gaze as he spotted Sita waiting just outside. To his astonishment, Wu Ming realized that his mental prowess had inexplicably advanced, having directly reached the late phase of an intermediate priest. With another breakthrough, he could attain the mental strength of a senior priest, an arduous feat for any mage, as the most challenging aspect lies in transcending mental boundaries. Once achieved, replenishing magical elements within the body would merely require time and patience. However, Wu Ming refrained from practicing light magic, for he was an outsider in this realm, and it was imperative that the deities of this world remain oblivious to his existence until he acquired sufficient power. Nevertheless, he harbored no worries regarding this. Once the first phase of the 9 transformations of the golden body was successfully cultivated, he could begin practicing Buddhist spells. Furthermore, Wu Ming held great confidence in his needle techniques. Both the sunflower scripture and 9 segments of the golden needle had reached a pinnacle in their teachings. Further enhanced by his extensive research on needle techniques during his time on Earth, amalgamating various methodologies. With a focused mind, Wu Ming pushed open the door and regarded Sita, who awaited him. "Sita, our transaction is about to commence. I shall reveal to you some successes from my experiments, which will solidify your resolve," Wu Ming stated. And without waiting for Sita's reaction, he departed. Sita, his eyes filled with determination, followed closely behind. Wu Ming gazed upon the grand entrance of the Welai Inn, where only the Lu Sha family remained. No others were present. "Friends of the Lu Sha family, Light Churches Lud and Emoya, have come to visit," he proclaimed, channeling his inner strength, causing leaves to swirl around him and the inn's doors and windows to rattle. Sita looked on in astonishment at the figure before him. He was no longer an ordinary individual ignorant of cultivation. As a priest of the Light Church, he was tasked solely with administering salvation through light magic, forbidden from practicing other forms of light magic or the martial techniques of the Light Knights, an unbreakable decree established by the Light God himself. Yet, the current events clearly indicated that this divine law had been shattered. Such a commotion could not go unnoticed by the Lu Sha family, who poured out from their rooms, armed with swords and daggers, their weapons drawn and aimed at Wu Ming. "You are the junior priest Lud of the Light Church, Emoya? You are a blasphemer against the Light God," questioned a 30-year-old man clad in brocade, exuding an air of authority. Wu Ming assessed the group and discerned that this brocade-clad man possessed the greatest strength among them, suggesting he was their leader. A dying man need not know too much. Wu Ming replied with a cold smile. With a swift motion of his right hand, 10 beams of golden light shot forth, targeting the foreheads of the Lu Sha family members. Just as the golden radiance was about to pierce the brocade man and Apos' brow, a layer of earthy yellow light emerged. But it shattered under the force of the golden beam, the remnants falling uselessly to the ground. Wu Ming, observing the fallen golden light, gently summoned it into his hand, rendering it invisible. The brocade man and Apos' face contorted in terror as he turned to flee towards the guest rooms. However, after only a few steps, a beam of golden light pierced through the back of his head, exiting from his heart. He staggered for a moment before collapsing to the ground, and at that moment, all of the Lu Sha family members lay motionless. A satisfied smile spread across Wu Ming and Apos' face, pleased with his performance. After a long period of restraint, he had decisively eliminated the Lu Sha family, including 8 intermediate warriors. This accomplishment brought him a sense of joy. Sita, astonished by the unfolding events, marveled at how, in less than a minute since accompanying his master, the entire family had been vanquished by a mere wave of Wu Ming and Apos' hand. He had previously known that 8 among them were as skilled as the Babylonian Silver Light Knights. Yet those formidable warriors had not even had the chance to strike back before perishing. Do not be misled, should the experiment succeed. This is merely the most rudimentary of abilities. Are you ready to commence the experiment? Wu Ming inquired, regarding Sita. I am willing, even if it costs me my life. Sita replied resolutely. Should the experiment fail, death is certain. Even if it succeeds, you may find yourself forever barred from the company of women and unable to bear offspring. Prepare yourself for these possibilities, Wu Ming stated, locking eyes with Sita. With Kong gone, my heart has also perished. You saved me, Kong, and Xiao Ji. I have pledged my loyalty to you. Moreover, you and Xiao Ji have signed a covenant of life and death. Xiao Ji is the only kin left by Kong in this world. My loyalty to you is also a means of finding solace for myself. Furthermore, possessing great power has always been my utmost desire, Sita declared, kneeling on one knee. Very well. Now, I shall impart this technique to you. It is known as the sunflower scripture. This method emphasizes the inversion of yin and yang, with the negative taking precedence. Its primary offensive technique is the needle art, but you may also supplement it with swordsmanship. However, you must maintain strict confidentiality regarding this cultivation method. You may not act without my command. Do you understand? Even Babylon and his ilk must not be informed of your martial abilities, Wu Ming instructed. I understand. I am but a needle in the fabric of this world. Only at your command shall I become a lethal weapon. Without your command, I am merely an ordinary individual, Sita affirmed. Excellent. Now, look into my eyes, Wu Ming commanded. And Sita complied, feeling something enter his mind. Chapter 33. The fire of the death god priest Wu Ming observed SDA as he began to comprehend the sunflower scripture. He understood that the first individual he had supported, now his subordinate, had embarked on this journey. Should this experiment prove successful, he could replicate many loyal subordinates proficient in the sunflower scripture. The version of the sunflower scripture Wu Ming imparted to SDA had been meticulously refined by him. The unique characteristics of the local meridians necessitated certain modifications, as the environment here differed from that of Earth. However, the pivotal aspect of the sunflower scripture remained immutable, the necessity of self-castration. At this moment, SDA had grasped the sunflower scripture. Casting a glance at Wu Ming, he resolutely initiated the first step of self-castration, wielding a knife and plunging it into himself without hesitation. Wu Ming watched as SDA and Apos' pallor deepened, blood pooling around his legs while he gritted his teeth to endure. Rather than employing healing light magic, Wu Ming retrieved a pre-prepared remedy, swiftly staunching SDA and Apos' bleeding. Once SDA appeared stable, Wu Ming began to search the Lu Sha family's belongings for any items of value. To his satisfaction, he uncovered several treasures. The Lu Sha family visited Baron Lu Sha every 6 months to retrieve a portion of their family's wealth and the riches pillaged from the populace. Numerous operatives within the town assisted Baron Lu Sha in maintaining control and monitoring the situation. On the very day of the Baron's demise, these operatives had communicated the local circumstances to the Lu Sha family via a miniature teleportation array. Given their proximity less than 300 kilometers to the Lu Sha family's stronghold, reaching this location posed no challenge for their formidable warriors. Wu Ming sensed the escalating complications while he felt confident in his ability to contend with high-ranking warriors. He recognized that the Lu Sha family likely boasted an abundance of skilled fighters and powerful sorcerers. With their core stronghold so near, he resolved to depart swiftly. Just then, he noticed something amiss with the bed. Upon lifting its coverings, he discovered an exquisitely wrapped parcel. Curiosity piqued, he unwrapped it to unveil a beautifully bound black tome. Its cover boldly inscribed with the title The Fire of the Death God Priest. This tome detailed the process of offering living beings as sacrifices to the mighty deity of death, thereby obtaining the god and Apos' blessings. To wield the Death God Priestess fire, one required formidable mental strength and must be a devoted follower of the Death God, though not necessarily a high priest. After the sacrifice, the priest could receive an energy boost from the Death God, along with various undead entities. After perusing the text, Wu Ming's thoughts shifted to the courtyard, where numerous corpses lay. He glanced at SDA, who, despite sweating profusely, appeared remarkably alert and smiled with satisfaction. "This is the fire of the death god priest," he declared. "With 10 corpses and their souls at your disposal, if I temporarily enhance your mental strength, you can invoke the priestly fire to offer them to the great death god, thereby obtaining what you desire." "Thank you, my lord," SDA managed to utter through gritted teeth. Wu Ming, observing SDA's condition, produced several gold needles and deftly inserted them into SDA and Appo's temples. Instantly, SDA felt an unprecedented clarity of mind. Everything around him sharpened into focus. He could even perceive the extent of his injuries, the effectiveness of the medicines coursing through him, and the obstructions within his meridians. SDA, grappling with the pain coursing through his body, realized that despite his wounds, he possessed a martial physique. Suddenly inspired, he contemplated the sunflower scripture and discerned that by following its techniques, he could reopen the blocked pathways within his body and cultivate his bloodline. Such a powerful capability filled SDA with joy, though he also recognized that this cultivation would alter his masculine essence, rendering him a harmonious blend of yin and yang, neither distinctly male nor female. This transformation would inhibit bloodline inheritance. Wu Ming had previously informed SDA of this potential outcome, prompting only a faint smile from him. SDA accepted the fire of the death god priest from Wu Ming and, adhering to the instructions, meticulously drew a magical sigil in the center of the courtyard using his blood and that of the corpses. He carefully positioned the bodies within the sigil's center and began to channel his mental energy to activate it while softly reciting the incantation. An indescribable wave emanated from the sigil, and at that moment, Wu Ming felt the gaze of a mighty deity upon him. The corpses within the sigil were scrutinized by the god. Wu Ming then observed the emergence of souls from the corpses, each expressing palpable terror. As a shadowy figure materialized above the sigil, it surveyed the bodies and SDA before the souls began to ascend into its form, while the corpses transformed into streams of energy, merging with the nebulous silhouette. SDA appeared entranced, as if his spirit had left his body. Wu Ming distinctly witnessed the shadowy figure gesturing gently, sending a surge of energy into SDA's body before vanishing entirely. The corpses and the sigil dissipated from sight. Wu Ming noted with amusement that SDA's previously injured body had completely healed. Only the scars remained as testament to his ordeal. He realized that all of SDA and Appo's injuries and bloodline blockages had been remedied, and the stimulation to his mental faculties had incurred no losses. Wu Ming sensed that SDA had undergone a profound transformation. Even without practicing the sunflower scripture, he could now pursue other martial techniques, and his mental prowess was sufficient for magical studies. However, Wu Ming understood that SDA was now destined to pursue only the sunflower scripture, with any magical endeavors limited to those of the deathly variety. His body, restored by the deity of death, rendered him incapable of mastering any other divine magic. Chapter 34. The necromancer Wu Ming gazed with satisfaction at the transformed star. Now, whether he trained in the Sunflower Manual or the priestly arts of the Grim Reaper, Star was undoubtedly a prodigious talent, destined for rapid advancement. Only such a remarkable individual could serve as his follower. "Thank you for your nurturing, my lord. I will remain loyal to you," Star declared, kneeling before Wu Ming. "You are not a servant. You are my brother. We shall support and assist each other henceforth. Your cultivation of the Appo's, Sunflower Manual and Appo's, Flame of the Grim Reaper and Appo's, will also flourish," Wu Ming replied. "However, these matters must remain concealed. Otherwise, they will attract undue attention. My loyal Knights of Light may be steadfast, yet as the child of a divine emissary, I am under the watchful gaze of the Church of Light. If you exhibit any peculiarity, the Church will discover our secrets, and we would be sacrificed to the great God of Light. You speak the truth, my lord. Without your command, I would rather perish than reveal anything," Star responded earnestly. "We must swiftly depart this town. The members of the Lusha family are nearby. Their strength is beyond our current capabilities. We must head to Ninglu town to reclaim our territory, where we may seek assistance from the Church of Light and no longer fear the Lusha family," Wu Ming asserted. Upon arriving at the church, Wu Ming found Babylon and his companions anxiously pacing within. Babylon felt an unease regarding Wu Ming and Appo's solitary venture to confront the Lusha family. Even the most formidable of warriors could face annihilation in such a confrontation. However, with Prince Emoya forbidding him from joining, he had no choice but to wait. As Wu Ming pushed open the grand door, he smiled at Babylon and the others, finding solace in their unwavering loyalty. "My lord, you have returned. That is a relief," Babylon exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Wu Ming. "My lord, may you be well," the Knights of Light declared in unison. Uncle Babylon, I appreciate your efforts. With such loyal subordinates, I have no regrets, Wu Ming replied joyfully. The great God of Light protects you. Nothing could possibly befall you. It is merely my overthinking, Babylon reassured him. Uncle Babylon, we must hasten our departure. The Lusha family will soon be upon us, Wu Ming urged, grasping Babylon's hand. Very well, my lord. We shall set forth immediately, Babylon agreed. Quickly, Babylon and the knights prepared swift steeds, placing their belongings within Wu Ming's spatial ring, and they departed under the cover of night, riding through the darkness. Babylon inquired about the inn, and Wu Ming succinctly relayed the instructions he had received from the divine envoy. With great caution, Wu Ming and his companions galloped for several days. One evening, pressed for time, they could only rest in a humble abode within a village. Throughout the nights, Wu Ming remained vigilant, meditating on the 9 transformation golden body and honing his mental acuity. He sensed that the first layer of his cultivation was nearing completion. Once his internal energy reached saturation, he would possess the strength of a mid-level warrior. It was estimated that upon breaking through to the second layer, he could attain the energy level of a high-level warrior, granting him the ability to protect himself without evading the Lusha family. While immersed in his training, Wu Ming suddenly sensed something amiss and promptly ceased. Outside the room, a commotion ensued. Stepping outside, he found Babylon and the Knights of Light standing at the entrance. Swords drawn. My lord, something feels off, Babylon said, his expression tense. Star emerged from the room. Seriousness etched on his face as he surveyed their surroundings. Moving to Wu Ming's side, Wu Ming glanced at Star and then towards the distance, speaking gravely. A necromancer is casting magic. Members of the Lusha family dare to practice the forbidden arts of the Grim Reaper, the necromancer. This individual is an enemy of the entire continent. How audacious to cultivate such forbidden magic. The Church of Light mandates that regardless of the actions of its followers, upon encountering a necromancer, they must immediately notify the church and vow to eradicate the necromancer at all costs, Babylon declared solemnly. The teachings of the God of Light urge humanity to submit like sheep to divine commands, dedicating all, including their souls, to the great God of Light, fostering gratitude and illumination among the populace. In contrast, the doctrine of the Grim Reaper advocates trading one's soul for enhanced power, seeking to devastate the world and transform it into a realm of the dead, where death does not exist, and all beings can attain immortality. The doctrines of the two deities are fundamentally opposed, resulting in irreconcilable enmity. Uncle Babylon quickly roused the villagers. Have them light fires to fend off the undead. The appearance of a necromancer will surely spell doom for all life in this village. We must do our utmost, Wu Ming urged, his demeanor grave. The village was small, with fewer than 100 inhabitants. With the Knights of Light rallying them, the villagers soon sprang into action, seeking refuge behind Wu Ming and his companions, igniting fires to construct a protective barrier around them. Just as the fire wall was ignited, figures began to drift towards them from the distance, shadows, indistinct yet ominous, each cloaked in swirling black smoke. These were the undead summoned by the necromancer. Their power was not formidable, and the fire wall should suffice to keep them at bay. However, fire would eventually extinguish, and they needed to devise a plan to break free, Babylon remarked, observing the approaching undead. These must be mere foot soldiers, numbering around 200. The ability to summon such a multitude suggests that the enemy and Oppo's strength is considerable. I wonder if this was the work of one individual or a group. How many are there? We cannot rush out recklessly. I still possess divine power. We should observe and decide cautiously, Wu Ming replied, shaking his head. My lord is correct. We shall heed your arrangements. We pledge to protect you with our lives, Babylon affirmed. At that moment, the undead surrounded the firewall, each standing about 45 meters away, hesitant to approach. This situation brought a slight sense of relief to those within the fire's embrace. Chapter 35. The Fundamental Vows of K. Idigarbha Bodhisattva. Wu Ming gazed at the restless souls before him, astonished. Since his arrival on this continent, he had witnessed numerous supernatural occurrences, even encountering 2 deities and 1 soul, Ruth of Moab. However, the sight of these souls, each enveloped in swirling black smoke, clearly malevolent spirits intent on claiming his life, filled him with a sense of dread. Uncle Babylon, do you have any strategies to repel these foes? Wu Ming inquired solemnly. The apparitions before him lacked their original forms, appearing merely as clouds of black smoke. If he were a mid-level priest, he could utilize the purification spell, to banish these evil spirits directly. But what could he do now? Babylon replied. After hearing Babylon and Apos' words, Wu Ming fell into deep contemplation. Although his mastery of light priestly magic was only at the novice level, his mental prowess had reached that of a high priest. Yet, he could neither continue refining his light magic, fearing detection by the deity of light, nor could he unleash the full potential of his Buddhist technique, 9 transformations of the golden body, as he had yet to complete its first stage. Consequently, the Buddhist energy within him remained dormant, preventing him from casting any Buddhist spells, leaving him uncertain in the face of such sorcery. An epiphany struck him. While he could not manifest his Buddhist energy through the 9 transformations of the golden body technique, perhaps he could attempt to channel it using the methodology of light magic. With his mental acuity having reached the level of a high priest, he realized that with diligent practice over 6 months, he could amass sufficient light magic to rival that of a high priest. Harnessing such formidable mental strength, Wu Ming surmised that fusing light magic with the Buddhist energy within him might yield results. He endeavored to invoke the purification spell, attempting to draw forth his internal Buddhist energy through the technique. Initially, the spell dissipated the moment it left his hand. After multiple attempts, he finally succeeded in merging a small fraction of his Buddhist energy with the purification spell, releasing it outward, but it vanished before reaching the evil spirits. Furrowing his brow, Wu Ming pondered whether his approach might be fundamentally flawed. Though his Buddhist energy had been partially extracted and fused with the spell, it failed to even graze the malevolent spirits. Both the light deity's purification spell and the 9 transformations of the golden body were potent against evil spirits. Yet their combined power had not even come close to making contact. This was undoubtedly an anomaly. In that moment, a realization dawned upon him. He had been fixated on utilizing his mental energy to guide the purification spell while invoking his Buddhist energy. Why not reverse this approach? He could prioritize the Buddhist energy, using light magic as a support, and his mental strength as a conduit to employ the techniques of Buddhism. With this newfound clarity, Wu Ming sprang into action. He crafted a hand sign directed at the evil spirits, and a blend of golden and white light manifested, striking the malevolent entity. In an instant, the spirit transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished. Babylon and his companions looked on in astonishment, unable to comprehend how Wu Ming, a novice light priest, could annihilate an evil spirit so effortlessly. While Babylon was astonished, the expressions of the other light knights shifted to excitement. After all, these novice knights could only defend themselves against such apparitions, unable to vanquish the formless foes. Though Babylon, as a mid-level light knight, possessed the ability to destroy these spirits, the sheer number overwhelmed him, rendering him capable only of self-preservation. Regrettably, the nearly 100 ordinary townsfolk would face dire consequences. Wu Ming's expression turned grave as he observed the vanishing spirits. He felt no triumph. Rather, he acutely sensed the depletion of his Buddhist energy. If such a powerful strike consumed so much energy, he would be unable to contend with the nearly 200 malevolent spirits, likely only managing to eliminate half before exhausting his strength. He understood that a collective charge with Babylon and his companions might offer a slim chance of survival, but that would condemn the townspeople to their fate due to his actions. Such an outcome would leave him with no means of justification. As he regarded the evil spirits, an intense yearning for greater strength welled within him. Had he been a high priest or reached the second level of the 9 transformations of the golden body, he would have handled this situation with ease. Contemplating the powers of light magic and the 9 transformations of the golden body, Wu Ming pondered how he might eradicate these evil spirits. He recognized that the key to turning the tide lay within the Buddhist energy he had cultivated, which emphasized the cycle of rebirth. Though the 9 transformations of the golden body focused primarily on external power, he realized that channeling his internal Buddhist energy to transform the evil spirits was worth attempting. Seated on the ground, Wu Ming began to chant the fundamental vows of K-Itagarbha Bodhisattva aloud, thus have I heard. At one time, the Buddha was in the Yastria heaven, preaching to his mother. At that moment, countless Buddhas and great Bodhisattvas from all directions gathered. They praised Kayamuni Buddha for demonstrating inconceivable wisdom and supernatural powers in this world of 5 defilements, taming the obstinate beings, and imparting the teachings on suffering and joy, each sending their attendants to inquire about the world-honored one. At this time, the Tathagata smiled, releasing innumerable rays of light, known as the Great Perfection of Light, the Great Compassionate Light, the Great Wisdom Light, the great Praj light, the great Samdai light, the great auspicious light, the great fortune light, the great meritorious light, the great refuge light, and the great praise light. Upon releasing these unspeakable clouds of light, he also emitted various subtle sounds, such as the sound of generosity, the sound of morality, the sound of patience, the sound of meditation, the sound of wisdom, the sound of great wisdom, the lion's roar, and the great lion's roar. As these unspeakable sounds resonated, countless beings from the Saha world and other lands, including heavenly dragons, spirits, and deities, gathered in the Yastria heaven, such as the 4 heavenly kings, Yastria heaven, Yama heaven, Tusada heaven, and all the deities of the heavens. Moreover, from various worlds and the Saha world, deities of the sea, rivers, trees, mountains, earth, and fields, as well as day and night deities, gathered in attendance. Additionally, great demon kings, such as the evil-eye demon king, blood-drinking demon king, and others, converged to witness the assembly. At that moment, Kayamuni Buddha addressed Manjushri, the Bodhisattva prince. Do you see all these Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, heavenly beings, and spirits gathered here from this world and other realms? Do you know their number? Manjushri replied, World-honored one. Even with my divine power, I cannot ascertain their count. Even after 1,000 kalpas, and Amp. Oppos. Chapter 36. Purification of evil spirits. As Wu Ming began to recite the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and Amp. Oppos. Original vows sutra, the surrounding paladins and villagers heard each word distinctly, feeling the profundity of the text, yet failing to grasp its meaning. Wu Ming intoned the sutra in Mandarin, and the Babylonian entourage could not fathom its significance. With every verse he recited, golden characters flew from his mouth, gradually permeating the bodies of the evil spirits. Each verse that passed through them caused a portion of the dark smoke enveloping the spirits to dissipate, a miraculous phenomenon that Wu Ming remained unaware of. Immersed in the essence of the sutra, Wu Ming felt a growing comprehension of Buddhist principles, sensing a nascent understanding and a deepening connection to the divine power of Buddhism. He was acutely aware of his spiritual energy depleting rapidly. However, each time it waned, a new force surged into his being, replenishing his spiritual strength. This renewed energy was purer and more profound, enabling him to continue reciting the sutra. Thus, Wu Ming chanted the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's original vows sutra repeatedly, lost in the rhythm of the verses for an indeterminate duration. Upon opening his eyes, he observed that the wall of flames continued to blaze. Yet the malevolent spirits that had once encircled it had vanished entirely. The onlookers regarded him with reverence, their expressions akin to that of devoted followers gazing upon a deity. Bewildered, Wu Ming questioned whether he had truly vanquished the spirits. At the moment of his recitation, golden characters had indeed flown forth, diminishing the forms of the evil spirits. Among them, some weaker spirits, under the purifying influence of the verses, had seen their dark haze disappear, leaving behind golden specks that entered Wu Ming and Oppos' body. As the spirits began to be purified, ominous incantations resonated, and waves of dark energy surged into the spirits, fortifying them against the golden verses. The incantations stirred a growing agitation within the paladins, who struggled to maintain their composure. Conversely, the ordinary citizens, unable to control their rising tumult, soon erupted into quarrels. The paladins swiftly endeavored to quell the unrest, employing every means to restore order. Despite their efforts, the citizens, influenced by the incantations, began to exhibit violent tendencies. Wu Ming's voice rose in intensity as he recited the sutra, and the golden verses multiplied and intensified. Not only did they penetrate the bodies of the evil spirits, but they also formed a protective barrier around the citizens, quelling their unrest. Gradually, the citizens fell silent, adopting a meditative posture as they listened attentively to Wu Ming and Oppos' recitation, their hearts growing ever more tranquil. The power of the golden verses surged, and with each spirit they traversed, a significant portion of their forms dissolved. The number of purified spirits increased, all transforming into points of golden light that entered Wu Ming's being, bestowing upon him an ethereal glow. Such a spectacle was unprecedented, even for the Babylonian paladins, who had never before witnessed or heard of such phenomena. The ordinary citizens regarded Wu Ming as a divine being descended from the heavens. Wu Ming soon learned from the Babylonian's account that the events had unfolded in ways he had not anticipated. Recognizing that this was not the time for contemplation, he steeled his resolve and surveyed his surroundings, fully aware that danger still lurked. From the distant shadows emerged figures, growing ever closer, 8 individuals in total, for donned black wizard robes, while the remaining 4 wore tight-fitting black armor and wielded swords. Each bore a grim expression, radiating a palpable aura of menace. Wu Ming could perceive the deathly energy surrounding each of them and sense the depth of their power. These wizards were on the cusp of advancing from intermediate to advanced status, while the warriors were nearing the threshold of becoming elite fighters. With disdain, Wu Ming addressed the approaching group, asserting their insignificance, claiming that it was impossible for them to have conjured the recent necromantic magic. If there are true masters among you, step forward. Little priest, what kind of magic did you employ to purify so many evil spirits? If you were an advanced priest, there might be some credibility. But how could a mere novice achieve this? Questioned 2 middle-aged men emerging from the woods, one clad in a black wizard and Apos' robe, and the other in form-fitting attire, both exuding formidable energy. Wu Ming regarded them sternly, stating, the necromantic magic was indeed cast by these 4, but the subsequent spell must have originated from you, wizard. Indeed, the little priest speaks truthfully. I initially intended to allow these young ones to hone their skills, yet I did not anticipate that you would possess the capability to dispel intermediate necromancy and purify them. Your magic was not of the light. Reveal your true identity. The advanced necromancer inquired. I am but a humble priest. You must be members of the Lusha family, the Morans. I never imagined you would neglect to cultivate the abyssal Moran techniques to transform your bloodline, instead turning to necromancy and venerating the great god of death, Wu Ming replied. The Moran are indeed a noble race. We are the most suited for the dark arts. There are many paths to self-enhancement beyond merely becoming abyssal Morans. And venerating the great god of death is the rightful path, the advanced necromancer asserted. I am aware that the Moran are a noble race. But do you intend to take our lives? Wu Ming countered. Ha ha ha. It is the first time I have encountered a devout follower of the Light Church who would declare the Morans a noble race. Ha 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 ha. The advanced necromancer laughed heartily. Chapter 37. Ikong Lusha. The members of the Lusha family looked at Wu Ming with disdain, mocking him for resorting to such clownish antics for the sake of survival. You little priest truly bring glory to your Church of Light and the great god of light, chuckled the high-ranking undead warrior. Wu Ming remained silent, his expression serious as he fixed his gaze on the Lusha family. Behind him, the Babylonian knights stood resolutely, their swords drawn. Suddenly, a streak of black sword light shot toward Wu Ming and Apos' neck. Observing the incoming attack, Wu Ming waved his hand, conjuring a white light barrier that deflected the strike. Divine power! Exclaimed the high-ranking undead warrior and the high-ranking undead mage in astonishment. Wu Ming, composed, replied, Good eye. Indeed it is the power of the god of light. Who are you to wield such divine power at such a cost? It seems your status within the Church of Light is not trivial, remarked the high-ranking undead mage. My father is a divine envoy of the god of light, and this divine power is his legacy to protect me. It will be sufficient to ensure our safe passage from here, Wu Ming asserted. The high-ranking undead mage and warrior conferred in hushed tones for a moment. You may be safe, but your subordinates and these commoners must remain. Even with divine power, it cannot be abundant. After all, you are merely a novice priest. I would be quite willing to test that, the high-ranking undead mage stated. Then please, guide me, esteemed mage. I shall learn well, Wu Ming replied nonchalantly. Very well. I do not wish to bully you in front of so many juniors. I shall strike 3 times. If you can withstand them, I will let you go. The high-ranking undead mage declared. Thank you, senior, for your guidance. I will give it my all. How may I address you? Wu Ming asked. You intend to settle this score later, do you? I am not afraid of that. Remember my name. Ikong Lusha, the mage replied. With that, Ikong Lusha uttered, evil spirits. Tear apart. Instantly, dozens of malevolent spirits manifested before Wu Ming, lunging at him. Unlike the formless apparitions before, these spirits possessed semi-physical forms, resembling various beasts, some familiar to Wu Ming's, others not. Each spirit exhibited the strength of a mid-level beast, their claws and fangs poised to attack. Wu Ming, face stern, shouted, Guardian of Light. A white light barrier encircled him, providing steadfast protection. He regarded the approaching spirits with seriousness. While the barrier offered him security, the standoff ensued. If this continued, it would become a contest of magical forces, revealing whose power was more profound, Ikong Lusha and Apos' or Wu Ming and Apos' divine might. Wu Ming realized that prolonging this stalemate would be detrimental to him. After all, his divine power was finite and could not be replenished, while the enemy and Oppos. S magical energy could be restored through effort or magical artifacts. Moreover, there was a high-ranking undead warrior and 8 mid-level undead disciples, whose strength posed a challenge for Wu Ming and his companions, devoid of divine power. With a swift mind, Wu Ming resigned himself to sitting cross-legged, reciting the Sutra of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. The golden scriptures slowly purified the malevolent spirits, albeit at a significantly reduced pace compared to before. Icon Lusho intensified the spirit's power to resist the golden scriptures and accelerated their assault on the protective barrier, yet the purification continued, albeit slowly. After a period of stalemate, the spirits showed clear signs of weakening, while the barrier shielding Wu Ming remained intact. Observing the spirits and the barrier, Icon Lusha furrowed his brow and waved his hand. Recalling the spirits, Wu Ming ceased his recitation and retracted the Guardian of Light. "Thank you, Senior, for your mercy. This counts as one strike," Wu Ming said, looking at Icon Lusha. The mage scrutinized Wu Ming closely and replied, "I have never seen or heard of such magic before. However, I know this form of magic is certainly not from the Church of Light. It contains some elements of light, but also others. A priest of light with a father as a divine envoy, guarded by these knights. You harbor many secrets. I will spare you this time. But the blood of the Morin tribe cannot be shed in vain. We shall come for you again after today." With that, Icon Lusha departed with his entourage. Wu Ming watched as they swiftly vanished from sight. "Thank you, great god of light. Thank you, great god of light." The villagers knelt before Wu Ming, their voices raised in gratitude. Overcome with joy, they wept and shouted, some elderly individuals fainting from excitement, their cries echoing for a considerable time. Wu Ming, witnessing the villagers' fervent gratitude, felt a twinge of discomfort. It was he who had brought this turmoil upon them, threatening their lives, yet they expressed such profound thanks. He quickly assisted the villagers to their feet and escorted them back to their homes, aware that even upon returning, they would not find peace. The harrowing events would forever alter their lives, making the prospect of returning to tranquility improbable. Wu Ming regarded the solemn expressions of the Babylonian knights, remaining silent in contemplation. He was uncertain how to address the situation. The knights, even if naive, would surely realize he could not be a devout follower of the God of Light. However, he harbored doubts about whether they would remain loyal to him and refrain from reporting him to the Church of Light. Wu Ming could not turn against those who had risked their lives for him. Yet, without action, he would be forced to abandon his current identity and live as a fugitive, perhaps even becoming a target for the Church of Light. He pondered the affection of his adoptive parents in this world. They too might be affected by his plight. Chapter 38. Identity exposed. Seated upon the chair, Wu Ming gazed at the assembly of paladins standing rigidly before him. "Uncle Babylon, esteemed knights, you must now be privy to my affairs. What are your sentiments?" Wu Ming inquired. Babylon and the knights exchanged glances, their expressions pensive. "I am your grace and Oppos, as sworn protector," Babylon declared, kneeling and performing the knightly salute. "Whether you are a devout follower of the light or adhere to another creed, I shall remain your guardian, vowing to safeguard you unconditionally and offer my life for your cause." Moved by the knight and Oppos' devotion, Wu Ming assisted Babylon to his feet, proclaiming, "To have a protector such as you, Uncle Babylon, is a blessing. I shall strive to be worthy of your dedication, and I pledge to defend you with my very existence." Wu Ming resolved inwardly that he would never betray Babylon and Oppos' sincerity. Should he attain mastery and cultivation, he would ensure that Babylon, too, could achieve similar heights. "I, too, pledge to guard your grace with my life, remaining steadfast by your side until my final breath," one of the low-ranking paladins avowed, kneeling before Wu Ming and rendering the knightly salute. Wu Ming recognized the speaker as one of the grievously wounded paladins he had rescued from Duke Bister. He promptly assisted him to his feet, replying with fervor, "And I shall safeguard you all, ensuring a prosperous future for each of you. I, too, pledge to guard your grace with my life, remaining steadfast by your side until my final breath," another paladin proclaimed, kneeling before Wu Ming and rendering the knightly salute. The scene repeated itself, with each paladin kneeling before Wu Ming and swearing fealty. Wu Ming was visibly stirred by the knight's declarations. "Since you have chosen to follow me," Wu Ming declared, "I shall not betray your trust. Together, we shall forge our own destiny in this world, attaining what the Church of Light cannot offer, be it power, wealth, or any desire you may harbor." Wu Ming was cognizant that, with the exception of Babylon, his sworn protector bound by oath, the knights were driven by ulterior motives. Babylon feared that if Ruth and Moa were not devout followers of the light, or even adherents of other deities, he, as their protector, would be investigated and possibly sanctioned by the Church of Light, with his family facing similar repercussions. Babylon also harbored the ambition that serving Ruth and Moa presented a unique opportunity to alter his destiny. Wu Ming understood Babylon's aspirations, which reassured him. He realized that relationships, whether personal or professional, required a foundation of mutual interest to ensure security and reliability. Wu Ming also recognized that the low-ranking paladins harbored their own intentions, which, paradoxically, further reassured him. Some sought to gamble their lives in pursuit of ambition, while others were swayed by Wu Ming's personal charisma. Still others considered the influence of Misha, Moa's father and an envoy of the light, fearing that even if Ruth and Moa were punished for their beliefs, Misha's high standing within the Church of Light might shield them from severe consequences. In such a scenario, the low-ranking paladins might become scapegoats, suffering a gruesome fate. Thus, they opted to take a chance. Some paladins, intimidated by Wu Ming and Apos' formidable power, feared being silenced. Others, aware of Babylon and Apos' allegiance and privy to their secrets, worried about their safety and that of their families. Observing the kneeling paladins, Wu Ming felt a sense of relief. Regardless of their motivations, their allegiance served his purposes. He was content to have such individuals in his service. Wu Ming was loath to relinquish his identity or cause trouble for his adoptive parents. Addressing the paladins, he declared, "Uncle Babylon, construct a simple chapel in the village tomorrow. I wish to offer prayers, conveying the villagers' faith to the glorious light, and to provide you with an opportunity to enhance your abilities. I thank your grace for your benevolence," Babylon responded, bowing respectfully. "We thank your grace for your benevolence." The paladins echoed in unison. "It is late, and you are weary from the day and Apos' exertions. Rest now," Wu Ming instructed. As Babylon and the paladins departed, Wu Ming closed his eyes, reflecting on the day and Apos' events and seeking any potential oversights. He recalled the expression on Lu Sha and Apos' face upon their departure, realizing that his ordeal was far from over and that the Lu Sha family would undoubtedly pursue him. Their hesitation was likely due to the presence of divine power within him, preventing them from accurately assessing its magnitude and avoiding a potentially Pyrrhic victory. Another reason could be their intention to investigate his identity, determining the appropriate course of action. They likely feared that his identity might be too sensitive, bringing unwanted attention and calamity to their family. If they deemed his identity manageable, they would relentlessly pursue him. Alternatively, they might relocate their family. As the Church of Light was known for its ruthless persecution of those who adhered to non-light deities, particularly those who worshipped malevolent gods such as the god of death, his unconventional methods had likely sown confusion and uncertainty regarding his true nature, potentially contributing to their decision to spare him for the time being. "Brother, are we truly going to let this detestable youth escape? Remember the family and Apos' blood that has been spilled because of him, and the fire of death sacrifice that was lost. Although it was just a copy, it still poses a great threat to our family. He will surely inform the Church of Light and let them hunt us down. Our family cannot withstand any more disasters." A high-level undead mage said, "Brother, we are blood-related brothers. Do you think I would do something that would harm the family?" It and Apos. It's just that there are too many strange things about this kid, so I and Apos am not sure that I can kill him. He has the power of the God of Light on him, so he must have a close relationship. Maybe he is the son of an envoy of the God of Light, just like he said. His identity has already caught us off guard. Ikong, Lu Sha said. Even so, the matter between us and him cannot be resolved just because we let him go today. This kid will probably notify the Church of Light tomorrow and let the Church of Light kill us all. You must know that we and the Church of Light are irreconcilable. What and Apos? More, there are still those families chasing us. Our life is already not easy. It is not easy to have such a temporary resting place. A high-level undead warrior said. This kid and Apos' secret is like this. The methods he used are something I have never heard of before and have never seen in any books. I feel that this kid is definitely not a devout believer of the God of Light. He is likely a follower of a deity whose nature remains a mystery. It is essential to recognize that this world is inhabited by numerous gods, many of whom we have yet to encounter. As a child of a radiant divine emissary, he audaciously desecrates the sanctity of the divine. Given the existence of this secret, he is unlikely to divulge our affairs. Otherwise, he would find himself at a loss to rationalize his own existence. This is a gamble, proclaimed Ikon. Is not life itself a gamble? Yet, Necessary precautions must still be taken. Let us return swiftly, urged Ikong. With that, Ikong and his family members swiftly vanished into the distance. Chapter 39. The depth of fate. Wu Ming quietly reflected on the day's events, contemplating the reasons behind Lu Sha's departure. He understood that he would never disclose the occurrences here to the Church of Light, as his own methods would surely be scrutinized, and he could not explain the inexplicable. He realized that he would continue to be hunted by members of the Lu Sha family. After grasping the reasons behind Lu Sha's release, Wu Ming calmed his mind and began to examine every part of his body. Using the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's original vow sutra, he had vanquished malevolent spirits. Further affirming the formidable nature of the Buddhist secret art, 9 transformations of the golden body, Wu Ming discovered that his Buddhist power had ascended to a pinnacle, inexplicably. He had perfected the first layer of the 9 transformations of the golden body. This news brought him genuine joy. He also realized that his cultivated Buddhist power had reached the level of a mid-tier warrior, indicating that with a breakthrough to the second layer, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with senior warriors, and as one proficient in both martial and magical arts, he would possess sufficient strength to navigate many challenges, even against the Lu Sha family. However, Wu Ming understood that he must prioritize cultivating a female practitioner of the Chenu Enju technique. Otherwise, he would remain stagnant at the first layer of the 9 transformations of the golden body. He felt perplexed by the golden light that had entered his body after purging the malevolent spirits, unsure whether it was the effect of the 9 transformations of the golden body or the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and Amp, Apos, S. original vow sutra. This uncertainty sparked curiosity within him, as he pondered whether it might have adverse effects. Suddenly, a resonant voice echoed in Wu Ming's mind. He found himself seated in a pitch-black space, with only a radiant golden figure before him, emanating the voice. Disciple pays homage to the Bodhisattva. Wu Ming knelt and bowed. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and Amp, Apos, S. original vows sutra emphasizes reincarnation and the salvation of all beings. In this world, there are no hells or underworlds, only the realm of the departed. However, divine beings may exist in the realm of the departed, preventing souls from returning there. The purified souls had their essence collected by the Bodhisattva. With the hope of reincarnation in the future, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva explained. Disciple is grateful for the Bodhisattva and Amp, Apos, as clarification. I have achieved the perfected state of the first layer of the Amp, Apos, 9 transformations of the golden body, and Amp, Apos. May I request guidance on the requirements for practitioners of the Amp, Apos, Chenu Enju and Amp, Apos? Wu Ming humbly inquired. The Buddhist path is about opening the door of convenience and saving all beings. Any benevolent woman may cultivate the Amp, Apos, Chenu Enju, and Amp, Apos. However, those who wish to attain the deeper levels of mastery must heed the principles of karmic affinity within Buddhism. The divine aids those with whom it shares a deep bond. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva responded. As soon as the Bodhisattva finished speaking, Wu Ming found himself back in his body, comprehending the Bodhisattva and Amp, Apos, S. message. The Buddhist power within him could be harnessed for various purposes, requiring diligent exploration on his part. This realization bolstered his confidence in the 9 transformations of the golden body. Wu Ming had made a mental decision regarding potential practitioners of the Chenu Enju. Since anyone could cultivate the technique, he needed to choose someone loyal to him. The depth of their understanding of Buddhist principles would determine their success. Presently, it was crucial for him to enhance his own strength, especially with the Lu Sha family in pursuit and the Church of Light potentially uncovering his questionable identity. Thus, Wu Ming resumed his practice of the 9 transformations of the golden body, aware that it would not increase his Buddhist power but recognizing the necessity of continued training. Time was fleeting, and soon dawn broke. When Wu Ming emerged from his room, he found Babylon directing a group of holy knights in constructing a chapel. This chapel was modest, measuring only 2 meters high and 4 meters long and wide, yet it was rapidly completed under the diligent efforts of the holy knights. Wu Ming surveyed the simple chapel with satisfaction, retrieving a nearly 2-foot-tall statue of the light god made of jade from his spatial ring. This statue was clearly a priceless treasure. With utmost reverence, Wu Ming carefully placed the statue on the altar within the chapel. He vividly recalled the words of Misha and Mo, who had entrusted him with the statue. This statue was one of the 3 great treasures of the Church of Light, once commissioned by a pope of the church, who had infused it with a fragment of divine consciousness. According to the church's records, only 81 such statues of the light god existed. This statue was among them, underscoring its immense value. Wu Ming intended to perform the healing technique for the townsfolk, gathering their gratitude and devotion to offer to the great light god. The townspeople were promptly assembled before the chapel by the holy knights, who informed them that the healing technique would be performed for all, praying for the great light to bless the entire town and spare them from illness throughout their lives. Naturally, upon hearing such a monumental benefit, the townsfolk were filled with excitement. Dear devout followers of the light, I trust you witnessed the calamity brought upon us by a horde of malevolent undead yesterday. This great disaster has been averted, thanks to the guidance of the great light god and the faithful among us who have come to obliterate the threat. Let us extol the virtues of the great light god, Wu Ming proclaimed, embodying the fervent spirit of a devoted disciple before the gathered townspeople. Praise the great light god. 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 As the chorus of praises rose and fell, Wu Ming joined in, shouting in unison until the atmosphere reached a fervent climax. Now, I shall begin recounting the benevolence of the great light god. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was formless and void, and darkness was over the surface of the deep. And the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. God saw that the light was good, and he separated the light from the darkness. God called the light Apos, day, and Apos, and the darkness he called Apos, night, and Apos, and there was evening, and there was morning, the first day. God said, Apos, let there be a vault between the waters to separate water from water, and Apos. So God made the vault and separated the water under the vault from the water above it. And it was so. God called the vault sky. And there was evening, and there was morning, the second day. God said, let the water under the sky be gathered to one place, and let dry ground appear. And it was so. God called the dry ground land, and the gathered waters he called seas. And God saw that it was good. Then God said, Apos, let the land produce vegetation, seed-bearing plants and trees on the land that bear fruit with seed in it, according to their various kinds, Apos, and it was so. Thus, the land produced vegetation, seed-bearing plants and trees bearing fruit with seed in it, each according to its kind. And God saw that it was good. And there was evening, and there was morning, the third day. Chapter 40, Babylon and Apos. S. Ascension to Senior Light Knight Wu Ming observed the villagers, whose faces radiated excitement, their eyes wide like ping-pong balls, fully immersed in the moment. He bore an expression akin to divine possession as he addressed the devout followers of the light. The great light god has rescued your homeland and preserved your lives. Everything you possess is bestowed upon you by the magnificent light god. Do you not think it fitting to dedicate all that you are to him? We are willing to give everything. We are willing to give everything. We are willing to give everything, echoed the fervent followers. Wu Ming continued, your hearts, already perceived by the great light god, have willingly offered themselves. The trials you have endured in this life are the consequences of past misdeeds. Yet, through your faith in the great light god, you shall return to his realm after death, basking in his divine protection. The villagers, now fully animated, demonstrated their heightened spirits. Wu Ming employed several healing spells, alleviating their ailments, which further invigorated them. Glimmering orbs of light appeared above each villager's head, each one suffused with the essence of light and the very spirit of the individual. As these luminescent points emerged, the statue of the light god within the church began to radiate a gentle glow, intensifying with each new orb. The interplay between the villager's light and the statue's radiance was mutual. As the statue's brightness grew, so too did the size and frequency of the villager's glowing orbs. Wu Ming marveled at the sight. The orbs were nearly 5 times larger than those seen during his previous prayer, a stark contrast to the numerous villagers who had not manifested any light at all then. He understood that this magnificent display was significantly influenced by the statue. Alongside the villagers and Apos, recent hardships that had left them yearning for solace. With a flourish, Wu Ming summoned the radiant orbs into the statue, causing its light to blaze forth like a miniature sun. Soon, a beam of energy, as wide as an arm, surged into Wu Ming, who then directed this newfound power into the bodies of the Babylonian light knights. Each knight closed their eyes, diligently absorbing the energy, while the villagers too appeared in a state of serene meditation, each harboring a small sun within their minds, their expressions tranquil and joyous. Wu Ming recognized that these individuals were now fervent believers of the light god, their devotion akin to that of steadfast warriors. Should they be reincarnated, each would undoubtedly become a pillar of the Church of Light, mastering its divine arts. Sitting quietly at the church's entrance, he observed the light knights in their meditative state, alongside the villagers immersed in their divine experience. After nearly an hour, the Babylonian light knights opened their eyes, and Wu Ming beamed at their remarkable transformation. The knights knelt before Wu Ming, not merely as knights, but with full prostration, a gesture of utmost reverence. Wu Ming graciously assisted them to their feet. Realizing that they had become reliant on him for their newfound strength, which had elevated their capabilities beyond his expectations, Babylon had ascended to the rank of senior light knight, while the other 12 knights had all reached the pinnacle of intermediate light knights. Filled with joy at this remarkable progress, Wu Ming felt reassured that, should the Liu Sha family pursue him again, he would be well equipped to defend himself. Yet, an inkling of dissatisfaction lingered within him, igniting an impulse to confront the Liu Sha family in a trial of strength. He quelled this urge, understanding that their current abilities were gained through expedient means and not yet fully adapted to their newfound power. Even if faced with the Liu Sha family, he surmised that the toll could be severe. Moreover, without the Liu Sha family's pursuit, these ordinary villagers would not have undergone the trials that transformed them into devout followers of the light, thus affording Wu Ming this opportunity for growth. Wu Ming felt a twinge of envy as he regarded the light knights. If only he could harness the powers of the light priest spells, he could have ascended to the pinnacle of high priest status, perhaps even grazed the edge of becoming a holy messenger of light. Yet he recognized that such aspirations were merely dreams. Swiftly dismissing these thoughts, Wu Ming acknowledged that as a follower of the Buddha, he was bound to cultivate the unparalleled techniques of the Buddhist path, with hopes of one day reaching the level of the light god. Uncle Babylon, your ascension to this height is entirely due to the villagers' devotion to the great light god. We must arrange for the establishment of a light church here to care for these devoted believers, Wu Ming suggested to Babylon. Rest assured, I shall ensure this matter is handled well, Babylon replied confidently. We shall provide these villagers with a life of peace. And perhaps this place may become a site of miraculous occurrences attributed to the light god, a significant center for believers. The presence of nearly 100 devout followers made this location ideal for developing a congregation of light believers, presenting an opportunity for the modern church to expand its influence, and for the Church of Light to propagate its teachings. This would also benefit their own cause, as Ninglu town lay too far from the ancient city of Gushi. Wu Ming smiled, realizing that the journey from here to Ninglu town would only take a week on horseback, while the trek from Ninglu town to the heart of Gushi province would require half a month. This place, therefore, represented a strategically advantageous position for them. Chapter 41. Arrival at Ninglu town. A strikingly handsome young man, approximately 15 years of age, rode forth on horseback. His features were exquisitely chiseled, resembling a sculpted masterpiece, with sharp angles that accentuated his remarkable beauty. His hair shimmered like spun gold, and beneath a pair of elegantly arched eyebrows lay his closed eyes. A prominent nose and lips of just the right fullness further enhanced his masculine allure. Clad in the white robe of a novice light priest, he was accompanied by a contingent of armored light knights, each exuding an aura of formidable strength. This group was none other than Wu Ming and his companions. As Wu Ming gazed at the distant town, a smile graced his lips. This is Ninglu town, our very own territory. Let us explore and familiarize ourselves with this place, so we are not caught off guard as newcomers. Indeed, young master, this ancient province is aptly dubbed the Land of Desire, a veritable haven for thieves. We have already encountered numerous bands of robbers along the way, some of whom were intermediate warriors, Babylon remarked. That is understood. However, since Ninglu town is under our dominion, it must not harbor any dissent. Let us proceed, Wu Ming declared. With that, Wu Ming spurred his horse ahead, leading the way into the bustling town. Ninglu town appeared vibrant and prosperous, with a main thoroughfare lined with various shops bustling with trade. Merchants vocally advertised their wares, while stalls and mobile vendors added to the lively atmosphere. This quaint town seems quite appealing, Wu Ming noted. There is a considerable number of people, and the commerce appears thriving. Truly, my territory is a splendid place. Before our arrival, I perused some documents, although the information on Ninglu town is a decade old. At that time, it was reported to have around 20,000 inhabitants, with 3 dominant local families, each led by an intermediate warrior. It seems they have thrived, Babylon observed. Indeed. But judging by the current state, the town likely houses approximately 500,000 to 600,000 residents. The citizens appear to be living comfortably, Wu Ming replied with a broad smile. The influence of these three families runs deep here. If we wish to assert control, we may encounter some complications, Babylon cautioned. Such troubles are inconsequential. If we cannot manage these three families in a town of this size, we need not concern ourselves with other ambitions, Wu Ming said nonchalantly. As he watched the throngs of people bustling about, Wu Ming felt a swell of joy. These individuals would soon be the subjects of his rule. Young master, there and Oppos, Essenen over there. We could take a moment to gather information. I and Oppos. I'll also send some of my men to inquire about the situation, Babylon suggested. Very well. Let us go, Wu Ming replied. The inn was a two-story establishment, with a bustling ground floor and a second floor featuring private rooms and street-facing tables. Wu Ming and his companions followed the server upstairs to a table overlooking the street. Welcome. Here is our menu. Please let me know what you would like to order. The young server, appearing around 15 or 16, cheerfully presented the menu to Wu Ming. You may choose the dishes. Just ensure we have fine food and drink. Are you a local? Wu Ming inquired. Indeed, you have a keen eye. I was born here. If you have any questions, I shall answer them all, the server responded eagerly. We seek to understand the customs of this place. Are there any power dynamics we should be wary of? Babylon interjected, handing the server a few silver coins. Upon receiving the coins, the server's smile broadened, his eyes glinting with desire. Wu Ming felt satisfied. Those few silver coins could sustain a family of 4 for an entire year in such a town. The three families wield significant influence here, the Mo family, the Jacob family, and the Laban family. The Mo family is the largest in the province, and our local Missouri family is said to be a branch of it. The other two families relocated here over 50 years ago and have since flourished. They alternate as the town and Oppos' mayor every 3 years. And this year and Oppos' mayor is from the Laban family, the server explained. These families have long governed the townsfolk, implying they possess considerable power. How do they regard outsiders? Babylon inquired. I am just a commoner, so I do not know much about them. This year and Oppos' Laban family head is quite decent, though the family's members can be quite temperamental. Most of the profits from our end seem to be claimed by them, the server said with a wry smile. Temperamental? Perhaps they are unruly and unreasonable? Babylon chuckled. The server merely grimaced in silence. Suddenly, a chaotic clamor erupted from the street. Wu Ming turned to see a group of young men galloping down the thoroughfare, their whips cracking against the townsfolk nearby. Anything in their path was trampled mercilessly, and the cries of the injured filled the air. Among them, a 3-year-old girl crouched in fear, weeping for her mother. One particularly brazen young man, noticing her, laughed cruelly as he charged his horse directly at the child. Uncle Babylon. Wu Ming's voice was filled with ice as he called out. Hearing Wu Ming, Babylon shot him a glance before leaping from the balcony to stand in front of the girl. The young man on horseback, startled by Babylon and Oppos' sudden appearance, grinned wickedly, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. As the horse bore down on him, Babylon struck out with a swift palm, sending both horse and rider tumbling to the ground with a resounding crash. Babylon stood proudly over them, watching as the fallen young man and horse collided violently with the earth, while the others in the group hastily reined in their steeds, fearful of trampling their fallen companion. Chapter 42. Establishing authority. Who are you? We are members of the Laban family. No one in this town dares to treat us with disrespect. The young master, who had just been knocked down, was helped up and shouted defiantly at Babylon, riding through the bustling market, recklessly charging and injuring others. According to the laws of the kingdom, one should be whipped 100 times, stripped of their martial abilities, and in severe cases, executed on the spot. It was already a mercy that I did not kill you outright, Babylon remarked. Come on, if you have the guts, Don and Oppos, walk away. The young master shouted at Babylon. Go summon the family. I want to see if you can truly unleash the dragon. He directed one of his subordinates, who promptly mounted a swift horse and rode off to deliver the message. However, as he mounted, he was suddenly kicked off by an unseen assailant, landing harshly on the ground. All eyes turned toward the subordinate, who lay sprawled, while a young man in his 20s, standing nearby, looked at the young master and said, You can send the message, just run. The fallen subordinate glanced briefly at the young master and the one who had kicked him, but said nothing as he hurried away to relay the message. Who are you? The young master fixed his gaze on Babylon. First, incapacitate these men, then bind them all. Let us see what kind of guests we can expect, a voice called down from above. As the young master and his group turned to see the source of the voice, Babylon respectfully replied, Yes, my lord. A wave of fear washed over the young master and his entourage. Before they could react, they felt excruciating pain coursing through their bodies, cries of agony escaping their lips. Babylon and the group of paladins followed the orders of Wuming, swiftly neutralizing the martial abilities of the young master's party. Among them, only the young master was a novice warrior. The rest were merely robust apprentices. To Babylon, a senior paladin, dealing with these individuals was as effortless as a tiger confronting a pack of mice, effortlessly rendering them powerless. The onlookers, bewildered by the unfolding scene, hastily retreated to their homes, closing shop doors behind them. The innkeeper, witnessing the chaos, was paralyzed with fear, unsure of how to proceed. Arrange for our meals and drinks to be prepared and brought up, Wuming instructed, handing a few gold coins to the innkeeper. The innkeeper hurried downstairs to comply. Wuming beckoned Babylon to join him for a meal, observing the young master writhing in pain on the ground, awaiting news of the reinforcements. The Laban family would undoubtedly be furious upon arriving at such a scene. You must protect Lord Babylon, he instructed the nearby paladins. Yes, Captain, they replied in unison. Do not be alarmed. This is our territory. We are the kings of this place. Even if there are intermediate warriors among these families, it is unlikely they possess any advanced warriors in such a small town. There is no need for excessive concern. Moreover, even if there were advanced warriors, we need not fear them, Wuming asserted. Yes, my lord, Babylon agreed. Soon, the inn served the food and drink for Wuming and his party, while the innkeeper paced nervously downstairs, unable to find rest. As they dined, they awaited the arrival of the Laban family. My lord, when the Laban family arrives, should we eliminate them all or merely use these individuals to establish our authority? Babylon inquired. We are devout followers of the Church of Light. We embody justice and represent fairness. As long as the members of the Laban family turn to the light and repent, we shall not hold malice, Wuming replied nonchalantly. Understood. We are the embodiment of justice. We have come to Ninglu town to proclaim the greatness of the light god and Apos. Justice, compassion, and love. Babylon smiled knowingly. They have arrived, Wuming said, glancing toward the street. A group soon approached on swift horses, led by a man in his 50s. His face a mask of frost as he surveyed the writhing young master. He turned to face the inn where Wuming stood. Sir, the Laban family is not to be trifled with. You cannot leave Ninglu town alive. I will ensure you have no burial place, the Laban family man declared. Wuming regarded the Laban family, which numbered 32, only 3 of whom were intermediate warriors, while the rest were novices. With such a meager force, you threaten the devout followers of the great light god and Apos, as church? Do you not realize this could lead to your execution? You are members of the Church of Light? Even so, this is the province of Gushi. This is a land of chaos, a paradise for the strong. No matter who you are, a Laban family member said, his confidence faltering. If you kneel now and pledge your allegiance to the great light god and vow to be faithful followers, I, Ruth, will grant you a chance for redemption and forget this incident, Wuming declared to the Laban family. The members of the Laban family glared at Wuming, their expressions cold and serious, their eyes darting as they contemplated their options. The Laban family will not simply bow to those who have struck us. Kill them all, commanded the leader of the Laban family. Brutal and devoid of reason. Strip these men of their abilities, then execute them publicly. Let those who dare to raise arms against the devout followers of the great light god learn the consequences. Wuming replied, his face hardened. Babylon led the paladins into battle against the Laban family, their charge resembling that of ferocious tigers among a flock of sheep, effortlessly toppling the Laban members. Even the 3 intermediate warriors were swiftly defeated, each felled by a single strike from a paladin, their abilities rendered null. The remaining novice warriors, facing other intermediate paladins, were similarly dispatched with ease. Such an outcome had long been anticipated by Wuming. The disparity in power was immense. Bind them all. We still have the royal appointment to announce. According to the kingdom's regulations, we must now present the appointment to the mayor and obtain all official seals to formally assume control of the town. We shall proceed to transfer authority from the Laban family, Wuming stated, directing his gaze at the members of the Laban family. Chapter 43. Patriarch of the Laban family Wuming arranged for a paladin to guard the members of the Laban family, who had been stripped of their martial prowess, and dispatched 2 additional paladins to notify the Mo and Yage families to come to the Laban residence for the reading of his appointment decree. Accompanied by Babylon and the remaining paladins, Wuming proceeded to the Laban family to assert his rightful authority. Upon arriving, they found the Laban family and Apos, gate firmly shut, and the surroundings devoid of any inhabitants, clearly indicating that they had anticipated his arrival. Approaching to present his credentials, Wu Ming knocked on the door and remarked at its closure. Babylon stepped forward, producing a formal letter from his cloak, addressing the closed gate with authority. By the decree of the royal house of Noah, I hereby appoint the devout follower of the Light Church, Ruth Moaya, as Baron of the royal house of Noah, granting him the territory of Ninglu town. We have come to conduct the transfer of this appointment. This is our letter of credentials. Babylon's voice, bolstered by the power of a high-ranking paladin, resonated through the air, causing the surrounding trees to tremble and the heavy door to rattle. As his proclamation concluded, the letter shot forth like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the closed door and leaving a narrow, elongated hole that mirrored the thickness of the document. Wu Ming, brimming with confidence, observed the door, delighting in the sudden commotion that erupted from within. The door creaked open to reveal a white-haired patriarch in his 60s, flanked by a group of followers, who respectfully addressed Wu Ming. You must be Baron Ruth Moaya. I am the patriarch of the Laban family. It is an honor for you, esteemed paladin, to visit our humble town. How may we serve you? Wu Ming smiled at the patriarch, choosing silence while casting a mysterious glance at Babylon. The patriarch, visibly taken aback, turned to Wu Ming as Babylon continued. Patriarch Laban, I am the protector of the young master, serving as his shield and sword. Naturally, wherever he goes, I shall follow. This is his domain, and it is my duty to assist him in its governance. Henceforth, all matters shall be at the young master's discretion. Would you not agree? Patriarch Laban? The patriarch's astonishment was palpable as he regarded Babylon and then Wu Ming. He understood the significance of a guardian paladin within the Light Church, an unwavering protector devoted to safeguarding their liege with their very life, with no possibility of betrayal. Since the dawn of the Light God, there had been no record of a guardian paladin ever failing their oath. Typically, a high-ranking paladin aspiring to enter the kingdom would be granted a viscountcy, along with a small town or even a minor city as their fief. Yet here stood a junior pastor and Apos, guardian, a paladin of such stature serving a mere baron with a small territorial claim. Initially, the patriarch pondered why such a high-ranking paladin had come to their small town. But the realization that this esteemed individual could potentially be the future mayor and lord of the land struck dread into his heart, symbolizing a bleak future for the Laban family. Patriarch Laban, shall we commence the ceremony for the transfer of power? I trust the Laban family has many matters to attend to. Would you not agree? Wu Ming smiled, his gaze fixed on the patriarch, who appeared as though he had witnessed his family and Apos, demise in a sea of blood. All shall be as the young master commands. However, some seals are not at the residence. I shall arrange for someone to retrieve them. Please, make yourself comfortable and enjoy some tea, the patriarch responded with a respectful smile. Wu Ming could feel the anger emanating from the Laban family members standing behind their patriarch. Had it not been for Babylon's presence, this place would likely have erupted into chaos. Wu Ming regarded the patriarch as if attempting to see into his very soul, slowly responding, very well, as you are the elder of the town. I shall defer to your hospitality. Please, allow me to guide you, the patriarch said graciously. Wu Ming, along with Babylon and the paladins, entered the Laban family estate, which bore the marks of careful cultivation, featuring ornamental rocks and flowing water, alongside various scenic arrangements. Upon entry, they were greeted by a large training ground filled with various weapons, and over 70 of the Laban family members were gathered within the modest courtyard. Among them, the patriarch held the peak strength of a mid-level warrior, accompanied by 2 others at the threshold of mid-level strength, while the rest were primarily low-level warriors. Wu Ming assessed the situation, realizing that the Laban family boasted 6 mid-level warriors and nearly 100 low-level warriors, a surprising strength for a small town. Yet, even with such might, the balance of power in Ninglu town suggested that the other 2 families were likely equally formidable, if not stronger. This realization ignited a spark of excitement within Wu Ming, for he sensed that Ninglu town concealed secrets he had yet to uncover. The Laban family and Apos' strength should have made them a dominant force in any small town. And even within the city, they should hold a significant position. How could such a scenario exist in a 3-way standoff? His curiosity about the hidden truths of his territory deepened. Wu Ming felt fortunate to have encountered the Lusha family, had his strength not increased. Facing these local power players would have been a farcical endeavor. However, fate had favored him, as he now commanded the strength of a high-ranking paladin alongside 12 mid-level paladins, making the situation far more manageable. The patriarch ushered Wu Ming and his entourage into the hall, politeness radiating from him as he said, "Young master, Please take a seat. Wu Ming, without hesitation, settled into a chair, stating, "This is now my domain. My records indicate that the town's population is merely 230,000, yet upon my arrival, it appears to be around 50,000 at most. This situation must surely be attributed to your efforts, Patriarch. Young master, you flatter me. It is primarily due to the harmonious culture of Ninglu Town, where neighbors coexist peacefully. The recent influx of settlers, coupled with natural population growth, has led to our current circumstances," the Patriarch humbly replied. "However, I am curious about your standing within the Light Church. From what I understand, the Church typically pairs junior paladins and priests for their ventures, yet you possess such a distinguished high-ranking paladin and numerous mid-level paladins in your retinue. Your status must be quite extraordinary," the Patriarch inquired, intrigue evident on his face. Chapter 44. The foolish Patriarch of the Laban clan. Wu Ming squinted slightly, a faint smile gracing the corners of his mouth as he regarded Patriarch Laban. "Are you curious about my identity?" he mused. Patriarch Laban dared not respond. "However, your stature evidently surpasses the regulations of the Church of Light. A high-ranking Light Knight serves as your guardian, and it is entirely understandable that a high-ranking knight's allegiance would lie with the High Priest or the Light Envoy. Yet, as a mere junior priest, I find myself perplexed," Patriarch Laban retorted, his earlier deference replaced by a hardened expression. No sooner had he spoken than the members of the Laban family swiftly encircled Wu Ming and his companions. Wu Ming, observing the encroaching Laban clan, Kuden and Apos, helped but laugh heartily. "I truly question how your clan has survived to this day. Babylon, your strength is merely for the amusement of these self-important bumpkins." Babylon and his fellow Light Knights ignited their auras, creating a formidable presence that forced a significant gap through the encircling Laban clan members. It is crucial to recognize that not everyone possesses the ability to discern an opponent and Apos' strength merely by sensing their internal energy fluctuations, a skill that requires one to be at least a tier above their adversary. Otherwise, one is left with only a vague impression. The Laban family members were awestruck by the overwhelming energy emanating from Babylon and his companions. The combined aura of a high-ranking Light Knight and 9 intermediate knights was immensely impactful. Wu Ming, amused by Patriarch Laban's foolishness, remarked, "With the strength of your kin, you believe you can take our lives? Such naivety is truly remarkable. If the other 2 families in Ninglu Town share your delusions, it would be splendid news for me. My lord, I surrender at once." The entire Laban family capitulates. "Please, show mercy upon our ignorance," Patriarch Laban declared, kneeling as he felt the immense pressure around him. Wu Ming cast a glance at the kneeling Patriarch, closing his eyes and softly uttering, "Leave none alive." Upon hearing Wu Ming and Apos' command, Babylon and the other Light Knights felt a heavy weight settle in their hearts. The phrase "leave none alive" implied not only the 70-odd individuals before them, but also all within the Laban family estate. The magnitude of this task was unfathomable. As Patriarch Laban registered Wu Ming's order and noticed the evident hesitation among Babylon and his fellow knights, he shouted, "Run! Everyone flee! Babylon!" Observing the fleeing Laban clan members and Wu Ming's impassive demeanor, drew his sword and lunged at Patriarch Laban. The Patriarch proved no match for such a formidable opponent, retreating at every turn. In response to their captain and Apos' action, the intermediate Light Knights gritted their teeth and unsheathed their swords, targeting the Laban family members. The Laban clan stood no chance against Babylon and his comrades. This endeavor was nothing short of a massacre. As Wu Ming listened to the cacophony of screams and the curses hurled by the Laban family in their final moments, his previously frosty countenance gradually transformed into a smile. As if the sounds of anguish and maledictions were a beautiful melody, Wu Ming recognized the unwavering loyalty of Babylon and his companions. However, he was momentarily reminded of a passage from Watermargin, where Lin Chong ascends a mountain requiring a blood oath. Observing Patriarch Laban and Apos' foolish antics, Wu Ming commanded Babylon to slay the Laban family as a testament of loyalty. As the screams and curses dwindled, the acrid scent of blood intensified. Wu Ming and Apos' smile faded, replaced by an expression devoid of emotion. "My lord, all 576 individuals within the Laban estate have been thoroughly dealt with. The remaining livestock and magical creatures have also been eliminated, leaving no signs of life," Babylon reported calmly, as though executing a mundane task. Upon hearing Babylon and Apos' words, Wu Ming merely nodded, keeping his eyes closed. "Uncle Babylon, you have worked hard. Please wait at the entrance for the other two families. No one is to enter without my command. Babylon, never before so composed, replied, Yes, my lord. He led the light knights away, leaving Wu Ming to smile at the closing door. Stada, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, such a plethora of living beings. I am certain the great god of death will be pleased. Your body is no longer in distress. This is your chance to elevate your power, Wu Ming declared. Stada, who had followed Wu Ming like a shadow, approached him and softly replied, I will heed your command. He began to meticulously inscribe the magical sigil for the priest of death's flame using the blood of the Laban clan, arranging their corpses in the center of the sigil. My lord, all preparations are complete. Please bestow upon me the strength of spirit, Stada implored, kneeling before Wu Ming. Wu Ming abruptly opened his eyes, lifting Stada to his feet. We are brothers. Do not kneel before me again. Stada, filled with emotion, vowed silently to remain loyal to Wu Ming for a lifetime. The last time Wu Ming had aided him, it had transformed him entirely. This time, he aspired to elevate his power to a level he had never dared to believe possible. Wu Ming produced a golden needle and performed the 9 stages of the golden needle, enhancing Stada's mental strength. As Stada chanted incantations, a much clearer black figure emerged. Though its form remained indistinct, its pressure greater than before. The appearance of this shadow swiftly absorbed the essence of the Laban clan, its speed significantly surpassing the last encounter. Wu Ming pondered whether this rapid change resulted from Stada's heightened mental capacity, or perhaps due to the greater number of sacrifices offered to this magnificent deity of death. Chapter 45, Star's Ascension to Advance Dual Cultivation of Magic and Martial Arts. A dark figure materialized directly atop the mountain of corpses belonging to the Rabban clan. Observing the heap of bodies, Star sensed the figure's satisfaction with the sacrificial offerings. The dark silhouette made no gesture towards the lifeless remains. Yet the corpses began to dissolve into streams of energy, merging into the shadowy form. Within a quarter of an hour, over 500 bodies had completely transformed into energy, absorbed by the enigmatic entity. Clearly pleased with the offerings, the dark figure lingered in the air for a moment longer before gesturing towards Star, sending a surge of energy into Star and Apos' body. Wu Ming felt the energy within Star rapidly escalating, as the sunflower scripture within him operated swiftly to absorb this influx. The sunflower scripture was unlike any martial art known on this continent, its aura profoundly restrained. Even Wu Ming found it impossible to discern the extent of Star and Apos' newfound power. He could only perceive that Star and Apos' energy was increasing quickly. Suddenly, Wu Ming felt a gaze fixated upon him, scrutinizing him intently before it vanished just as swiftly. In that fleeting moment, an icy chill enveloped Wu Ming, causing beads of sweat to drench his clothing entirely. He glanced upwards, only to discover that the dark figure had long since vanished, leaving Star silently cultivating and absorbing the energy within. Finding solace, Wu Ming began reciting the Ksiddhagarbha Bodhisattva and Apos' fundamental vows, allowing his heart to grow increasingly tranquil. After an indeterminate number of recitations, he opened his eyes to see Star humbly kneeling before him. Wu Ming, with a serious demeanor, helped Star to his feet and said, We are brothers. I have asked you not to kneel before me. It is you who saved my life. It is you who bestowed power upon me. My future belongs to you. I will be your shadow, your sword. Even if you command me to die, I shall do so without hesitation. Star, equally solemn, responded, Since we are brothers, there is no need for such formality. You must accompany me as we navigate this world and forge our future together. Pray tell, to what extent have your powers progressed? Wu Ming grasped Star and Apos' hand tightly as he awaited an answer. Star frowned slightly and replied, The sunflower scripture has not shown any discernible levels of change. I can only sense the immense strength of my internal power, though I am uncertain of its exact degree. However, the great deity of death has bestowed upon me energy that has elevated my mental prowess. I have now reached the level of an advanced necromancer. My internal magical energy is also quite abundant. I am now a genuine advanced necromancer. Wu Ming released Star and Apos' hand, saying, Now, summon your inner power so that I may sense it. Without hesitation, Star activated the energy of the sunflower scripture, allowing it to flow throughout his body. Wu Ming and Apos' smile widened as he felt Star and Apos' energy intensifying. Star, observing Wu Ming and Apos' joyful expression, inquired, My lord, how fares my cultivation of the sunflower scripture? With satisfaction, Wu Ming replied, Your energy has fully reached the level of an advanced warrior, albeit merely at the initial stage. However, as you cultivate both martial and magical arts. Once you adapt to your strength, you will have few rivals at the same level. Star respectfully declared, "All of this is a gift from my lord." Gazing into Star's eyes, Wu Ming spoke earnestly, "Star, your strength is now sufficient to establish a foothold on this continent. Yet, this is far from enough. I once believed that advanced warriors were a rare elite on this land. But consider that a mere sacrifice from the Rabin clan has granted you the power of advanced dual cultivation. If an entire town or even a city were to make sacrifices, what level of power might emerge? I sense that being an advanced warrior may only be the beginning. The larger factions surely possess powers beyond my imagination. I need you to create a force that is solely ours. One that focuses entirely on the cultivation of the sunflower scripture and necromantic powers. Loyalty is all that matters. Everything else is inconsequential. Are you willing?" Kneeling on one knee, Star affirmed, "I am willing, and I pledge absolute loyalty to my lord." Wu Ming helped Star to his feet, stating, "As long as we are united in purpose, loyalty to you is akin to loyalty to me. Ensure their allegiance to you, for this will enable you to harness such power more effectively. I shall provide you half of Duke by Endapos, as treasure as your initial funding." As Star was about to kneel once more, Wu Ming grasped his shoulder, preventing him from doing so, and said with excitement, "I will certainly fulfill this." Wu Ming emphasized, "Now, you must depart. Wait for me outside the town. I will deliver the funds directly to you." Star nodded gravely and swiftly departed, vanishing from Wu Ming's sight like a bolt of lightning. Watching Star's retreating figure, Wu Ming's exhilaration gradually faded, replaced by a calm demeanor. He surveyed the desolate training grounds, now marked only by bloodstains and remnants of the recent brutal massacre, devoid of any signs of life. Gathering his thoughts, Wu Ming approached the great gate and commanded, "Open the door." The gate creaked open, revealing the imposing figures of the Knights of Light standing alongside Babylon. Opposite them loomed a dense throng of people, estimated to number in the thousands. Unperturbed, Wu Ming approached Babylon. Observing the two distinctly different groups within the crowd, it was evident they were the remaining families of the Mo and Jacob clans. Addressing the gathered populace with composure, Wu Ming proclaimed, "Fellow citizens of the town, I am Lord Rueda, Baron Mo Yin, appointed by the kingdom. Ninglu Town has been granted to me as my territory. I am a devout follower of the great God of Light, an ordinary novice priest within the Church of Light. I shall proclaim the mercy of the great God of Light here, so that you may experience his compassion and grace. From this day forth, you shall be my subjects, and I shall be your lord. I will ensure that you live in peace, providing stability in this land known for its chaos. Together, we shall bask in the radiance of the great God of Light, leading you to lives of tranquility and happiness, regardless of the reasons that brought you to Ninglu Town. As long as you believe in the great God of Light, you shall find redemption. The sins of your loved ones and friends may also be absolved. You will be reborn in Ninglu Town. Simply have faith in the great God of Light, and you shall attain salvation from your earthly transgressions." Chapter 46. Establishing authority. Wu Ming observed the citizens of Ninglu Town, some indifferent, others mocking, and a few displaying expressions of delight. Yet none took any action to align themselves with his words. He addressed the silent crowd, stating, "During my recent exchange ceremony with Chief Laban, I engaged in profound discussions about the future of Ninglu Town and the actions of the Laban tribe. Under the benevolent guidance of the Great Light God, Chief Laban has achieved enlightenment and resolved to lead his people in spreading the brilliance of the Great Light God to those who have yet to experience his radiance. Chief Laban has already departed with his tribe and has graciously bestowed the Laban residence to the kingdom as the new office of the town mayor. I believe that if Chief Laban can grasp the compassion and radiance of the Great Light God, so too can you. What do you think, members of the Mo and Jacob tribes?" Wu Ming smiled warmly at the two individuals with the highest energy levels from the two families. The two felt as though they were being threatened, their lives hanging in the balance, exchanging silent glances filled with unspoken communication. The townsfolk, upon hearing this news, were taken aback into silence, uncertain whether it was the brilliance of the Great Light God or something else that astonished them. The Jacob tribe would undoubtedly strive to emulate the esteemed young Master Mo, seeking to comprehend the radiance of the Great Light God, following in his footsteps to transform Ninglu Town into a place of tranquility, allowing all to understand the young Master's intentions. As the chief of the Jacob tribe, "I shall lead my people closely behind the young Master," declared the Jacob chief with a deep bow. Another individual, visibly shaken by the Jacob chief and Apos' words, bowed and stated, "I, the chief of the Mo tribe, will also guide my people to follow in the footsteps of young Master Mo." The townsfolk recognized that the dynamics of Ninglu town had irrevocably shifted after witnessing the declarations of the two prominent families. Wu Ming, observing the bowing chiefs of the Mo and Jacob tribes and the quiet crowd, realized that his endeavor to utilize the Laban family to establish authority and seize power in Ninglu town had reached its successful conclusion. Wu Ming addressed the citizens. Now that the exchange ceremony has concluded, please disperse and attend to your own affairs. The development of Ninglu town relies on everyone and Apos' efforts. With that, the townsfolk began to disperse, finding little entertainment left to witness, though the Mo and Jacob tribes remained. Wu Ming, with a sincere smile, approached the two chiefs, saying, I am new to Ninglu town and have many uncertainties that I hope you can clarify for me. Shall we retire to the town mayor's office and discuss? The Jacob chief, eager to pledge loyalty, interjected, Young master, you honor us. I shall share all my knowledge without reservation, for you are now our lord. And we are your subjects. Delighted, Wu Ming took the hands of the Jacob and Mo chiefs, saying, Very well, let us go inside and talk. It is not fitting for so many to stand around. Thus, Wu Ming led the two chiefs, each harboring their own thoughts, into what was once the Laban family residence, now transformed into the town mayor's office. As the Mo and Jacob chiefs surveyed the blood-stained grounds and the remnants of a fierce battle, the pervasive scent of blood served as a grim reminder of the violence that had transpired. Please, take a seat, Wu Ming courteously invited from his position of authority. It is an honor to share this moment with you, young master, the Jacob chief responded, beaming with a smile. The Jacob chief, tall and lean with prominent eyes and a hint of a goat-like beard, exuded a shrewd air. Wu Ming, wary of the Jacob chief's obsequious demeanor, noted the silent scrutiny of the Mo chief. With the Laban tribe now engaged in spreading the glory of the great light god, it fell to these two families to shape the future of Ninglu town. Wu Ming addressed them. The stability and prosperity of Ninglu town now rest with you. We are all your subjects. The Jacob tribe is entirely at your service, the Jacob chief affirmed. The Mo chief added, as inhabitants of your territory, we shall heed your commands. However, we, the Mo people, are distinct from the Laban tribe, which lacks a significant background. If you wish for us to promote the glory of the great light god as the Laban tribe does, it will not be an easy task, he declared with a serious countenance. The Mo tribe, being a direct lineage of the Mo clan, is widespread across the ancient province of Gushur. Our kin are accomplished, and many have transitioned from the Mo tribe to the Mo people, who protect you. I am aware of the Mo clan's historical interventions during existential threats. Wu Ming stated with gravity. Young master, it is good that you know this. As long as our safety is not compromised, we Mo people will certainly follow your orders. The Mo chief asserted, locking eyes with Wu Ming. The presence of the Laban tribe in promoting the glory of the great light god is sufficient for now. Whether further promotion is necessary will depend on future needs, Wu Ming replied, addressing the two chiefs. Just as the Mo chief was about to respond, the Jacob chief interjected. All Jacob tribesmen will comply with the young master and Apos' directives. Young master, I have important matters to report. Wu Ming, intrigued, prompted, please, speak, Jacob chief. The Laban tribe possesses 8 intermediate warriors, while my Jacob tribe has 10. The Mo tribe likely surpasses our combined numbers in intermediate warriors. Such a concentration of warriors requires substantial resources, and their existence in a town like Ninglu, without special circumstances, is unlikely. I wish to inform you of these special circumstances. The Jacob chief explained, his demeanor still obsequious. Chapter 47. Distribution of interest. The chieftain of the Moran tribe stood up directly, fixing his gaze on Chieftain Jacob. Chieftain Jacob, you truly are remarkable, he remarked. Chieftain Jacob met his stare without hesitation and retorted, this secret was brought forth by us. It is only due to your formidable strength that you share it with the Moran tribe. Do you genuinely believe it belongs to you? Fury flared within the Moran chieftain. Very well. What of it? Is it not merely the secret of the copper mine? Eventually, everyone shall come to know it. Wu Ming and the group of light knights exchanged glances, their eyes alight with realization. The continent and Apos' circulating currency comprised gold, silver, and copper. 1 gold coin equated to 10 silver coins, while 1 silver coin was worth 100 copper coins. Although many affluent individuals paid little heed to copper coins, this did not diminish the significance of a copper mine, a veritable treasure. According to the kingdom and Apos' laws, only the state possessed the right to mine gold, silver, and copper, and any infringement would result in severe retribution, potentially annihilating entire clans. Despite having acquired the treasures of Duke Bizi, Wu Ming understood that wealth was never sufficient. So it is true, the three clans have exploited this copper mine to enhance their strength and gradually develop Ninglu Town. Wu Ming addressed Chieftain Jacob and Chieftain Morin. Indeed, Chieftain Jacob acknowledged. The three clans jointly operate the mine, converting the ore into copper coins for resources. However, this secret was originally uncovered by my ancestors, who, considering the Morin tribe and Apos' background, could not simply eradicate them all. Thus, I allied with the Laban tribe and the Morin tribe for development. Chieftain Morin, upon hearing this, let out a cold snort but remained silent. Chieftain Jacob continued, at that time, my ancestors were high-ranking warriors, while the Morin tribe possessed only 56 intermediate warriors. We had 2 intermediate warriors ourselves. We refrained from exterminating the Morins entirely, fearing unnecessary complications, and thus retained a few of them, namely the Laban tribe. Over the years, we have developed together. Yet, the Morin tribe has thrived rapidly, as evidenced by your current demeanor, suggesting a significant number of intermediate warriors among your ranks. Chieftain Morin, unfazed, turned to Wu Ming and stated, this matter concerns the Morin tribe, and I cannot divulge it to Chieftain Jacob. Now that the secret of the copper mine is known, this is the territory of young Master Moya. We wish to know how you intend to handle this situation. Wu Ming regarded Chieftain Morin with an enigmatic expression. What do you suggest I do about this matter? He inquired. After a long pause, Chieftain Morin replied, previously, we divided the profits equally among the 3 tribes. But that is no longer feasible. The Morin tribe will oversee the mining operations and handle all the minutiae, while you will supervise. We shall only take 2/5 of the profits. What are your thoughts on this? Wu Ming, still maintaining an inscrutable demeanor, remarked, I am intrigued. The kingdom's currency is inscribed with magical runes by specialized rune engravers, who are esteemed servants of the crown. How do you intend to inscribe the final runes on the currency? Chieftain Jacob, with an obsequious smile, replied, this is the brilliance of my predecessor. One of his subordinates is an apprentice rune engraver who somehow acquired a flawed blueprint of the royal currency and Apos' rune array. Given that copper coins are the smallest denomination, they naturally sustain somewhere over time. Wu Ming, intrigued, remarked, your predecessor was indeed fortunate, and it is certainly a boon for you. This explains why the Laban tribe has been so audacious in Ninglu Town. They possess a member skilled in inscribing currency runes. Wu Ming then questioned, now that the Laban chieftain has departed with his kin to extol the virtues of the great god of light, can that apprentice rune engraver continue to work for us? Chieftains? Chieftain Jacob confidently replied, rest assured, young master. This apprentice rune engraver is a subordinate of my predecessor. Although he belongs to the Laban tribe, he shares no blood ties with the townsfolk. His grievances towards their actions over the years will facilitate our negotiations. I believe it can be resolved with some compensation. Wu Ming contemplated this matter carefully before addressing both chieftains. As wealth is to be shared, I desire stability in Ninglu Town. I do not favor excessive bloodshed. Although the Laban chieftain had vacated the town, the rightful profits must still be allocated. To express goodwill, the apprentice rune engraver shall receive 4/5 of the profits. Chieftain Jacob will handle the negotiations with him, and I trust there will be no issues on your end, Chieftain Jacob. Upon hearing Wu Ming's proposal, Chieftain Jacob and Apos' face lit up with joy, for the apprentice rune engraver had always held great respect for his ancestors and bore dissatisfaction towards the Laban tribe and Apos' actions, which had no blood ties to him. This situation presented a minor inconvenience that might yield substantial benefits. Chieftain Morin and Apos' eyes sparkled with newfound realization as he listened to Wu Ming. Wu Ming then said, Chieftain Morin, since you have expressed your willingness to handle the minutiae in exchange for 2/5 of the profits, I find this arrangement agreeable. I also hope you will pacify the townsfolk to prevent any unnecessary disturbances. Chieftain Morin rose and bowed respectfully to Wu Ming, declaring, the Morin tribe shall abide by the Lord and Apos' commands and contribute to the prosperity of Ninglu Town. Wu Ming, having waited a few moments, finally assisted Chieftain Morin to his feet, saying, Chieftain Morin, you are too courteous. Observing Chieftain Jacob and Apos' expression, Wu Ming discerned his concerns about the diminishing profits. As for the remaining profits, the Jacob tribe shall receive 2/5, while I shall take 2/5. What do you think, Chieftain Jacob? Chapter 48. Coercion and Temptation. Patriarch Jacob gazed at Wu Ming, his expression one of disbelief. Wu Ming firmly clasped the delighted Patriarch Jacob and Apos' hand and expressed, I have fully comprehended your intentions, esteemed Patriarch. Taking 2/3 of the benefits this time has already placed you at a disadvantage. Do not underestimate the significance of this 2/3, it is quite substantial. Receiving such a portion is already a testament to the Lord and Apos' benevolence. Patriarch Jacob replied gratefully. Wu Ming then addressed him, as a devoted follower of the great God of light. This land is now my domain, and I am compelled to spread the glory of the great God here. I intend to establish a magnificent church dedicated to him, and I hope for your support. Patriarch Jacob, momentarily taken aback, quickly responded with enthusiasm. Support. We must support this endeavor. It is our duty. Wu Ming continued. With the church established, we can better disseminate the brilliance of the great God of light, attracting more followers to his faith. Your two families are the largest in this region. With the backing of both Patriarch Jacob and Patriarch Morin, this venture can be executed more effectively. After conveying his thoughts, Wu Ming turned to Patriarch Morin, awaiting his response. Patriarch Morin respectfully declared, You are the lord of Ninglu town. You may build whatever your heart desires. The Morin tribe fully supports you. Wu Ming, feeling reassured, responded, Excellent. With the support of both patriarchs, this task becomes manageable. As you can see, my entourage is modest. Since a church is to be erected, we shall require a cadre of light knights for its protection. I possess 12 intermediate light knights, along with Uncle Babylon, a senior light knight. I plan to have these 12 intermediate knights form 12 squads of light knights, comprised of personnel from Ninglu town. The requirements for recruits are simple. They must be under 15 years of age and possess the strength of apprentice warriors. Wu Ming and Apos' words left Patriarch Morin and Patriarch Jacob momentarily stunned. It was clear he intended to establish his own influence, laying a foundation step by step. This notion instilled a subtle apprehension in both patriarchs, as if they sensed the potential for retribution in the future. Even Patriarch Jacob, who had been in agreement with Wu Ming, fell silent. Observing their reactions, Wu Ming erupted into laughter. Patriarch Morin and Patriarch Jacob exchanged glances, remaining silent as Wu Ming continued. Your two families undoubtedly have the largest pool of talent in Ninglu town. Should you wish, members of your families are more than welcome to join, and I would be most pleased. They will receive personal guidance, enabling them to become competent light knights. Suddenly, both patriarchs appeared taken aback, their faces lighting up with smiles. If their kin were to join this cadre of light knights, it would forge beneficial ties with both Ruth and Mariah. An interwoven relationship wherein one could inform the other of any potential threats. Patriarch Jacob, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Of course we are willing. It would be a blessing for our kin to become light knights. Patriarch Morin, smiling, added, Indeed, if our Morin tribe members could become light knights, it would truly be a blessing for our people. However, he hesitated, voicing his concerns, yet. The Morin tribe is often viewed as a brutal entity in the doctrines of the Light Church. To my knowledge, there have been no reports of Morin tribe members joining the Light Church. Even those forcibly captured have not been converted into followers of the great God of light. Do you truly believe there is hope? Wu Ming, with a mysterious gaze, replied, The Morin tribe can indeed dedicate themselves to the Light Church, provided they are willing to offer themselves to the great God of light. I am, after all, a member of the Morin tribe. As Wu Ming laughed. He activated his Morin bloodline, the potent aura of his heritage leaving Patriarch Morin momentarily dazed. Wu Ming taunted. Do you still believe that members of the Morin tribe cannot cultivate the light series of techniques? Patriarch Morin looked at Wu Ming in astonishment, speechless for a time. Meanwhile, Patriarch Jacob regarded Wu Ming thoughtfully, lost in contemplation. Wu Ming addressed both patriarchs. The great God of light welcomes followers from all walks of life, regardless of their lineage. My identity is a secret known only to the upper echelons of the Light Church. My mission in Gushi Province is to spread the compassion of the great God of light. Now that you both are aware, I trust you understand your course of action. Exchanging glances, Patriarch Jacob and Patriarch Morin realized they were now irrevocably committed to the ship of Ruth and Mariah. There was no turning back. The copper mine had established a web of interdependent interests, making it unwise to abandon their alliance. With the revelation of his Morin identity and the disclosure of his mission to the Light Church, Wu Ming had effectively wielded coercion and temptation to his advantage. Patriarch Jacob respectfully stated, I have 20 members of the Jacob tribe who meet your requirements. May I present them to you, so they may bask in the glory of the great God? Seeing Patriarch Jacob and Apos' willingness, Patriarch Morin solemnly added, We have 30 members of the Morin tribe who also meet your criteria. Please accept them. They will surely obey your directives, no matter the task. Wu Ming looked at the two men with delight. saying, "With members from both esteemed families joining the Light Knights, we have accomplished a significant portion of our goal. Once the cadre of Light Knights is fully formed, they will be entrusted with the protection of Ninglu Town." Patriarch Jacob and Patriarch Morin replied in unison. "This is our duty," Wu Ming declared. "Since we have reached a consensus, let us all strive together for the prosperity of Ninglu Town. Thank you for your efforts, esteemed patriarchs. You may return for now." After exchanging glances, the two patriarchs exited, leaving behind the individuals they had pledged, instructing them to heed Wu Ming's guidance. Notably, Patriarch Jacob had also retained 30 individuals. Wu Ming understood that Patriarch Jacob and Apos' cooperation was driven by a desire to secure his family and Apos' stability within Ninglu Town. Upon his arrival, Wu Ming had effectively neutralized the Laban family, instilling a sense of unease in Patriarch Jacob regarding his own family and Apos' safety. Patriarch Jacob clarified his relationship with the apprentice runesmith, ensuring that he would cooperate fully for the well-being of his family. Wu Ming offered a few simple instructions to the 60 individuals who remained, entrusting them entirely to Babylon and the cadre of Light Knights. Chapter 49. The establishment of the Order of the Radiant Knights. Wu Ming gradually retracted his 9-transformation golden body, feeling a lack of any increase in the energy within him, and let out a deep sigh. He stepped out of his chamber and was greeted by the rhythmic sounds of martial training emanating from the training grounds. Upon entering, he observed 100 radiant knights, resplendent in their armor, diligently honing their skills in the newly refurbished arena. Among them, 60 were Jacobites and Mo people, while the remainder consisted of recruits from Ninglu Town, all possessing the strength of apprentice warriors. Their backgrounds varied widely, and their character ranged from commendable to questionable. Nevertheless, Wu Ming was unconcerned. He had offered a salary threefold that of the typical apprentice knights in the church, promising to erase their previous records and establish new ones, allowing them to start anew. With the Radiant Church as their backing and figures like Ruth and Emoya as their protectors, these individuals no longer led a nomadic existence. They were now beneficiaries of the Radiant Church's comprehensive training methods for knights, which was sufficient motivation for them to pledge their loyalty to Wu Ming. Under the guidance of the high-ranking Knight Babylon, they had undergone systematic indoctrination, with intermediate knights reinforcing the tenets of the Radiant Church daily. After a month, apart from the Jacobites and Mo people, who had yet to be fully indoctrinated, the rest had transformed into devoted and understanding subordinates. Notably, during this month, 2 additional intermediate knights had sworn fealty to Wu Ming, becoming his guardians, Bobby and Neil. Wu Ming appointed Babylon as the commander of the Radiant Knights, while the 12 intermediate knights led their respective teams of apprentice knights, each designated as a squad leader. Bobby and Neil were named vice commanders to assist in the management of the order. "My lord, the church has been constructed. We only need to choose a date to commence its operations, to preach the glory of the great radiant God and attract followers," Babylon reported to Wu Ming. "The glory of the great radiant God must indeed be proclaimed. It has been nearly 3 months since we moved from the Duodan church, and we should send them a message soon. Otherwise, they may grow anxious about our silence," Wu Ming remarked, surveying the impressive assembly of radiant knights before him. "Understood. I will relay the message to the Duodan church shortly, assuring them that all is well here." "We do not require their support," Babylon confidently replied. "You must maintain comprehensive control over the affairs of the Radiant Knights. Feel free to utilize the funds at your discretion. Once this group reaches the level of junior Radiant Knights, you should continue to expand the order," Wu Ming instructed. "Understood, my lord," Babylon responded. Wu Ming gazed contentedly at the training knights before him, recognizing them as the first manifestation of his newfound power. A month ago, he had allocated half of Duke Biss and Apos' funds to Star as initial capital for establishing his influence. Time had elapsed, and he was now uncertain of Star and Apos' progress. Wu Ming's financial resources were robust, bolstered by the treasures of Duke Biss and the accumulated wealth of the Laban family, which now belonged to him. Furthermore, the monthly tax revenues from Ninglu Town were gradually increasing, with daily copper mining contributing to a steady accumulation of wealth. "Tomorrow marks an auspicious day. Inform everyone that we shall inaugurate the church and begin preaching the glory of the great radiant God," Wu Ming said to Babylon. "Very well, I shall make the arrangements." Babylon promptly agreed. In tandem, Wu Ming decreed that after the preaching session, they would recruit pure young women as nuns for the church, stipulating that they must be residents of Ninglu Town, under the age of 15, and devoted to the radiant God. upon becoming nuns. They would sever ties with their families and embark on a new life, each receiving a stipend of 100 gold coins. My lord, 100 gold coins is an astonishing sum for the common folk. It could lead to families forcibly sending their daughters to the church. This amount could sustain a modestly affluent life in our town, Babylon cautioned, furrowing his brow. We allow the Radiant Knights to maintain contact with their families and to visit home, providing generous compensation. These nuns will need to start anew, severing their familial ties. Offering 100 coins is not excessive, and if families attempt coercion, we will address it post factum. This is a minor issue to me, Wu Ming replied dismissively. Understood, my lord, Babylon responded decisively. Unbeknownst to Babylon, Wu Ming's intentions were driven by a deeper purpose, to ensure these women would be detached from their families, fostering a sense of loyalty solely towards him. Wu Ming's 9 transformation golden body had yet to advance, and his aim was to teach these nuns the charming maiden technique, allowing them to cultivate and assist him in breaking through to the second tier of the 9 transformation golden body. The charming maiden technique could only be practiced by virgins, and once initiated, they were forbidden from engaging with men, lest their progress be hindered. Despite recognizing this limitation, Wu Ming was reluctant to allow those who might one day be his consorts to practice the male variant of the technique, as he had no desire for infidelity. His objective was to have all eligible women in the town practice the charming maiden technique, thereby increasing the number of successful practitioners. According to the teachings of the collarbone bodhisattva, any woman could practice the charming maiden technique, though the depth of their mastery depended on their understanding. The nuns trained in this technique would become a hidden source of strength for him, yielding benefits without drawbacks. These nuns would eventually revere the collarbone bodhisattva, and with their faith, his own power would flourish, ensuring his safety. Whether in this world or the earth of his past, there existed a similar adage. One fights for breath, while the Buddha contends for a single incense stick. The last time he recited the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's fundamental vows, the purified souls were claimed by the collarbone bodhisattva. Wu Ming was skeptical that the bodhisattva acted out of selflessness while he was in a weakened state. Now, by arranging for the pure maidens of Ninglu town to cultivate the charming maiden technique, he would ensure that their faith was directed towards the collarbone bodhisattva, a mutually beneficial endeavor. As an alien soul striving to seize a body, he could only entrust his thoughts to a deity he deemed trustworthy. Chapter 50. The varieties of life. The church in Ninglu town comprises a cathedral, a baptistry, a bell tower, and a cemetery, forming a quintessential architectural ensemble of the Church of Light. Its elongated rectangular hall spans 40 meters in length, adorned with 4 rows of columns and a faade that rises approximately 15 meters high, embellished with a series of arcaded columns across 4 tiers. Atop the statue of the light god rests a circular dome, rendering the church grand in scale, harmonious in proportion, and rational in structure. The faade is divided into 3 levels, each featuring slender, elegant arcaded columns that impart a sense of buoyant rhythm. The interior decoration is equally exquisite, with walls inlaid with red and white marble panels, creating a vibrant and opulent ambience. The baptistry, positioned at the front of the church, faces its main entrance. It is circular in plan, with a diameter of 8 meters and a total height of 20 meters. Its faade also divided into 3 tiers, with the upper 2 featuring arcaded columns, crowned by a dome that showcases a bronze statue of John the Baptist. The bell tower presents a circular exterior, measuring 8 meters in diameter and rising to a height of 30 meters, divided into 5 levels. The central 2 levels are encircled by arcaded columns, while the base features continuous arches culminating in the bell chamber at the top. Wu Ming gazed upon the completed church with satisfaction, reflecting on the considerable financial investment and the collective efforts of Chief Jacob and Chief Mo, who had mobilized substantial manpower and resources to achieve this endeavor in just a month. Ninglu town is nestled amidst mountains on 3 sides, with only a flat expanse to the south, providing an unobstructed route directly into the province of Gushi, marking Ninglu town as a strategic outpost. The church stands at the southernmost edge of Ninglu town, the first sight that greets travelers entering from Gushi province. The townsfolk gathered in droves before the church, some engaged in hushed discussions, others standing with closed eyes in contemplation, while many gazed curiously at the intricate edifice. The Knights of Light, led by Babylon, flanked the citizens, each knight clad in pristine armor and wielding a longsword, standing rigidly. The collective presence of these knights commanded respect, dispelling any expressions of disdain among the townsfolk. This marked the inaugural display of Babylon and Apos, new Knights of Light before the citizens of Ninglu town. Despite their modest prowess, the Knights and Apos' disciplined demeanor and vibrant spirit captivated the townspeople, fulfilling Wu Ming's intention of instilling admiration for his leadership. Having resided in the mayor's residence for a month, Wu Ming had piqued the curiosity and interest of the townsfolk towards their new lord. He actively recruited and trained Knights of Light, including several members from the two prominent families, solidifying his foothold in Ninglu town. The populace was particularly drawn to the generous remuneration offered to the knights, igniting envy and ambition among many. Though Wu Ming and Apos' stringent requirements deterred some from pursuing this path, families beamed with pride as their children were recruited, further enhancing Wu Ming and Apos' reputation among the citizens, who began to rally as his supporters. The 12 squads of trainee Knights of Light exerted a significant influence over the predominantly civilian town, which housed only a handful of practitioners. Wu Ming observed that nearly every family had at least one member positioned prominently, often accompanied by one or more adolescent girls, some of whom had meticulously prepared for this occasion. He discerned that these families intended to send their daughters to the church to become nuns, leaving him torn between joy for his own position and sorrow for the girls' families. Once these young women joined the church, they would sever ties with their families. Yet many still brought their daughters, drawn by the promise of substantial gold coins. Addressing the gathered townsfolk, Wu Ming proclaimed, "Esteemed citizens of the town, I am your Lord and a devout follower of the great light God. Today, as we celebrate the completion of our church, I shall proclaim the radiant glory of the light God, allowing his mercy and illumination to shine upon this place." Chief Jacob voiced his praises, exclaiming, "Let us extol the greatness of the light God. Let us praise the Lord of Moab for bringing forth his mercy and light." Upon witnessing their leader's fervor, the members of both prominent families joined in a chorus of exultation. The townsfolk, inspired by this display, began to chant alongside them, creating a fervent atmosphere as if each person present were a devoted acolyte of the light God. In particular, families wishing to see their daughters enter the church as nuns were especially vocal, striving to capture Wu Ming's attention. As the clamor persisted, Wu Ming gently raised his hand to silence the crowd, allowing the noise to dissipate. "You have been heard by the great light God," he continued. "You are all people of goodwill, your hearts are kind, and the light shines upon your souls. As long as you remain steadfast in your devotion to the light, you shall return to the paradise of the great light God, living a life of joy and happiness. The great light God guides me to lead pure souls towards servitude as nuns. Should your hearts be true, he will acknowledge your intentions, ensuring your lives are cared for, and that upon your passing, you shall enter a realm of bliss. However, once you become nuns, you must renounce worldly ties and entanglements. Do you consent to this?" Some young women, upon hearing his words, immediately proclaimed, "I am willing." Others hesitated briefly before echoing the affirmation, "I am willing," while some remained indecisive, influenced by their families, some encouraging, others intimidating. Gradually, a number of young women began to declare, "I am willing." Yet, amidst the fervor, a few quietly wept, while others stubbornly held back tears, rendering this moment a poignant reflection of the myriad facets of human experience, revealing both the benevolence and shadows within their hearts. Wu Ming silently cataloged each individual's reaction, recognizing that their behaviors would inform his future decisions. Chapter 51. 500 Nuns. The resonant voice of Babylon echoed, proclaiming that a nun must first possess the light within her heart. As long as everyone's heart is directed towards the light, the devout believer Ruth of Moab would undoubtedly honor your wishes. Now, I beseech you all to listen quietly as our Lord delivers his sermon. Babylon and Apos' voice was powerful yet soothing, akin to a gentle conversation whispered close to one's ear. The patriarch Jacob and the leader of the Moabites gazed at Babylon in astonishment. For such a phenomenon could only signify one possibility. Babylon was not merely a high-ranking knight of light, but had also completely mastered the energy within himself. Having energy does not equate to mastering it. Such mastery pertains to one's realm of understanding. Wu Ming observed the now tranquil populace and spoke, "You are all people whose hearts strive towards the light. Listen attentively to my teachings, for as long as your hearts are aligned with the light, you shall surely sense it." He continued, "In the beginning, God created heaven and earth. The earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. And God said, 'Let there be light,' and there was light. God saw that the light was good." and he separated the light from the darkness. God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. There was evening, and there was morning the first day. God said, "Let there be a vault between the waters to separate water from water." So God made the vault and separated the water under the vault from the water above it. And so it was accomplished. The initially diverse thoughts of the people gradually immersed them in the world of the scriptures. Some delved deeply into contemplation, while others wandered in their own thoughts, and some merely gazed about, unsure of what to observe. Wu Ming himself slowly became absorbed in the scriptures, unknowingly speaking more and more, feeling his understanding of the doctrine of the God of Light deepen, which made him acutely aware of his own insignificance. Time slipped by, and Wu Ming eventually emerged from the world of the scriptures, feeling as if his soul had been purified. He sensed a transformation within himself, realizing that his mental fortitude had become more refined, a stark contrast to the delicate threads it once resembled. Now it was akin to sturdy iron wire. However, this refinement meant that his mental energy had diminished to less than half of what it once was. Yet, this realization brought Wu Ming joy, for it indicated that should he perfect his mental energy, he would ascend to the pinnacle of the same level. Wu Ming surveyed the citizens of Ninglu town before him, all of whom bore expressions akin to those emerging from the world of the scriptures. Unfortunately, they were not professional actors, and not everyone possessed the talent of an actor. Moreover, after the purification of Wu Ming's mental energy, he had developed a deeper perception of the spiritual fluctuations of those around him, allowing him to form a fundamental understanding of the people before him. Wu Ming addressed the citizens. "I trust you have felt the compassion and brilliance of the great God of Light. Now, all males present and females aged 15 and above, please depart from here." After a brief discussion among the crowd, under the guidance of the Jacob and Moab families, one by one, they left their families behind, leaving only a group of young girls under the age of 15. Wu Ming gestured for these girls to step forward, allowing him a better vantage point to observe them. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "To become a nun is to part from your family and loved ones, dedicating your life to the service of the divine. You may never see your families again from this day forth. Thus, those of you who cannot bear to part from your families may go and seek them out." At this moment, no one noticed that Wu Ming had refrained from saying serve the great God of Light, instead opting for serve the great divine. 4. Once these girls practiced the Chanuju, their faith would inevitably be directed towards the Bodhisattva of the clavicle, rather than the God of Light of this world. Upon finishing his words, some girls remained, understanding, while others hesitated. However, when one girl boldly returned to her family, those who had been hesitant soon followed suit, returning to their loved ones. After waiting a while and observing no further departures among the girls, Wu Ming understood. Your choice to remain signifies that there exists light within your hearts. Since you have chosen to serve the great divine, it is not necessary to have such a multitude. As a devout believer, I will once again sense the light that resides within you. Even among those who remained, the number of girls was considerable. Wu Ming approached them and utilized his mental energy to perceive their thoughts. He carefully scrutinized the girls who chose to stay. Each selected individual was escorted by a knight of light into the chapel. Time passed swiftly, and soon all selected girls had been ushered into the chapel. Wu Ming addressed those remaining. The reason you were chosen is due to your deeper connection with the great divine. You possess a certain affinity. Although you were not selected by the great divine, as long as the light resides within your hearts, and you wholeheartedly promote the compassion and brilliance of the great God of Light, the divine will certainly sense your intentions. After hearing Wu Ming's words, the remaining girls exhibited a range of emotions. Some appeared dejected, while others remained expressionless and calm. Wu Ming directed these girls to return to their families for a brief farewell. Offering simple words of comfort, Wu Ming arranged for the Knights of Light to record the names of those chosen to become nuns and facilitated a final meeting between the nuns and their families, distributing pre-prepared gold coins to the families of the chosen nuns. These arrangements had been meticulously planned, and the process was swiftly completed. Wu Ming gazed at the meticulously crafted roster with a sense of pride. The selected girls were chosen based on the principles and guidance outlined in the Chanuju, requiring them to be 15 years old, pure, and possessing a degree of the Buddhist nature described within the text. In the Chanuju, the Buddhist nature is of utmost importance. It signifies one's bond with the Buddha, and the deeper the connection, the higher the potential for advancement in cultivation. The individuals selected would become essential forces in Wu Ming's future endeavors within this world, and he naturally held them in high regard, believing that the more individuals there were, the better. However, Since this small town was his foundation, he could not act recklessly. Furthermore, among those who were not selected, some had already surpassed the age of 15, while others had clearly experienced the complexities of adult relationships, and some harbored unknown motives. After careful consideration, the number of remaining nuns was precisely 500, neither more nor less. Chapter 52. The Union, my lord. The patriarch of the Jacob clan wishes to see you, Babylon announced as he approached Wu Ming at the table. Wu Ming set down the register he was holding and glanced at Babylon. Uncle Babylon, there is no need for you to handle such matters personally. In the future, let Bobby take care of these affairs. Your focus should primarily be on cultivation and enhancing your strength, or perhaps mentoring the Knights of Light. These trivialities do not warrant your attention. My cultivation has reached a certain level, and I am now primarily focused on mastering the control of my inner strength. Engaging in such matters will also benefit my state of mind, which you taught me is far more important than mere strength. Indeed, the state of mind is of utmost significance, and the enhancement of strength is equally vital. The two complement each other. An elevated state of mind can provide a relative advantage even with similar levels of strength. However, regardless of how high one's state of mind may be, it is challenging to contend in battles for higher ranks, Wu Ming stated solemnly. My lord speaks wisely, Babylon replied, bowing his head. Do you know what matters the patriarch of the Jacob clan wishes to discuss? It pertains to the master of the magic rune formations, Babylon explained. This individual can be considered the source of our wealth. Please, let the patriarch in, Wu Ming instructed. With a sycophantic smile, the patriarch of the Jacob clan entered. Greetings. My lord, congratulations to you. Wu Ming personally assisted Jacob in taking his seat. Patriarch Jacob, you jest. What brings such joy? With a fawning grin, the patriarch replied. It is the master of the magic rune formations who wishes to meet you. It appears she intends to discuss a union. Wu Ming and Appos. This expression turned to one of surprise. A union? Yes, a union. This master of magic rune formations is a senior of mine from the Jacob clan, yet she is quite young, only 25. Though she is slightly older, she has never engaged with any man and remains a pure maiden, Jacob said, his tone dripping with flattery. Wu Ming's mind raced. Why had this master of magic rune formations, whom he had never met, suddenly proposed such a union? The abruptness of the situation left him somewhat at a loss. Patriarch Jacob, why would this master of magic rune formations suddenly propose a union? Wu Ming inquired. During this time, I have been focused on matters concerning the church. She recently sent word, and I hurried over. I believe, regardless of the reasons, this is a fortuitous opportunity. Should you marry her, it would grant you the entirety of the 6th layer of the copper mine and Appos, as profits, a veritable mountain of gold. Jacob exclaimed, his face alight with eagerness. The benefits are indeed apparent, but I am merely 15 years old. Asking me to marry a woman 10 years my senior is rather difficult for me to accept. Furthermore, this unexpected union leaves me feeling uneasy. Wu Ming shook his head. My lord, do not think in such a manner. This is a mountain of gold. With such wealth, you could accomplish anything you desire. Moreover, this master of magic rune formations is indeed a stunning beauty. Once you meet her, you are sure to be enamored. Jacob insisted confidently. Is it possible that you are so eager to facilitate this union because she has promised you something in return? Wu Ming asked, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded Jacob. Upon hearing this, Jacob sprang to his feet. My lord, I am utterly devoted to you. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish for you to possess such wealth so you can achieve your grand ambitions. The Jacob clan will be protected under your guidance. Is that all you desire? This master of magic rune formations is a senior of your clan. If I were to marry her, wouldn't you benefit from her protection? If I were to become enamored with her beauty, perhaps she would even wield influence over Ninglu town? Wu Ming and Appos, gaze turned frosty, sharp as a sword. Jacob, visibly anxious and sweating profusely, replied, the Jacob clan has no such intentions. We only wish for you to gain wealth. You can continue to pursue your grand endeavors. There are absolutely no other motives. Wu Ming, observing Jacob's nervous demeanor, recognized that he was not perceived as a pious priest of the Church of Light. Instead, he was seen as a being akin to a demon from the abyss, cloaked in a priest and Appos' white robe. On his very first day, Wu Ming had nearly eradicated the Laban family from Ninglu town, a bloody act that even a demon might hesitate to commit. This realization was a significant shock to Jacob. Wu Ming scrutinized Jacob, searching for any signs of deceit. Yet, after careful examination, he found no discrepancies, nor did he detect any unusual mental fluctuations from Jacob. Suddenly, Wu Ming's expression shifted from grim to bright, his face breaking into a smile. Why would I doubt your loyalty, Patriarch? I was merely jesting to see you so tense. Since you have assured me that the master of magic rune formations is a breathtaking beauty and that there is a substantial dowry involved, I shall agree to meet her. You may arrange the details. Is it truly so, my lord? You genuinely wish to meet her? Jacob's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed, I do. You may handle the arrangements, time and place, all at your discretion. After all, we are discussing a significant source of wealth, Wu Ming affirmed. Relieved, Jacob smiled and assured. Do not worry, my lord. I will make the necessary arrangements. I trust you will, Wu Ming replied with a smile as he watched Jacob depart to organize the meeting. As Jacob's figure disappeared, Wu Ming's smile gradually faded. This situation left him feeling uncertain about how to proceed. Had he not known of the copper mine or that she was a master of magic rune formations, he would not have felt such trepidation. Yet, as Jacob had rightly pointed out, he was in dire need of substantial wealth to realize his ambitions. Wu Ming had already allocated half of his resources to organize a team under Star, and he was not only responsible for sustaining a Knight Order, but also needed to nurture a 500-member sisterhood. He sensed a significant drain on his finances, an inevitable loss he had to endure. In order to establish himself in this world governed by deities, he required such power, one that could not be replaced by mere currency. Chapter 53. The body of extreme means soon. Patriarch Jacob made all the necessary arrangements and personally led Wu Ming to the residence of the enigmatic rune array master, whom he had never encountered before. This master's dwelling was situated near the copper mine, surrounded by the Jacobites, the Mo people, and a portion of the Laban community, all gathered to protect the master and safeguard the mine and Appo's clandestine secrets. Naturally, they were also there to monitor the every move of the rune array master. According to Patriarch Jacob, this master had never left the confines of this estate, dedicating his skills to crafting copper coins for the three prominent families, thereby accumulating wealth and significantly contributing to the development of Ninglu town. While Wu Ming contemplated these matters in the grand hall, a woman adorned in a flowing white princess gown approached him. Her cherubic face, round and youthful, bore a captivating allure, her large, expressive eyes exuding both cleverness and mischief. Golden locks framed her ethereal beauty, embodying a maturity beyond her 25 years, yet still retaining a youthful spirit. Her figure, perfectly proportioned, boasted attributes that would evoke envy in most women. You must be Lord Ruth, the Moaya Lord. Her sultry voice emerged from her delicate lips. What a charming young man you are. As Wu Ming gazed upon her, an unusual warmth surged through him, an experience foreign to him in both his previous and current lives. Yet, this sensation filled him with a sense of exhilaration and delight. Though his physical form was that of a 15-year-old, his mental age was that of a fully matured adult. A mere 15-year-old girl held no allure for him. The sensuality and maturity of this rune array master perfectly aligned with his inner desires. With a smile, Wu Ming remarked, I never anticipated that this mysterious rune array master would be such a strikingly alluring and intelligent beauty. Were it not for your ability to forge copper coins, you would undoubtedly be a treasured gem among the three families. With a slight tilt of her eye and a playful smile, she replied, I am Fei Fei, from the Lusha clan. It is a pleasure to meet you, my lord. She extended her delicate right hand, inviting a handshake. Wu Ming gently clasped her slender hand, the softness and smoothness igniting a wave of emotion within him that he was reluctant to release. With a delightful giggle, Fei Fei teased, Oh my lord. You are quite the little devil, holding on so tightly. Wu Ming, still holding her hand, playfully replied, I have agreed to the union. This hand is now mine, and I shall hold it for as long as I wish. Fei Fei's round face flushed crimson, a vivid hue that only intensified her shyness, further stirring Wu Ming's heart. In a spontaneous motion, he pulled her into his embrace. However, a sudden shift in his expression revealed terror as the energy of the 9 transformations golden body within him began to spiral chaotically. In an instant, he sensed the proximity of death. He forcefully pushed Fei Fei away and seated himself in a meditative posture, directing all his mental energy to regain control over the tumultuous power surging within him, striving to restore its proper flow. Fei Fei, momentarily stunned, gazed at Wu Ming in disbelief, unable to comprehend her abrupt expulsion. Observing his terrified, sweat-drenched visage, she sensed something was amiss. As she scrutinized his expression, seeking answers, she could discern nothing wrong. Tentatively, she extended her finger towards his shoulder, but upon contact, a tremendous force surged forth, propelling her away. Her body collided with a nearby pillar, and she coughed up blood. Rendered motionless. With wide eyes, she stared at Wu Ming, struggling to fathom how a mere novice priest could possess such formidable strength. A gentle touch had nearly incapacitated her. Quickly, she summoned her own mental energy, attempting to stabilize her condition. Meanwhile, Wu Ming concentrated intently, laboring to manage the chaos within. He felt the strain of his mental faculties nearly depleted before finally reclaiming a portion of his energy. With painstaking effort, he methodically guided the errant energy back into its rightful channels. After what felt like an eternity, Wu Ming completed his task and glanced at the prostrate Fei Fei. The tumult within him had subsided, leaving only a faint stirring of emotion. He approached her, detecting a tumultuous energy within her, the very essence of his own 9 transformations golden body. Realizing her condition was dire, Wu Ming placed his hand upon her chest, drawing the chaotic energy into himself. Then utilizing his own power to mend her injuries. The innate strength of the 9 transformations golden body worked swiftly, and soon, Fei Fei and Apos' body was restored. With a bewildered expression, she gazed at Wu Ming and inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Wu Ming smiled warmly and replied, "I am your husband, Ruth, from the Moaya clan." With a woeful tone, Fei Fei lamented, "My husband possesses such immense power. This is far beyond what a novice priest should wield. As a mid-level rune array master, my mental energy and physical reserves have been refined over many years, yet with a mere touch, I nearly met my end. Shuden and Apos, you have disclosed your abilities to your wife?" Wu Ming assisted her to her feet, gently grasping her hand and guiding her to a seat before taking his own beside her. He poured her a glass of water and said, "You will uncover my secrets in due time, and you too can possess such power. Just now, I discovered that you are of the extreme mean physique. You must have sensed it yourself. Your lifespan is limited, which is likely why you proposed the union, am I correct?" Fei Fei, unfazed, replied, "You have already discerned it? You truly are extraordinary. It is a natural condition I have known since birth. I had hoped that cultivation would improve my situation. Yet I have recently noted a deterioration in my health. I fear I may only have 2 years left." Chapter 54. The excited patriarch Jacob with unwavering confidence. Wu Ming gazed at Fei Fei and declared, "Since you are my wife, your health concerns shall be my responsibility to resolve." Fei Fei, initially taken aback by his fervor, shook her head and replied, "This is innate. It cannot be remedied." Wu Ming, resolute, implored her, "You must trust me. I cannot allow my wife to have only 2 years to live." Fei Fei, meeting his earnest gaze, responded, "I believe in you." Then, Wu Ming inquired, "Are you not of the Laban clan? How is it that your surname is Lusha? Which family do you truly belong to?" Fei Fei smiled gently and explained, "My father hails from the Lusha family, while my mother is from the Laban clan. Although I bear the surname Lusha, I am not a part of that family. In fact, if the Lusha clan were to discover my presence here, they would undoubtedly send someone to eliminate me. I can divulge everything about myself. But you must also reveal the source of your immense power. What do you say, my husband?" With candor, Wu Ming replied, "Having decided to marry you, I shall not conceal anything." Fei Fei continued, "In that case, I will share my entire story with you. My father was once the leader of the Lusha clan, but internal strife led to his faction's downfall. They were ousted from the family, and in their departure, they secretly took nearly half of the clan's wealth. This act incited the victorious faction of the Lusha clan to pursue us relentlessly, and soon, various other forces learned of our plight, surrounding us with threats and relentless hunts. This dire situation resulted in significant losses for my father and Apos' faction, compelling them to partition our wealth into several portions for concealment and disperse our people across different locations to hide our identities. We aim to use our resources to bolster our strength, with hopes of reclaiming our rightful place in the family. My father led a portion of our people and wealth to hide in Ninglu town. However, shortly after our assets were secured, a segment of our clan was betrayed and treated as expendable. They never intended for my father to guard the wealth. It was merely a fade to eliminate him and his followers. My father had his suspicions and thus concealed the wealth, providing them with a false location to ascertain whether his fears were justified. Yet, he underestimated the resolve of the faction's leaders, who swiftly orchestrated a massacre that left my father and his followers dead. At that time, I had been hidden by my father, narrowly escaping this calamity. As Fei Fei recounted her tale, tears welled in her eyes, though she bravely held them back. Her sorrowful expression tugged at Wu Ming's heart. He gently clasped her hand, cradling her in his embrace. Fei Fei made no resistance, seeking comfort in his presence, resting her head on his shoulder for a fleeting sense of security. Wuming softly patted her back, murmuring, "All of this is in the past now. How did you become a disciple of the esteemed elder Jacob and learn the magical array?" He queried. It is important to note that magical arrays are not mere sorcery. Possessing a master of magical arrays is typically reserved for prominent families. While I believe the Lusha clan has such masters, the copper coin magical array is a forbidden technique of the kingdom. How did you acquire this knowledge? Seated upon Wuming's lap, Fei Fei looked earnestly into his eyes. I learned the magical array from a master of the Lusha clan. The copper coin magical array was a gift from my father. As for becoming a disciple of Elder Jacob, I encountered him while fleeing. He recognized my ability with magical arrays and chose to keep me by his side. Thus, when they discovered the copper mine, he retained me to produce coins for them. Wuming, wearing a skeptical expression, chuckled. Such a vast copper mine represents immense wealth, coupled with the treasures of the Lusha clan. These resources could elevate the Jacob family to a prominent status. Why would the patriarch allow a family of merely a few intermediate warriors to partake in this fortune? And why would he choose to keep you? Fei Fei furrowed her brow, replying, "That is beyond my knowledge. Perhaps only the patriarch or elder Jacob could provide an answer. You must believe me. I only have 2 years to live. Why would I deceive you?" After a moment of contemplation, Wuming smiled. "You are to be my future wife. Naturally. I trust you. But tell me, what led to this union? Was it the Jacob clan or the Mo people who urged you to this end?" Fei Fei and Apos' cheeks flushed as she shyly replied, "No one directed me. I realized I had only 2 years left to live and wished to save her life. To find a husband and bear a child, leaving a trace of my existence in this world. You, a youthful lord with a band of senior light knights, swiftly decimated the Laban clan, instilling fear throughout Ninglu town. Moreover, I heard from the Jacob patriarch that you possess admirable traits. My interest in you grew when you assembled the light knights and began recruiting young girls as novices. Naturally, I sought a husband of great strength and handsome appearance. With the prospects of a copper mine and my beauty, I believe no one would refuse." Wuming gazed at Fei Fei with delight. "Your beauty alone has captured my heart. Combined with the allure of the copper mine and the treasures of the Lusha clan, I have no reason to decline." Blushing, Fei Fei pecked him on the cheek before burying her face in his embrace like an ostrich. Wuming, witnessing her bashfulness, burst into laughter, the sound echoing warmly through the air. Before long, Wuming arranged for Babylon to send individuals to seize Fei Fei's and the Lusha clan's accumulated wealth, summoning both the Mo clan leader and the Jacob patriarch to his town hall to inform them of this development. The Mo clan leader gazed in astonishment at Wuming and the accompanying Fei Fei and Lusha, his shock evident upon hearing of their impending marriage. It was well known that the Mo clan leader, along with the Jacob and Laban patriarchs, had previously sought to bring Fei Fei and Lusha into their families, but had failed. In contrast, the Jacob patriarch looked on with palpable excitement, confidence surging regarding his family's future, casting a disdainful glance at the Mo clan leader. Chapter 55, The Decision of the Enchantress. In the present world, Wuming smiled at the chief of the Morin tribe and said, "Since Fei Fei and I have decided to marry, the benefits of the 4 layers of copper mine that belong to Fei Fei shall naturally also belong to me. However, rest assured, chiefs of the Morin and Jacob tribes, the benefits of the 2 layers allocated to you will remain unchanged. In the future, Chief Morin will arrange for his people to oversee the mining operations, while Chief Jacob will assign his tribe to protect the copper mine. Fei Fei will be responsible for minting the copper coins, and I will ensure that they are delivered to you. What do you both think?" Chief Morin cast a dark glance at Wuming and replied, "We shall abide by the arrangements of Lord." Chief Jacob, on the other hand, appeared pleased and said, "The Jacob tribe will follow the young master's arrangements without reservation. The task of mining is arduous, often resulting in daily fatalities, requiring a new batch of laborers every 6 months, none of whom can be from their own families. All are purchased slaves. Previously, the cycle lasted 3 years, with the one in charge of mining also responsible for acquiring slaves, which incurred significant expenses. There were also occasional slave revolts and cave-ins in the mine that led to the deaths of the family overseers. It is a labor-intensive and costly endeavor. In contrast, Chief Jacob and Apos' responsibilities for security are considerably less demanding. Ninglu town is a relatively obscure settlement, rarely visited by outsiders. Coupled with the mine and Apos' remote location and sparse population, this results in a more tranquil duty, with Fei Fei producing the copper coins and Wuming distributing them. It can be said that Wu Ming has effectively obtained complete ownership of the copper mine. At this point, his word regarding the quantity is final, rendering the notion of two-layer benefits merely a superfluous consideration. Both Chief Morin and Chief Jacob understand this reality. However, they find themselves unable to alter the current situation. Chief Morin, feeling powerless, has no choice but to comply, for regardless of the circumstances, Wu Ming has promised to distribute the benefits, and it is inconceivable for him to labor without compensation. Chief Morin is also aware that even if he wished to relinquish his interests and leave Ninglu town, Wu Ming would not allow it. He might even conspire with the Jacob family to annihilate the Morin tribe, especially since the Laban tribe has set a precedent. Chief Morin holds on to the belief that Wu Ming, being of Morin descent, would not resort to exterminating his own kin. This thought, juxtaposed with the stark reality, compels him to submit to Wu Ming and Apos' arrangements. Chief Jacob, with unwavering confidence, gazes at Wu Ming and Fei Fei, assured that the Lord will provide a satisfactory distribution of benefits. Since Wu Ming's arrival, Chief Jacob has diligently served him, thus he is entirely obedient to Wu Ming's directives. Wu Ming, smiling at the two chiefs, announced, 3 days from now, Fei Fei and I shall hold a wedding. Only key members from your two tribes need attend. There is no need for ostentation, considering Fei Fei's sensitive identity. We have discussed this matter and will hold a more elaborate ceremony in due time. For now, it will be a simple gathering to share a meal and converse about this development. Both Chief Morin and Chief Jacob responded, we will heed the orders of our Lord. Wu Ming then said, there is no need for you to see me off. You may return now. They replied in unison, as you wish. Once only Wu Ming, Fei Fei, and Lusha remained in the room. Wu Ming took Fei Fei's hand and said, tomorrow, I will arrange for my subordinates to retrieve the Lusha family's treasures. With this meeting, I have effectively taken control of everything in Ninglu town. I can confidently say that I have truly become the lord of this place. And all of this is thanks to you, Fei Fei. You are indeed my lucky star. Fei Fei, allowing Wu Ming to hold her hand, responded coyly. This was always meant to be yours. I am already yours, and these external possessions are no exception. Wu Ming joyfully kissed Fei Fei on the cheek and replied, your sincerity warms my heart. I shall not keep secrets from you. I possess a cultivation method that I can impart to you. With your extreme physique, practicing this technique will yield remarkable results, not only addressing your longevity issues but also bestowing you with formidable strength. Fei Fei's eyes sparkled at Wu Ming's words. She understood that no one desires to face death, herself included. Wu Ming had always claimed he could resolve her physical ailments, but he had never elaborated until now, instilling her with complete faith in his assurances. Wu Ming looked at Fei Fei and instructed, calm your mind and close your eyes. In a moment, my spiritual energy will enter your mind. Do not resist, for your spiritual power is substantial, and any resistance could lead to failure. After a brief glance at Wu Ming, Fei Fei began to steady herself, allowing him to proceed. Wu Ming, satisfied with her response, felt no trepidation in entrusting his life to someone whose mental prowess far exceeded his own. As Wu Ming and Apos' spiritual energy entered Fei Fei and Apos' mind, he transmitted the entirety of the enchantress and Apos' decision to her consciousness. This information embedded itself deeply within her mind, and according to the method provided by the Bodhisattva of the collarbone, a prohibition was established. The content could only be accessed by Fei Fei. Any external spiritual energy that attempted to touch it would self-destruct, causing all of Fei Fei and Apos' power and memories to vanish, rendering her a soulless husk devoid of consciousness. This prohibition was uniquely devised by the Bodhisattva of the collarbone to prevent the leakage of his techniques and to safeguard his existence from the deities of this realm. Wu Ming, observing Fei Fei as she diligently comprehended the technique, sat quietly beside her, guarding her. His mind, however, was busy contemplating his future plans. When Wu Ming was dispatched to Ninglu town, his sole intention was to methodically cultivate, gain control over a small town, and steadily train in the 9 transformations of the golden body, while remaining inconspicuous. Yet, as events unfolded, the accumulation of wealth and the enhancement of his strength, accompanied by an increasing number of followers, began to alter his aspirations. The desire for formidable power burgeoned within him, and the ambition to establish his own influence grew ever stronger. By entrusting Fei Fei with the enchantress and Apos' decision, Wu Ming aimed to build his own strength. In the future, 500 priestesses would also cultivate this technique, and its emergence in this world would undoubtedly bring him immense surprises. Wu Ming had even resolved to have Fei Fei oversee this faction of priestesses, who, being the most populous and least conspicuous members of the Church of Light, would constitute the most potent yet clandestine force within his hidden power. Chapter 56, 9 Transformation Golden Body. Level 2. Fei Fei excitedly opened her eyes, gazing at Wu Ming beside her. She embraced him tightly and planted a kiss on his cheek. Wu Ming, holding Fei Fei in his arms, joyfully remarked, "Now you trust me, don't you?" Fei Fei nodded softly in response, "Yes." Wu Ming gently spoke, "Your identity needs to remain confidential. I also intend to change your name. What do you think?" After looking at Wu Ming for a moment, Fei Fei smiled and replied, "I am already yours. Everything about me belongs to you, including my name." Wu Ming, filled with satisfaction, declared, "From now on, your name will be Wu Fei Fei Fei. Wu is the surname, and Fei Fei is the given name." With a puzzled expression, Wu Fei 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 inquired, "Wu Fei Fei Fei? Wu is the surname? How peculiar. Why must I have the surname Wu?" Wu Ming explained, "I have also given myself a name. Wu Ming. Wu is the surname, and Ming is the name. Namelessness is Wu Ming. I am without a name." Wu Fei 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 looked at Wu Ming with confusion and said, "Nameless. Wu Ming." Wu Ming, with a resolute gaze, responded, "Humans originally have no names. Namelessness is Wu Ming. Wu is the surname. I aspire for the Wu surname to become a grand family, the Wu clan to flourish." Wu Fei Fei Fei, still bewildered, replied, "So, I shall become Wu Ming, the Wu clan? Although I do not fully understand, I will follow your lead. I shall be Wu Fei Fei Fei." Wu Ming had a profound understanding of his identity. He hailed from Earth, and his name was bestowed upon him by his master. Wu Ming's current aspiration was to leave his mark in this world, ensuring he was not forgotten. He turned to Wu Fei 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 and said, "In the eyes of outsiders, I am still Lud Mo Ya. Only the two of us know my true identity. Additionally, the 500 nuns I have gathered are all cultivating the Chanujuin scroll. This power requires your mastery. Your task is to ensure their absolute loyalty to you." Wu Fei 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 gazed at Wu Ming tenderly and replied, "Your trust in me is overwhelming. I will not let you down." After saying this, Wu Fei 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 embraced Wu Ming tightly. He sensed that she was ready to entrust herself entirely to him. Wu Ming, holding Wu Fei Fei Fei, chuckled and said, "Now is not the time." Wu Fei Fei Fei, blushing and puzzled, asked, "Do you not like me?" Wu Ming chuckled, "I like you very much. You are exceedingly beautiful. I have reached a critical juncture in my cultivation, and I cannot share a room until I break through this barrier, lest I lose all my power." With a hint of sorrow in her eyes, Wu Fei 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 responded, "You do not wish for me to remain alone for a lifetime, do you?" Wu Ming laughed, "Not at all. Once you complete the first layer of your cultivation, with your yin energy, my yang energy will reach a state of balance. I will then break through this barrier, and at that moment, even if you wish to avoid me, it will not be possible." Ha ha. Wu Fei Fei Fei, feeling bashful, playfully bit Wu Ming's chest. 3 months swiftly passed. The cultivation of the Chanuju through her extreme yin body exceeded Wu Ming's imagination. In just 3 months, Wu Fei 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 had perfected the first layer of Chanuju. With her yin energy, Wu Ming successfully advanced to the second layer of 9 Transformation Golden Body, while Wu Fei 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 also broke through to the second layer of Chanuju. Wu Ming felt an exhilarating flow of energy within him. Not only had his 9 Transformation Golden Body reached the second layer, but he had also entered the initial stage of great accomplishment. From the second layer onward, each layer is divided into 3 stages: minor success, major success, and perfection. Wu Ming's direct leap to the stage of major accomplishment was fortuitous, partly due to his accumulated power during this time. However, the more significant factor was the force derived from Wu Fei 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 and Amp, Appo's, extreme yin body. During Wu Ming and Amp, Appo's, breakthrough, Wu Fei 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 and Amp, Appo's, primal yin erupted, and the clash between her long-accumulated primal yin and Wu Ming's primal yang propelled him into the state of major accomplishment. Wu Ming sensed that his energy, according to the standards of this world, had already reached the level of a high-ranking warrior and was on the verge of breaking through to the Earth Warrior stage. His energy now surpassed even that of Babylon. This was indeed a considerable opportunity for Wu Ming. The loss of primal yin for Wu Fei 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 was a significant detriment. The requirement of the Chanuju yin scroll was to retain her primal yin, cultivating the extreme yin body. As Wu Fei 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 was intrinsically an extreme yin body, her cultivation progressed rapidly, hence the reason she perfected the first layer in such a short time. The loss of primal yin had directly diminished Wu Fei Fei Fei's innate talent by half. Now, her aptitude for cultivating Chaniju had shifted from extraordinary to ordinary. Though still superior to an average person, it paled in comparison to her previous capabilities. Wu Feifei's breakthrough to the second layer of Chaniju was also aided by the explosive clash of their energies. Wu Feifei's power had reached the high-ranking warrior stage, making her a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. Wu Ming looked at Wu Feifei beside him, a content smile adorning his face. Just then, Wu Feifei, having completed her training, noticed Wu Ming gazing at her with fiery eyes, causing her cheeks to flush. Wu Ming, with a mischievous grin, remarked, "I was so focused on the breakthrough that I neglected to enjoy the moment, my lovely beauty." Hee hee. Wu Ming and Wu Feifei led a life filled with bliss, their affection blossoming as they indulged in daily pleasures, wandering the streets, and occasionally riding horses for leisurely outings. Their bond was inseparable, and this time together brought immense happiness and fulfillment. However, happiness can be fleeting. Their unrestrained lifestyle began to take a toll on Wu Feifei's body. The chanted Zhu Yin scroll is a practice that demands purity, requiring the practitioner to remain chaste. Otherwise, significant obstacles arise in their cultivation, with the risk of falling from their current level. Despite Wu Feifei being an extreme Yin body, her cultivation suffered after losing her primal Yin, and their unchecked lifestyle exacerbated the deterioration of her extreme Yin body, putting her at risk of falling in rank. This sudden predicament jolted them both, akin to entering a freezing winter amidst the sweltering summer heat, awakening them to the gravity of their situation. After a week of diligent practice, Wu Feifei managed to dispel the danger of falling in rank. Wu Ming, with a heavy heart, realized that he was once again alone at night. Chapter 57. Energy Mark Wu Ming tossed and turned in bed, unable to find solace in sleep. After years of solitude and minimal interaction with women, the sudden presence of the nearly perfect Wu Feifei, blessed with an enviable physique and compatible personality, had overwhelmed him, plunging him back into his former isolation, which his body struggled to accept. Deep down, Wu Ming recognized that this turmoil stemmed from his own immaturity and irrationality, negatively impacting his cultivation of the nine turns golden body. In an effort to calm his restless spirit, Wu Ming silently recited the Ksiddhagarbha Bodhisattva and Appo's fundamental vows. Time seemed to slip away as he gradually restored his tranquility. Just as he was about to take advantage of this newfound peace to practice, a thought struck him, prompting him to open his eyes. With a serious demeanor, he exited his dwelling and gracefully leaped over the tall walls, vanishing from the courtyard like a wisp of smoke. Soon, he arrived outside the town, where he spotted a dark figure waiting silently. As Wu Ming approached, the figure knelt respectfully and addressed him. "Saida greets you, my lord." Wu Ming quickly helped Saida to his feet, insisting, "No need for such formalities, we are brothers. What brings you to summon me at this late hour?" Saida smiled as he rose, replying, "Thank you, my lord. While cleansing the area of bandits with the undead squad, we encountered formidable members of the Lusha family. They boast 6 high-ranking undead warriors and sorcerers, and over 20 mid-ranking ones. Their target is Ninglu Town." Wu Ming furrowed his brow, remarking, "The Lusha family has finally arrived, and their strength is indeed significant. It appears they regard us with considerable importance." Saida responded earnestly, "Their power is commendable. I will fight to protect you, my lord. And the undead squad will also stand firm in defense." Wu Ming offered a reassuring smile, stating, "I do not regard their strength as a threat. My own power has already surpassed theirs, and I can handle them myself. The real challenge lies in how to address their presence." Saida beamed, "Congratulations on your advancement, my lord. With your current abilities, you can confront the Lusha family at your discretion." Wu Ming inquired about the current strength of the undead squad, to which Saida replied, "We now have 30 members, all at the intermediate level of martial arts." Wu Ming, filled with pride, remarked, "In just a few months, you have developed them to this level. You must have devoted considerable effort." Saida, brimming with joy, explained, "This progress is thanks to your sunflower scripture and ritual of the Reaper's fire. Without them, we would not have achieved such rapid advancement." Wu Ming hesitated, contemplating, to offer sacrifices to the great deities for power. Does that energy belong to the deities or to oneself? Saida shuddered, but remained silent. A resonant voice echoed in Wu Ming's mind, explaining that the energy indeed belonged to the great deities. It could return to them at any moment, and they merely allowed mortals to borrow it. Wu Ming focused his mental energy, entering a mysterious realm where he beheld the radiant figure of the collarbone Bodhisattva. Disciple Wuming pays homage to the collarbone bodhisattva, he said, kneeling before the deity. I have begun to grasp the cultivation methods of the divine beings in this space. It is said that humans strive for breath while Buddhas seek incense. The Buddhas do not merely covet the offerings, but rather the faith of the people. It seems the deities in this world regard belief as the foundation of their cultivation. Whether guiding people to worship the god of light or encouraging them to offer their essence to the reaper, these deities extract power from the depths of human souls. They bestow energy marked with their signatures upon their followers, who, influenced by this energy, eventually become instruments of the deities after death. Wuming gazed up at the collarbone bodhisattva, astonished, and finally asked, if this continues, does it not mean that the so-called beings in this world become mere sustenance for these deities, akin to livestock awaiting slaughter? The bodhisattva confirmed, indeed, while humans consume pigs and sheep for meat, deities feast upon souls. The principle remains the same. Yet, acquiring the souls of sentient beings is no simple task for deities. The most desirable outcome is for wise beings to willingly offer their souls. However, no intelligent soul would willingly sacrifice itself, so deities must gradually lead sentient beings to worship them, diminishing their resistance. Wise beings harbor their desires, with the instinct for survival being the most potent. The marks of energy can only guide souls incrementally. However, if one possesses strong mental fortitude and employs suitable techniques, they can gradually eliminate these marks, reclaiming the energy as genuinely their own. Humans can indeed triumph over the heavens, but it requires more than mere words. Wuming turned to the collarbone bodhisattva, requesting, Disciple Wuming humbly seeks your guidance. Can the sunflower scripture help eliminate the marks of energy from the reaper? And can the light-based techniques practiced by Babylon resolve the issue? The bodhisattva responded, the end amp. Apos, sunflower scripture and amp. Apos, is a remarkable text, and with your modifications, it is indeed capable of diminishing the marks within the energy. As for the light energy, only a trace of marking exists within your divine power and that of the three light guardians. The energies of others are unmarked. Wuming chuckled. It appears that the god of light is indeed more benevolent than the reaper, granting energy without imprints. The bodhisattva continued. The energy within your 9 turns golden body is powerful enough to eliminate these marks. You may experiment with their combination. Should you succeed, your future achievements will undoubtedly rival those of the Buddha. This world is inevitably linked to the original one. Otherwise, the similarities would not manifest on earth. Once my strength is restored, we shall have the opportunity to return to our former world. Wuming replied, this is a monumental task. I am but an ordinary disciple and dare not harbor such grand aspirations. I only wish to ensure my own safety. The collarbone bodhisattva offered no response as their figure gradually faded. Wuming looked around the empty space before withdrawing his mental energy and returning to his body. Upon opening his eyes and seeing Saida before him, his resolve solidified further. Chapter 58. The timid Sith star gazed at Wuming and inquired, My lord, have you contemplated how to deal with the formidable Liu Sha family? Wuming understood that the overwhelming scene they had just experienced felt prolonged, while for Star, it had passed in the blink of an eye. With a slight smile, Wuming replied, Soon, summon your men to meet the Liu Sha family. Let them understand that they cannot tread upon Ninglu Town at their whim. Not far from Ninglu Town, a group lay quietly against the trees, each clutching a black scythe, dark and ominous, poised to reap souls at any moment. They were not lying idly. Rather, they formed a circle, at the center of which stood 6 individuals. 3 of them wielded magic wands and donned black robes, adorned with several magical rings that signified their identities as mages and indicated their substantial worth and connections to influential powers. Those without power were typically mere wand-bearers, lacking any other magical artifacts. The remaining 3 similarly held black scythes, ready to strike. Do we truly require so many to deal with a mere novice priest and a squad of junior paladins? In my view, a single one of us could eliminate them all, one of the warriors remarked dismissively. Do not underestimate this novice priest. He possesses the divine power of light, remarkably pure in nature. Although it does not belong to him, his ability to wield it warrants our caution, one of the mages interjected. Even with divine power, he is but a child wielding a blade, impressive in appearance, yet ineffective. We are making too much of this. I could easily eradicate this group, and the treasures of Duke C would belong to our family, settling the blood feud of our kin, another warrior declared nonchalantly. Even a master like Ikong had no choice but to retreat temporarily, Do you truly believe you can outmatch him? The Sith mage scoffed. Ikong is the pinnacle of high necromancers within our family. At his level, I cannot compete, but with my age, I would surely be an Earth Knight. The difference between high and Earth levels is as vast as heaven and Earth. Perhaps you, Shifu, might still be a high mage like Ikong, the Sith continued, dismissively. With your caliber, you aspire to surpass me in reaching the Earth level? How laughable! Shifu retorted with a smirk. Ha! Cease your musings. Today, your souls shall return to the Great Reaper. A resounding voice echoed through the treetops. The members of the Lu Sha family stood in shock, gripping their scythes and wands tightly as they scanned their surroundings. Who are you? We are the Lu Sha family. If you possess the courage, reveal yourself. Sith bellowed. As he spoke, Shifu and the other two mages began chanting spells to prepare a magical barrier. Without such a barrier, a mage is hardly superior to an ordinary person. Preparing it in my presence is rather presumptuous. Haha. The mysterious voice resonated once more. Just as the voice faded, the three high necromancers of the Lu Sha family, positioned closest to the mages, gripped their black scythes tightly to shield the mages. However, as Sith encircled Shifu and the other mages, he noticed their chanting had abruptly ceased. Alarmed, he was about to act when the three mages collapsed. A tremor of fear coursed through Sith and Appo's warriors, particularly as cold sweat trickled down Sith and Appo's brow. The silent and swift demise of the three high necromancers struck terror into the hearts of the Lu Sha family. Child, do you still think you can eliminate my people? Next time, if you wish to dispose of my followers, bring forth those worth my attention. The mysterious voice boomed again. We did not know that young Master Moyo was one of your followers. We apologize for offending you. We shall depart immediately and inform our family to ensure they do not provoke you again. Sith stammered, drenched in cold sweat, his bravado evaporated, revealing a cowardly disposition. Haha. Just moments ago, you were a cocky young master, yet now you have transformed into a pitiful coward. Truly hypocritical. The mysterious voice laughed heartily. Sith, upon hearing the mockery, responded with a hollow laugh, betraying no sign of distress. How hypocritical, how shameless. Yet, I wonder, is your heart truly ruthless enough? If it is, I might spare your life. Otherwise, you shall join them in demise, the mysterious voice declared. Despite the ominous words, Sith maintained an insipid grin, a slave to fear. The members of the Lu Sha family eyed him warily, brimming with suspicion. The two high necromancers at his side exchanged anxious glances, bewildered by Sith's demeanor and the surrounding atmosphere. Is your heart not ruthless enough? As a devoted follower of the Great Reaper, how can you serve him well without a heart of steel? The mysterious voice queried once more. Before the voice could fade, Sith swung his black scythe towards one of the high necromancers from the Lu Sha family. Caught off guard by the mysterious voice, the necromancer fell victim to Sith's blade, losing his head in an instant. The remaining high necromancer, having evaded Sith's attack by a considerable distance, glared at him with a mixture of tension and malice. You despicable wretch! How dare you slay your own kin? Do you comprehend the consequences that await you? The surrounding mid-level warriors of the Lu Sha family circled the remaining high necromancer, their vigilance heightened as they surveyed their surroundings. Though these individuals were followers of the Reaper and practiced necromantic arts, they did not wish to meet their end so easily. Nor did they yearn to traverse to the underworld they revered. Having been exposed to the mysteries of the underworld from a young age, they possessed a deeper understanding than most about the fate that awaited souls who departed this realm. Only through mastering the necromantic arts could they hope to experience a different reality upon their passage to the afterlife. Moreover, in this cruel world, the uncertainty of whether their souls would return to the Reaper and Appo's domain loomed ominously over them. Chapter 59, The First Appearance of the Undead Squad. Your heart is ruthless enough. There is no place for you here. Wait for me outside the forest, a mysterious voice declared. Upon hearing this, Zeiss cast a cold glance at the members of the Lusha family standing nearby and walked expressionlessly towards the edge of the woods, quickly vanishing into the depths of the dark forest. As Zeiss disappeared among the trees, the Lusha family members nervously surveyed their surroundings. Leave no one alive, kill them all. Let me witness the fruits of your training, the enigmatic voice echoed once more. Individuals clad in tight black outfits emerged before the Lusha clan members, each donning a black hood that concealed all but their eyes. Armed with unsheathed long swords, one among them pointed his weapon at the remaining high-ranking undead warrior, unleashing a wave of sword energy that struck forth. Thus, the battle erupted with fervor. Star executed each move of the evil dispelling sword technique with remarkable finesse, swiftly gaining the upper hand against the high-ranking undead warriors from the Lusha family. The transformation of the needle techniques from the sunflower cannon into the evil dispelling sword technique represented a pinnacle of swordsmanship, even if it lacked the original's deceptive intricacies. Such skills were beyond the capabilities of the high-ranking undead warriors to withstand. In this world, the cultivation system is rooted in a pursuit of faith in the divine, striving to comprehend the essence of divine power. The cultivation system of Huaxia emphasizes self-transcendence, represented by the three main schools: Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism. When these schools entered Huaxia, they absorbed the characteristics of self-overcoming from the culture. The beliefs within these schools constitute only a small aspect of Huaxia's cultivation framework. Confucianism proclaims, man can conquer heaven. Taoism espouses, all is but the mind. I am the heart of heaven. Buddhism reveres, I am the Buddha, and the Buddha is me. Such philosophies lie at the core of Huaxia and Apos' cultivation, fueling boundless creativity and a plethora of cultivation methods and ideas. The Sunflower Canon, this remarkable tome, occupies a notable position among the myriad of cultivation techniques, attesting to its profound intricacy. All combat techniques employed in close quarters stemmed from the evil dispelling sword technique, with a numerical and strength advantage within a mere quarter of an hour. The members of the Lusha family fell victim to the blades of the undead squad led by Star. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The undead squad has demonstrated such formidable combat prowess in such a short time. Star, your contributions are invaluable. As the mysterious voice faded, a youth clad in a white priestly robe appeared before Star. Upon seeing Wu Ming and Apos' sudden arrival, Star immediately knelt on one knee and proclaimed, Star pays his respects to the young master. The entire undead squad followed suit, kneeling and exclaiming, the undead squad pays respects to the young master. Wu Ming hurriedly assisted Star to his feet, saying, Star, I have already stated that we are brothers. Henceforth, do not bow to me, otherwise it would imply you do not wish to be my brother. Star, with a serious demeanor, responded, to be your brother is my fortune. However, young master, as one with grand aspirations, we must establish our own power and adhere to rules. Without rules, there can be no order. Wu Ming looked at Star with satisfaction, saying, we are brothers. Rules do exist, but they do not apply between us. Star could not help but smile, feeling moved as he replied, I, Star, shall heed the young master and Apos' commands from now on. Wu Ming, radiating happiness, said, in the future, my name will be Wu Ming. Wu Ming is my surname, and Ming is my given name. You may simply call me Brother Wu Ming. Star responded, Brother Wu Ming. Wu Ming, filled with warmth, grasped Star and Apos' hand, exclaiming, Brother Star. He then addressed the undead squad. From now on, you shall all refer to me as Apos, young master, and Apos. The entire undead squad knelt once more, declaring, the undead squad pays respects to the young master. Wu Ming, observing the kneeling undead squad, cheerfully announced, rise. You will be the backbone of the undead squad from now on. I only hope you will devote yourselves to training diligently, especially in the sunflower cannon. Your sacrifices of souls have granted you the blessing of the great god of death. But within that power lies a significant mark. To fully possess this power, you must eliminate the energy imprint. Cultivating the sunflower cannon will help you eradicate this mark, allowing you to wield that power more effectively. Star and the undead squad were taken aback by Wu Ming's revelation. Star gazed at Wu Ming, confusion etched on his face. Energy imprint? Wu Ming explained, every form of energy possesses its unique imprint, much like the various elements within energy itself. Each individual and Apos' cultivation method differs, and the energy imprint arises from the prolonged fusion of spiritual strength and energy. When your internal energy and spiritual strength become sufficiently robust, the energy will naturally resonate with your spirit, leading to the formation of the energy imprint. Listening to Wu Ming and Apos' discourse, Star and the undead squad felt as if their perceptions of the world had shifted, akin to rays of light piercing through a darkened room, leaving them awestruck. Wu Ming, witnessing their astonished expressions, smiled and said, the sunflower cannon is your eternal treasure for cultivation. As long as you practice this technique and continually refine it, the heights you can achieve are beyond your current imagination. Each time you obtain power through sacrifice, you must persistently cultivate and harness the strength of the sunflower cannon, purifying the power you receive. The undead squad united in unison, declaring, we shall certainly comply with the young master and Apos' command. Wu Ming nodded with satisfaction, saying, "Brother Star, you will continue to lead the undead squad in enhancing their strength and expanding your ranks. I will take care of that Lusha family, Scion." Star replied, "Brother Wu Ming, you may go. I will guide the undead squad in our continued development." Wu Ming, radiating encouragement, cautioned, "Remember, safety is paramount. The means by which you enhance your strength are forbidden across the continent. You must remain as inconspicuous as possible. Do not allow anyone or any force to discover your existence, for otherwise, you will face annihilation." Star, feeling touched, assured Wu Ming, "Brother Wu Ming, rest assured. I will be vigilant. As long as we are not discovered during sacrifices, we can remain concealed at all times. The sunflower cannon is sufficient to render us indistinguishable from strangers." Wu Ming nodded, remaining silent before vanishing from Star and Appo's sight. Chapter 62 years have passed since Wu Ming annihilated the members of the Lu Sha family who sought to assault him. Since then, no further attempts were made to disturb Wu Ming in Ninglu Town, allowing him to steadily cultivate his own power. Unbeknownst to him, these 2 years have flown by. Wu Ming's strength has undergone a tremendous transformation. He has now reached the latter stages of the second transformation of the 9 transformations golden body. At this point, Wu Ming possesses the prowess equivalent to that of an earthly warrior, while his mental capacity has ascended to the pinnacle of an earthly mage. His internal magical energy has also attained the zenith of an earthly mage. It can be said that Wu Ming is now preparing for his breakthrough to the 3rd transformation of the 9 transformations golden body, lest he confront the challenges he faced during his last breakthrough. Initially, Wu Ming intended to leverage Wu Feifei and Appo's cultivation of the Qianuju to transcend his own limits. However, Wu Feifei has now reached the latter stages of the 2nd layer of Qianuju, possessing strength comparable to that of a dual practitioner of earthly martial arts and magic. The Bone Buddha has directly informed Wu Feifei that due to the excessive dual cultivation with him, her extreme Yin body has been severely compromised. Should she attempt to cultivate further with the extreme Yin body and Qianuju, it could potentially result in her demise. This revelation compelled Wu Ming to abandon that thought. Nevertheless, Wu Ming did not feel disheartened, for at this moment, all 500 nuns practicing Qianuju have successfully reached the 2nd layer. It is noteworthy that the 2nd layer of Qianuju is already regarded as advanced in this world, effectively forming a formidable group of 500 advanced dual practitioners of martial arts and magic. Upon exiting Duodan City, Wu Ming had aspired to create a battalion of 500 advanced warriors, and miraculously, he has achieved this goal within a mere 2 years. However, Wu Ming is reluctant to reveal this power, for the Church of Light would undoubtedly investigate him thoroughly. As long as he cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, his identity within the Church of Light would be jeopardized, potentially implicating his adoptive parents as well. Yet, with such strength at his disposal, Wu Ming is now in a position to realize his ambitions beyond the confines of Ninglu Town. He is not bereft of capable allies. The strength of the Light Knights led by Babylon has also soared. Under Wu Ming's guidance, Babylon has attained the rank of an earthly Light Knight, albeit newly initiated, yet undeniably a genuine earthly Light Knight. Bobby, Neil, and the first cohort of Light Knights who followed Wu Ming have all ascended to the rank of advanced Light Knights. The Light Knights recruited in Ninglu Town have undergone rigorous training in the application of exquisite medicinal elixirs, elevating them all to the level of intermediate Light Knights. In the past 2 years, the number of members in the undead squad formed by Sida has expanded to 500. Sida's strength has also burgeoned to that of a dual practitioner of earthly magic and martial arts. The initial 30 intermediate warriors have all transformed into 30 advanced dual practitioners, while the remaining 400 individuals have reached the level of intermediate dual practitioners. Wu Ming, calculating the might at his command, cannot help but smile in delight. However, he understands that the strength he can openly utilize consists solely of the Light Knights led by Babylon and the Warrior Legion comprising the Jacob and Mo clans. This legion is formed by the Jacob and Mo clans in Ninglu Town, with the majority of its members originating from these 2 families, alongside a portion from the Laban family who have been recruited in Ninglu Town. Over the past 2 years, Ninglu Town has been entirely brought under Wu Ming and Appo's control, with the members of the 2 families having pledged their loyalty to him. Wu Ming appointed the Jacob clan leader as the commander of this legion, while the Mo clan leader was designated as the vice commander. Both individuals have achieved the advanced warrior level, experiencing a remarkable transformation in strength, and the legion now boasts 18 captains leading its ranks. Each captain has also entered the advanced warrior tier. Although they are newly initiated, they are nonetheless advanced warriors. Each captain commands 10 squads, with every squad leader being of intermediate warrior rank, while the squad members possess only the strength of novice warriors. The warrior legion comprises 20 advanced warriors, 180 intermediate warriors, and 800 novice warriors. The price Wu Ming paid to amass such formidable strength for himself and his subordinates within just 2 years was the complete depletion of Duke Bizi and Appos as treasure and the considerable wealth of the Liu Sha family in Ninglu Town. My dear, our funds have dwindled significantly. Ninglu Town has developed quite well over the years, with the population reaching around 100,000, yet our monthly tax revenue, coupled with the copper mine and Appos' yield, barely covers our expenses, Wu Feifei remarked, seated on Wu Ming and Appos' lap and embracing his neck. Given our strength, financial matters are merely trivial. Wu Ming replied dismissively. Ninglu Town is but an inconspicuous town at the entrance of Gushi Province into the kingdom. Adjacent to it are 5 other cities. Should war arise between Gushi Province and the kingdom, these 5 cities will undoubtedly become battlegrounds. Are you suggesting we seize these 5 cities? Wu and Appos, that put us in grave danger should war break out? Wu Feifei asked, puzzled. Without strength, it is indeed perilous. However, danger also brings opportunity. All criminals fleeing from the kingdom to Gushi Province will inevitably pass through these cities, and the flow of goods and funds between both sides must traverse these 5 cities. If we can control them, it signifies a continuous influx of wealth, Wu Ming asserted confidently. The strength of these 5 cities is formidable. If we aim to dominate them, we will undoubtedly expose much of our own power. Could this not attract the attention of the Church of Light? After all, my father is still within the church. Wu Feifei expressed her concerns. I am merely an intermediate priest, a devout believer of the great God of light. How could someone like me control such vital cities? I shall simply lead the Light Knights, who share the same devotion, to these 5 cities to propagate the teachings of the great God of light. Encouraging more individuals to embrace faith in him, Wu Ming proclaimed with sincere fervor. Upon hearing Wu Ming and Appos' words, Wu Feifei could not help but smile. Wu Ming, too, could not suppress his laughter. Chapter 61. Entering the enigmatic city with a blissful expression, Wu Ming gazed at Wu Feifei and remarked, You and Babylon are responsible for the governance of Ninglu Town, our stronghold. This marks our initial endeavor to exert control over a city. Hence we must proceed with utmost caution. Wu Feifei inquired, Which city do you plan to target first? With unwavering confidence, Wu Ming replied, The first city is the enigmatic city, which is under the jurisdiction of our direct superior. Ninglu Town naturally falls within the governance of the enigmatic city. However, over the years, the various families within the enigmatic city have been embroiled in relentless power struggles, striving to dominate its control. Consequently, despite having been appointed to Ninglu Town for 2 years, I have only received a document confirming my identity, with no one coming to inspect the situation in Ninglu Town. This vacuum has afforded us an exceptional opportunity for development. I intend to personally lead the Bright Squads, comprising Bobby and Neil, to visit the prominent families of the enigmatic city, persuading them to establish a Church of Light and propagate the teachings of the forthcoming God of Light. Wu Feifei hesitated, expressing, Such a force seems somewhat inadequate. Your capabilities must remain concealed. Can 2 senior Bright Knights and 24 intermediate Bright Knights truly persuade the families to agree to the establishment of a Church of Light? Would they easily acquiesce? I suspect they would only seek to safeguard their own interests. Wu Ming, brimming with self-assurance, responded, I merely aim to draw the attention of the families overtly. Meanwhile, the leader of the Moran tribe will discreetly bring 4 squads of warriors to the enigmatic city to visit the Moran tribe chief and express support for his ascension as the ruler of the enigmatic city. This significant backing will undoubtedly plunge the enigmatic city into a maelstrom of chaos, presenting us with our opportunity to seize control. Wu Feifei couldn't and Appos' help but smile, saying, With 5 senior warriors, 50 intermediate warriors, and 500 junior warriors assisting him, he effectively wields half the strength of the Moran tribe within the enigmatic city. Such power will undoubtedly ignite his thirst for dominance. Wu Ming chuckled enigmatically. To establish a foothold in the enigmatic city with such strength alone will be arduous. Many families may remain indifferent. Yet, should they align with a particular faction, it would bestow considerable influence upon that faction within the enigmatic city. This is the delicate balance of power within the enigmatic city. As Wu Ming surveyed the bustling cityscape, he noted the orderly flow of people passing through the city gates. Merchants transporting goods were met with guards who meticulously inspected their cargo and collected the appropriate tolls. Everything exuded a sense of harmony and stability. In a mere short span, thousands of gold coins had exchanged hands with the guards. Wu Ming and Amp, Appo's yearning to control the enigmatic city intensified. His Ninglu town was merely a small settlement of 100,000 inhabitants. Nevertheless, he believed that through his efforts, Ninglu town could similarly evolve into a city with a permanent population of 1 million, or even escalate to a super city housing around 5 million. However, this would inevitably require time, perhaps 5 years, or even 10. Wu Ming glanced back at Bobby and Neil, the cadre of bright knights, and waved them forward. A young man, around 20, with a gleam in his eyes, halted Wu Ming and Amp, Appo's group, demanding, "Present your identification documents." Wu Ming remained silent while Bobby stepped forward, submitting their identification documents to the guard. After scrutinizing each document, the guard announced, "The entrance fee is 50 copper coins per person. You are a total of 27, amounting to 1,350 copper coins, or you may pay 13 silver coins and 50 copper coins." Without hesitation, Bobby paid the entrance fee. Wu Ming cast a mysterious glance at the young guard, offering a slight smile without uttering a word, and entered the enigmatic city with Bobby and the others. Once inside, Bobby leaned closer to Wu Ming and whispered, "Do you sense something amiss with this guard? Should we arrange for someone to deal with him?" Wu Ming replied, "Our purpose in entering the enigmatic city is to propagate the teachings of the great God of light. We cannot afford to spill blood upon our arrival." Clad in the garb of a light priest, while you and the others don the attire of bright knights, we are here to announce our presence to the various factions of the enigmatic city. Bobby, feeling chastened, responded, "You are right, my lord." Wu Ming smiled. "Your intentions are commendable. I bear no grudge against you. First, let us find an inn to settle. Then we shall pay a visit to the current lord of the city, Wan Lushan." The group proceeded to the renowned enigmatic city inn, securing a small courtyard for their stay. The proprietor of the inn was none other than Wan Lushan, the current lord of the enigmatic city. While Wu Ming's party settled in, news of their arrival swiftly spread among the heads of the various families within the enigmatic city. However, most merely acknowledged the information with a nod, showing little concern for Wu Ming's presence. This indifference was hardly surprising. The families regarded Wu Ming merely as a pious follower of the God of Light, dispatched by the church to govern the remote Ninglu town as a minor lord. This was a reward from the church for certain fervent believers lacking adequate qualifications, simultaneously placating their families while promoting the teachings of the God of Light and enhancing the church's influence. Thus, the arrival of Wu Ming was deemed inconsequential amidst the power struggles and intrigues among the families. With the capabilities of merely a junior priest and a mid-level bright knight leading a cadre of junior bright knights, this was the extent of the family's perception of Wu Ming and his entourage. Consequently, their arrival elicited mere acknowledgement, devoid of any genuine concern. Little did these families anticipate that this seemingly insignificant follower of the church would soon unleash a tempest of turmoil, reshaping the balance of power within the enigmatic city. After inquiring about the location of the Lord's residence, Wu Ming assigned 2 bright knights to remain at the inn while leading the others toward the estate of Wan Lushan. Riding majestic steeds, Wu Ming and his party traversed wide streets until they arrived at the imposing entrance of Wan Lushan's residence. A grand gate standing nearly 15 meters high and 10 meters wide, exuding authority and majesty. Surrounding the estate were towering walls, with 2 squads of guards stationed at the entrance. Each guard possessed the strength of a junior warrior, their robust figures clad in resplendent warrior attire. Chapter 62. A dilemma in such an imposing atmosphere, those unaccustomed to the world would find their own spirits dissipating upon witnessing such a scene. When confronted by the master of this estate, their resolve would weaken, and they would inevitably follow the desires of the estate and Appo's owner. However, Wu Ming had grown up in the bustling metropolis of Duodan City, rendering him all too familiar with such spectacles. With a subtle gesture, Wu Ming signaled for Bobby to approach the guards at the entrance. Bobby, understanding the cue, courteously addressed them, announcing, "Mayor Ninglu of Ninglu Town, Lord Rude. Baron Moya has come to pay a visit to the city lord. Please convey our regards." The guard was taken aback for a moment before casting a disdainful glance at Bobby, retorting, "At first glance, judging by your attire, I mistook you for some young noble. It appears you are merely a rustic from an obscure little town, and you even prepared a formal invitation." After discarding the invitation on the ground, he continued, "For bumpkins like you, an invitation is unnecessary. Just hand over your gifts, and I will inform the steward that you have paid a visit. Had this been another mayor from the various towns of the Misty City, a small tip would have spared them such humiliation. Yet, Ninglu Town was notorious for its lack of reputation, and this guard, being a distant relative of the city lord, felt a natural sense of superiority over those he deemed beneath him. Such individuals exist in the world, those who, despite being mere relatives of the city lord, grovel before true power while displaying arrogance towards those they look down upon. Unfortunately, this guard was one such person. Little did he know that the rustic he belittled was someone far beyond his reach. With an icy glare at the discarded invitation, Bobby seized the guard by the throat and lifted him off the ground. The surrounding guards' expressions shifted dramatically as they unsheathed their swords, pointing them at Bobby, while one astute guard hastened into the estate to report the incident. Wu Ming observed the unfolding scene without a hint of concern, calmly remarking, "Should you dare take a step forward, not only will he perish, but you shall follow suit." Bobby regarded the guard with utter disdain, dismissing the entire situation. The guard, powerless, clawed at Bobby and Appo's grip in a futile attempt to free himself, yet the strength of a high-ranking light knight was far beyond that of a mere novice warrior. Before long, the guard and Appo's face turned crimson from the lack of blood flow, and it was evident that he would soon suffocate. At that moment, a crowd emerged from the estate, surrounding a young noble. His attire subtly revealed magical patterns, indicating his considerable wealth and status. With a sharp face, narrow eyes, and a hint of a goatee, it was clear he was no benevolent figure. Upon witnessing the guard being throttled, the noble and Appo's expression darkened, and he bellowed, "Kill him! Cut him down!" Wu Ming and Appo's countenance darkened as he retorted, "What audacity! A mere lord of the Misty City dares to issue a death sentence against a high-ranking light knight of the Church of Light on the streets. It appears this little Misty City has truly lost its mind." Only then did the noble notice Wu Ming and his companions. Bobby and the guards stood at the entrance, effectively blocking the way, diverting the noble's attention to them. Wu Ming seized the opportunity to speak, redirecting their focus onto him. What Wu Ming said was clear and resonant, leaving those present astonished. The identity of a high-ranking light knight is not one to be overlooked. Such a figure typically ranks above average among their peers, as they have undergone rigorous training within the Church of Light, their skills honed over time. In a world where strength is paramount, only the prodigious heirs of noble families could pose a threat to a high-ranking light knight. However, while it is one thing to kill a high-ranking light knight, it is quite another to dare to do so. The death of such a knight would undoubtedly be a grave matter for the Church of Light, likely prompting a swift and formidable response to uphold its authority. The noble scrutinized Bobby and Wu Ming and Appo's group, suddenly taken aback by their presence. Few could mistake the armor of the light knights and the robes of the priests. Furrowing his brow, the noble questioned, "Surely, you cannot merely claim to be high-ranking knights of the Church of Light without evidence?" Wu Ming regarded the noble for a moment before erupting into laughter, nearly gasping for breath. "Are you the Lord of Misty City? From what I gather, Lord Wan, the city lord of Wanshan, is already 55 years old. You appear to be merely in your teens. Is it you or the actual city lord who wields authority in this Misty City? Or do you consider yourself the master of this estate? You are but an intermediate warrior, yet you speak with such bravado, it is rather amusing." "Bobby, you need not exert yourself. Let him rest," Wu Ming added. As soon as the words left his lips, Bobby's gaze turned cold, and with a swift motion, he tightened his grip, resulting in a sickening crack as the guard's neck snapped, his lifeless body collapsing to the ground without a sound. Wu Ming looked at the noble with an expression of feigned innocence, stating, "This is your evidence. This man dared to insult a devout intermediary priest of the Church of Light, a baron of the Noah Kingdom. According to the laws of both the church and the kingdom, his punishment is death." At this proclamation, the onlookers were left stunned, witnessing such brazen disregard for life. This bold action undeniably served as a testament to their identities, yet it also left the noble in a precarious position. The noble's face darkened to an icy pallor as he seethed through clenched teeth. "As esteemed priests and knights of the Church of Light, what brings you here?" Chapter 63. The lord of the enigmatic city Wu Ming gazed mysteriously at the young gentleman, a faint smile gracing his lips as he introduced himself. "I am the mayor of Ninglu Town, here to meet Lord Lu in regarding the establishment of a Church of Light. Is Lord Lushan available?" The young gentleman, wearing a complex expression, remained silent, his thoughts tangled. Just as uncertainty enveloped him, a middle-aged man clad in brocade hastily approached Wu Ming, bowing slightly. As a devout follower of the great god of light, I am Rude Imoya. Lord Lushan requests your presence. Wu Ming, with a glance at the middle-aged man, whose face radiated warmth, replied, please, lead the way. The man, displaying utmost respect, gestured, you are too kind. Please follow me. He then bowed and proceeded ahead. Accompanied by the Knights of Light, Wu Ming followed the middle-aged man into the Lord's residence, soon arriving at the Grand Hall. Seated at the head of the table was a middle-aged man dressed in a warrior and Appos, fitted attire, his piercing gaze and square face exuding an innate authority. Wu Ming smiled warmly at Lushan, and respectfully declared, Mayor of Ninglu Town, Rude Imoya, pays his respects to Lord Lushan. Lushan, observing Wu Ming's seemingly harmless demeanor, felt a surge of vigilance within. The audacity to slay one's guards at the very gates of the Lord and Appos' abode would typically evoke disdain, yet before him stood this man, exuding an air of innocence and sunny disposition, which only heightened Luan's wariness. He understood that those who appear benign can harbor the most ruthless intentions. As Wu Ming bowed, Lushan courteously lifted him, firmly grasping his hand, and said, Mayor Imoya, you are too modest. I have heard of Ninglu Town and Appos' remarkable progress in recent years, yet I have regrettably not invited you to visit the enigmatic city. It is indeed a pity that we meet only today. Listening to Lushan's polite words, Wu Ming could not help but think of him as a cunning fox, uncertain of the sincerity behind his statement. One could only wonder whether Ninglu Town was indeed under the watchful eye of this so-called lord of the enigmatic city. However, Wu Ming was unconcerned. The only visible strength he possessed was the Knights of Light, and there was little else for Luan to uncover. With a smile, Wu Ming responded, Ninglu Town is merely a peripheral settlement, an inconspicuous locale within the enigmatic city. I have come solely to pay my respects to your lordship and seek your guidance. Lushan silently scoffed, thinking, you arrive in my enigmatic city and slay my guard at the entrance. Yet you speak of seeking my counsel, who would believe such words? Politely, Lushan replied, as a devout follower of the great god of light. Accompanied by such esteemed Knights of Light, I am but an ordinary man. I cannot presume to offer teachings, let us discuss matters together. Wu Ming, feigning shyness, pointed to Bobby and Neil. This is Bobby, and this is Neil. Both are esteemed Knights of Light, who have accompanied me to the enigmatic city. My purpose here is to promote the compassion of the great God of Light and the teachings of the Church of Light. I aim to establish a Church of Light in the enigmatic city and seek your thoughts on this matter, Lord Lushan. Lushan, momentarily taken aback, did not respond. Wu Ming observed him, understanding that Luan was engaged in rapid contemplation. Establishing a Church of Light in the enigmatic city would effectively transfer the influence of the Church to this realm, allowing the Church of Light to dispatch personnel at will, potentially rendering the enigmatic city under their control. Yet, Wu Ming and Appos' audacity in broaching such topics within the Lord and Appos' residence raised questions. Was this a move orchestrated by the higher echelons of the Church of Light? Although the ancient province was a realm of chaos, rife with the remnants of fallen families and those evading persecution, many of these individuals did not regard the Church of Light lightly. Moreover, Luan was not among those reckless souls. He was a man of family and responsibility. If he were to outright refuse Rude Imoya, would the Church of Light retaliate? Such trouble was beyond his capacity to bear. Even if the Church did not seek retribution, the presence of two esteemed Knights of Light beside Rude Imoya posed an unknown threat that left Luan hesitant. With a furrowed brow, Lushan addressed Wu Ming, Mayor Imoya, I see you are unfamiliar with the dynamics of the enigmatic city. While I am indeed its lord, numerous powerful families reside here. Even if I consent, their approval is not guaranteed. Wu Ming maintained a smile. You are the lord of the enigmatic city. I trust that your endorsement will sway the other families. Lushan chuckled heartily, his laughter echoing through the hall. It had been long since he had heard such affirming words. His own people had lost much of their influence within the enigmatic city, with many areas now off limits to them. In such circumstances, to have someone value him so greatly was a source of genuine joy. Beaming, Lushan remarked, Mayor Imoya, with Mr. Bobby and Mr. Neil by your side, does Ninglu Town possess enough personnel to maintain stability? Wu Ming understood that Luan sought to gauge the strength and foundation of his town. His earlier comments about Ninglu and Appos' rapid development were merely a probe into Wu Ming and Appos' capabilities. With a smile, Wu Ming assured, rest assured, Lord Lushan, Ninglu Town is but a small border settlement, with a modest population, and the townsfolk are content, presenting no issues for me as mayor. Lushan, appeared relieved, saying, "It seems Ninglu town is indeed a fine place. I must visit it one day." Wu Ming, with evident enthusiasm, replied, "Ninglu town is under your jurisdictions. It would be our honor to have you inspect the area." Wu Ming was acutely aware that Luan would likely arrange for an investigation into Ninglu town, and that the various factions within the enigmatic city would undoubtedly send their own emissaries to scrutinize the town following today's events. Chapter 64. The frantic lord of the illusory city Luan, the lord of Lushan, gazed at Wu Ming with a smile and inquired, "Is there anything else you wish to discuss, Mayor Emoya?" A glint of coldness flickered in Wu Ming's eyes as he replied with a smile, "Lord Lushan, there is a minor matter concerning the establishment of the Church of Light. As you are aware, your support as the Lord is essential. Yet a certain amount of funding is also necessary for its implementation. You know that Ninglu town is a peripheral settlement with limited resources. Since you, Lord Lushan, are willing to support the establishment of the Church of Light, I hope you might consider donating some funds to aid in its construction." Luan, the Lord of Lushan, couldn't help but chuckle at Wu Ming's audacity. He had just witnessed Wu Ming eliminate his own guard at the entrance of his estate, and now, not only was he seeking his approval for the church and Oppo's establishment, but he was also requesting financial support. This left Lu in feeling a palpable frustration. With a cold smile, he addressed Wu Ming, "Mayor Emoya, I do support the establishment of the Church of Light, but let Oppo's not rush into financial matters just yet. The attitudes of the major factions in the illusory city towards your initiative remain uncertain. Should you manage to gain their approval for the church and Oppo's establishment, I shall gladly contribute funds to assist you." Wu Ming beamed at Lord Lushan, acknowledging that his willingness to donate was indeed a noble act. "I intend to erect a stone tablet at the entrance of the church once it is completed, inscribing the names of all donors, so that the citizens of the illusory city may recognize the names of these benefactors and remember their kindness." Luan let out a derisive laugh. "I shall await good news from you, Mayor Emoya." Wu Ming nonchalantly replied, "Then I shall take my leave, Lord Lushan." Internally, Wu Ming sneered, knowing that as long as this nominal lord expressed his support, it provided him a pretext to remain in the illusory city. When the Church of Light was established, it would no longer matter whether he donated or not. It would be a matter of how he chose to accept the donation. Accompanied by Bobby and a group of light knights, Wu Ming departed the estate. Bobby glanced back at the residents and remarked, "Young master, this lord of the illusory city truly lacks awareness. He will surely come to seek our assistance in the future." Wu Ming responded, "I never anticipated that he would support our endeavors. If he possessed the vision and courage to truly back us, he would not merely be a nominal lord. Our current task is to visit the major factions of the illusory city, promoting the noble doctrines of the Church of Light. We must ensure these factions are aware of our presence and convey that any faction supporting our cause in establishing the church will have the church's backing in their pursuit of the lordship." Bobby inquired, "Shall we visit them now?" Wu Ming replied, "There is no rush. Word of today's events will soon spread among the factions. For now, enjoy your time in the illusory city. Take a moment to relax." Having spoken, Wu Ming led Bobby and their companions toward the inn. As they traversed halfway, they encountered a lively gathering ahead. Wu Ming remarked, "Let us see what has transpired." One of the light knights, upon receiving the command, inquired and returned with the details of the situation. Sion, a daughter of the Mi family, was a child born out of wedlock. In her youth, she was promised to the eldest son of the Bob family, the future patriarch of that clan, as a concubine. Over a decade ago, the Bob family wielded considerable influence, while the Mi family was undergoing a challenging period, making this political marriage seem advantageous. However, time has passed, and Sion has blossomed into a stunning beauty, displaying remarkable talent in her magical abilities. At merely 22, she has already attained the status of a mid-level ice mage. With continued training, she is destined to become a high-level ice mage, potentially even an earth mage in the future. Such potential makes her an invaluable asset to her family, especially as the Mi family has seen significant growth in recent years, matching the Bob family's strength. Under normal circumstances, this political union would be advantageous for both families. Nevertheless, a twist of fate occurred when the eldest son of the Bob family suffered an unforeseen setback during his training, leaving him unable to cultivate magic. In a world where the inability to cultivate relegates one to the status of an ordinary person, the prospect of a union between him and a future luminary mage was untenable. After discussions between the two families, it was decided that the second son of the Bob family, who possessed decent training potential and had already become a mid-level warrior, would take up the mantle of this political union. Coincidentally, Scion and Apos' extraordinary beauty and exceptional magical abilities attracted numerous suitors, many of whom came from powerful families. This influx of admirers complicated the marriage arrangement between the two families. Scion, however, displayed overt disdain for the Bob family and Apos' second son, leading to frequent confrontations when they met. The increasing frequency of these encounters exacerbated tensions between the two families. On this occasion, they happened upon each other once more in the streets. Scion and Apos' suitors mocked and belittled Inz, the Bob family and Apos' second son. A hot-blooded youth, Inz was being groomed as the future patriarch of his family. After enduring repeated humiliations, he could no longer restrain his fury. In a moment of heated confrontation, he drew his sword and, without warning, struck down his opponent, escalating their conflict from mere words to a deadly clash. Chapter 65, the cloaked figure in white. Bobby remarked, "My lord, we could certainly exploit the enmity between the Bob family and the Beige family." Wu Ming smiled slightly and replied, "You are indeed correct, Bobby. The Bob family is evidently in a state of decline. Their eldest son has been jilted, and their second son faces continuous humiliation. If we skillfully manipulate these two individuals, the City of Mist will undoubtedly descend into chaos." As Wu Ming and Bobby discussed how to leverage the feud between these two families to exacerbate the already tumultuous Mist, a sudden uproar erupted around them. People began to flee in all directions, shrieking as they sought refuge. In the midst of the crowd, there was a fierce clash of blades and magical elements, and the fate of the ordinary folk caught in this mayhem was grim. Either death or injury awaited them. Amidst the dispersing crowd, a striking figure emerged, engaged in a fierce battle. This woman, with an enchanting figure and exquisite white robe, emanated an air of frostiness. With a delicate wand in hand, she unleashed a series of ice spells. Wu Ming was momentarily captivated by her beauty, which rivaled that of any television star. Yet her frosty demeanor suggested she was to be admired from afar, not approached. Bobby whispered, "My lord, if you are intrigued by this lady, we should swiftly deal with the Bob family and stage a heroic rescue." Wu Ming, with a mischievous expression, looked at Bobby and chuckled. "I have just discovered your latent talent for servitude. However, I must say I am quite fond of it. Yet, this Scion Beige is not merely an intermediate mage, but a high-level sorceress concealing her true power." Bobby and Apos' expression shifted as he scrutinized Scion Beige and remarked, "My lord, your insight is commendable. Her concealment is indeed masterful. It would be easy to overlook her true strength without careful observation." Wu Ming noted, "The Bob family consists of merely a few intermediate warriors and mages. Yet, Scion Beige alone possesses the capability to handle them without breaking a sweat. It seems she is intent on amplifying the repercussions of this conflict." Bobby's eyes gleamed as he suggested, "My lord, why not subtly incite further chaos? Let more perish, deepening the animosity between the two families." Wu Ming smiled and replied softly, "Let those so-called suitors remain. We must not reveal our intentions." Bobby, brimming with confidence, assured, "Rest easy, my lord." With that, he vanished from sight. At that moment, the battle had already shifted. The Bob family was composed of only 6 individuals, including the eldest son, the second son, and 4 apparent guards. In contrast, Scion Beige's group numbered over a dozen, each suitor possessing the strength of intermediate warriors or mages, with their guards nearing the threshold of high-level prowess. The disparity in strength was stark, and the Bob brothers found themselves on the brink of death. However, Scion Beige and Apos' group hesitated to eliminate the brothers for fear of attracting trouble to themselves and their families. Yet, the overwhelming difference in power left the Bob brothers battered and bloodied, and it was only a matter of time before they succumbed to their wounds. This was precisely what Scion Beige and Apos' group desired, as long as they avoided striking vital areas. They believed the Bob family would hesitate to offend so many families at once. Suddenly, a cloaked figure in white appeared like lightning beside the eldest son of the Bob family, swiftly slashing the throat of a man attempting to attack him, sending the assailant to the underworld. Without allowing Scion Beige's group a moment to react, the cloaked figure unleashed a flurry of strikes, claiming 3 more lives in the blink of an eye. One of Scion Beige's suitors, a young noble, bellowed, "Who are you to dare commit murder? Are you seeking death?" The masked figure in white, showing no sign of pause, lunged at the speaker, who was caught off guard and pierced through the heart. The young noble and Apos' face reflected disbelief and terror as he gazed at the cloaked figure. As the masked figure continued to strike down those around him, he declared, "Those who dare conspire against my Bob family must be prepared to face death." A noble from the surrounding suitors shouted, "Do you even realize who you just killed? Do you wish to annihilate the Bob family?" The cloaked figure, unfazed, retorted, "You dare to plot against my kin? Do you expect the Bob family to remain passive? There is no point in further discussion. You shall all perish here today." With that, he lunged at the remaining suitors. The masked figure and Apos' prowess was evidently superior, and none among the suitors could withstand even 3 of his strikes. In his hands, they were as frail as chaff. Sion, Beija's face turned pale as she cried, "He's a high-level warrior. We are no match for him. We must flee and let our family and Apos' experts handle this." The suitors of Sion, Beija, each wore expressions of dread as they began to scatter, taking their guards with them. The cloaked figure and the Bob family had no intention of letting them escape. The Bob family members attempted to intercept the fleeing suitors, while the cloaked figure seized the opportunity to strike down more of them. Soon, several more suitors and guards fell to his blade. After claiming a few more lives, the cloaked figure vanished in an instant. The Bob family members continued to grapple with the remaining suitors, who fought desperately to flee. They understood that the disappearance of the masked figure did not equate to their safety. The battle had raged on for some time, and the Bob family would soon receive news. Reinforcements were on the way, and given the current circumstances, survival seemed unlikely. Wu Ming observed the unfolding chaos with delight. This clash among the younger generation, if orchestrated well, could ignite a storm of bloodshed in the City of Mist. Bobby reappeared beside Wu Ming, his expression radiating satisfaction. "My lord, the task has been accomplished." Wu Ming responded with a nod of approval. "Well done. However, I must caution you. Using the identity of the Bob family in this affair will undoubtedly raise suspicions later." Bobby smiled, with blood now spilled. "Even if suspicions arise, these families will take action to protect their interests. The Bob family is likely to become the target of their wrath. Regardless, some will certainly meet their demise." Wu Ming expressed his approval. Indeed. The outbreak of this conflict was beyond Wu Ming and Apos' expectations, yet it assured him that his plan would unfold with even greater perfection. Chapter 66. The patriarch of the Bob family. With a sudden shift in expression, Wu Ming turned his gaze towards the street. A group of riders on swift horses appeared before him, charging directly towards the Bob family and Apos' brothers, swiftly bringing down the remaining pursuers. Wu Ming, sensing the urgency, led the Knights of Light towards the members of the Bob family. Their arrival captured the attention of the Bob family. With a warm smile, Wu Ming introduced himself as Ruth Emoya, a devoted mid-level priest of the Church of Light. "You must be members of the Bob family. I see your kin are injured, and my heart cannot bear to see you suffer. Allow me to offer my healing." A middle-aged man, a high-ranking warrior of the Bob family, glanced at the incapacitated Bob brother and his 4 guards, furrowing his brows. "Thank you, Priest Emoya," he replied. The brothers of the Bob family were covered in wounds, bleeding profusely. Continuing in this manner could surely lead to perilous consequences. As they were here to assist the Bob family, the newcomers did not wish for further danger to befall them. "O great God of light, I beseech you to heed the voice of your humble servant. I implore your boundless compassion to extend your loving power through me to save those in anguish, that your light may forever illuminate the hearts of mankind." Wu Ming prayed earnestly. Wu Ming invoked the incantation of the healing spell, channeling an energy that was not merely a display of light magic, but a harmonious fusion of light and the refined essence of the Nine Turns golden body. A radiant white light enveloped the injured members of the Bob family. The power Wu Ming summoned, commensurate with that of a mid-level priest, swiftly mended the wounds of the 6 injured individuals. Their injuries, which had penetrated skin and harmed tendons and bones, were wholly healed after several healing spells. However, they had lost significant blood and remained exceedingly weak, yet, with time, they would surely recover. The second son of the Bob family was helped to his feet and, forcing a smile, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Prince Emoya, for saving us." Wu Ming replied courteously, "The great God of light embodies compassion and kindness. It is only fitting that those who carry his light be shielded from harm. There is no need for such formality, young Master Bob." The pale-faced he ran. The second son of Bob, respectfully stated, "I would like to invite you to our estate to express our gratitude, honored Prince Emoya. Please allow us this opportunity." With a smile as warm as a spring breeze, Wu Ming responded, Such a generous invitation from young Master Bob is indeed an honor. I have long heard of the second son of the Bob family's remarkable talents. It would be a privilege to forge a friendship with you. Hiran's joy was palpable at Wu Ming's graciousness as he urged, "Please, allow me to assist you." With that, Hiran gestured for Wu Ming to mount his horse. Wu Ming accepted the gesture without hesitation, and soon the Knights of Light followed suit, mounting their steeds. The members of the Bob family also mounted their horses, ensuring the safe return of their young master, while escorting the captured pursuers and guards back to their estate. Throughout the journey, the Bob brothers expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Wu Ming, inquiring about his reasons for coming to the City of Illusions. Naturally, Wu Ming could not divulge that his true intent was to incite bloody chaos and seize control of the city. Instead, he explained that he sought to spread the message of the great God of Light's mercy and kindness, and wished to establish a church dedicated to him in the City of Illusions, so that more souls could learn of his benevolence. Hiran, upon hearing this, promptly declared his intention to rally the family's support for Wu Ming's endeavor. Wu Ming, elated, conveyed that as a mid-level priest accompanied by 2 high-ranking Knights of Light and 24 mid-level Knights, he was tasked by the Church of Light to establish a church in the City of Illusions. While he could not officially represent the church in support of the Bob family, he pledged to advocate for their interests in the city. This news thrilled Hiran, as the province of Gushi was rife with chaos and conflict, populated by various factions and outlaws. Yet, even amidst the turmoil, the largest city in Gushi, Gushi City, boasted a Church of Light that commanded a significant degree of respect from the various factions. However, the Church of Light had not expanded its influence since establishing its presence in Gushi City, which allowed other powers to breathe more easily. Wu Ming had already established a Church of Light in Ninglu Town and now sought to do the same in the City of Illusions. If this was indeed a mission from the church, then aligning with Wu Ming could fortify the Bob family's position amidst the threats from rival factions. The prospect of gaining support from Wu Ming could potentially lead to securing their family's stability, if not the possibility of becoming the lord of the city. As Wu Ming and Hiran tested one another, they arrived at the Bob family estate. A gathering awaited them at the entrance, with one individual at the center, surrounded like a star among the moon. Upon seeing this person, Wu Ming immediately sensed the fiery energy within him, which had accumulated to the level of a high-ranking warrior, with mental prowess equivalent to that of a late-stage high-level mage. This was a formidable master of both martial and magical arts. Indeed, this individual alone could match the strength of 45 high-ranking warriors, and it was clear that he was the patriarch of the Bob family. Wu Ming had conducted thorough investigations prior to his arrival in the City of Illusions, and the records indicated that the patriarch was a high-level dual practitioner, though he had not anticipated that he had reached the late stages of this mastery. Such prowess placed him among the elite of the City of Illusions. And should he break through to the Earth level, the Bob family would likely seize control of the city. Yet, according to the data, the Bob family had few high-level experts, totaling merely 6, including the patriarch. Wu Ming speculated that this scarcity of high-ranking personnel might explain why Sai Yin and Mi Se dared to plot against the Bob brothers, viewing them as vulnerable and easily challenged. Hiran, possessing commendable potential, would likely ascend to the rank of high-ranking warrior within a few years. The loss of such talent would undoubtedly weaken the Bob family's strength. Sai Yin and Mi Se had never held a fondness for the Bob family. Should the brothers perish, the political alliance between their families would be rendered moot. Chapter 67. Doubts about Wu Ming and Appo's leadership. Suddenly, Bob arrived at the entrance of the residence and was taken aback by the crowd gathered at the door. He quickly dismounted and hurried to kneel before the esteemed martial arts master, saying, "Unfilial son pays his respects to you, my father. It is my disgrace that you have been disturbed." Following suit, the eldest son of the Bob family knelt silently, bowing his head, while the other 4 guards also knelt, their foreheads pressed firmly to the ground, too apprehensive to speak. The patriarch of the Bob family, his countenance grave, grasped Hiran Bob's arms and gently lifted him up, saying with solemnity, "Rise. I have already been informed of the situation." Hiran Bob glanced at his father and slowly stood up. The patriarch then looked at his eldest son and the guards, stating heavily, "You may rise as well. Return and recuperate. In due time, someone will inquire about the circumstances." With heads bowed in silence, the eldest son and the guards gradually stood and entered the residence through the side door, their eyes cast downward. Hiran Bob approached Wu Ming earnestly, declaring, "Father, this is young Master Moya, a mid-level priest of the Church of Light, accompanied by 2 esteemed senior knights. It is thanks to young Master Moya's timely intervention that we have returned safely. The patriarch of the Bob family smiled warmly at Wu Ming, saying, "Young Master Moya, you have saved Huron and his companions, and thus you are a friend of the Bob family. Although we may not be as illustrious as the Church of Light, we are grateful and will not shy away from our obligations as long as we are able." Wu Ming, smiling in return, replied, "Patriarch, you are too kind. I merely arrived at your son's side under the guidance of the great God of Light to treat some minor injuries. There is nothing more to it." The patriarch, filled with joy, responded, "Young Master Moya is a devout follower of the great God of Light. It is truly an honor to forge a connection with you. Your visit to the Bob family is a remarkable blessing. Please, come in." With a cheerful smile, Wu Ming said, "Patriarch, after you." The guest follows the host. The patriarch said nothing further and led the way. Wu Ming followed the patriarch into the main hall, where, after a round of polite exchanges, both parties took their seats. The patriarch of the Bob family smiled and remarked, "I have heard that 2 years ago, the kingdom granted the fief of Ninglu town to a young Master Moya, a devout follower of the Church of Light. Though he possesses only the strength of a junior priest and is accompanied by a team of junior knights led by a mid-level knight." After stating this, the patriarch simply fixed his gaze on Wu Ming, awaiting his response. Wu Ming, smiling, said, "The person you speak of is indeed me. One must always strive for progress. Ninglu town is but a small settlement. With idle time, I have read extensively from the text of the Church of Light. The great God of Light is bound to bestow some grace upon his earnest followers." The patriarch chuckled lightly, saying, "Praise be to the great God of Light." However, he did not truly believe Wu Ming's assertion. Such notions that mere faith could elevate one's strength were only entertained by those who lacked ability yet clung fervently to their faith. Deities do not bestow power without reason, and any increase in strength would surely correlate with the benefits the believer could confer upon the divine. Wu Ming understood the patriarch and Appo's skepticism, yet chose not to elaborate, instead smiling faintly as he stated, "My purpose in coming to Mitchin is to propagate the teachings of the great God of Light. I intend to establish a church in Mitchin to guide the local believers towards enlightenment." The patriarch replied, "There is only one Church of Light in the entire province of Gushi. Building a second one in Mitchin is no simple feat." Wu Ming, unfazed, laughed. "This will be the third Church of Light. A second church has already been established in Ninglu town. I believe that under the guidance of the great God of Light, all obstacles will be surmountable." The patriarch looked at Wu Ming and remarked, "Young Master Moya, you possess remarkable ambition. I wonder how you plan to establish this third Church of Light." Wu Ming replied, "Before coming to Mitchin, I sensed that great chaos was imminent. Following this upheaval, the light will illuminate the future path for the people of Mitchin. As long as I follow the light, I shall fulfill the mission entrusted to me by the great God." A glimmer of cold light flashed in the patriarch and Appo's eyes before vanishing, replaced by a smile as he said, "Chaos signifies bloodshed and death. During such times, human life is worth less than grass. Even under the brightest sun, darkness can loom heavy in the heart. Without sufficient warmth, the flame may well extinguish." Wu Ming confidently asserted, "Every heart harbors a light. As long as individuals yearn for the light, its power shall never fade." The patriarch responded, "To guide the light within people and Appo's hearts, one needs seeds of light. Frankly speaking, 2 senior knights do not possess enough strength for such an endeavor." Wu Ming thought to himself that clarity was finally being achieved as the veiled conversation had become uncomfortable. Nevertheless, he understood that revealing intentions at this juncture would shift the balance of power. The patriarch and Appo's explicitness stemmed from a concern for the Church of Light, unaware that Wu Ming had no intention of informing them of the events here, as he sought to gain control of Mitchin for himself rather than merely serve as a vanguard for the church. Wu Ming confidently continued, "Bobby and Neil have come with me to understand the situation in Mitchin. Should conditions permit, a steady influx of followers of the God of Light will arrive to promote the teachings of the great God and establish a church to guide the wayward sheep." The patriarch of the Bob family hesitated, saying, "Can such matters truly be decided by a mid-level priest? Will so many senior knights heed the command of one of lesser rank? I find it hard to believe." At this, Wu Ming erupted into hearty laughter. In an instant, all of Bobby's knights rose, charged with energy, ready to spring into action. At this moment, a single command from Wu Ming would unleash a pack of wolves, revealing their fangs. The patriarch of the Bob family regarded the scene before him with a grave expression, as if a tranquil lake had suddenly been disrupted by a cataclysmic spell. The surrounding members of the Bob family also bore serious faces, their attention drawn to Bobby and his knights. Yet, the majority of their focus remained fixated on Wu Ming, observing his every movement. In that moment, everyone present believed that with a mere word or even a subtle gesture from Wu Ming, the atmosphere would erupt into a fierce battlefield. Chapter 68. Betrayal and Isolation. The energy exhibited by Bobby and Neil had ascended to the mid-level of advanced light knights, a force that rendered them virtually invincible within the Bob family, save for its patriarch. The 6 advanced practitioners of the Bob family were gathered in the hall, their prowess unmistakably clear in Wu Ming's eyes. Apart from the patriarch, who had reached the late stage of advanced martial magic, the other 5 possessed only the strength of beginner advanced warriors. In the face of system cultivation, the outcome against a well-coordinated light knight was indeed uncertain. Wu Ming understood that if either Bobby or Neil could restrain the patriarch, the other could contend with 3 advanced warriors of the Bob family. The remaining mid-level light knights could form 3 Bagua formations, each capable of countering 1 advanced warrior, while the last formation would be more than sufficient to roam freely among the Bob family. Ultimately, the outcome of life and death would hinge on whether the 3rd Bagua formation could eliminate all members of the Bob family before the patriarch could deal with Bobby's entanglement. Naturally, if matters escalated to such a point, Wu Ming would not refrain from intervening. With his strength, he could obliterate the entire Bob family. However, this was merely Wu Ming and Apos' assessment, and the patriarch's judgment was beyond his comprehension. The patriarch of the Bob family, his expression shifting from dark to bright, smiled and said, "Everyone, please do not be anxious. Young Master Emoya, please do not misunderstand. I wholeheartedly believe in your leadership." Wu Ming, regarding the patriarch, replied, "I too believe this is a misunderstanding." Upon saying this, he gestured to Bobby, signaling them to temper their energy. Bobby and the group of light knights naturally subdued their energy, yet they remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on the Bob family. The patriarch smiled and inquired, "Young Master Emoya, is there anything the Bob family can assist you with?" Wu Ming chuckled and retorted, "That statement should be mine, Patriarch Bob. The Bob family is indeed facing numerous crises, is it not?" The patriarch and Apos' face flushed as he acknowledged, "Indeed, young Master Emoya is correct. The Bob family is in peril. If you could assist us in overcoming this crisis, not only would we fully support the establishment of the Light Church in the illusory city, but we would also pledge our allegiance to you moving forward." Wu Ming, filled with indignation yet laughing, stood and exclaimed, "Patriarch Bob, your calculations are quite shrewd. You expect me to resolve the crisis of the Bob family so that you may support my establishment of the Light Church? The crisis your family faces could lead to its annihilation, while my establishment of the Light Church would not jeopardize any lives. Do you intend to treat me as a fool?" Bobby and the Light Knights glared fiercely at the members of the Bob family. Just as the patriarch was about to speak, Wu Ming raised his hand to interrupt him. With a cold smile, he addressed the patriarch. "Having a leader like you is truly a misfortune for the Bob family. Do you grasp the consequences of toying with the devout followers of the great god of light?" The patriarch, remaining calm, replied, "Young Master Emoya, please do not be angry. My child's misfortune is merely a sign of various families conspiring against the Bob family. If you wish to gain our support, you must ensure the survival of the Bob family. Otherwise, any promises made would be mere empty words if the family ceases to exist." Wu Ming, still smiling coldly, responded, "The crisis of the Bob family is of no concern to me. I will not risk my brothers and Apos' lives for others unless you are willing to swear allegiance to me. Otherwise, the complete demise of the Bob family would merely signify a change in personnel in the illusory city." The patriarch furrowed his brow and said, "You are a devout follower of the great god of light. Shouldn't you strive to save the lost sheep? Is it not your duty to fight for their salvation? Does your behavior reflect well on your faith?" Wu Ming looked at the members of the Bob family as if they were foolish, saying, "If I assist you in dealing with your enemies, I am certain they would support my establishment of the Light Church and the propagation of its doctrines. The current situation is not one where I lack followers to support my endeavors in the illusory city. Rather, it is you, the Bob family, who are on the brink of annihilation and require a savior to rescue your lives, allowing your family to persist and breathe freely in the air of the illusory city. You fools, if you wish for me to save your lives, you must swear allegiance to me. Should you refuse, I will aid your enemies in obliterating the Bob family, thereby obtaining all that I desire. Do you wish to live or perish? The choice is yours to make. You have but 10 seconds to consider." Bobby, begin counting. Upon finishing, Wu Ming sat quietly, closing his eyes to meditate. Bobby, following Wu Ming and Apos' command, began to count 10, 9, 8. The patriarch of the Bob family interjected. Are you not afraid that I might keep you here, preventing your exit from this grand door? Wu Ming remained unresponsive. Bobby continued to count. 7, 6, 5, 4. The patriarch, frostily determined, declared, if you insist on a fight to the death, then let us engage. With that, the patriarch launched a punch toward Wu Ming. Standing beside Wu Ming, Neil swiftly swung his sword at Bobby, compelling the patriarch to retract and retreat. As the patriarch prepared to strike again, two swords lunged toward his heart, forcing him further back. The patriarch, observing the two swords and their wielders, was engulfed in a deeper chill, as if his very countenance could freeze. The unexpected wielders of the swords were two advanced warriors of the Bob family. The patriarch glared at them, his voice a mere whisper through clenched teeth. Are you planning to betray the family? One of the sword wielders replied, you are the true traitor. Under your leadership, the Bob family faces only annihilation. The Light Church is the most powerful force on this continent. Young Master Emoya is young, yet possesses two Light Knights as guardians. We believe that by pledging our loyalty to him, we can secure the protection of the Light Church. With such protection, the Bob family shall not perish. Perhaps we could even thrive under young Master Emoya and Apos' guidance. Yet you, since ascending to the position of patriarch, have only led the family to support your own cultivation. Were it not for this, we might have already attained the mid-level of advanced warriors, and the Bob family would not be in such dire straits. Chapter 69. Aligning allegiances. Wu Ming opened his eyes and smiled joyfully as he surveyed the members of the Bob family surrounding him. He remarked with a smile that some individuals within the Bob family indeed understood the current situation and the choices that must be made. Those willing to follow me shall undoubtedly be protected by the great God of Light. And the Church of Light will also safeguard those whose hearts are inclined towards the light. Two senior warriors of the Bob family rose first to express their stance. Such visionary individuals should rightly lead the Bob family. I wonder what the three of you think. After Wu Ming spoke, he quietly observed the three senior warriors of the Bob family who had yet to take a stance. The patriarch of the Bob family coldly gazed at the three senior warriors who remained silent, stating that he had already attained the strength of a late-stage senior mage warrior. Reaching the Earth realm was merely a matter of time. Once he became a formidable Earth warrior, the Bob family would dominate the entire Maze City, possessing all its resources. Your futures will inevitably align with the Earth realm as well. There is no need for you to entrust your destinies to an unfamiliar mid-level priest. The three senior warriors exchanged glances, their minds racing as they calculated their gains and losses. They understood that they must express their position now, otherwise they would face retaliation from both sides after the fact. Wu Ming smiled at the three senior warriors of the Bob family, asserting that achieving the strength of an Earth realm warrior is not easily attainable. It requires not only resources but also inherent talent. These factors take time to reveal their ultimate answers. However, will your enemies grant you that time? The future is unpredictable. It is the present stability that you require. Of course, do not overestimate your significance. Remember, you are merely early-stage senior warriors. Such power is insufficient to sway the future of the Bob family or dictate your own lives. If you wish to continue living, you must now draw your swords against the traitor of your family, the former patriarch of the Bob family. Fight. Upon hearing Wu Ming and Apos' words, the expressions of the three senior warriors changed dramatically. They exchanged glances, nodded to each other, and their faces grew solemn. In unison, they drew their swords and pointed them at the patriarch of the Bob family across the hall. Wu Ming nodded in approval at their actions. The patriarch of the Bob family regarded the five senior warriors before him with an icy demeanor, his temples throbbing with anger. The remaining members of the Bob family outside the hall watched the unfolding events with grave expressions, unsure of what decisions to make. Soon, the members of the Bob family in the courtyard divided into two groups. One, a larger faction led by the five senior warriors, and the other, a small contingent comprising the patriarch's bloodline and his loyal followers, including the brothers Hebo and Bobo. Hebo and Bobo never imagined that the young Master Emoya, who had come to their rescue, would lead to such a series of events after introducing them to their father. This left them with complex expressions, their emotions a tumultuous mix. Wu Ming smiled at the frostbitten patriarch and said, "Do you know why they all stand beside me? It is not solely because I am a member of the Church of Light, nor merely due to the current crisis facing the Bob family. Rather, it is because your actions within the family have consistently failed to win their hearts." The patriarch of the Bob family sneered contemptuously at the few before him, asserting that they were not his opponents. His late-stage senior mage warrior strength was invincible among his peers. None of them could match even a single late-stage expert. He could single-handedly sweep the floor. Bobo and Neil, along with the 5 senior warriors of the Bob family, regarded the patriarch with frosty expressions. However, Bobo and Neil appeared eager to engage, while the 5 senior warriors exhibited a subtle fear, although it was not overly apparent. Bobo defiantly declared that he and Neil were sufficient to handle the patriarch. Do not presume that being a late-stage senior mage warrior makes you invincible. Your wild and unrefined cultivation cannot compare to the Systemash training. As soon as Bobo finished speaking, he lunged forward with his sword aimed at the patriarch, with Neil swiftly following suit. Bobo and Neil employed the orthodox swordplay of the Church of Light, enhanced by Wu Ming's guidance and slight modifications, significantly amplifying the swordsmanship and Oppo's power. Though their energy reserves were not on par with a late-stage senior warrior, in terms of quality and purity, they indeed surpassed the patriarch. Their combined efforts put them on equal footing with the patriarch, who, being a dual-practice warrior, intermittently unleashed fire magic to counter their attacks. Had the patriarch been merely an ordinary late-stage senior warrior, he would have undoubtedly found himself at a disadvantage against Bobo and Neil's alliance, and might have even faced defeat. This outcome pleased Wu Ming, as it affirmed that his modifications to their sword techniques were indeed correct. The combination of pure energy and formidable swordplay afforded them the capability to engage in battles beyond their rank. However, Bobo and Neil had limited experience facing opponents of equivalent strength, compounded by the fact that the patriarch was indeed a formidable adversary. Wu Ming believed that with just one of them, they could adequately contend against a late-stage senior warrior. The battle between Bobo, Neil, and the patriarch was fiercely contested, with neither side gaining a clear advantage. Their combat experience rapidly increased as they became increasingly adept in their encounters. Meanwhile, Wu Ming sensed that the patriarch's energy reserves were also substantial, and if the battle persisted in this manner, it was likely that Bobo and Neil would ultimately be the ones to falter. Wu Ming glanced at the 5 senior warriors of the Bob family and urged, "Everyone, do not merely stand by." The 5 senior warriors exchanged a glance with Wu Ming, and without further ado, they drew their swords and joined the fray. With their participation, the battle shifted dramatically. The 5 warriors were well acquainted with the patriarch's fighting style, and their involvement tilted the scales in favor of Bobo. Should this continue, the only possible outcome for the patriarch would be defeat. Chapter 70. The thoughts of the Bob brothers. The patriarch of the Bob family, in a sudden outburst, repelled a group of intruders. He swiftly produced a magical scroll, which he activated in an instant, conjuring a towering wall of flames reaching over 20 meters in height and 10 meters in diameter, encasing himself in a protective barrier. The intense heat forced Wu Ming and his companions out of the hall, where they stood in the courtyard, their expressions grave as they regarded the patriarch of the Bob family. Under the searing heat of the fire wall, the hall was reduced to ashes, connecting the 2 courtyards and rendering the space appear vast and desolate. Within the fiery enclosure, the patriarch of the Bob family drew forth a magic wand and, in hushed tones, began to chant fervently, culminating in a powerful proclamation: "Great Lord of Flames, heed the prayers of your devoted follower and unleash your might, Dragon of Fire." A magnificent dragon, composed entirely of flames and boasting a fearsome visage, manifested in the air, stretching over 20 meters in length. It unleashed a torrent of flames towards those in the courtyard, instilling fear in the hearts of the Bob family members. In response, Wu Ming waved his hand, summoning a protective barrier that shielded them from the dragon and Oppo's fiery breath. The patriarch, initially at ease, was taken aback upon witnessing the emergence of the barrier, his countenance changing to one of grave concern. The members of the Bob family stood in stunned silence, their expressions a complex mix of emotions. Wu Ming, observing the dragon beyond the barrier, solemnly addressed Bob and Neil, Illumination Exorcism Array. Bob and Neil, along with their cadre of 12 mid-level light knights, assumed serious expressions as they swiftly maneuvered, invoking 2 intricate formations that materialized before them. The Illumination Exorcism Array was a synthesis of the combined attack techniques of the Light Knights from the Church of Light and the Buddhist Exorcism Array. The inherent energy of the Light Knights was one of righteousness, while the Buddhist formation harnessed collective power to amplify strength, allowing for exponential enhancements. Wu Ming and Oppo's Illumination Exorcism Array was a product of these combined strengths, capable of expelling all magical elements within its range, leaving only light magic behind, contingent upon the power of both parties involved. The array was not limited by a fixed number of participants. It could be enacted by 2 individuals or 100, though a single individual must take on the role of the array's master. At this moment, Bob and Neil led their light knights in the formation, their energies nearing the limits of advanced light knights. In a flash, they confronted the patriarch of the Bob family with the illumination exorcism array. The process, though lengthy in description, occurred in the blink of an eye as they readied to counter the patriarch. Neil directed a wave of sword energy towards the dragon, striking it and significantly diminishing its ferocity. Bob, leading the formation, targeted the patriarch, causing the firewall to weaken rapidly. The patriarch and Apos' expression shifted dramatically as he recited his incantation. Great Lord of Flames, heed the prayers of your devoted follower and unleash your might. Fireball. However, as a late-stage advanced mage, the patriarch had already expended a considerable amount of energy, relying on magical artifacts to manifest the earth-level spell of the dragon. His magical reserves were now depleted, and his mental strength was ensnared by the dragon and the firewall, leaving him only capable of casting basic fire magic, Fireball. The interference from the fireball slowed Bob's assault on the firewall, though only marginally. It was evident that the barrier would soon dissipate, leaving the patriarch vulnerable to defeat. The dragon, now bereft of the majority of its mental energy, was swiftly dismantled by Neil's formation within mere minutes. The collapse of the dragon's spell triggered a backlash against the patriarch, leaving his mind in disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Bob's formation shattered the protective firewall, exposing the patriarch, who was then struck by Neil's sword energy. Severely wounded, the patriarch felt all his energy dissipate, rendering him powerless. Bloodied and pale, he lay amidst the ruins of the hall, gazing at Wu Ming with trembling lips, muttering, "Young Master Emoya, you truly are extraordinary. You possess divine power. You are indeed no ordinary mid-level priest. Your background is profound." Wu Ming, maintaining his composure, replied, "My father is a divine emissary of light. This divine power is a gift from him. Your insight is commendable, yet you are no longer the patriarch of the Bob family, nor do you possess the strength of an advanced martial mage. Had you not been so presumptuous, you might not have fallen to such depths." The patriarch of the Bob family, with a bitter smile, retorted, "Presumptuous? I merely aspired to elevate my strength to the earth level to seize control of the illusory city and enhance the family and Apos' power. Those who align with you are short-sighted. Do you truly believe you can safeguard the Bob family? Merely having the backing of the Church of Light will only protect yourself. Only absolute power can ensure the safety of the Bob family. Do you genuinely believe he can preserve the Bob family, just based on a few light knights? Their strength is utterly inadequate. Those formidable forces will not spare a weak Bob family. The illusory city requires a true ruler, one who can establish authority through bloodshed." Upon hearing the patriarch and Apos' words, the members of the Bob family bowed their heads in silence. 5 advanced warriors had previously harbored similar concerns. However, the first to step forward among the 2 prominent advanced warriors was Ran Hao, along with his brother Ran Yu. These 2 siblings held significant positions within the Bob family, their talents rivaling that of the patriarch. Yet, the patriarch had monopolized the family and Apos' resources for his own gain. Otherwise, the brothers would likely have already reached the mid-level of advanced warriors. This led to their dissatisfaction with the patriarch, and upon Wu Ming revealing his background and strength, they immediately aligned themselves with him, believing that if they ascended to the position of patriarch, they could swiftly elevate themselves to mid-level advanced warriors with the family and Apos' resources. Coupled with the support of the deeply connected young master Emoya, they envisioned a bright future ahead. Chapter 71. The New Patriarch Bob Ran Hao. Bob turned to Wu Ming and declared, "I, Ran Hao, Bob, firmly believe that young Master Emoya can assist the Bob family in overcoming our tribulations. Here, I vow allegiance to young Master Emoya on behalf of the Bob family." As he spoke, Ran Hao knelt on one knee, performing the traditional samurai pledge of fealty to Wu Ming. However, this act of loyalty was merely ceremonial and lacked the divine witness that would elevate it to the status of a guardian knight, akin to the Light Knights of Babylon. Ran Yu, Bob also knelt before Wu Ming, stating, "I, Ran Yu, Bob, submit to all decisions made by my elder brother. I, Ran Yu, Bob, likewise pledge my loyalty to you, young Master Emoya." The remaining 3 senior warriors of the Bob family followed suit, kneeling to swear their allegiance to Wu Ming. The members of the Bob family gathered in the courtyard also proclaimed their loyalty to Wu Ming, with only he Ran. Bob and a few relatives remaining awkwardly standing aside without pledging. Wu Ming regarded Ran Hao, Bob with satisfaction and remarked, originally, I had no intention of interfering in the matters of the Bob family, as they pertain to your household. Yet, since you have all sworn fealty to me, you have become my subordinates. I am a devout follower of the great God of light. Although I cannot bestow upon you all that the great God of light could, I shall personally guide you through this crisis. I will summon 4 additional Light Knight squads to the Mist City to aid the Bob family in navigating this challenge. Of course, since you have pledged your loyalty to me, you must be followers of the light. The great God of light will surely protect those who are devoted to the light. Now, you require a family patriarch to manage your affairs. I believe Ran Hao, Bob would be an excellent choice. What say you? After Wu Ming finished speaking, he looked at the kneeling members of the Bob family. Ran you, Bob? Upon hearing Wu Ming and Appos' words, turned to Ran Hao, Bob, and performed the samurai pledge, saying, I propose my brother, Ran Hao, Bob, to become our family patriarch. The members of Ran Hao and Appos' faction similarly turned to him and performed the samurai pledge, proclaiming, We salute Patriarch Ran Hao Bob. We vow to serve the family until death. The other 3 senior warriors of the Bob family exchanged glances before also turning to Ran Hao, Bob, and performing the samurai pledge, saying, We salute you, Ran Hao, Bob. Patriarch, we vow to serve the family until death. The remaining family members, witnessing their leader and Appos' pledge, naturally followed suit in their oaths of loyalty. Once Ran Hao Bob rose, he respectfully bowed to Wu Ming before addressing the assembled family members. Since you have all elected me as your patriarch, I, Ran Hao Bob, shall dedicate all my efforts to guiding our family through this crisis and ensuring its growth and prosperity. Ran Yu, Bob respectfully added, We believe the patriarch can lead us into a glorious future. The gathered family members echoed in reverent unison, We believe the patriarch can lead us into a glorious future. Ran Hao, Bob, pleased with the response, instructed, Please rise, esteemed family members. Ran Yu, Bob, respectfully replied, Thank you, Patriarch. The family members collectively voiced their gratitude. Thank you, Patriarch. With a serious expression, Ran Hao, Bob addressed the former patriarch of the Bob family, stating, The previous patriarch exploited family resources for personal gain, hindering the development of family members and leading us into unprecedented peril. According to family law, I hereby strip him of his title and sentence him to death. With righteous conviction, Ran Hao, Bob drew his sword and swiftly beheaded the former patriarch of the Bob family. The members of the Bob family gazed at the head that rolled on the ground, their emotions a tumultuous mix. Just moments ago, he was their highest leader. Now, he lay lifeless. Ran Hao, Bob then turned his gaze to He Ran, Bob and his companions, saying, He Ran, Bob, as the former patriarch and Appos' second son, has been groomed as the future heir, yet has consistently tarnished the family and Appos' reputation, now bringing upon himself a considerable crisis. Take He Ran, Bob and his group to the dungeon to await their fate according to family law. As soon as Ran Hao, Bob issued the command, his subordinates approached He Ran, Bob, seizing his arms and restraining him and his companions. He Ran, Bob and his group offered no resistance, complying passively as they were escorted away. Observing the situation, the newly appointed patriarch, Ran Hao, Bob, could not help but smile with satisfaction. The decisive action against the former patriarch was a necessary demonstration of authority. However, Ran Hao, Bob harbored concerns that should He Ran, Bob resist, he would be compelled to take further lethal action. He feared that executing He Ran, Bob and his companions on the spot might instill unrest among the family members. Such a scenario would be detrimental to his control over the family, as unity was paramount, not intrigue. Turning to his kin, Ran Hao, Bob instructed, The 4 elders may remain. The rest of you may attend to your affairs. The members of the Bob family glanced at their leaders, noting that all 4 elders accepted Ran Hao, Bob and Appos' command, and thus they dutifully exited the hall. Ran Yu, Bob naturally stood beside his elder brother, while the 3 elder members of the Bob family silently lowered their heads, gazing at Ran Yu, Bob. Wu Ming observed the 3 elders before turning to the newly appointed patriarch with enthusiasm. As the patriarch facing this family crisis, what perspectives and solutions do you propose? Ran Hao, Bob surveyed the aftermath of the battle in the hall and respectfully replied, There is no suitable place here for discussion. I kindly request young Master Emoya to accompany me to the garden. With a smile, Wu Ming agreed, Very well. Ran Hao, Bob respectfully led Wu Ming to a pavilion in the garden. In the pavilion, Ran Hao, Bob graciously gestured, "Young master, please take a seat." Wu Ming did not hesitate and took his place, exuding the demeanor of a host. "Everyone, please sit." Ran Hao, Bob and his companions complied without any sign of discontent, taking their seats on the nearby benches. Bob and Neil settled beside Wu Ming, while a squad of mid-level light knights stood vigil behind him, dutifully guarding. "Ran Hao," Bob respectfully stated, "in truth, we elders foresaw the family's crisis and had prepared some measures, but we did not anticipate that it would manifest through he ran, Bob." Wu Ming, intrigued, looked at Ran Hao, Bob and asked, "Since you were already aware of such a crisis, why did you not act sooner?" His demeanor suggests indifference. If he were truly earnest in cooperation, such matters would not have arisen. It seems he has overestimated his own strength. Chapter 72. Analysis of the situation in the mysterious city. Ran Hao and Bob nodded in agreement, acknowledging that had he not squandered the family's resources on his own pursuits, the family and Appo's strength would not have stagnated. After ascending to the late stages of a senior warrior, his arrogance only intensified, provoking the other families to conspire against the Bob family. Everything was a result of his own folly, leading to his inevitable downfall. Now, his fate was a just punishment. However, the family crisis he caused still required your assistance, my lord. The other senior warrior elders of the Bob family also nodded in concurrence. Wu Ming looked at Ran Hao and Bob with satisfaction and remarked, "I have already mentioned that I will dispatch 4 teams of noble knights to assist you in navigating this crisis. However, whether you focus on self-preservation or on advancement during this ordeal will depend on your capabilities." With a joyful expression, Ran Hao replied, "With the addition of 4 senior noble knights and such a multitude of intermediate noble knights, the crisis facing the Bob family will surely be resolved. We are immensely grateful. And I, Ran Hao, pledge that the entire Bob family will remain steadfastly loyal to you, my lord. The forces within the mysterious city are poised for a reshuffle. And with your support, while the Bob family may not unify the city, it will certainly earn the respect of the various families within. There are still a few smaller families that have maintained amicable relations with the Bob family. However, the recent misfortune of a previous family leader has caused these smaller families to behave insincerely toward the Bob family. I shall now lead the family elders to negotiate with them personally. If we can successfully persuade them to align with us, we can become a significant force in the mysterious city." Wu Ming regarded Ran Hao with approval, stating, "I trust you can handle these matters yourself. You may proceed as you see fit. There is, however, one task I require you to execute. I wish to establish a Church of Light in the mysterious city, which necessitates the protection of noble knights. I plan to recruit noble knights locally, with the criteria being apprentices aged 13 to 15. I believe we should commence this initiative with the Bob family, and other families will follow suit." Upon hearing Wu Ming's directive, Ran Hao was momentarily taken aback before rising with excitement and kneeling before Wu Ming, declaring, "It is a great honor for the descendants of the Bob family to join the noble knights led by you, my lord." Wu Ming's intention mirrored his earlier strategy in Ninglu Town, to consolidate the elite youth from various families under his command, ensuring their undying loyalty, which effectively secures the future of these families. By firmly establishing control over them, he could guarantee their allegiance. Bob's plan was to integrate his family members into Wu Ming's noble knights, thereby providing his family with a robust safeguard. This arrangement was mutually beneficial, and Ran Hao harbored no objections. Those who had already attained the rank of junior warrior had their energies directed, and transitioning them into noble knights would be a waste of time and resources. Wu Ming would not pursue such a course. Furthermore, cultivating subordinates from the ground up ensures their loyalty. Wu Ming nodded in satisfaction at Ran Hao and instructed, "Please arrange accommodations for us, and then attend to your other responsibilities." Ran Hao swiftly organized suitable lodging for Wu Ming and his entourage in a separate courtyard, which was fully furnished. He then arranged for his belongings left at the inn to be retrieved and sent a message to Babylon to arrange for 4 teams of noble knights to assist him. Bobby meticulously surveyed the Bob family estate, ensuring that he and his companions had a thorough understanding of its layout before returning to Wu Ming for continued protection. Ran Hao's efficiency was commendable. Within 2 days, he had selected individuals from the family who met Wu Ming's standards to join the noble knights. Wu Ming instructed Bobby to conduct a preliminary assessment of these candidates, leading to the enlistment of 80 individuals, nearly half of the Bob family's youth. This demonstrated the Bob family's resolve to pledge loyalty to Wu Ming. These candidates received unified training without being divided into groups, as the timing was not yet right. Wu Ming intended to wait until all recruited noble knights were assembled before conducting group training and systematic education. For now, the focus was on subtly instilling loyalty and execution skills within these individuals. They had already witnessed Bobby and Apos' formidable prowess, which encouraged their prompt compliance with his directives. Ran Hao, as the family leader, and the other elders were wholly committed to following Wu Ming and Apos' plans for expanding the noble knights. However, negotiations with the smaller families regarding alliances progressed slowly, with several days of discussions yielding no affirmative responses. Standing cautiously beside Wu Ming, Ran Hao expressed, "I regret to disappoint you, my lord. After these negotiations, the smaller families have yet to make their positions clear, likely due to concerns over the Mo family and the city lord and Apos' influence. They fear retaliation for aligning with us, particularly following the recent upheaval in the Bob family leadership, which has left them hesitant." Wu Ming, exuding confidence, responded, "This is to be expected, given the recent upheaval in your family. The Mi family has also recently struck against the Bob family, which understandably breeds skepticism among the smaller families. Upon arriving in the mysterious city, I took the liberty of gaining a rudimentary understanding of its factions. Historically, the city was governed by 4 major powers. The most prominent was undoubtedly the city lord. The Lushan family, which boasts over a dozen high-ranking warriors and numerous vassal families, effectively commanding around 20 elite fighters. Trailing closely behind is the Mo family, which, despite having only 78 senior warriors, commands significant influence across the ancient Shi province. The Mo clan and Apos' vast network of alliances adds substantial weight to their power, with an estimated 10 elite warriors under their control. Chapter 73. Ran Hao and Bob believed that Wu Ming continued to analyze the remaining 2 factions, namely the Bob family and the Mi family. Originally, the union of your 2 families was a formidable alliance in the labyrinthine city. However, your recent schism has plunged both families into a crisis. The Mi family, daring to take such a step, must possess significant confidence. The number of high-ranking warriors in the Mi family only slightly surpasses that of the Bob family. Furthermore, the Bob family has seen little development in recent years and has offended the vassals associated with your family, rendering the Bob family isolated. In my estimation, the Mi family and Apos' assault on the Bob family aims to solidify the resolve of these vassal families to align with the Mi family. This would elevate the Mi family to the status of the 3rd major power, while the decline of the Bob family and Apos' strength would incite various factions to contemplate the absorption of the Bob family. If successful, the labyrinthine city would ultimately consist of only 3 major factions. Of course, one of these, the Bob family, is under attack because the former patriarch had attained the pinnacle of high-level strength. Should he break through, no one in the labyrinthine city could suppress him. A scenario that all inhabitants dread. Ran Hao, gazing at Wu Ming with admiration, remarked, "Only through your analysis, my lord, have I come to understand the reasons behind the crisis facing the Bob family. It truly enlightens me. I implore you to rescue my Bob family." Wu Ming looked at Ran Hao and Bob and replied, "The Bob family has sworn loyalty to me. Naturally, I shall save you. The 4 squads of light knights I have dispatched will arrive in the labyrinthine city today. Once they arrive, I shall instruct Bob to accompany you in visiting those families once more." Upon hearing Wu Ming and Apos' command, Ran Hao and Bob were filled with excitement. As long as Bob accompanied them to visit these minor families, it would signify the support of the Church of Light. If these families still refused to pledge their allegiance, they would have no choice but to take coercive measures. In such times, families that hesitate to take a stand are often dealt with by the other factions, lest they threaten their own development. A fence-sitter must possess strength to do so. Without power, one cannot afford to be indecisive and hope to profit in the end. Just as they were speaking, a group entered from outside, clad in the armor of the Light Knights, and approached Wu Ming, proclaiming loudly, "We, your subordinates, pay our respects." "My lord." Wu Ming, satisfied, gestured for them to rise and said, "Let us discuss the particulars. Babylon should have briefed you. For today, please rest well." This group comprised the 4 squads of Light Knights Wu Ming had summoned from Ninglu town. In unison, the Light Knights responded, "Yes, my lord." Ran Hao and Bob personally guided them to the already arranged quarters. Only one Light Knight in the center remained still, observing Wu Ming, Ran Hao, and Bob. Recognizing that he had business to report to Wu Ming privately, he merely nodded in acknowledgement before leading the remaining Light Knights to the prepared room. Wu Ming addressed the Light Knights before him, Sumi, you have worked hard. Has Kuriemo and his contingent arrived in the labyrinthine city? Sumi, one of the earliest Light Knights to follow Wu Ming to Ninglu Town, now served as the captain of the Light Knights, possessing mid-level high-ranking strength. Kuriemo was the chieftain of the Mo clan in Ninglu Town. Wu Ming, having already garnered an understanding of the labyrinthine city and Appos' situation, needed Kuriemo to rally the warriors and instigate upheaval in the now turbulent labyrinthine city. The Bob family and the Misei family were merely inconspicuous factions in the labyrinthine city. The conflict between the two would inevitably take time to escalate into chaos. However, Wu Ming had no intention of dragging out the resolution of the issue. His plan was to leverage the discord between the Bob and Misei families to incite conflict. Subsequently, Kuriemo would stir turmoil between the Mo clan and the city and Appos' lord. Once the fighting commenced, the strengths of the various factions would become apparent, enabling Wu Ming to draw families to his side and seize control of the labyrinthine city. Sumi respectfully stated, "Rest assured, my lord. As per your instructions, Kuri has already entered the labyrinthine city disguised today. He is likely in discussions with the Mo clan and Appos' chieftain at this moment." Wu Ming expressed his reassurance regarding Kuri and Appos' capabilities. "I trust Kuri and Appos' judgment. They are a clan that inherently shares trust, having worked together for many years. The only challenge lies in Kuri explaining how their strength has augmented. Once he clarifies this and dispels the Mo clan and Appos' chieftain and Appos' doubts, everything will proceed smoothly." Sumi smiled. "Kuri will undoubtedly handle matters well and will not disappoint you. He has brought numerous high-ranking, mid-ranking, and low-ranking warriors. Given this strength, even if he harbors concerns, he will likely convince himself, for the lordship is what he covets most." Wu Ming nodded in appreciation. "Indeed, that is the outcome I desire. This time, Kuri and we cannot communicate directly. Have you arranged a means for maintaining contact?" Sumi confidently replied, "This matter has long been settled. You need not worry, my lord." Wu Ming nodded in satisfaction, choosing not to elaborate further. He understood that to utilize his subordinates effectively, he must trust in their abilities, especially since they had long since pledged their loyalty to him. Such loyalty is coveted by many yet seldom attained, and he resolved to make the most of it. Thus, he did not inquire about their means of communication. Wu Ming encouraged, "You may return to rest now." Sumi nodded, "Yes, my lord." Not long after Sumi departed the courtyard, Bob and Ran Hao approached Wu Ming. Bob and Ran Hao knelt before him, saying, "We pay our respects, my lord." Wu Ming regarded Ran Hao and Bob, asking, "Is everything arranged?" Ran Hao, filled with joy, responded, "Rest assured, my lord. The accommodations for the esteemed Light Knights have been arranged, and the attendants have been appointed to ensure their utmost comfort." Wu Ming and Appos' expression faltered momentarily before he quickly realized that Ran Hao and Bob believed the arriving Light Knights were summoned from elsewhere to bolster their cause, thus treating them with great respect and ensuring every detail was perfect. Little did they know, these Light Knights were loyal subordinates that Wu Ming had personally assembled and nurtured. Nonetheless, Wu Ming chose not to enlighten Ran Hao and Bob about this. Chapter 74, compelling the Fury clan chief to visit Japan with a gaze fixed upon Ran Hao. Wu Ming addressed Bob and Bobby, stating that Ran Hao had requested an audience with several clan leaders. "Bobby, accompany him. Make certain to showcase our strength, ensuring they do not underestimate us." "Understood?" Bobby, acknowledging Wu Ming's resolute tone, affirmed, "Yes, young master." Ran Hao and Bob, elated, expressed their gratitude to Wu Ming. "Thank you, young master." Turning to Bobby, Ran Hao and Bob respectfully said, "We are indebted to you, Sir Bobby. We appreciate your presence on this journey." Bobby, with a gentle smile, responded, "Esteemed clan chief Bob, you are too kind. It is my duty to fulfill the young master's commands. I shall diligently assist you in this endeavor." Ran Hao and Bob, delighted, replied, "We are grateful. Please, lead the way." Ran Hao and Bob courteously gestured for Bobby to precede them. Horses had been prepared in advance before Bob's residence, where two Bob clan elders awaited. The party, mounted on horseback, swiftly arrived at the threshold of a grand estate. Upon noticing Ran Hao, Bob, and their entourage, a guard hastened into the residence to announce their arrival. As Ran Hao and Bob dismounted, two figures emerged from the estate, their faces beaming with smiles. They greeted Ran Hao and Bob, saying, "Clan Chief Bob, accompanied by two esteemed clan leaders, your visit is an honor. We are truly sorry for not receiving you properly." Ran Hao and Bob, reciprocating with smiles, replied, Clan Chief Fury, you are too kind. As old acquaintances, let us dispense with such formalities. Please, grant us entry. Clan Chief Fury, his face radiant, looked at Ran Hao and Bob and said, Indeed, Clan Chief Bob. We are old friends. May I inquire as to the name of this gentleman? You have yet to introduce him. Clan Chief Fury regarded Bobby with an amiable expression. Clan Chief Fury could distinctly sense the formidable energy emanating from Bobby, an energy that rivaled his own. Such power could not possibly belong to a subordinate of Ran Hao and Bob, whom he knew so well. Given that he was not a subordinate, Ran Hao and Bob and Apos' visit to his estate must be related to the proposed alliance. He had previously refrained from expressing his stance on the matter. Ran Hao and Bob had departed in a fit of pique on the last occasion. Their return, accompanied by their clan elders and a stranger, suggested that they were now well prepared and confident, having coexisted in the city of bewilderment for so many years. The Bob clan and his own clan were intimately familiar with each other. Therefore, Ran Hao and Bob and Apos' confidence could not stem solely from the presence of the two elders. It must be the stranger who stood beside them. Naturally, Clan Chief Fury was keen to ascertain Bobby and Apos' identity. Ran Hao, with utmost sincerity, addressed Clan Chief Fury. This is Sir Bobby, a light knight of the Radiant Church, possessing the strength of a high-level light knight in the intermediate stage. Furthermore, he is capable of surmounting challenges to combat high-level warriors in the later stage. Upon hearing this, Clan Chief Fury was taken aback and exclaimed, So, you are a light knight. I, Fury, am honored to meet a high-level light knight from the Radiant Church. It is truly an auspicious occasion. Clan Chief Fury had heard rumors of the arrival of light knights from the Radiant Church in the City of Bewilderment. He also knew that they had slain a guard from the City Lord's estate in front of the estate gates upon their arrival. It seemed that they had also had a disagreement with the City Lord, but for some unknown reason, the matter had not escalated into a full-blown conflict. Subsequently, he learned that they had rescued Bob, the heir apparent of the Bob clan, during a skirmish between the younger members of the Bob and Misai clans. Thereafter, these members of the Radiant Church had taken up residence in the Bob clan's estate. When Ran Hao, Bob, the current clan chief of the Bob clan, had approached him previously to discuss a collaborative alliance. He had informed him that the Bob clan had already pledged allegiance to the Radiant Church members who had arrived in the City of Bewilderment, and he urged him to follow suit. However, Ran Hao, Bob, had failed to elucidate the circumstances surrounding the previous Bob clan chief, causing him considerable apprehension. Moreover, while Ran Hao claimed to have aligned himself with the Radiant Church members, these individuals were rarely seen. Their purpose in the City of Bewilderment, their character, and their strength remained shrouded in mystery. In such circumstances, Clan Chief Fury believed that no one would blindly offer their clan's allegiance. Clan Chief Fury understood that Ran Hao, Bob, had brought Bobby to ascertain his stance. With a genial expression, Clan Chief Fury said, Your visit is an honor. Please, come in. Clan Chief Fury led Bobby and his party to the drawing room, where, after exchanging pleasantries, they took their seats. Ran Hao, Bob, with an air of confidence, looked at Clan Chief Fury and said, Clan Chief Fury, I have returned to discuss the matter of a collaborative alliance. I implore you to provide a definitive response. Of course, if you have any conditions, please do not hesitate to express them. Clan Chief Fury glanced at his clansman beside him and said, Clan Chief Bob, there is no need to rush. Such a collaborative alliance is a momentous decision for a clan like ours. We require deliberation before reaching a decision. Ran Hao, Bob, looking at the person beside Clan Chief Fury, said, I understand that this is a significant matter for the Fury clan. However, the decision rests solely with you, the clan chief, and the Grand Elder beside you. Are you both unable to reach a decision even now? Clan Chief Fury and the Grand Elder exchanged glances and said with a wry smile, Clan Chief Bob, please forgive us. While we two are the only high-level experts in the Fury clan, we still need to consult with the mid-level administrators of the clan before making such a decision. Ran Hao, Bob, looking at the two before him, smiled and said, I understand that this matter is of great importance to the Fury clan. However, it is equally crucial to the survival of the Bob clan. I have invited Sir Bobby here to demonstrate the sincerity of the Bob clan. I am aware that you both are hesitant due to concerns about the strength of the Bob clan. However, you can rest assured of my integrity, Ran Hao, Bob. I would never lead a friend into a pit of fire. Sir Bobby is the guardian knight of young Master Moyer, who is currently residing in my estate. To resolve the Bob clan and Apos' As current crisis, young Master Moyer has brought 6 high-level Light Knights, each possessing the strength of a high-level intermediate stage and the combat prowess of a high-level later stage. He has also brought nearly 100 mid-level Light Knights. Clan Chief Fury, with such strength, do you still require further deliberation? Chapter 75. The surrender of the Fury clan. The leader of the Fury clan exchanged a glance with the elder. He fixed his unwavering gaze upon Ran Hao and Bob, asserting, "Bob, I am dissatisfied with your insinuation that the Fury clan has remained silent for so long without reason. There must be an explanation. Long before the child of your family was attacked, the Misai clan approached us with a singular request, that we remain neutral and refrain from aiding either side during your family-as conflicts. Now, bolstered by the support of the Radiant Church, your strength far surpasses that of the Misai clan. However, how long will the masters of the Radiant Church remain here? Will they risk their lives to protect the Bob family? The Fury clan needs only to maintain neutrality to ensure the safety of our people during this upheaval." Ran Hao and Bob and Appos S expressions darkened at the Fury leader and Appos S words. Their discontent stemmed not solely from the clan leader and Appos S outright rejection of their invitation, but also from the fact that this negotiation had been orchestrated by Wu Ming, who had sent Bob, a senior knight of the Radiant Church, to assist in their discussions. Bob's presence signified not only his personal status, but also the backing of substantial power. Yet, despite this advantageous position, they faced failure. Upon returning, how would young Master Moya perceive their capabilities? What would his view of the Bob family be? If he were to be disappointed, would their family continue to receive support? With confidence, Bob addressed the Fury leader. "The purpose of my visit, as instructed by young Master, is to unite your clan with our forces, allowing all involved to attain their desires. Young Master has brought us here to the Maze City to propagate the noble teachings of the Radiant God, guiding the lost lambs towards a righteous path. However, to illuminate this path, one must wield absolute power. This is the task young Master has bestowed upon me. Your reluctance to join us in the pursuit of enlightenment is merely a testament to your skepticism regarding my strength. If that is the case, let us demonstrate our abilities. Fury leader and elder, should you prevail, I assure you the Bob family shall not trouble you again." The Fury leader and Appos S countenance paled at Bob and Appos S declaration, and he cautiously replied, "Lord Bob, please do not be angered. We are no match for you. Even if we were to join forces, we would still stand no chance against you." With a disdainful snort, Bob retorted, "If you win, we shall depart. If you lose, the Fury clan will submit entirely to our directives or cease to exist." The Fury leader and elder turned ashen, never anticipating such a dire outcome. Their strategy had been shrewd, intending to wait until either the Bob family or the Misai clan emerged victorious before choosing a side, thus reaping the benefits without conflict. However, such a tactic necessitated formidable strength as a foundation. Otherwise, they would be eliminated. The difference would merely be whether they fell to Wu Ming or the Misai clan. Cold sweat dripped from the brows of the Fury leader and elder. In this critical moment of life and death, their minds raced with thoughts. Bob, observing their distress, let out a cold snort, causing the cobblestones beneath his feet to disintegrate into dust. This display left the Fury leader, elder, and the Bob family in shocked disbelief. As seasoned warriors, they could shatter stones beneath their feet, yet reducing such resilient cobblestones to powder was beyond their capabilities. The Fury leader and elder fell to their knees, trembling as they proclaimed, "The Fury clan shall henceforth pledge unwavering loyalty to the Radiant Church. We will follow all directives without complaint." Bob smirked at the kneeling pair, scoffing. One must possess self-awareness. To lack strength yet aspire to reap the rewards of others' efforts is folly. The Fury leader managed a forced smile, affirming, "Lord Bob speaks wisely." Bob, regarding the two still on their knees, instructed, "Rise. Rest assured, as long as you serve us with dedication, not only will you preserve your clan's strength, but you shall also receive young Master's patronage and opportunities for growth." Gradually, the Fury leader and elder rose, their faces adorned with smiles as they declared, "The Fury clan shall pledge their lives and loyalty to the Radiant Church, obeying all commands from young Master." Bob, pleased, reiterated, "To be loyal to young Master is to be loyal to the Radiant Church. Remember this, including you, Ran Hao and Bob." Ran Hao and Bob, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained their composure and solemnly affirmed, "We understand." The Bob family acknowledges that loyalty to young Master equates to loyalty to the Radiant Church. The Fury leader added gravely, "The Fury clan comprehends that loyalty to young Master is loyalty to the Radiant Church." We shall pledge our lives in service to young master. Bob nodded in satisfaction, stating, Young master intends to establish the Radiant Knight Order in May City, and you must contribute your strength. Those among you aged 13 to 15 with the potential of apprentice warriors must join this cadre. We will personally train them. The Fury leader, his spirits lifted, responded eagerly. It would be a great honor for the youth of the Fury clan to join young master's Radiant Knight Order. I shall personally oversee this matter. Bob regarded the Fury leader approvingly and remarked, as the saying goes, those who know the times are the wise. As long as you serve young master sincerely, the rewards you receive will exceed your expectations. Today, Bob does not merely intend to visit your clan. Let us continue our visit to another family, shall we, Bob? Ranhao and Bob, elated by Bob and Apos' words, responded, of course. We have 2 more families to visit today and must complete young master's task. However, I trust the Fury leader has no pressing matters to attend to. With a smile, Ranhao and Bob signaled to the Fury leader. Their intentions clear. They desired his company to visit other families. This would serve both as a means of intimidation and a demonstration of the Bob family's might, dissuading other clans from underestimating them. More importantly, in the days to come, all would pledge allegiance to young Master Moya, allowing them to maintain an advantageous position over these families. Chapter 76. Equal strength. Upon hearing the words of Ranhao and Bob, the leader of the Re tribe was overjoyed. Indeed, Chief Bob is right. I have long wished to accompany Chief Bob to visit other families. This is a rare opportunity. Ranhao and Bob also expressed their delight, with Ranhao stating, with the leader of the Re tribe accompanying us, I believe today and Apos' endeavors will proceed much more smoothly. The Re tribe leader, ever courteous, replied, You flatter me, Chief Bob. We are merely humble servants, following in the footsteps of Lord Bob and yourself. Deep down, the Re tribe leader understood his position. He was a recent defector, compelled to pledge allegiance under duress, and was still regarded with suspicion. The invitation from Ranhao and Bob to visit other families left him with no retreat, forcing him to accompany the Bob family forward. Even if the path ahead led to an abyss, he recognized that refusing to join in the visit would only lead to one inevitable conclusion, his demise. The display of power by Bob earlier was more than sufficient to annihilate his family. Bob, upon hearing Ranhao and Bob's statements, grasped the underlying implications and silently commended their reactions. The Re tribe leader, having agreed to follow Ranhao and Bob, noted Bob's subtle nod of approval, which filled him with quiet satisfaction, affirming that he had made the right choice. Thus, Ranhao and Bob led their entourage to visit the second family on their agenda. This family, akin to the Re family, was also a small clan, possessing only 2 initial-level elite warriors. Upon the arrival of Ranhao and Bob, the expressions of the clan members grew increasingly complex, a sentiment likely understood only by the clan leader and the elder. In response to the statements of Bob and the Re tribe leader, Ranhao subtly introduced the existence of Wuming and the prowess of the high-ranking light knights accompanying Bob. The clan leader and the elder, after briefly considering the conditions of allegiance and the sacrifices required, promptly pledged their loyalty to the unseen priest, Wuming. The clan leader and elders simply instructed their kin before joining Ranhao and Bob as they proceeded to the 3rd family on their itinerary, which was also the final family planned for visitation. This last family was nearly equal in power to the Bob family, boasting a mid-level elite warrior and 3 initial-level elite warriors. The decision to visit this family was not solely due to their strength, but also because of their close ties with the Mi family, which emboldened the Mi family in their dealings with the Bob family. The purpose of this visit was to demonstrate their strength, ensuring the Mi family would not underestimate them, while also attempting to coerce this family into pledging loyalty to young Master Moya. As they reached the entrance of the family estate, they noticed several horses tied outside. Observing the situation, Ranhao leaned closer to Bob and whispered, Something feels amiss. I recognize those horses. They belong to the Mi family. Bob cast a knowing glance at the horses and replied with a mysterious smile, This is even better. The time has come to prove your loyalty. True allegiance is not merely spoken, it requires action. As soon as Bob and Apos' words fell, the expressions of the 3 families turned grave. The guards at the estate, noticing Bob and Apos' party approaching, sent one of their own running inside to relay the news. Without greeting anyone, Bob strode directly into the estate. Ranhao, Bob, and their entourage followed suit. The guards quickly surrounded them. One trembling guard spoke up, Esteemed leaders, please wait a moment while I inform the others. Bob dismissed the guard and Apos' concerns with a contemptuous smile and a wave of his hand, unleashing a tremendous force that sent the guards flying. They fell to the ground, bloodied and incapacitated, unable to move. The display of Bob and Apo's power far exceeded what these novice guards could withstand. Bob and their party were taken aback by the scene before them. They had anticipated Bob and Apo's capabilities to some extent, but witnessing such strength was beyond their expectations. His prowess had clearly reached the level of a late-stage elite warrior, leaving both Ranhao and Bob in awe. As they marveled at Bob's display, the newly loyal warriors of the Re tribe, having just pledged allegiance, were equally astonished. Bob and Apo's demonstration fortified their resolve to follow the unseen young master Moya. In that moment, any lingering doubts were dispelled. Just as Bob and Ranhao were about to advance further, an enraged voice erupted, "Bob family, Re family, and She family. You have some audacity to come to my family and insult us so brazenly. Do you truly believe my family and the Me family are easy targets?" A group of 7 emerged from the depths of the estate, led by a middle-aged man in his 40s, his face contorted with anger. Bob's expression turned serious as he regarded the newcomers. Among them were 4 elite warriors from the estate and 3 high-ranking warriors from the Me family. The 7 included 3 mid-level elite warriors and 4 initial-level elite warriors. Bob could sense their energy fluctuations, but discerning their hidden abilities was beyond him. While the numbers were equal, Bob's party consisted of only 1 mid-level elite warrior, while the remaining 6 were initial-level elite warriors. More crucially, the intentions of these individuals remained uncertain. Would they fight with conviction or falter? Bob couldn't and Apo's predict how the situation might unfold, and he regretted approaching this encounter with such blind confidence. Chapter 77. Brotherhood. Although Bobby harbored some reservations, he felt no fear. His primary concern was the potential casualties among his companions should a conflict arise. Nevertheless, he was confident that even if besieged, he could eliminate several adversaries and escape unscathed. With an air of assurance, Bobby addressed the members of the Beige family, stating, "It appears that everyone has gathered. I shall refrain from unnecessary discourse. The purpose of our visit is to explore an alliance with the He family to confront your Beige family. However, it seems that such an endeavor is now unwarranted." The members of the Beige family responded with mocking laughter, one of them saying, "It seems you must be a knight of the Radiant Church." Bobby replied with confidence, "Indeed. Our young master has come to the City of Illusions to spread the noble teachings of the Radiant Church and to guide the faithful of the Radiant God residing here. Your only recourse is to align yourselves with our master and undertake the rightful duties owed to him." The Beige family wore expressions of frost and apprehension as one member retorted, "Moya, as the mayor of Ninglu Town, you are merely his guardian knight. How could so many esteemed knights of the Radiant Church choose to reside in an obscure town with your master? Who exactly is your master?" Bobby, filled with pride, responded, "The affairs of our master are beyond the comprehension of common folk such as yourselves. By pledging your allegiance to him, you may avert the crisis facing your family." The Beige family, visibly perturbed, looked at Bobby and remarked, "This knight speaks too easily. Even if your master possesses a profound background and the Radiant Church wields great power, we of the Beige family are not so lowly as to submit without resistance." Though their words carried an air of bravado, those surrounding them sensed an undercurrent of insecurity. Bobby suddenly grasped the implication behind the Beige family's words. They were considering surrender, but sought a justification or an opportunity to do so gracefully. By demonstrating a measure of strength, Bobby could provide them with a rationale to capitulate, thus satisfying both their peers and their own pride. The prospect of additional benefits remained uncertain, yet Bobby felt his concerns ease. Looking at the Beige family members with a mysterious smile, he inquired, "Pray tell, which esteemed individual do I address among the Beige family?" The stern-faced elder responded, "I am the Grand Elder of the Beige family. These 2 are the 2nd and 3rd elders, and this gentleman is the patriarch of the He family, accompanied by the 3 elders of the He family." Bobby regarded the Grand Elder of the Beige family with an enigmatic expression, observing how the others aligned according to the Grand Elder and Apo's introductions. Although Bobby merely sought clarification regarding the Grand Elder's identity, the elder deliberately feigned ignorance, introducing everyone around him. This overt display of pretense rendered the patriarch of the Beige family visibly displeased. The patriarch of the He family glared at the Grand Elder of the Beige family and said through gritted teeth, "Is this how the Grand Elder of the Beige family behaves? Just moments ago, you represented your family in seeking an alliance against the Bob family. Yet now you act so cravenly. How do you intend to explain this?" The Grand Elder and Apos' expression darkened as he glared sharply at the He family patriarch, retorting, "What do you mean by that? Are you attempting to sow discord within our beige family?" The He family patriarch chuckled coldly. "Do I need to? Your young master has yet to arrive, and already you are on the verge of groveling before a mere high-ranking knight and Apos' subordinate. Do you not feel ashamed as the Grand Elder of the beige family to act in such a manner on the cusp of battle?" The Grand Elder of the beige family sneered, "You two are a family patriarch. Speak with caution, for unfounded accusations can endanger your own clan. Remember, your family boasts only one mid-level high warrior." The He family patriarch gazed frostily at the Grand Elder, asserting, "True, my family possesses but one mid-level high warrior. Yet, with your character, I would be ashamed to associate with you. I shall recount everything that transpires here to the patriarch of the beige family, and I foresee your position as Grand Elder vanishing before long." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's countenance turned as frigid as ice, his grip tightening around the sword at his side. Sensing the tension escalating, Bobby suddenly burst into laughter, diverting everyone's attention towards him. With their focus shifted, Bobby addressed the He family patriarch, saying, "Look at you. This matter concerns the beige family and the Bob family alone. Why involve your family? Know that recklessness could lead to casualties among your kin. I advise you to manage your family wisely and refrain from sacrificing lives in feudal conflicts. If you truly wish to secure a powerful ally for your family, our master is an excellent choice." As Bobby finished speaking, he scrutinized the expressions of the He family patriarch and his accompanying elders, as well as the Grand Elder of the beige family. The Grand Elder appeared impassive, seemingly oblivious to Bobby and Apos' words, while the other two elders of the beige family displayed complex expressions, caught in a state of awkward uncertainty. The He family patriarch and his elders were equally taken aback. The patriarch, smirking at Bobby, retorted, "The patriarch of the beige family and I share a bond stronger than blood. My family has thrived in this intricate environment thanks to the support of the beige family. I shall not betray my conscience." Bobby, momentarily taken aback, smiled at the He family patriarch and remarked, "It is rare to encounter someone so devoted to brotherhood in these times. Yet the principle of brotherhood alone cannot save your family. Initially, I intended to make an example of you if you chose not to pledge loyalty. I would have shown the other families in the City of Illusions the consequences of opposing our master. However, since you value brotherhood, I too am curious to see if the patriarch of the beige family holds the same regard for it." Chapter 78. The beige family's Grand Elder betrays the head of the He family furrowed his brow as he regarded Bobby, remaining silent. Bobby, with a smile, addressed the family leader, stating that since he had arrived at their residence, he could not leave empty-handed. He intended to take his right arm as a token to present to his master. The attendees were taken aback, astonished that Bobby would request a man and Apos' right arm with such a grin. The He family leader and the elders wore expressions as cold as ice, gripping their swords tightly, drawing them to confront Bobby. Bobby looked at the four members of the He family and invited them to come at him together. One by one, those around Bobby started to distance themselves, their thoughts unknown. Bobby maintained a smile, his gaze piercing like two swords directed at the four before him. The He family members fixated on Bobby, their attention drawn to his eyes and the sword in his hand. Masters of swordsmanship on Earth knew that each individual has a preferred and fastest draw technique, which often delivers a more potent strike than standard moves. In this realm, however, Wu Ming had yet to hear of such techniques being employed. Wu Ming had imparted the knowledge of drawing techniques to his cadre of paladins. The four members of the He family watched Bobby with caution, and at that moment, they noticed a chill emanating from Bobby as a bolt of lightning surged towards them. The He family leader and the three elders instinctively raised their swords to block the impending lightning. However, the instant Bobby and Apos' sword transformed into lightning, it was too late for the He family to react. The leader felt his sword swing through empty air, his expression shifting dramatically. Looking at his right arm, he realized it was gone. A wave of excruciating pain followed, and he gasped, clutching the wound with his left hand, beads of sweat pouring down his face, soaking his clothes. After a few cries of agony, he gritted his teeth and bore the pain. The elders of the He family gazed at their leader, now bereft of his right arm, their faces etched with terror as they looked at Bobby. The three elders, feeling their swords grow lighter, realized they had been severed. This scene sent cold sweat streaming down their backs. Bobby and Apos' entourage and the elders of the beige family, witnessing the unfolding drama, also felt the sweat trickle down their faces. Though they had overestimated Bobby and Apos' abilities, None had anticipated his prowess to reach such heights, disabling a mid-level warrior with a single strike and severing the swords of 3 junior warriors. Such a display instilled fear in those of high warrior status. Bobby, sensing the energy within him and the ache in his arm, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He understood that he could only execute this technique a few more times, at most 3, based on his self-assessment. He glanced at the severed arm of the He family leader, and with a gesture towards the air, the arm, still clutching the sword, flew into his grasp as if tethered by an invisible cord. Bobby held the arm, channeling his energy to gently release the sword, allowing it to fall to the ground. With a smile, he addressed the leader of the He family, stating that his master was a priest who could reattach the arm within 48 hours, ensuring it would be as good as new, provided the arm remained intact. The He family leader and Apos' eyes reddened as he stared at Bobby, speechless, while Bobby and Apos' words were ambiguous. His intent was clear. Though Master Emoya could reattach the severed arm, he would not do so for his adversary without a price. To receive such aid, the He family leader would need to submit to Master Emoya. Bobby was confident that the He family leader would indeed bring his entire clan to bow before his master. A warrior without a sword arm was akin to a cripple. As the city of Mi was on the brink of chaos, a diminished family leader could only yield to other powers. The possibility of the weakened He family becoming cannon fodder was significant unless the leader of the Beige family treated them like kin, which seemed unlikely. Even so, a leader with a severed arm was a liability, making it considerably easier for Bobby's group to confront the Beige family. This was a straightforward scheme. Bobby cast a self-assured glance at the He family leader and the elders before turning to the Grand Elder of the Beige family with a smile. "Would you care to join me for a drink?" he inquired. The Grand Elder of the Beige family, visibly excited, looked at the other elders, who awaited his decision. This only heightened the Grand Elder and Apos' enthusiasm as he replied, "It would be our honor to share a drink with you, esteemed Bobby. I have a private courtyard nearby where I often gather with friends for a drink and conversation. Shall we proceed there?" The other elders of the Beige family nodded in agreement. Bobby, satisfied with this development, concurred. The Grand Elder led Bobby and his entourage to a quaint courtyard. Once seated, they exchanged polite gestures before settling in. Bobby waited with an air of ease for the Grand Elder of the Beige family to speak. The Grand Elder, fully aware of Bobby and Apos' anticipation, smiled and began, "I understand, esteemed Bobby, that you are surprised by my betrayal of the Beige family. However, I must clarify that my opposition is not against the family itself, but against the current leadership. The position of clan leader should rightfully be mine. But a certain excellent daughter has aligned herself with a formidable mentor, a being of earth-shattering strength. With such support, it has enabled this petty schemer to rise." Chapter 79. The choice of the Beige patriarch. Bobby gazed curiously at the venerable elder of the Beige family before him and inquired, "Are you seeking our assistance to reclaim the patriarchal position of the Beige family?" The elder, with a grave countenance, replied, "My intention to reclaim the patriarchal position is not driven by personal ambition. It is to safeguard the members of the Beige family amidst the current turmoil of the Misty City, ensuring that our clan does not perish in this upheaval. In the absence of your light church in the Misty City, the power dynamics were primarily divided among 3 factions, the faction led by the city lord, the Mo tribe, and our Beige family. The strengths of these factions were roughly equal. However, now, nearly half of our Beige family and Apos' members have joined your light church, which stands as the most formidable force on the continent. If I am not mistaken, your arrival is aimed at unifying the voice within the Misty City. I do not believe the members of the Beige family can contend with the Light Church. Thus, the most prudent course for the Beige family is to ally with you." Upon finishing his solemn discourse, the elder fixed his gaze earnestly upon Bobby. Observing the elder and the 2 other Beige elders beside him, Bobby noted their composed expressions, indicating they were well prepared for this conversation. Bobby nodded and said, "You have indeed persuaded me. Let us proceed together to meet the young master." The elder of the Beige family expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Bobby." Bobby then led the group before Wu Ming, presenting the situation without any alterations. Wu Ming regarded them with delight, proclaiming, "The great God of light is merciful. As long as your hearts yearn for the light, I, Lord Ruda, am more than willing to welcome your integration into our ranks. I am a proponent of peace and harmony, and my purpose in the Misty City is to spread the compassion of the great God of light. Your aspiration towards the light signifies that our goals align. The Misty City currently requires a sagacious city lord, one who is devoted to the light. It is well known that the doctrines of the Light Church prohibit us from engaging in the governance of kingdoms. I am resolutely committed to adhering to these doctrines. After expressing his views, Wu Ming silently observed the expressions of the group, eager to discern their thoughts. Wu Ming and Apos' intentions were clear. He was merely here to propagate the compassion of the great God of light and the teachings of the Light Church, encouraging more individuals to embrace the faith without aspiring to become the city lord of the Misty City. This reflected the very principles of the Light Church, which seemingly separated divine authority from royal power, wherein divine authority governs its followers while the kingdom governs its subjects. However, a king must be crowned by the Pope of the Light Church to be considered legitimate, otherwise it would be deemed rebellion. The subjects could then justifiably overthrow such rulers and establish a new kingdom. The priests, ministers, and knights of the Light Church do not partake in the governance of the kingdom. Nevertheless, the kingdom and Apos' administrators are devoted followers of the great God of light, placing the entire Light Church above royal authority. The leaders of the Bob family, the Ri family, the Schiff family, and the Beige family comprehended Wu Ming's implications. Lord Rudao had come to the Misty City to unify all voices, propagate the doctrines of the Light Church, and attract believers. As long as they fully supported this endeavor and emerged victorious from the impending upheaval, one among them would be elevated to the position of the new city lord of Misty City. While they understood that even if one of them became the city lord, it would merely be a fade, the true power would still reside with Rudao. Nonetheless, such a position would significantly benefit their families in terms of resources and influence. The various family leaders promptly pledged their loyalty. Wu Ming instructed Bobby to lead 2 senior knights of the light and the leaders of the Bob, Ri, and Schiff families alongside the elder of the Beige family to take control of the entire Beige family. Although Wu Ming harbored a certain interest in the Beige family and Apos' affairs, it was far from an infatuation. It was akin to the intrigue a man feels towards a beautiful woman, purely an interest without intention of action. Watching Bobby and his entourage depart, Wu Ming recognized that he had firmly established his footing in the Misty City. The next step would hinge on whether the plans of Ku Li and Mo would succeed. Wu Ming resumed his training in the courtyard, surrounded by what appeared to be solitude, yet in reality was under the vigilant protection of the Light Knights. The elder of the Beige family led Bobby and his companions straight into the Beige family residence. However, upon entering, they were met with a scene of confusion and panic, with individuals running about as if pursued by a demon. The elder and Apos' expression darkened, and he bellowed, "Silence! What is this commotion?" The panicked individuals, upon seeing the elder, seemed to find their anchor and quieted down. Bobby observed this spectacle with satisfaction. The elder then turned to one of the individuals in the courtyard and inquired, "What has transpired within the residence?" The individual, trembling and uncertain, responded, "Just moments ago, the patriarch summoned all the clan members, stating that the elder, along with the second and third elders, had betrayed the clan by aligning themselves with the Light Church. The patriarch intended to lead those willing to follow him to the city lord and sought everyone and Apos' opinion. He then departed with those who chose to follow him." The elder of the Beige family scrutinized the individual and asked, "Why did you not leave? Did he not impose any difficulties upon you?" The individual, now visibly more at ease, replied, "I have long since pledged my allegiance to the elder, and thus naturally would not follow the patriarch to the city lord. All of us who remained are steadfastly loyal to you, elder." The elder regarded the loyal members before him, choosing not to press further. He sighed gently. "You are all my faithful subordinates, the elite of the Beige family. I am aware of your loyalty. Yet, how is it that you have come to remain unscathed? Did he not trouble you?" The individual, now reassured, explained, "You are correct, elder. We had indeed thought this way. However, the patriarch claimed that as members of the Beige family, we merely held differing stances, and regardless of our choices, we would not be wronged." He then departed with those willing to follow him. Chapter 80. Wu Ming recognizes his shortcomings. The elder of the Misai family furrowed his brow and remarked, "This means he only took away those loyal to him, leaving the rest of you untouched. His ability to curry favor even as he departs is quite underwhelming." The man remained unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to the elder's words, softly stating, "The clan leader has said that all are members of the Misai family, regardless of their choices. They are still kin, and there shall be no harm done. It is only that we may meet on the battlefield. Thus, it is best for everyone to show no mercy." The clan leader further asserted that the elder and Apos' actions were intended to ensure the continuity of the Misai family. urging the remaining members to sincerely support the elder. The elder of the Misai family observed those kneeling in the courtyard and burst into laughter. After a moment, he said, "Since the clan leader has declared that you are all my trusted subordinates, from now on, the Misai family shall be under my command, and all shall proceed as usual. These are my friends. Quickly prepare some food and drink." The man replied affirmatively, "Yes, master." The elder graciously led everyone into the parlor, taking his seat at the head of the table, while others settled into their respective places. After exchanging pleasantries, silence enveloped the room as everyone turned their attention to the elder and Bobby. Bobby smiled at the elder and remarked, "The situation has reached this point. They have taken their forces to other factions. What are your thoughts?" The elder of the Misai family sighed, glancing at Bobby and the others present, and replied, "Given the current circumstances, my only option is to seek refuge with either the Mo family or the Lord of Mission City. I believe the latter holds the greatest potential." He continued, "Firstly, the Lord of Mission City possesses a recognized status and is currently the most powerful figure in Mission. Secondly, the Mo family and Apos' vassal clans are all weak and lack substantial influence. They would view my presence as an unstable factor and would not accept me." Bobby observed the elder and then glanced at Bob and the others, recognizing their shared expressions of agreement with the elder's assessment. Bobby then addressed the elder. "Now that they have voluntarily relinquished their territory to you, we need not exert any further effort. I shall excuse myself from dinner, as I must report this matter to my lord." Following suit, Bob rose with a smile, "Since the issues here have been resolved, I shall accompany Lord Bobby back to our family. We can dine together another time." The other members of various families also stood, indicating their intent to depart. Bobby, with a sheepish smile, responded, "There is no need for such formality. We are now allies, and you are all familiar faces. Let us not stand on ceremony." Bob, "Why not sit down and discuss how we can better serve our lord together? Addressing the other factions in Mission would surely be more beneficial." Bob and several family leaders, observing Bobby and Apos' intent, felt their worries and apprehensions dissipate. As Bobby prepared to leave, he aimed to gauge the reactions of Ren Hao and Bob and Apos' group, wishing to ascertain their sentiments. However, as he expressed his intention to depart, each individual promptly affirmed their loyalty. Bobby reflected that should he truly take these individuals away, they might harbor lingering doubts, making them hesitant to pledge their allegiance to the Lord and potentially leading to superficial compliance. This outcome would be detrimental to his plans for the family, so he chose instead to display magnanimity and allow them to discuss matters openly. Ren Hao, Bob, and the others perceived Bobby and Apos' lack of ulterior motives, alleviating their concerns significantly. They exchanged pleasantries before escorting Bobby to the estate and Apos' entrance, after which they returned to the dining table. What transpired at the dining table and whether any private agreements were reached remained unknown to Bobby, and even more so to Wu Ming. Bobby returned to the Bob family estate, recounting the events to Wu Ming with utmost precision. This was a rule Wu Ming had established for his subordinates. When conducting affairs externally, as long as they did not contravene orders, they could act independently without hesitation. Even if mistakes occurred, it was inconsequential. However, upon returning, they were required to provide a comprehensive account, free of any embellishments. After listening to Bobby and Apos' report, Wu Ming nodded discreetly, acknowledging that even he would have managed matters only to this extent. Satisfied, he remarked, "Coercion and temptation will not compel them to wholeheartedly follow us. Only when they realize that failing to align with us will lead to the loss of their own interests, even their lives and families, will they commit themselves to our cause." The clan leader's decision to align with the Misai family leader, whom he believed to be a brother in spirit, stirred Wu Ming and Apos' admiration for such rare loyalty. Yet, the Misai family leader now faced his own precarious situation, seeking refuge with the Lord of Mission City and becoming a subordinate. During this major upheaval, such alliances would naturally breed distrust, compelling Misai family members to engage in perilous acts to prove their loyalty while simultaneously assuring their fidelity to the Lord of Mission City. Should the He family continue to follow the Misai family leader, it would undoubtedly bolster the Misai family and Apos' strength, making the Lord of Mission particularly wary. Wu Ming was curious about how the Misai family leader and the Lord of Mission would manage the He family and Apos' allegiance. Nevertheless, Wu Ming was certain of one thing. The true storm of bloodshed and upheaval was about to commence in Mission. The forces brought in by Curry and Mo were sufficient to disrupt the current balance of power in Mitchin. All Wu Ming needed to do was wait for Curry and Mo to shatter this equilibrium, unleashing the chaos that would signal the beginning of this great upheaval. The recent events among the younger generations of the Bob and Misai families merely served as a prelude, a harbinger of the impending turmoil. The commencement of this upheaval would demand the loss of many lives before it could truly unfold, even without Curry and Mo and Oppos as forces arriving. Wu Ming would devise a way to expedite this grand reshuffle. However, with the Mo people already present in Mitchin, Curry and Mo and Oppos' involvement would streamline his plans, sparing him the burden of complicating matters further. Wu Ming decided to send Bobby home to rest while he contemplated another pressing issue, the absence of his own intelligence network. As Bobby and his group discussed matters, Wu Ming found himself in the dark, recognizing the numerous deficiencies within his organization. A brief reflection revealed that he resembled a man of great strength yet devoid of sight and hearing. At this moment, Wu Ming understood that upon seizing Mitchin, establishing his own intelligence network would be imperative. Chapter 81. The banquet. The mansion of the Mo clan in the bustling city of Mijia was alive with the sounds of revelry, as a throng of guests exchanged toasts and laughter. Curry, gazing at the jubilant figure of the clan leader Kuda seated at the head of the table, expressed his astonishment. "Clan leader Kuda, your generous hospitality truly overwhelms me." Kuda, as the leader of the Mo clan in Mijia, held dominion over all the Mo people in the city, including those in its various towns and villages. During festive seasons, significant birthdays, or other important occasions, the Mo people would invariably present gifts to pay their respects. Previously, these gifts were merely received and the givers dismissed, with only the occasional unimportant disciple from Mijia's Mo clan accompanying Curry for a simple meal and casual conversation. Never had Curry envisioned such a grand banquet in his honor, nor the presence of Kuda himself at the table. This lavish reception was prompted by the impressive strength Curry brought with him, leaving Kuda astounded. Curry arrived with 5 battalions of warriors, comprising 5 senior warriors, 50 mid-level warriors, and 500 junior warriors, not to mention Curry himself, a powerful senior warrior in the later stages of his training. Such formidable prowess was rivaled only by that of Kuda's own clan. Kuda, beaming with delight, addressed Curry, "The turmoil in Mijia is subsiding, and your arrival has significantly bolstered our strength. The position of city lord shall undoubtedly belong to our Mo clan. I hereby appoint you as the grand elder of the Mo clan in Mijia. All senior warriors under your command shall be recognized as elders. How does that sound? Should we seize the position of city lord, I will be the lord, and you shall be my deputy. What do you think?" Kuda's smile was unwavering. As he scrutinized Curry, any hint of discontent from Curry could swiftly transform the atmosphere into one of bloodshed. Kuda believed he had offered sufficient rewards. Given his years of management in Mijia, any display of dissatisfaction from Curry would lead to ruthless suppression. Kuda felt entitled to this treatment, considering Curry's clan had long been under his jurisdiction. Otherwise, he would have swiftly pressured Curry and his followers into submission. Curry, standing with gratitude, bowed deeply, expressing, "The treatment bestowed upon me by the clan leader is truly overwhelming. I will lead my people with unwavering determination to secure the position of city lord for you." Clan leader Kuda. "However, such high honors for mere accomplishments may breed discontent among my kin. I am aware that many in Mijia harbor deep resentment towards our Mo clan. Perhaps it would be fitting for me to lead my people in teaching them a lesson. What do you think, clan leader?" Kuda's heart swelled with joy at Curry's proposal. Initially, he had harbored concerns about Curry's intentions and potential insubordination. Kuda had contemplated a strategy to exhaust Curry's strength during the contest for the city lordship. But Curry and Oppos' proactive suggestion eased Kuda and Oppos' worries. He hoped that Curry was genuinely committed to leading his followers in allegiance, and if so, he must ensure that Curry and Oppos' strength was not depleted too severely, as it ultimately belonged to him. With a concerned expression, Kuda said, "After such a long journey to Mijia, you must be weary. It would be wise to rest for a few days and familiarize yourself with the situation here first. What do you think?" Curry respectfully replied, "Clan leader, your generous treatment has invigorated us. We feel no fatigue. I implore you to grant my request. If we are to receive such honors for minimal accomplishments, it breeds unease among us. Should there be any doubts, allow me to demonstrate." In a flash, Curry unsheathed his sword and struck at the entrance of the hall, cleaving the archway and corridor asunder. A deep fissure, a foot wide and half a foot deep, marred the ground, showcasing the power of his strike. The onlookers gasped, contemplating how they might respond to such a formidable display. From the elders to the lowest servants, each felt that facing such a sword strike was inevitable. They could only muster their strength to withstand it. Yet, visions of their own demise under the might of Curry and Apos' blade haunted their minds. Even Kuda, the leader of the Mo clan, was taken aback by the ferocity of the strike, pondering the potential outcome should he face it himself, an inevitable stalemate. Kuda realized he must reassess Curry and his followers and Apos' strength and his own approach towards them. Seeing Curry and Apos' earnest request alleviated much of his suspicion. Since the Grand Elder has spoken thus, let my eldest son, Sifu, guide you. We shall await your triumphant return here, Kuda declared. A handsome young man rose, addressing Curry with enthusiasm. It is an honor for Sifu to lead the Grand Elder and vanquish our foes. Curry, filled with gratitude, responded, I appreciate your assistance, young master. Observing the trepidation and fear among the crowd, Curry internally scoffed. With such meager strength, their ambitions for the position of city lord were but a futile dream. Regardless of his own son and Apos' might or the prowess of his subordinates, the challenge of seizing the city lordship would be formidable, even without his son's involvement. Not only would their lack of strength hinder them, but their fragile mental state in the face of adversity rendered them incapable of governing a city in a chaotic environment. In a realm governed by the law of the jungle, the strong reigned supreme while the weak were oppressed. In such a fierce atmosphere, it was only natural to encounter forces greater than oneself. The challenge lay in deciding how best to navigate these powerful forces to safeguard oneself and those one holds dear. Just as Curry chose to ally himself with his son, he not only secured his own safety, but also afforded his family the opportunity for growth and a promising future. Chapter 82. The confrontation. Under the guidance of the formidable Shifu, Curry arrived at a grand estate. The entrance was flanked by two imposing stone statues resembling mythical beasts, a clear indication that this was no ordinary abode. Shifu addressed the assembly, stating, Elder, this estate belongs to the Lushan family, the current rulers of the mysterious city. However, it is not the Lushan clan that resides here now, but rather the patriarch of the Misei family, along with several elders and their kin. On this very day, the newly appointed patriarch of the Bob family had led a group to assault the Misei family. In an unexpected turn of events, the Misei family's elder had defected, bringing his faction to ally with the Bob family. The Misei patriarch, seeking to preserve his strength, offered no resistance and led his people to seek refuge with the Lushan family. This estate was provided as their sanctuary. The patriarch of the Misei family, along with the 4, 5, and 6 elders, were all formidable warriors of high rank. However, it remained uncertain whether there were any advanced warriors from the Lushan family stationed within the estate. Elder, this is all the information I possess, Shifu respectfully conveyed to Curry. Listening intently to Shifu's account, Curry couldn't help but admire the efficiency of the Mo people in the mysterious city. The events of the afternoon had unfolded so rapidly, yet they had gathered such comprehensive intelligence, including the location designated for the Misei family's refuge by the Lushan family. It was crucial to note that the Misei patriarch had sought the Lushan family as a protective ally, and the Lushan clan would undoubtedly be both pleased and wary of this new development. They would have arranged for the Misei family's accommodation with utmost caution and secrecy, minimizing the number of those in the know. Yet, the eldest son of the Mo family, under Kuda's command, was fully aware of these proceedings, suggesting that this matter was no longer a secret among the higher echelons of the Mo clan. The Bob family had been informed prior to entering the mysterious city about their son's intentions. The attack on the Misei family was undoubtedly executed under the command of their son, and the Misei patriarch's immediate surrender, without any resistance, had significant implications. The elder of the Misei family had already aligned with their son, which necessitated careful consideration in Curry's approach to the Misei patriarch. Thus, Curry resolved that his initial intent of using the Misei family as an example to intimidate others within the mysterious city must be tempered. While he aimed to inflict severe damage upon the Misei family, he refrained from annihilation so as not to disrupt his son's overarching strategy. He believed that significantly wounding the Misei patriarch and the elders would suffice to instill fear in the other factions of the mysterious city, without arousing Kuda and Apos' suspicions. Though the contemplation of this plan seemed to unfold slowly, Curry's mind swiftly reached a decision. He approached the grand entrance and delivered a powerful strike, sending the door of the estate flying open. The resounding crash startled those within, rousing the Misei family members who were already on edge, having sought refuge from the turmoil outside. As the Misei family's personnel rushed out into the courtyard, they encountered Curry and his entourage. These were merely the lesser members of the Misei clan, alongside those who had remained to serve them. Without a moment's hesitation, Curry advanced, while his subordinates engaged the Misei family members, who were outmatched in both numbers and strength. The Misei clan members, still groggy from sleep, were swiftly overpowered, suffering casualties as some, barely dressed, fell victim to the onslaught of Curry's warriors. Although Curry did not intend to eradicate the Misei family entirely, he remained indifferent to the fates of these inconsequential individuals, recognizing that once his son claimed dominion over the mysterious city, he could procure as many lives as he desired. With purposeful strides, Curry made his way to the rear courtyard, where he confronted the Misei patriarch and his entourage. Despite not recognizing the Misei patriarch or the elders, Curry could keenly sense their strength. The Misei patriarch glared at Curry with palpable hatred, exclaiming, "Who are you?" "I am the patriarch of the Misei family. What offense have we committed to warrant such an assault? Are you intent on exterminating us?" Curry, unfazed, replied, "Misei patriarch, you jest. This is the chaotic realm of the mysterious city, and I am the newly appointed elder of the Mo clan. You question how you have offended me?" The Misei patriarch, bewildered and astonished, glanced at Shifu before turning back to Curry. "I have lived in the mysterious city for many years. I know all the elders of the Mo clan. There is no elder of your stature among us. Who exactly are you?" Curry smirked coldly. "I am the newly appointed elder of the Mo clan, a fact you are unaware of. I have come to teach the Misei family a lesson, to ensure that all factions within the mysterious city recognize my presence. Enough of this banter. Let me witness the capabilities of the Misei patriarch." With that, Curry unsheathed his sword, pointing it directly at the Misei patriarch. The Misei patriarch ceased his words, realizing that anything he said now would be futile. Only through combat could he hope to regain any semblance of authority. Drawing his own sword, he fixed his gaze upon Curry, prepared to seize any opportunity should Curry reveal a flaw. Yet, in the eyes of the Misei patriarch, Curry appeared flawless, radiating strength akin to a taut bowstring, poised to strike at any moment. The Misei patriarch felt the weight of impending danger, unable to discern even a hint of weakness in his opponent. Curry, however, perceived the situation differently. While the Misei patriarch exuded an aura of power, Curry identified several areas of vulnerability, recognizing both hidden injuries within the Misei patriarch's physique and flaws born from inadequate training. Chapter 83. The emergence of the warrior legion. Curry thrust his sword with lightning speed towards the exposed flank of the leader of the Misei family, who hurriedly attempted to parry the blow. However, Curry's strike targeted the very spot left vulnerable by the Misei leader's own prior injuries, rendering any defense futile. The leader was swiftly pierced by Curry's blade. In a desperate maneuver, he recoiled and raised his sword to block. Curry employed the chasing wind sword technique, a style he acquired during his time in a small town. This technique emphasizes speed, and under the guidance of Wuming, its swiftness was further enhanced. It can be asserted that among techniques of the same rank, chasing wind is remarkably formidable, instilling in Wuming a profound confidence that its speed and destructive capability could annihilate any opponent of similar rank. In contrast, the sword technique utilized by the Misei family leader, while commendable, paled significantly against Curry's chasing wind. The leader found himself with no means to counterattack, only able to defend. Within moments, he bore several wounds inflicted by Curry, who was deliberately sparing his life. Witnessing the dire situation of their leader, 3 elders from the Misei family drew their swords and joined the fray. Curry and Appo's entourage included 5 captains, each a formidable high-ranking warrior, who were poised to engage. Curry, however, effortlessly repelled the Misei leader, casually stating to the elders that they were merely spectators. Their feeble attempts were no match for him. Curry faced the 4 high-ranking warriors, including the Misei leader, with unwavering courage, skillfully alternating between offense and defense. Yet, the presence of 4 high-ranking warriors, with the Misei leader at the peak of his power, posed a significant challenge. Among the 3 other elders, 2 possessed mid-tier high-ranking strength, while 1 was at the initial stage. Even with Curry's prowess, engaging them head-on would result in a tenuous stalemate, making it difficult to replicate his earlier ease in battle. Nevertheless, the prospect of harming Curry remained virtually impossible. The chasing wind sword technique imposed immense pressure upon the Misai leader and his companions, making them acutely aware that a single misstep could lead to their demise at Curry's hands. Despite the combined efforts of the four, each with varying strengths, maintaining flawless coordination was an unattainable dream. This reality was evident not only to the Misai family but to all present. At this juncture, Seiyan of the Misai family had also arrived at the courtyard, recognizing that if the battle continued, her family would surely face annihilation. She glanced at a middle-aged woman beside her, who was an elder sent by the Lushan family to monitor and protect the Misai clan. This elder, possessing considerable strength as a mid-tier high-ranking warrior, was now a source of uncertainty for Seiyan. Even if she intervened, they would still face 5 high-ranking warriors, making victory unlikely, though it could increase their chances of escape. Unbeknownst to Seiyan and the elder, their presence had already been detected by the 5 captains of the warrior legion, who sensed the formidable magical prowess emanating from them. The 5 captains exchanged glances, silently communicating their intentions as the battle on the field intensified. While Curry continued his fierce engagement with the high-ranking warriors of the Misai family, the skirmish among their subordinates had concluded swiftly. The warrior legion, vastly outnumbering and overpowering the Misai family, decisively ended the imbalanced conflict. In the aftermath, only the Misai family leader, 3 elders, and Seiyan remained alive. After eliminating the Misai forces, the members of the warrior legion methodically began to clear the battlefield. Remarkably, less than 15 minutes had elapsed since Curry and his legion entered the estate, signifying the swift conclusion of the battle. Seiyan and the Misai family were gripped by terror upon witnessing such overwhelming combat prowess. With such a display of strength, not only was rescuing her father in jeopardy, but her own escape was equally uncertain. The Misai family leader and the elders realized their followers had been entirely slain, leaving them in shock. Such a level of martial ability was beyond what any single family could cultivate. It resembled the discipline and coordination of a well-trained army. The elder from the Lushan family turned pale upon observing the scene, cautiously surveying her surroundings before making a hasty retreat. Her speed was perhaps the swiftest she had ever achieved. As she fled, the 5 captains of the warrior legion took note, but did not pursue. They were acutely aware of Curry's capabilities, having witnessed his restraint during the battle with the Misai leader, where he chose to inflict only minor wounds despite having opportunities to deliver fatal strikes. Initially, they speculated that their newly joined allies from the mysterious city might be concealing their strength, especially with a prominent figure from their ranks present. However, as the Misai elders joined the fray, their attempts to engage were thwarted, leading the 5 captains to realize that their vice-captain had his own strategy in mind. Seemingly reluctant to eradicate the Misai family and Appo's leadership entirely. Moreover, the female high-ranking warrior appeared to have little emotional investment or allegiance to the Misai family, opting to observe without intervening. Consequently, when the elder from the Lushan family made her escape, no effort was made to stop her. Chapter 84. A heart of dread. The patriarch of the Misai family and 3 elders felt an overwhelming surge of pressure upon witnessing the unfolding events. The cooperation among the senior warriors was fraught with vulnerabilities, leading to a significant lapse in their defenses. Curry seized the opportunity, swiftly severing one elder's right arm with a single stroke of his sword, and then, with a powerful palm strike, he struck at the elder's heart, inflicting grave injuries. The palm technique Curry's employed was the earth-shattering palm, a formidable skill acquired by Wuming in the town, which demonstrated its potency in this confrontation. Curry's deliberately restrained some of his strength, inflicting only severe injury instead of delivering a fatal blow to the elder and Appo's heart. The Misai family's coordination faltered with the loss of one member, creating numerous openings for attack. In a matter of moments, Curry's had incapacitated the remaining members of the Misai family. As the elder succumbed to defeat, Seiyan Misai stood in a corner, hurriedly reciting incantations. However, as an unprotected mage in close proximity to several formidable warriors, she appeared no different from an ordinary person. Just as she began to articulate her spell, she was abruptly interrupted. A sharp sword was poised at her throat, and she understood that uttering another word would result in her demise. The sword's wielder was none other than the captain of the 1st Brigade of the Warrior Corps. Nervously, Seiyan Misai regarded the captain, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. The captain cast a cold glance at her before retracting his sword. "Let us go," he commanded, leading the way into the courtyard. Sai Yin Misai followed closely behind, hurrying towards her father, the patriarch, and the three elders. Upon reaching her father and uncles, who lay on the ground in agony, clutching their severed arm, she remained silent, despite the sweat glistening on their faces. The ground was stained with the remnants of the severed limb, some still gripping their swords tightly. The patriarch, with a bittersweet smile, looked at Sai Yin Misai and said, "You should not be here. You must flee. As long as you live, there is hope for the Misai family." Sai Yin Misai responded with a rueful smile. "I am merely an ice mage, not a wind mage. How could I possibly escape? Besides, you and my uncles are here. How could I leave you behind? Father, worry not. My teacher is a master of earth magic that would not dare to annihilate us completely." She turned to Curies, summoning her courage, and declared, "You are the newly appointed elder of the Morin tribe, I presume? Trust me. The fact that I have a teacher of earth-level prowess is hardly a secret in the Mist City. If you attempt to eradicate us, my teacher will surely intervene. No one can afford to disregard the threat posed by an earth-level master." Curies, indifferent, replied, "I have no intention of wiping you out entirely. Otherwise, you would have perished long ago. You think you have the luxury to speak so boldly?" The sight of the once proud patriarch of the Misai family reduced to a figure of helplessness will undoubtedly attract the attention of those you have wronged in the past. With only you, a senior mage, remaining, what fate do you envision for yourselves? Such a scene would prove far more impactful than simply exterminating you all. Do not assume that your status as a senior mage is a secret I need to elaborate on. It is evident enough. Sai Yin Misai looked at Curies with trepidation, her mind racing with the image of her father and uncles being pursued by relentless foes despite her efforts to protect them. The patriarch and the elders were similarly haunted by the grim prospect of their own demise. Even Sifu, who bore witness to this harrowing tableau, shuddered at the thought. The most agonizing aspect of existence is not death itself, for in death, perception ceases. Rather, it is the dread of facing imminent doom while clinging to a fragile thread of hope. This slow descent into despair is what truly torments the soul. Curies glanced coldly at Sai Yin Misai and the fallen patriarch and elders before addressing Sifu. "There is still time. Let us proceed to the next location, my lord." Sifu, startled, responded, "Yes, yes, elder, I shall guide you." He spoke respectfully as he led Curies and his entourage to their next destination. Curies understood that the injuries sustained by the Misai patriarch and his companions were dire. However, his own lord was a healer, and reattaching limbs was a trivial matter for him. If the Misai family proved useful to his lord, they would be treated accordingly. Moreover, with the presence of Sai Yin Misai, a senior ice mage, their lives were not immediately in jeopardy. Under Sifu's guidance, Curies' group proceeded to two smaller families, both vassals of the city lord, Lu Shan. Curies' approach to these families was markedly different from that of the Misai family. Upon entering their dwellings, a brutal massacre ensued. Not a single soul was spared, not even the newborns. It was truly a slaughter. In comparison to the Misai family, these two families were significantly weaker, each possessing only two senior warriors, none of whom were at the peak of their power. Faced with Curies' warrior corps, they were like eggs against stone. The massacre commenced upon their entry and concluded in less than a quarter of an hour, with all the family's wealth collected. Sifu observed from the sidelines as Curies' group engaged in a flurry of bladed combat, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies in their wake. A chill enveloped Sifu's heart, akin to witnessing butchers slaying livestock. Though Sifu had killed before, it had generally been in one-on-one combat, where the thrill was derived from the visceral rush of victory. Even when he exterminated an entire family due to a trivial grievance, it was merely a handful of ordinary lives. Yet, Curies' group had already taken the lives of over 1,000, from newborns to defenseless servants, and even bedridden patients. There was no semblance of mercy in the actions of Curies and his followers, only unrelenting slaughter. In the face of such indiscriminate carnage, Sifu felt a profound sense of dread, as if he were surrounded by beasts rather than humans, slaughtering at will. Such scenes were enough to instill a deep-seated fear within him. Chapter 85. Astonishment after dealing with two minor families. Curie returned to the residence of the Morin clan in the Maze City, accompanied by Sifu. The banquet was still in full swing, with everyone eagerly awaiting news from Curie's party. Despite Curie and his companions showcasing notable strength, tangible achievements were still necessary to validate their prowess. Upon entering the courtyard, all eyes turned towards Curie and his entourage, anxious to learn the outcome of their endeavors. Curie and his group appeared remarkably composed. showing no signs of the fierce battles they had supposedly endured, which caused some guests to furrow their brows in concern. Whispers circulated, speculating whether Curry's party had engaged in any combat at all, or if they merely strolled about before returning. Sifu, with his brow tightly knitted and an air of seriousness, only fueled these suspicions. Many conjectured that under Sifu and Appo's guidance, Curry and Appo's group had either refrained from fighting or had merely participated in trivial sparring, perhaps even suffering defeat. Hence their somber demeanor. With great strides, Curry and the warriors of the Samurai Legion boldly stepped into the center of the banquet. With a swift motion, the captain of the first squad tossed a package, revealing 4 spherical objects. The guests momentarily focused on the 4 items, only to realize they were, in fact, 4 severed heads, their hair disheveled and bloodied, rendering them initially unrecognizable. Curry respectfully bowed and announced, the patriarch of the Misai family, along with the 4 elders, 5th elder, 6th elder, and 7th elder, have all been incapacitated, their martial prowess rendered null. These 4 heads belong to high-ranking warriors from the 2 minor families, as led by young Master Sifu. At this proclamation, silence enveloped the banquet. One could hear a pin drop. Many attendees instinctively held their breath, daunted by the revelation. The Morin clan members were understandably taken aback, as the number of high-ranking fighters within the Maze City was limited, no more than 50, even when accounting for hidden family strengths. To hear that 4 had been rendered powerless and 4 killed in a mere hour was staggering. Kuda, the clan leader, quickly suppressed his astonishment and cast a glance at his eldest son, Sifu. He had arranged for Sifu to oversee Curry's group to ascertain their true capabilities. With a concerned expression, Kuda asked, Sifu, is what the elder said truly accurate? Curry, recognizing the tension in Kuda and Appo's demeanor, replied earnestly, Father, every word spoken by the elder is indeed true. Upon hearing this affirmation, Kuda felt a surge of excitement, envisioning how he would wield control over the Maze City with Curry and Appo's party at his side. However, Kuda was jolted from his thoughts by the word and, prompting him to inquire, and what else? Is there more to this? Sifu proudly declared, not only did the elder incapacitate the patriarch and 3 elders of the Misai family, but he also obliterated the high-ranking warriors of 2 families, slaughtering every last one of them. In total, over 1,000 lives were extinguished. As Sifu and Appo's words echoed through the hall, a chill crept into the hearts of the guests. It was not that the Morin clan had never taken lives or wiped out entire families before in the chaotic lands. Anyone with even a modicum of power bore blood on their hands. The fear gripping the Morin clan stemmed from the stark contrast of their own experiences and the brutal efficiency displayed by Curry's party in such a brief span. People generally fear a person or situation for 3 reasons. 1. The strength surpassing their own. 2. The ruthlessness exhibited. And 3. The uncertainty surrounding the unknown. Curry and Appo's party epitomized all 3: profound strength, a merciless disposition, and an enigmatic nature. Kuda, with a beaming smile, approached Curry and grasped his hand firmly, exclaiming, The elder possesses such formidable strength, and his subordinates are equally adept. The Morin clan of Maze City is truly fortunate to have you among us. I hereby declare, starting today, Curry, you are the elder of the Morin clan, holding equal status with myself. The elder's words are my own. His commands are my commands. Any offense shall be dealt with as treason. Curry bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude. It is a tremendous honor to be entrusted with such faith by the clan leader. I vow to adhere to the clan and Appo's directives, dedicating myself wholeheartedly to the Morin clan, though initially granted the title of elder without authority. Curry and Appo's achievements had now earned him substantial power, compelling Kuda, the clan leader, to show utmost diligence. In the realm of ambition, one must assert their strength to obtain what they desire. Meanwhile, Wuming remained steadfast in his training of the 9 transformations of Golden Body, not ceasing until dawn broke. After a brief wash, he settled in the courtyard with a book in hand. A bright knight approached Wuming, bowing respectfully. The clan leader, Elder He, has arrived, accompanied by the patriarch and elder of the Misai family. Wuming, puzzled, responded, You mean the patriarch and elders of the Misai family have come as well? How curious. Do they seek reconciliation? They may be overestimating themselves. Ha ha ha, let them in. The bright knight replied, They are not here to cause trouble. The patriarch and 3 elders of the Misai family have all lost their right arms. Wuming chuckled. Oh, let them enter. And also summon Bobby and the other captains to join us. Bobby, along with 6 bright knights, arrived promptly, standing respectfully behind Wuming. Each warrior concealed their energy, yet their spirited demeanor revealed their formidable prowess. At the same time, Bob and the 3 elders of the Bob family entered the courtyard. Upon sensing Bobby and Appo's strength, they were filled with astonishment, realizing they had aligned themselves with a master of considerable might. The imposing presence of Bobby and his fellow knights exerted immense psychological pressure on Bob and his brethren. Chapter 86. Loyalty to the Combined Family. Bob, unable to contain his joy and excitement, respectfully bowed and stood beside Wuming. Wuming glanced at the formidable presence beside him, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he noted that the 6 pairs of radiant knights he led possessed the strength of 6 high-ranking warriors. With Bob and his companions having reclaimed several families, their combined strength now included 13 high-ranking warriors. It was evident that the members of the combined family, accompanied by the leader of the Beige family, had come with the intent of pledging allegiance to him and seeking his support. Should he successfully integrate them, his ranks would swell to include 8 additional high-ranking warriors, granting him over a third of the total warrior strength within the entire Mist City. Wuming was already contemplating his next moves to amass wealth and expand his following when the leader of the combined family and the Beige family arrived at the courtyard. Escorted by the Radiant Knights, the expressions on their faces were grim, a result of both physical injuries and wounded pride. Most affected were the leaders of the combined family and the Beige family. One had declared his unwavering loyalty to Brotherhood, vowing never to surrender to Wuming, even at the cost of becoming a crippled man. The other had betrayed his own family, seeking refuge with the Lushan family, the rulers of Mist City, under the guise of ensuring his family's survival, only to find himself before Wuming less than a day later, seeking to request assistance. The bitterness of their situation was known only to them. Recognizing that they had exhausted all other options, they conferred and ultimately resolved to approach Wuming for aid. The Beige family leader played a crucial role in this decision, fully aware that their chances of finding help elsewhere were slim. Even if they managed to escape, their enemies would not miss the opportunity to strike while they were down, even if they evaded immediate danger. Finding a high-level priest for healing would come at a steep price, and their lack of resources made it nearly impossible to secure such assistance. Moreover, as Wuming and Appo's group belonged to the Radiant Church, seeking help from other priests would complicate matters immensely. The Beige family leader was also concerned that the elder of their family had already aligned with Wuming, fearing that they would be sacrificed to appease him. The thought of being at the mercy of others was terrifying. Thus, he fervently urged the leader of the combined family and the others to join him in approaching Wuming. This way, even if Wuming chose not to heal them, he would likely refrain from turning them over to the elder. The leader of the combined family was not oblivious to the Beige family leader's intentions. However, their bond of brotherhood still lingered in his heart. After a night of reflection, the elders of the combined family, already apprehensive of Wuming's power, were further persuaded by the Beige family leader's arguments. They understood the necessity of aligning with Wuming to secure their family's future and strength. Reluctantly, the combined family set aside their pride and joined the Beige family in approaching Wuming. At this moment, the status of the combined and Beige families underwent a dramatic transformation. Previously, the Beige family leader had been the one to dictate their actions. Now, the combined family took precedence. As they entered the courtyard, they beheld a strikingly handsome young man, around 17, seated before them. His features were chiseled and exquisite, with golden hair and piercing eyes that exuded an air of confidence. Clad in a white priestly robe, it was clear he was the one they had come to seek. After a brief observation of Wuming's companions, they recognized Bob and felt a sense of familiarity. However, they were taken aback to see 5 additional powerful figures standing alongside him. This revelation indicated that the strength of these 5 was comparable to Bob's, leaving the leaders of the combined and Beige families astonished. Wuming noticed their expressions and realized he had achieved the desired effect. He understood that even if the leaders of the combined and Beige families were compelled by circumstance to pledge their loyalty, he must demonstrate his capabilities. Addressing them, he expressed his delight at their presence, inviting them to take a seat and enjoy some tea. The leaders exchanged glances before kneeling on one knee, addressing him with respect. "You must be Lord Wuda, young Master Moya. We arrived early to seek your favor and pledge our unwavering loyalty to you." Wuming nodded approvingly at their submission, expressing his joy at their willingness to assist him. "Please rise," he encouraged. As they regained their composure, they expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, young master." Wu Ming turned to the radiant Sai Yin of the Beige family, recognizing her as a remarkable talent. You must be the esteemed Sai Yin from the Beige family. It is a privilege to have you pledge your loyalty alongside your father. Your prowess as a high-level magician at such a young age promises a bright future. With a modest smile, Sai Yin responded, I am unworthy of such praise, young master. My talent for ice magic stems from my natural affinity and the guidance of my esteemed teacher. I cannot compare to you. Wu Ming chuckled inwardly at Sai Yan's humility. He understood that someone of her caliber, achieving the status of a high-level magician at such a tender age, would possess a sense of pride. Although he only revealed himself as a mid-level priest, which was commendable among the younger generation, he felt overshadowed by the extraordinary accomplishments of talents like Sai Yan. Chapter 87. The choice. Wu Ming fixed his gaze upon Sion, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he spoke. I can offer you two alternatives. Given your current talent, you are destined to become a formidable force at the Earth level one day. The first option is this. I will mend the right arms of your father and uncle. Once you ascend to the rank of Earth Mage, you may depart with them whenever you wish. Of course, you would not receive my guidance. The second option is equally enticing. I shall also restore the right arms of your father and uncle, and I will personally train you. However, you must pledge your absolute loyalty to me. Take your time to consider your decision. Sion remained silent, furrowing his brow as he contemplated Wu Ming and Appo's proposition. The patriarch and elders of the Mize clan exchanged glances, recognizing that they too harbored hopes of revenge against Cooley once Sion became an Earth Mage. They even envisioned continuing their pursuit of the position of Lord over the Mist City at that time. The patriarch of the Mize clan felt a pang of anxiety that Sion might refuse Wu Ming's terms, leading to the continued suffering of their right arms. They wished for Sion to first vow allegiance, believing that once he became a powerful figure, he could depart without consequence, leaving Wu Ming powerless to stop him. Yet, Sion was a person of considerable pride, with aspirations and plans of his own, and the idea of submitting to a mere intermediate priest was abhorrent to him. In Sion and Appo's heart, he believed he would one day transcend the status of an Earth Mage. Currently, he was solely focused on healing his father and uncle and Appo's arms and felt it impossible to give his unwavering loyalty to Wu Ming. The mere thought of such deceit was intolerable to him. In his eyes, Wu Ming was merely a privileged offspring within the Church of Light. Having achieved his status solely through his parents, surrounded by a retinue of elite light knights, such a person was hardly worthy of Sion's loyalty. Yet he also feared that if he chose the first option outright, Wu Ming might refuse to heal his father and uncle. Thus, he hesitated to respond. Wu Ming, having lived two lives, perceived Sion's internal conflict and merely smiled, saying, I understand your choice. Patriarch of the Mize clan, please follow me. After a moment's hesitation, the patriarch accompanied Wu Ming to a modest training room. Wu Ming examined the patriarch and Appo's right arm closely, noting the wound still infused with the residual energy of Cooley and Appo's wind sword technique, which continued to wreak havoc on the injured veins. To reattach the right arm, the first step was to eliminate the lingering energy from the two wounds. Only then could he employ light magic to reactivate the veins and facilitate the reconnection. Activating the veins required the strength of a high-level priest, along with deep reserves of energy sufficient to exhaust a novice high-level priest and Appo's entire energy supply. The initial step of expelling the wind sword technique and Appo's energy from the wound necessitated the intervention of a warrior of equal caliber to Cooley, capable of removing the harmful energy. Many were aware that high-level priests could reattach severed limbs, yet few had heard of successful reattachments due to the formidable challenge of removing the energy from the wounds. After all, while high-level priests were difficult to enlist, some were still willing to assist. However, expelling the energy from the wounds would inevitably offend a pure-level expert. High-level priests had the Church of Light as their backing and faced little concern, but many warriors had to consider their own interests. Yet, these concerns posed no issue for Wu Ming. As a being of Earth-level strength, his internal energy surpassed that of any comparable expert. His magical prowess had also reached the status of an Earth Mage. With an air of ease, he instructed the patriarch. Please close your eyes and relax your mind and all your energy. Abandon all instinctual resistance. If you do not, the light magic may conflict with your energy and destroy the veins in your wound, eliminating any chance of reattachment. In the Church of Light, high-level priests were numerous. Yet successful reattachments of severed limbs were rarely recounted. This was primarily due to the instinctive resistance of warriors, which led to a conflict of energies that ultimately damaged the veins, negating the possibility of reattachment. Those who had succeeded in reattachment were often ordinary individuals without training, rather than due to the church and Apos' alleged suppression of other factions. Upon hearing this, the patriarch of the Mais clan felt a jolt of realization. A warrior and Apos' training was aimed at self-protection. When an external energy sought to enter the body, the instinctive response was to resist. Suppressing this instinct required a significant degree of control over one and Apos' internal energy. The patriarch pondered whether he possessed the ability to manage his energy. This highlighted the stark contrast between self-directed training and guided systematic training. Wu Ming's subordinates, whether the light knights like Babylon or Kuli, exhibited an almost flawless command over their internal energy. This mastery was the key reason why incidents of severed limbs and legs could be resolved during their training and combat. Even if the patriarch struggled to control his energy, Wu Ming could easily impose his energy to suppress it. However, doing so would reveal his true strength, a notion he was unwilling to entertain. Following Wu Ming and Apos' instructions, the patriarch focused all his mental energy on mastering his internal energy. Seeing that the patriarch had concentrated all his efforts on controlling his energy, Wu Ming then channeled his earth-level mental prowess into the patriarch's mind, planting a seed of mental power deep within. He then crafted an illusionary realm that enveloped the patriarch, who remained diligently focused on controlling his energy in his own environment. Wu Ming observed the patriarch as he succumbed entirely to the illusion, allowing a cold smile to cross his face. He murmured to himself, "As long as you harbor no malicious intent against me, this mental power will remain dormant. Should you indeed entertain thoughts of harming me, I cannot be like the farmer from the fable with the snake. One must always guard against betrayal. As long as you bear no ill will, the mental power shall not activate. Once it does, I can take your life at any moment." Chapter 88. Establishing intelligence and commerce. Wu Ming pressed against the wound of the patriarch of the mice family, directly expelling the residual energy from the injury. Then he forced out the energy from his own arm's wound. Aligning the severed arm, he softly intoned to the great god of light, beseeching his divine compassion to channel his loving power through his humble follower to save the suffering souls of the world, ensuring that light forever shines in their hearts. Wu Ming invoked the light magic of healing, enveloping the patriarch and Apos' right arm in a milky white glow. The veins of the patriarch and Apos' arm were reactivated, and under the influence of the healing magic, the wound began to reconnect. Observing the reattached arm, Wu Ming smiled faintly. After waiting for an hour, Wu Ming finally drew the patriarch from the realm of illusion. As the patriarch slowly opened his eyes and saw Wu Ming smiling at him, a wave of relief washed over him. Glancing at his right arm, he discovered that it had been successfully reattached. Cautiously testing his control over it, he found the movements felt entirely natural, devoid of any awkwardness. Everything was effortlessly fluid. Wu Ming, with a smile, reassured the patriarch that the arm had just been reattached and that normal movement would not be affected. He advised him to gradually acclimate to the energy, avoiding any excessive outbursts. Within a day, he would regain full function, and even after a fierce battle, there would be no repercussions. The patriarch, feeling elated, cautiously began to sense the energy flowing through him, confirming Wu Ming's words. Overcome with emotion, he knelt on one leg, expressing his profound gratitude. "Young Master Emoya, your great kindness will never be forgotten. From now on, I shall serve you with unwavering loyalty." Wu Ming helped the patriarch, known as Mice, to his feet, stating, "No need for such formality. I do not wish for my subordinates to feel compelled to serve me to the death. Besides, your daughter Saiyan will have repaid her debt once she becomes a Grand Earth Mage. I shall keep my word." Mice, with a hint of remorse, expressed his gratitude for Wu Ming's understanding and generosity, inquiring about Wu Ming's esteemed lineage within the Church of Light. Wu Ming, with a mysterious smile, teased, "What is this? Before Saiyan even becomes a Grand Earth Mage, you've begun to investigate my background, Patriarch Mice?" Mice quickly denied any malintent, saying, "No, it was merely curiosity, I assure you." Wu Ming dismissed the concern, reminding him that he was not yet a subordinate, merely a mercenary. He had granted healing in exchange for service. He was the employer, and thus there were matters best left unexamined. The consequences of transgressions could prove more unbearable than the loss of an arm. Mice, trembling, knelt once more, promising, I shall remember this and never err again. Wu Ming cast a measured glance at Dermice and instructed him to summon the next member of the mice family. Dermice complied respectfully. Yes, young master. 4 hours later, the patriarch and 3 elders of the mice family had successfully reattached their arms. As Wu Ming exited the room, he noticed the eldest elder of the mice family and his subordinates waiting in the courtyard, their eyes fixed on Dermice. The group, including members from the Fuji family and the Shifu family, kept to themselves, engaging in hushed conversations, avoiding any confrontation with the mice family. Wu Ming, observing the gathering, smiled lightly. It appears all family representatives have arrived. I have matters to discuss. The assembled crowd bowed respectfully, declaring, "We shall heed your commands, young master." Wu Ming nodded in satisfaction, stating, "Firstly, the inclusion of the Fuji family and Dermice's group into our ranks is a commendable development, signifying our growing strength. However, I must clarify that their allegiance is temporary. They will one day depart from our coalition. Their status is that of esteemed guests, deserving of the utmost respect. Past grievances must be set aside." He continued, "Moreover, the mice family cannot remain without a leader. Henceforth, the eldest elder of the mice family shall officially assume the role of patriarch." Dermice and his companions fell silent, their faces growing cold. Yet they refrained from voicing their indignation. Saiyan, wishing to speak, was silenced by a glance from Dermice. Wu Ming noted their lack of wholehearted loyalty and questioned whether they intended to retain the patriarch and Appo's position amid such sentiments. He pressed on. "The patriarch of the Bob family has yet to undergo an inauguration ceremony. Let us choose an auspicious day to host this event and extend invitations to other families in Mist City. A new patriarch should be publicly acknowledged." He emphasized that the families must select members skilled in gathering intelligence to form a network for information collection. He would appoint a leader for this initiative. Additionally, he required each family to nominate 3 adept individuals in commerce to establish a trading consortium named the Treasure Commerce Guild. A president would be appointed from among them. Once the guild was formed, all family businesses would fall under its management, with future family finances allocated by the guild. He invited questions or suggestions from the assembly, assuring them that any proposals beneficial to their cause would be welcomed. However, he cautioned that once agreements were reached, adherence was mandatory. Any who dared to undermine these decisions would face severe consequences. The faces of the family patriarchs and elders hardened in contemplation, astonished by Wu Ming and Appo's sudden assertiveness. The demands placed upon them effectively surrendered their talents, information, and wealth to his command. Chapter 89. The negotiation. Wu Ming observed the individuals in the courtyard. Their heads bowed in deep contemplation, fully aware that their thoughts were racing, strategizing how to benefit their respective families. He understood this mindset well. Those devoid of selfishness are seldom ambitious, and the unambitious typically possess limited capabilities. He was reluctant to rely on such individuals. Addressing the gathered family leaders and elders, Wu Ming remarked, "There is no need for such haste in your responses. I presume none of you have had lunch. Let us dine together first, and we shall discuss the specifics in the afternoon." The patriarch of the Bob family promptly arranged a banquet, with each family conversing quietly among themselves while they ate, each deliberating on how to secure advantages for their own lineage. The meal was devoid of any flavor for all present. Once the banquet concluded, Wu Ming instructed the Bob family patriarch to arrange accommodations for Dell and Mi Sei's entourage, before leading the family heads and elders to a conference hall. Dell and Mi Sei's group merely sought temporary refuge. They would not be privy to matters that could affect their future foundations. Upon hearing Wu Ming's intentions to establish the Order of the Radiant Knights, the Skynet Intelligence Organization, and the Treasures Merchant Association, Dell and Mi Sei began to regret their decision. As seasoned patriarchs, they recognized that the establishment of these organizations would render no force in the Misty City capable of rivaling the alliance Wu Ming was forging. However, it also meant that the interests and influence of the various families would swiftly diminish. Wu Ming turned to the family leaders and elders, saying, "Now, I invite you to share your thoughts." The leaders exchanged glances, yet no one spoke, knowing that the silence indicated their anticipation for his guidance. Ran Hao and Bob became the first to address Wu Ming, aware of their status as his loyal supporters. Ran Hao cautiously stated, "We are already aware of your plans to establish the Order of the Radiant Knights, and we understand the benefits this entails for our smaller families. Gaining your protection, as well as that of the Radiant Church, is something we all desire. However, if the Skynet Intelligence Network is formed, some unsavory dealings of our families may be exposed. For instance, our family has arranged spies, and their exposure could jeopardize their lives. Might you have a solution to this concern? Wu Ming regarded Ran Hao and Bob before addressing the assembly. Bob family patriarch has spoken. Does anyone have anything further to add? After a moment of silence, the family leaders shook their heads, indicating they had no additional comments. Wu Ming nodded in satisfaction, stating, "It is entirely natural for you, as leaders of your families, to harbor such concerns. It demonstrates your care for your kin." In response to Ran Hao and Bob's concerns, I clarify that while we will establish Skynet and appoint a leader, no intelligence personnel will face repression. The organization will initially consist of one leader for deputy leaders, and the remainder as regular members. Those you recommend, provided they possess exceptional abilities, will become deputy leaders. I will personally assume the role of leader for now, and later reassign based on merit. Thus, there is no need to fear that your intelligence personnel will be suppressed. I will not allow such occurrences. Are you all clear on the matters regarding Skynet? Any further questions? The elder of the Mi-Se family, with a furrowed brow, inquired. May I ask if we can still request information from them in the future? Wu Ming replied with a cold smirk, since I intend to establish Skynet, all intelligence will be my responsibility. I will handle all information regarding your families and personnel. Any further inquiries? The Mi-Se family patriarch cautiously responded, none. Wu Ming cast a glance at the assembly. Does anyone else have questions regarding the Skynet organization? After a brief pause, he continued, since there are no objections, please present your intelligence heads and recommended personnel, along with a complete list of your intelligence staff by tomorrow. I will assess them individually and assign positions. He then shifted the discussion to the Treasures Merchant Association. The shops and half of the familial funds you submit will not only support the training of the Radiant Knights, but also the operation of Skynet and the regular functioning of the Treasures Merchant Association. You will need to present your financial records and recommend individuals you deem capable in business acumen for evaluation. Moving forward, the profits of the Treasures Merchant Association will be divided into 4 portions. 1 for your families, 1 for the training and expenses of the Radiant Knights, 1 for Skynet and AMP, Oppos, S operations, and 1 for the regular functioning of the Merchant Association. I wish to inform you that within half a month, the Misty City will belong to us. The Treasures Merchant Association will become our primary source of funding. Now, if you have any questions or uncertainties, please voice them. The head of the He family stood, his expression grave, and stated, I believe I understand your words, yet there is a matter for consideration. We will be sending our most talented members to the Radiant Knights and our wealth to the Merchant Association. How will our families continue to thrive? What is the allocation of the portion of funds you mentioned entail? We seek your protection, but if that protection comes at the cost of our family's extinction, I find it difficult to accept. Upon hearing the He family and Oppos' statement, Bobby and the Radiant Knights immediately directed their imposing presence towards him, creating an atmosphere of intimidation that pressed down upon the He family patriarch, forcing him to kneel. The overwhelming force exacerbated his injuries, causing him to cough up blood. Bobby coldly interjected, What sort of individual do you think my lord is? The mere fact that he is willing to negotiate with you is a tremendous favor. If not for the semblance of your loyalty, you would have already been eliminated. With a single command from my lord, your entire family could be eradicated. Chapter 90 then. Bob stood up, and Wu Ming, waiting for Bobby to finish speaking, said with an unhappy expression, Bobby, how can you speak to the head of the He family in such a manner? The He family is one of us, just like you. I mentioned earlier that if there are any grievances, they can be voiced, even if the way the head of the He family speaks is questionable. You cannot adopt such an attitude. Bobby solemnly replied, You are right, my lord. I was indeed reckless. I assure you, it will not happen again. Wu Ming had initially intended to manage these families with a gentle approach, as it was his first attempt at controlling the population resources of a city. However, human hearts are fickle, especially those of the family leaders, whose thoughts are even more unpredictable. Without a certain level of strength to subdue them, it would be impossible to accomplish anything effectively. Therefore, he did not intervene during Bobby's speech. He only spoke up with mild words after Bobby had taken a hard stance. Wu Ming nodded and said, regarding what the head of the He family mentioned, I believe you have all considered this issue beforehand. It is merely that the head of the He family has a limited perspective. There are various families within the Church of Light, but which of these families dares to offend any force within the church? Are there not many strong individuals among these families? Do they lack resources for cultivation? Have these families severed their ancestral legacies? The Misty City is merely a starting point for me. I require more cities, more resources, and more believers to worship the great God of light. You are the first families to pledge allegiance to me, thus you will reap numerous benefits. However, it is imperative that you heed my commands. Upon finishing, Wu Ming observed that the leaders and elders of the various families in the hall had all become serious, devoid of the amiable demeanor they initially displayed. The family heads and elders were not ignorant of Wu Ming's words. They simply understood that there are no unearned benefits. To gain powerful protection, adequate sacrifices are necessary. Such sacrifices require initial investments of money, clan members, and more. Wu Ming addressed the assembly in the future. The resource allocation of the Duobao Chamber of Commerce will be based on your fundamental living needs. However, subsequent distributions will depend on the performance of your clan members, as well as your own. Once the basic framework was established within the Heavenly Network, Duobao Chamber of Commerce, and the Knights of Light, a portion of resources for cultivating advanced warriors and offensive techniques would be provided to you. These techniques will undoubtedly enable your families to produce more formidable advanced warriors. I am confident that the presence of such individuals will compensate for your contributions. Ran Hao and Bobby looked around the hall at the cautious faces of the attendees, who dared not make any unnecessary movements. It was evident that the leaders of these families were now filled with trepidation, reluctant to entertain any extraneous thoughts. Ran Hao and Bobby recognized that it was their turn to smooth things over. Otherwise, the atmosphere would make it difficult for the family heads to save face. However, they also understood that they had no retreat left. Other families could still seek refuge with different forces if they failed, but their own family had willingly pledged allegiance. And these families had consistently regarded Bobby's family as their primary leader. Should Wu Ming fail, the fate of their family could very well be extermination. Ran Hao stood up respectfully before Wu Ming and said, "My lord, please do not be angry." The head of the He family was merely inquiring on behalf of his clan and meant no offense. I also believe that all the family heads and elders are sincerely devoted and harbor no ulterior motives. We will fulfill your 3 commands to the best of our ability and will not disappoint you. The heads of the Fury family, the Shifu family, the He family, and the Mi family all stood up respectfully, bowing and saying, "We will certainly cooperate actively with your commands and fulfill your directives." Wu Ming, with a satisfied smile, looked at the 5 family heads and said, "Now that you have all clarified your respective family matters, I expect the candidates you recommend by tomorrow." Ran Hao and Bobby, leading the family heads, replied yes. Wu Ming nodded with satisfaction, saying, "I believe in you all. Now, you may return to your duties." The family heads, accompanied by their elders, exited the hall respectfully. Wu Ming, along with Bobby and the Knights of Light, proceeded to the courtyard, leaving the captain and others to attend to their own affairs. Wu Ming looked at Bobby and his companions with a smile, inviting them to sit down. Bobby and his group casually settled beside Wu Ming, creating an atmosphere akin to that of friends at ease. Bobby and his companions had all sworn allegiance to protect Wu Ming, and their trust in him rendered them his most loyal supporters. Wu Ming remarked, "What do you think of these family heads? Once they select their clan members, they will be entrusted to you for training. You are aware of my requirements: loyalty first, followed by aptitude and strength. As long as they are loyal, their abilities can be cultivated." Bobby, smiling with confidence, responded, "Rest assured, my lord, within a month, their faith will be solely in you. In half a year, they will be your loyal warriors." Wu Ming, pleased, looked at Bobby and his companions, saying, "Once we fully control the Misty City, we will arrange for your families to be brought to Ninglu Town. This way, you will no longer have any worries and can reunite with your loved ones to enjoy familial bliss." Bobby and his companions beamed with smiles, joyfully exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord." He. Wu Ming also smiled, saying, "Previously, we had no standing, which prevented us from bringing your families over. Lest we attract the attention of the church, we could not justify our strength and would only have endangered your families. Now, once Kuri takes control of the Misty City, we shall directly confront the Lushan family. This won't take long. Given Kuri's strength, 2 weeks will be more than sufficient." Bobby remarked, "Your plan is flawless. I have faith that Kuri will execute it splendidly." Wu Ming sighed with a wry smile. "It is primarily due to the lack of adept individuals in intelligence and commerce in Ninglu Town. Otherwise, I would not have needed these families to recommend their own members. Regardless of their capabilities, the aspect of loyalty requires extensive time for cultivation and development." Bobby, unconcerned, laughed. "It is inevitable that family backgrounds may yield personal interests. We must first consider their broader talents. After all, my lord, Your plan is not merely to control the Misty City, but encompasses 5 cities, including it. This will inevitably require the involvement of various allied forces. Wu Ming couldn't help but smile wryly. I understand everything you say. It is merely a moment of reflection. Chapter 91. The foolish day had swiftly elapsed. Bobby gazed at Wu Ming with a smile and remarked, "Young master, all the family representatives have arrived as per your instructions and have been allocated to 3 distinct areas. The youths suitable for the paladins have already been taken by Neil along with the various captains and their teams for evaluation. As for the intelligence from each family and the business elites, they have been arranged in the east and west halls as per your directive." Wu Ming, satisfied, replied, "Excellent. You may go and accompany the family heads and elders. We wouldn't want them to become overly anxious. I can manage on my own." Bobby, delighted, responded, "All right. I shall go and observe the qualifications of those representatives." Wu Ming watched as Bobby cheerfully made his way to the families. Wu Ming then entered a dim chamber from which he could observe the information agents of the families in the East Hall through a wall. The agents were gathered in small clusters, whispering amongst themselves, while others sat alone, eyes closed in contemplation, some meticulously studying their surroundings, and a few pacing anxiously. Wu Ming carefully scrutinized their every movement, hoping to ascertain their personalities and methods. During his time on Earth as a top assassin, he had delved into behavioral and psychological studies. While he could not claim to predict a person and Oppos' thoughts with absolute certainty, he felt confident in his assessments 8 or 9 times out of 10. Some individuals might employ gestures and words to mask their true selves. Even with his knowledge of psychology, he could occasionally misjudge. Yet, the information agents he sought were precisely those who could conceal their identities. An agent who does not hide their true self runs the risk of being discovered, and the consequence of such exposure is invariably death. Although Wu Ming required a manager among the intelligence personnel, it was imperative that they prove their worth through their own abilities rather than relying solely on familial connections. Those who wield power through familial ties are expendable, and Wu Ming had no need for such individuals. After observing these agents for nearly an hour, Wu Ming turned to 4 identical 15-year-old girls who had arrived unnoticed behind him and commanded, "Go and execute my instructions." These 4 were specially selected quadruplets, indistinguishable in height, appearance, and demeanor. Before long, a maid entered the East Hall to refresh everyone's tea. After a brief interval, she returned with pastries. A while later, she distributed maps to each person, urging them to study closely. After a few minutes, Wu Ming donned casual attire and entered the East Hall, acknowledging only those who greeted him with a nod before finding a seat. The attendees had heard of Wu Ming, but had never encountered him in person. Some expressed indignation at his perceived rudeness, while others shot him scornful glances. Many continued with their own affairs, disregarding his presence entirely. As Wu Ming settled in, a maid approached him, handing him a map before retreating. Moments later, the 4 identical maids appeared in the hall, ignoring the guests as they began rearranging the tables and chairs. The onlookers furrowed their brows, pondering the scene before them. Some stood to avoid obstructing the maids, while others glared angrily but remained seated. The maids, unfazed by those who refused to rise, continued their task with impassive expressions. In no time, the tables and chairs were aligned into 2 neat rows, perfectly matching the number of attendees, 16 sets in total. At this point, some individuals had already risen, while 2 remained seated, indulging in pastries. Wu Ming emerged from the corner and addressed the assembly, pointing to 4 individuals. "You 4 may leave." The pointed-out individuals were those who had failed to stand promptly while the maids rearranged the furniture. They glared at Wu Ming with ire. One man, still seated and munching on pastries, stood up and shouted, "Who do you think you are? Why should we listen to you? Do you have any idea who I am?" The other 3 stood silently, glaring at Wu Ming. A cold glint flashed in Wu Ming's eyes, and in an instant, all 4 collapsed, blood streaming from their orifices, lifeless. The spectators stared in horror, gasping in shock, too frightened to utter a word. Wu Ming, without offering an explanation for his actions, simply stated, "Everyone, please take your seats." The attendees, without hesitation or a word, complied and settled into their chairs. The 4 identical maids, still silent, dragged away the bodies without a word. The onlookers cast expectant glances at Wu Ming, seeking an explanation. Yet, he continued to observe them without offering any clarification. Within him, there was no remorse for the 4 he had slain. As elite intelligence personnel in an unfamiliar setting, their rudeness had placed them in perilous straits. It was a path to self-destruction. Whether they sought to assert their significance or to distinguish themselves, such behavior, in Wu Ming and Amp, Oppos, eyes, was tantamount to courting death. Their refusal to heed his command to leave had left him utterly disillusioned. Had they remained alive under his command, they would eventually have caused unpredictable losses. Thus, eliminating them was, in Wu Ming's mind, the most prudent choice. Moreover, he felt no need to justify his actions. Offering explanations would only signal weakness and invite future transgressions. In the eyes of these intelligence agents, showcasing any sign of weakness, especially before potential subordinates, would breed unwarranted confidence among the already self-serving family representatives. Wu Ming aimed to cultivate an image of a cold-blooded, unyielding figure, one who would tolerate no defiance or chance-taking. The demise of these four individuals was timely. Even without their actions, Wu Ming would have sought other pretexts to assert his authority. Chapter 92. Mei and Amp, Oppos, and Shifu, four maidservants re-entered the room, collecting the surplus tables and chairs. Upon their return, they distributed a set of paper and pens to each individual, standing opposite them. Wu Ming, seated before them, spoke with grave seriousness. You have encountered the four maidservants beside me on numerous occasions. Now, identify which one serves tea, which one presents pastries, which one delivers maps, and which one arrived last. They have all moved that table, that chair, and that body. What distinguishes them? On what basis do you make your judgments? Write it all down, as comprehensively as possible. The final outcome will determine your fates and future positions. At that moment, one individual rose, his face flushed with indignation, exclaiming, I am the second son of the He family. I wish to know whether this assessment was mandated by young Master Moya, or if it is your decree. Why was this not clarified in advance? As he spoke, the second son of the He family suddenly spat blood and collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly oppressive, the metallic scent of blood permeating every corner. While he spoke, every person in the hall scrutinized Wu Ming's every movement, even his slightest glance. Yet, they failed to perceive how Wu Ming had silently extinguished a life, his actions as merciless as the sharpest blade, instilling a profound terror that began to seep into every pore of those present. Some had already deduced Wu Ming and Oppos' identity, while others were overwhelmed by fear. Their capacity for rational thought diminished. Nevertheless, they hastily pondered the entry and exit of the four maidservants, striving to discern their distinctions, each hastily jotting down their observations. The four maidservants stood rigidly before them, allowing the onlookers to scrutinize and analyze. Wu Ming observed their expressions and mental fluctuations, gauging their thoughts. An hour passed, and Wu Ming had formed a solid understanding of who among them was capable and who was not. He addressed the gathered individuals. Well, time has elapsed. Please set down your pens. Wu Ming swiftly reviewed their writings, concluding their analyses in mere minutes. With his own judgments in mind, he had a clear grasp of their abilities. He pointed at four individuals, stating, I trust your clan leader has informed you of the situation. From now on, you four shall serve as the deputy leaders of the Tian network. Detailed information regarding the intelligence personnel from each family will soon be entrusted to you. You must familiarize yourselves with your subordinates and the current circumstances. There is no need for you to return. I will discuss the necessary precautions with you over the next few days. Having spoken, Wu Ming departed for the West Hall, where the representatives of various families engaged in commerce resided. The atmosphere in the West Hall contrasted sharply with that of the East Hall. Here, the attendees wore smiles, engaging in lively chatter, devoid of any tension. This was a natural occurrence. These individuals were already aware that all family businesses were required to contribute to the establishment of the Duobao Chamber of Commerce. Many had been vying for dominance in commerce for years, each possessing their own standards and judgments regarding their capabilities and preferred methods for self-advancement. Thus, they conversed amiably while subtly probing each other's limits and strengths, never truly crossing those boundaries. As Wu Ming entered the West Hall, he captured everyone's attention. At that moment, a woman, appearing to be around 27 or 28, hastily approached him and declared, Mayor and Shifu pay their respects to young Master Moya, before kneeling on one knee. Wu Ming, smiling warmly, helped Mayor and Shifu to their feet, inquiring, Have you seen me before? Before Mayor and Shifu could respond, everyone in the hall had already knelt and proclaimed, We pay our respects to the young master. Wu Ming paid little heed to the bowing crowd. His gaze fixed on Mayor and Shifu, who, with a composed smile, replied, I have not seen the young master before. It was merely a small deduction. Today marks your establishment of the Radiant Knights, the Tian network, in the Duobao Chamber of Commerce. I doubt anyone would be leisurely wandering about at such a crucial time. Wu Ming then addressed the still bowing crowd softly, "You may rise." Only then did they dare to stand, each respectfully positioning themselves at the sides, awaiting Wu Ming and Amp, Oppos, as commands. Seated, Wu Ming turned to Mayor and Shifu, asking, "You are from the Shifu family. Which members of your family have come?" Mayor and Shifu smiled, responding, "Only I have come, as I have always managed the family's business. The others have no experience in commerce, and therefore did not attend merely to fill space." Wu Ming nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging, "A woman who can command an entire family's voice speaks volumes of your capabilities. You are also the first to recognize and pay your respects to me. I offer you an opportunity. There are 5 families present, including yours. If you can persuade 3 more families to agree to your leadership of the Duobao Chamber of Commerce, you will succeed. Begin now." Mayor and Shifu beamed with joy, kneeling once more to express, "Thank you, young master." Wu Ming, satisfied, nodded in approval. Mayor and Shifu's striking figure, with her fair skin, golden shoulder-length hair, and graceful demeanor, was enough to captivate any man's gaze. Being a man of youthful vigor, Wu Ming could not help but admire her beauty, though his appreciation was tempered by his discerning nature. His experiences with his wife, Wu Feifei, had elevated his standards of beauty, yet he remained resolute in understanding what he truly desired and the type of woman he could possess. Seiyan and Misai and Oppos' beauty and grace were indeed exceptional, complemented by their mastery of ice magic, which further elevated their aura. Nonetheless, Wu Ming would not waver in his resolve to confront them, nor would he be swayed by mere beauty. To him, beautiful women were akin to exquisite clouds, worthy of admiration but not to be pursued with blind zeal. Chapter 93. The Fox Assuming the Tiger and Oppos, might Wu Ming sought to elevate Meyer Shifu, not solely due to her beauty, but also because of her talent and audacity. In a world where strength reigns supreme, an attractive woman inevitably draws the attention of men. Her beauty, in itself, can be a curse, rendering her vulnerable to the desires of many. Without the power to safeguard herself, she risks becoming a mere plaything. Meyer, Shifu and Amp, Oppos' prowess was unmistakably revealed in her mid-level warrior strength, which, although respectable in a place like the Misty City, would not suffice for her protection. Wu Ming was acutely aware that Meyer Shifu remained untouched. This indicated that her self-preservation did not stem from her own strength, but rather from external forces, her own intellect. Upon entering the room, she demonstrated an impressive ability to assess her surroundings and acted upon her convictions with swift decisiveness. This alone signified that Meyer Shifu was a woman of considerable intelligence and initiative. It was crucial to note that had Wu Ming not been Rod, Moya, but someone else, Meyer Shifu and Amp, Oppos' carefully cultivated image would have crumbled in an instant. Offending Rod, Moya could yield consequences that deterred many. Others in the room might have deduced his identity upon his entry, just as those in the East Hall may have speculated. However, failure to act would negate one and Amp, Oppos' judgment, reflecting a lack of self-trust. A person who cannot trust their own discernment would hardly receive Wu Ming and Oppos' confidence. While Wu Ming offered Meyer Shifu an opportunity, he simultaneously presented her with a test. He believed that in business, negotiations are paramount. Everything within the commercial realm is negotiable, contingent upon one's ability to persuade their clients with the appropriate leverage. There are no deals beyond reach, merely those that have yet to captivate the counterpart. Naturally, the same leverage can evoke varying sentiments when articulated in different manners, which serves as a true testament to a merchant and Oppos' sagacity. Meyer Shifu conversed quietly with individuals in the corners of the room, some emerging with smiles while others appeared troubled or deep in thought, murmuring to themselves in hushed tones. Wu Ming did not intrude upon their discussions. Rather, he observed with keen interest as Meyer Shifu engaged in negotiations. Of course, he could hear any whisper in the room, but he adhered to the principle of trusting those he employed. Distrust would lead to inefficiency. Time passed swiftly, and dusk settled in. Some had conversed with Meyer Shifu multiple times. Wu Ming chose not to rush them, instead arranging for meals to be served, ensuring no one would go hungry. After concluding her talks, Meyer Shifu approached Wu Ming with an air of confidence, proclaiming that she had successfully negotiated with everyone present, and they all agreed for her to assume the presidency of the Duobao Merchant Association. Wu Ming and Oppos' curiosity piqued, he inquired of the assembly, "Have you all genuinely consented to Meyer Shifu and Oppos' As presidency? Is there dissent among you? Meyer, Shifu gazed confidently at the room, her demeanor reminiscent of a sovereign surveying her subjects. The representatives of various families looked to Meyer, Shifu, then to Wuming, and all knelt, proclaiming in unison, "We consent to Meyer, Shifu and Appos as presidency of the Duobao Merchant Association." Wuming, with a mysterious smile, remarked, "Excellent. Since you have all agreed, you must heed the president and Appos as directives without excuse. Is that understood?" The assembly responded earnestly, affirming, "We shall follow the president and Appos as guidance, rest assured." Wuming, satisfied, instructed, "President, please remain. The rest of you may take your leave." The crowd complied, acknowledging, "As you wish, young master." Once the room cleared, leaving only Meyer, Shifu, Wuming, intrigued, asked, "What conditions did you employ to secure their unanimous agreement to your presidency? Would you care to elaborate?" Meyer, Shifu blushed, revealing, "Initially, a few offered conditions to persuade them to support my presidency. However, the authority and benefits of this position are immense, and the number of those who agreed fell short of your requirement of 3 families. Only the Fujiri family consented, while the others did not, compelling me to make a significant decision." After her confession, Meyer, Shifu gazed at Wuming with a shy demeanor, falling silent. Wuming, observing her expression, mused, "Did you leverage my stance to fabricate a relationship between us? Did you utilize this connection to coerce them?" Meyer, Shifu, blushing yet resolute, replied, "You are mistaken. I did not fabricate anything. I merely stated that you hold affection for me and that we would soon wed. Do you not desire the affection of a beauty such as myself?" Wuming, both amused and exasperated, retorted, "Are you aware that I already have a wife? Moreover, she is exceedingly beautiful, and we share a profound love. Setting that aside, even if you were to marry me, you would merely be a concubine. Have you considered this?" Meyer, Shifu adopted a demeanor of a slighted wife, responding, "I have contemplated this. A wealthy scion such as yourself likely has prior engagements, even if not formally wed. If she were to mistreat me, I would simply have to accept my fate." With a feigned sob, she added, "Woe is me." Wuming, bemused, remarked, "To secure a position of leadership, you would marry someone whose background is uncertain. Such actions might be plausible for those who pursue profit at any cost or for zealots of the Shifu family. Yet, I cannot envision this from a woman of your caliber, who has navigated the business world for years and commands a family enterprise through her intellect and courage. Furthermore, a woman of your beauty would not readily compromise her virtue for gain. You would have lost your innocence long ago. So, what truly motivates you?" Chapter 94. The enchantress Maya, the rosy visage of Shifu faded away, and her feigned tears were replaced by a genuine expression of sorrow. Yet, Mayer underestimated the young master. "You are neither a debauched scion nor an ordinary man captivated solely by beauty. You are not the type to be moved merely by the sight of a beautiful woman weeping, with tears like pear blossoms. You are right. My motives transcend merely wishing for the position of president. Behind me stands a formidable earth-level sorceress who observes my every move, intent on keeping me as a mere plaything. In light of such circumstances, I would much rather entrust myself to someone like you, a man of decent background, even if our future may not be filled with joy, than to surrender myself to the fate of a female demon." Wuming stood dumbfounded before Mei-er, Shifu, and inquired, "Are you saying your adversary is a woman?" Mei-er, Shifu, chuckled at Wuming's expression. "Indeed, the one who has taken an interest in me is a woman, and a remarkably beautiful one at that. It is thanks to her that I have been able to fully showcase my talents to protect my family over the years. Moreover, because of her, no man dares to cast his eyes upon me. This society is both realistic and ironic. Before her arrival, I was pursued by many men, including talented youths and those with sincere affections. I felt like the center of the universe, and those men would go to great lengths to procure whatever I desired. They would risk their lives for a smile from me, even betraying their families. How prideful I was back then. However, once this woman appeared, all those men vanished. Initially, a few audacious souls attempted to vie for my attention, but ultimately, not only did they perish, but their entire clans were turned to ice. After that, anyone who harbored intentions towards me disappeared, either slain or dealt with by their families. My surroundings became a forbidden zone. It is pitiful that I now find myself reminiscing about the times when those men sought my favor. Is it not tragic?" Wuming gazed at the woman before him, pondering the absurdity and sorrow of this tale. A woman, once so proud and dismissive of men, found herself thrust into an empty void overnight, yearning for the attention of suitors. The distance between heaven and hell is indeed perilously close. A spark ignited in Wu Ming's mind as he looked at Mayor Shifu and asked, "Is this female demon perhaps Sai Yan, the teacher of Misei?" Mayor Shifu beamed with delight. "You are astute, young master. Indeed, it is Sai Yan, the teacher of Misei. You have dealt with the Misei family and brought Sai Yan and others into your residence. I assume you would not mind having one more woman by your side." Wu Ming regarded the woman before him and could not help but admire her beauty and intellect. To have such a woman assist him would be a delightful experience. He extended his right hand towards Mayor Shifu, gazing intently into her eyes. Mayor Shifu joyfully clasped Wu Ming's hand. He then pulled her into his embrace, captivated by the allure of her rosy cheeks. Overcome by impulse, he pressed his lips to her cherry-like mouth. Mayor Shifu nestled against Wu Ming's chest, playfully traced circles with her finger, and shyly remarked, "You ought to cherish me. Do you not realize this is my first time? You naughty rascal." Wu Ming, holding Mayor Shifu, chuckled softly, remaining silent. It had been a long time since he had shared a room with Wu Feifei, and with the abundant yang energy from cultivating the 9 transformations golden body. Had it not been for his iron will, he might have already succumbed to temptation. Mayor Shifu chose not to dwell on such intimate pleasures. Her flushed face turning to Wu Ming as she inquired, "My lord, how is your search for the head of the Skynet Intelligence Network progressing?" Wu Ming responded with a mysterious smile. "What? Is the Duobao Merchant Association not enough for you? Do you wish to meddle further in the Skynet?" Mayor Shifu turned away, presenting her back to him. "What? Do you perceive me as merely a power-hungry woman?" Wu Ming sighed, embracing Mayor Shifu. "I was merely jesting. Do not be upset. So what is it that you wish to know?" He thought to himself that indeed, women are all the same. There is no reasoning with them. Mayor Shifu, aware of the current coolness in their relationship, refrained from throwing a tantrum, turning back with a pout. "Very well. I forgive you." Wu Ming, resigned, replied, "All right, then please tell me what you mean." Mayor Shifu collected her thoughts and stated, "Having fought for business in the mysterious city for many years, I may not be well versed in intelligence matters. But I know that the entire intelligence network is under the control of the clan leader. This is a normal situation, yet it has led to a significant drawback. After years, the intelligence network has stagnated. Furthermore, due to the replacement of the clan leader and internal power shifts, the network has become virtually non-existent. I am not well acquainted with other families, but the Shifu family's intelligence network has long been defunct, with personnel lacking salaries and benefits for extended periods. Many, though listed on the intelligence roster, no longer follow orders. Other families may fare somewhat better, but it is merely a matter of degrees. Otherwise, the entire mysterious city would be unified under a single power." Wu Ming could not help but reevaluate Mayor Shifu, acknowledging, "You are correct. Yesterday, when I assessed the intelligence personnel from various families, they were nothing more than a ragtag group. I selected 4 individuals to personally train based on their basic capabilities. Just yesterday, I had to eliminate 5 others, merely a bunch of self-important wastrels, utterly useless. Since you have inquired, do you possess any solutions to rectify the intelligence network?" Mayor Shifu raised her elegant neck. "Naturally. Do you not know who I am? I am capable of managing the family business not only due to my beauty, but also because of my intelligence. However, you have just made me angry. How do you intend to make amends?" Her demeanor was imbued with confidence and pride, yet she had forgotten that she was still draped over Wu Ming, provoking an involuntary reaction from him. Chapter 95, The Phantom Tavern. Wu Ming gazed at the woman before him, marveling at the fact that one should never underestimate anyone in this world, especially a beautiful woman thriving in chaos. He greeted her with a smile. "Sister May and Amp, Oppos, it is indeed a privilege to encounter someone like you in the Maze City. I have come to discuss a potential collaboration." Sister May and Amp, Oppos, is the proprietor of the Phantom Tavern, the largest tavern in Maze City, frequented by both drunken patrons and mercenaries alike. She appeared to be in her 30s, with a voluptuous figure that accentuated her allure. Her fiery red hair added to her striking presence, and her large, captivating eyes seemed to hold an insatiable hunger. The Phantom Tavern not only boasts an array of exquisite wines, but also offers a diverse selection of men and women, catering to the desires of many. It is said that as long as one possesses wealth, they can indulge in pleasures akin to paradise and even unleash their innermost frustrations, including the thrill of bloodshed. There was once a young heir from a prominent family who sought to celebrate his coming of age at the Phantom Tavern. intending to experience the thrill of murder during the festivities. The tavern prepared a variety of beings for him, including humans, demonkin, elves, dwarves, and giants, many of whom possessed considerable strength, including intermediate warriors. The Phantom family provided the heir with an assortment of weapons, torture devices, poisons, and magical scrolls, allowing him to revel in the ecstasy of killing. This extravagant event attracted notable figures from various families in Maze City. The heir, thoroughly satisfied with the bloodbath prepared for him, rewarded the tavern handsomely for their efforts. Following the event, the Phantom Tavern closed for 7 days to manage the numerous, horrifying corpses. It is rumored that a high priest from the Church of Light was summoned to perform purification rites to dispel the lingering souls and the stench of blood before the tavern reopened. The display of power during this massacre compelled all factions within Maze City to treat the Phantom Tavern with utmost caution, whether the beings were captured or purchased. It was evident that the tavern and Apos' owner was a person of considerable influence. The ability to enlist a high priest for purification further indicated a significant connection with the Church of Light. Notably, Sister May and Apos does not engage in the power struggles of Maze City, rendering the Phantom Tavern an entity of neutrality. Many in Maze City have seen May and Apos, with a considerable number being her admirers. If one can win her favor, they may gain access to the tavern and Apos' most luxurious chambers, her private quarters. As May and Apos observed the fiery glint in Wu Ming and Apos' eyes, it was as if she had encountered a gluttonous beast drawn to a feast, her tongue flicking over her dry lips. In a sultry tone, she remarked, "The moment I laid eyes on your portrait, I felt a stirring within me. I must say, you are even more captivating in person." Wu Ming was taken aback. "Sister Mayor, you have seen my portrait?" With a playful smile, Mayor beckoned to a provocatively dressed woman behind her, instructing, "Go to my room and fetch the portrait of young Master Emoya. Let him appreciate it." Wu Ming found himself in a reception area of the Phantom Tavern, and soon, the portrait was brought forth. Mayor, Shifu, and the woman unveiled the image, revealing a depiction of a man clad in a priest's robe. Wu Ming admired the likeness, impressed by the skill of the artist. It was as though he were gazing into a mirror, having rarely ventured out since arriving in Maze City, where he had only visited the Lu Shan family once before residing at the Bob family estate. Wu Ming knew the portrait must have been crafted from others' descriptions. Yet, its accuracy was uncanny, resembling him without being rigid. "Indeed, Sister May and Apos, your talent is remarkable. This portrait gives me great confidence in our potential collaboration," Wu Ming remarked with a smile. Mayor chuckled softly. "Young Master Emoya, your intent was evident the moment you stepped into my tavern. You seek to establish an intelligence network, the Heavenly Net. However, I am rather laid back and disinclined to join any organization. While I occasionally sell bits of information, they are trivial matters, merely a pastime. Thus, I cannot assist you. If you wish to enjoy my hospitality, you are most welcome, but beyond that, I must decline." With unwavering confidence, Wu Ming replied, "I seldom venture out and prefer to delegate tasks to my subordinates. I am a rather lazy individual, content with reading and sunbathing. My presence here at Sister May and Apos' Phantom Tavern is solely to negotiate our collaboration. Should you be willing, feel free to express any demands, if they are within my capabilities. I shall gladly oblige." May and Apos regarded Wu Ming with a knowing smile. "Little brother, I know you far better than you realize. At present, you lack the means to compel me into collaboration or submission." Intrigued, Wu Ming asked, "Since you know me so well, I would like to hear your assessment." Mayor looked at him with the same expression one might reserve for a mischievous child. "Very well, if you wish to know, I shall share. Mayor, listen closely to how formidable and mysterious your suitor truly is. Ruth, Emoya is 17, hailing from the Duodan Church in the Duodan City. His father is Misha Emoya, and his mother is Swoma Emoya. It is said that his parents are high-ranking priests, while he is merely a novice priest. However, this information regarding his strength is unverified. Shortly after leaving the Duodan Church, his parents vanished without a trace. Rumor has it that upon arriving in the chaotic realm, he brought a squad of novice light knights, led by a mere intermediate knight, yet he is surrounded by numerous high-ranking light knights. This suggests that the rumors are not entirely accurate. He must have brought a battalion of high-ranking light knights into the chaotic region. Chapter 96. Revealing strength based on the recent performances of your subordinates. It is evident that each of them possesses the prowess of 3 or even more high-ranking warriors. It can be said that your subordinates are all top-tier individuals within the realm of high-ranking warriors. Upon your arrival in Ninglu town, you nearly exterminated the entire clan of the Laban family while publicly claiming that they had gone to propagate the doctrines of the Church of Light. Subsequently, you swiftly took control of the Jacob and Imo families. Thus, Ninglu town fell entirely under your dominion. The entire process can be characterized as ruthless, with a domineering approach that allows no room for resistance on your territory. Recently, you arrived at the maze city with Curry, who is indeed one of your subordinates. Imoya. What formidable strength he possesses: 6 high-ranking warriors, 50 mid-ranking warriors, and 500 low-ranking warriors. It seems that in a few days, the chieftain of the Imo people in Maze City will be replaced by your subordinate, Curry. This strength is likely just a fraction of what you command, as your Knights of Light number only 6 squads, with half yet to arrive in Maze City. Otherwise, this city would have long been under your control. After Mei and Amp, Appo's, finished speaking, she observed Wu Ming and Amp, Appo's expression, hoping to discern any sign of panic in his eyes, but instead found only indifference, as if he were wholly unconcerned with the matters she had raised. Such a reaction caused a flicker of unease within Mei and Amp, Appo's. Could it be that what I know is merely a fade deliberately presented by this individual? If that were the case, he would indeed be a terrifying figure. Upon hearing Mei and Appo's account, Shifu felt an overwhelming stiffness wash over him. He sensed Wu Ming's connection to the Church of Light and the presence of several high-ranking knights accompanying him, leading him to conclude that Wu Ming must belong to a prominent family within the church, sent to the chaotic lands for training. He had hoped to rely on Wu Ming to escape the torment of that female demon and find a sense of security. However, he had not anticipated that Wu Ming commanded nearly 20 high-ranking warriors, and with those in Maze City who had allied with him, the total exceeded 40. It is worth noting that the entire Maze City boasts only around 50 high-ranking warriors, with a portion already having pledged allegiance to this young master, Imoya. This implies that if he desires, his control over Maze City could be established at any moment. Wu Ming smiled at Mayor Shifu, remaining silent, contemplating that this substantial gift of a wife should be left for him to digest. He turned to Mayor and nonchalantly remarked, "From the information you've gathered, it seems you began your investigation only after my arrival in Maze City. In such a short span of time, you have acquired so much information. It appears your intelligence network is quite impressive. My desire to collaborate with you has only intensified. Do you have any further inquiries regarding me? Feel free to ask, and I shall provide answers." Mayor gazed intently at Wu Ming, inquiring, "Your strength cannot possibly be limited to that of a mid-ranking priest. What is your true power?" The act of reattaching limbs, even for a high-ranking priest, is exceedingly taxing. Yet, you managed to assist 4 individuals in reattaching their severed arms in a single day. This piques my curiosity. Wu Ming's smile blossomed further as he explained, "The reattachment of the right arm occurred within my estate, and only after the family had completed the procedure did they venture outside. I allowed them to obscure this matter. Yet you are aware of my assistance in reattaching their limbs, suggesting that you have someone within the Bob family. Is there anything else? I can address those as well." He added. Mei and Amp, Appo's, with a serious countenance, replied, "You are certainly not an ordinary priest within the Church of Light. Who exactly are you? Even a priest of the envoy level would not have such an abundance of high-ranking knights at their side. I have only 2 questions. I do not wish to take your secrets without offering something in return. You may exchange 2 secrets or pieces of information with me." Wu Ming nodded in satisfaction, stating, "Very well." The first question is, as Wu Ming spoke, an aura of pressure began to emanate from him, swiftly escalating from that of a mid-ranking priest to that of a high-ranking priest, and it continued to intensify. Mayor displayed an expression of realization, feeling the formidable pressure radiating from Wu Ming, which soon escalated to the late stages of a high-ranking priest. However, to her astonishment, the pressure continued to rise, surpassing the threshold of a master of earth magic, reaching the envoy level among priests. The pressure surged through the ranks, early stages of earth mage, mid-stages, late stages, culminating at the pinnacle of earth mage. Only then did Wu Ming's aura finally subside. Mayor felt as though she were being scrutinized by a colossal beast, poised to be torn apart at the slightest provocation. She had never anticipated that she had grossly underestimated the strength of the young master Imoya before her. His power had reached the pinnacle of earth mage. The extent of Mei and Amp, Appo's, Shifu and Amp, Appo's astonishment was beyond words. He sensed that the pressure emanating from Imoya surpassed even that of the female demon he had previously encountered. leading to an unimaginable level of astonishment within him. Wu Ming looked at Mayer with a gentle smile, his pressure doubling, deepening the terror reflected in her eyes. He recognized that his objective had been achieved and retracted his aura back within himself. With a tender grip on Mei and Apos, Shifu and Apos' hand, he reassured her softly. Do not be afraid. You are now my woman. I will only protect you. There is no need for concern. Yesterday, you exhibited great confidence, and I still admire that about you. Mayer, Shifu obediently replied, Understood, my lord. Observing the affectionate display between the two, Mayer couldn't help but reveal a look of envy as she contemplated Wu Ming's strength. Wu Ming turned to Mayer, smiling. I am currently at the pinnacle of Earth Mage. As the saying goes, and amp, Apos, hearing is but a shadow, seeing is believing. And amp, Apos, allow me to let you feel it. Only those who are mine, whether living or deceased, know the full extent of my power. Therefore, I trust you comprehend my meaning. Moreover, within the Church of Light, I am merely an ordinary priest. My father holds the title of envoy. However, everything surrounding me bears no relation to my father. Your suspicions regarding the strength of my knights are indeed valid. They have all attained their current levels only after aligning with me. Additionally, your observation holds true. My subordinates are not limited to your knowledge. Should I wish to control Mei's city, it would be a simple task. Yet, such an action would expose my strength. As the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind. My power does not yet reach the level of contempt for all. Thus, I must proceed with caution, step by step. I have addressed all your questions. Now, it is my turn to inquire. Chapter 97. The reappearance of the clavicle Bodhisattva sister, Mei gazed cautiously at Wu Ming, uncertain of what inquiries young Master Emoya sought. I shall speak freely and fully, she declared. Gone was the confidence and pride she exhibited upon their first meeting, replaced by trepidation and concern. Wu Ming smiled reassuringly at Sister Mei. There is no need for alarm. I come to discuss a collaboration. In business, amiability breeds prosperity. Tell me, Sister Mei, are you a descendant of the abyssal species, the Shadow Clan, and the human race? Startled, Sister Mei sprang to her feet. Her eyes fixed on Wu Ming, resembling a cat on edge, ready to either attack or flee at the slightest provocation. You need not be overly anxious. Now that you are aware that the Mo clan is under my command, you should understand that I do not harbor enmity towards all abyssal species. To me, any race is acceptable as long as it serves my interests. Naturally, I have a greater affinity for humans. Wu Ming continued. So, Sister Mei, are you indeed a descendant of the Shadow Clan and the human race? Gradually, Sister Mei and Apos' composure returned as she solemnly replied. I am indeed a descendant of the Shadow Clan and humanity. The Shadow Clan is renowned even among the abyssal tribes. It is said that they have dwelled in the depths of the abyss for generations, emerging from a unique entity known as the Shadow Stone. This stone absorbs the magical essence and energy of surrounding life. When the accumulated magic and energy reaches a threshold, sentience emerges, marking the birth of the Shadow Clan. At the time of their inception, the Shadow Clan possessed no physical form, merely an intelligent essence devoid of any offensive capabilities, surviving only in shadowy environments. Thus, their first act post-birth was to seek a corporeal life to consume, thereby acquiring a physical body. It is rumored that regardless of the life consumed, the Shadow Clan always manifests as a beautiful female form from the consumed race. Once they attain a physical body, members of the Shadow Clan inherently wield the abilities of the consumed race alongside shadow magic and the power to evoke desire. However, this formidable race possesses a significant flaw. They cannot reproduce autonomously, relying solely on natural means for their existence. Wu Ming nodded in satisfaction as he regarded Sister Mei. From what I understand, the Shadow Clan cannot reproduce independently, and even if they intermingle with other races, they lack the ability to bear offspring. Otherwise, with their capabilities, they would have long attained a status akin to royalty within the abyss. Could you share your origins? I find myself exceedingly curious. At this moment, Sister Mei and Apos' mind had settled entirely. She grasped Wu Ming and Apos' intentions were not malevolent. She recognized that if he truly wished to harm her, it would be effortlessly executed. With this realization, her tension dissipated. With a serene smile, she began, the true Shadow Clan can completely transform their bodies into shadows. This is their defining characteristic. You are correct in your understanding. Although I possess the blood of the Shadow Clan, I cannot be considered one of their kin. This fact is known to few, but it is not a secret. The limited numbers of the Shadow clan have impeded their development. To foster their growth and acquire resources, they cultivate a loyal following, some of whom are granted the ability to practice shadow magic. These followers can reproduce, but only females, and in limited numbers. Very few are privy to this knowledge. Yet it effectively addresses the issue of the Shadow clan and Appos' scarcity. I am a descendant of those individuals, but the mark of shadow magic upon me has faded considerably. My abilities now are merely those of a high-level mage. Furthermore, our desires are magnified by the influence of the shadow magic mark. Only a mental fortitude surpassing the mark and Appos' influence can preserve our rationality. Only the members of the Shadow clan can resolve our deficiencies. Over time, we risk being consumed by our desires, leading to our own destruction. For instance, my desire is. Thus, I require many lovers. I feel the mark and Appos' influence intensifying. And if I cannot elevate my mental prowess to the advanced mage late stage within a year, I will succumb to my desires and lose my reason. Currently, I have only just reached the mid-stage of an advanced mage last month. Therefore, even if I were to submit to you now, it would only last for a year. Young Master Emoya, you need not squander your time on me. Wu Ming observed Sister Mei and reflected on her words and the fluctuations in her mind, concluding that she was indeed speaking the truth. However, the notion of pressuring or enticing her further seemed futile given the limited time frame. Even if she acquiesced now, it was uncertain whether she might resort to cunning tactics later, rendering such efforts counterproductive. A radiant figure materialized within Wu Ming's consciousness, drawing all of his awareness into its depths. He beheld the resplendent figure and felt an overwhelming pressure, akin to a fragile paper boat adrift on a tempestuous sea, vulnerable to destruction at any moment. Wu Ming prostrated himself and exclaimed, I, the devotee Wu Ming, pay homage to the Bodhisattva. This figure was none other than the clavicle Bodhisattva, whom he had not seen for 2 years. The last encounter had been during Wu Feifei's arduous training, when the Bodhisattva had warned him before vanishing. Even during his ascent to the pinnacle of Earth Mage, he had searched his consciousness for the Bodhisattva who had altered his fate, yet he remained oblivious to the reasons for this recent appearance. Nevertheless, this did not diminish Wu Ming and Appos' reverence for the clavicle Bodhisattva. Sensing a ripple within his consciousness, he turned slightly to find Sister Mei lying beside him, seemingly devoid of awareness, lying there in a daze. A bittersweet smile crossed Wu Ming's face. With the presence of such a divine being as the clavicle Bodhisattva in his consciousness, he felt like an outsider. This Bodhisattva could permit or restrict entry at will. Noting Sister Mei's unconscious state, he surmised that the enigmatic clavicle Bodhisattva must be studying or observing something. Yet he remained unaware of what it was about Sister Mei that had drawn the Bodhisattva to manifest once more. Chapter 98. The enigmatic 7 flowers. The resounding voice of the bone-locked Bodhisattva echoed, stating, I have bestowed the Yang scroll of the charming maiden's art upon this individual. She shall impart the technique to others. You need not concern yourself with her. Furthermore, I have inscribed a mark of loyalty upon her soul, binding her to you. You may also assist each other in your cultivation to alleviate the torment of your 9 transformations golden body, Yang Fire. Remember, do not indulge in the pleasures of the boudoir, lest you fall into the path of darkness. Upon finishing, the bone-locked Bodhisattva vanished silently from Wu Ming's consciousness. Along with Sister Mei, Wu Ming knelt once more, proclaiming, Devotee Wu Ming pays homage to the Bodhisattva. Exiting his consciousness, he found Sister Mei lying on the ground, her expression one of deep contemplation, aware that she was presently studying the Yang scroll of the charming maiden and Appos' art. Sister Mei, upon noticing Wu Ming, exchanged a look of surprise with Shifu, but her demeanor quickly returned to normal. Moments ago, Sister Mei had abruptly vanished from the room, leaving Wu Ming seemingly in a trance. Shifu, intending to reach out to Wu Ming, hesitated, likening the sensation to touching a volcano on the verge of eruption, and swiftly withdrew her hand. At that moment, Sister Mei reappeared, and Wu Ming regained his awareness. Though Shifu and Sister Mei were astonished, they experienced no significant emotional turmoil, for today, they had encountered many astonishing events, fortifying their capacity to absorb surprises. Shifu chose not to inquire about the situation but smiled at Wu Ming before falling silent. Sister Mei soon awakened, her gaze towards Wu Ming filled with reverence and fervent belief. She gently bowed, saying, Sister Mei pays respects to the young master. I shall certainly assist you in matters concerning the heavenly net. Wu Ming grasped Sister Mei and Appos' S hand, helping her to her feet. From now on, you may refer to me as Wu Ming, and Apos, Wu and Apos, is my surname, and Apos, Ming and Apos, is my given name. This name is known only to my wife. You shall henceforth be the closest person to me, and you shall also adopt my surname. Let us call you Wu Mei'er. However, you may still refer to me as Sister Mei'er in everyday matters. How does that sound? Wu Mei'er joyfully replied, Thank you, young master. From now on, I shall be called Wu Mei'er. Wu Ming smiled, in public. You may address me as young master. In private, you may call me Ming Di. Sister Mei'er. Wu Mei'er exclaimed happily, Ming Di. Wu Ming responded, Indeed. Sister Mei'er. Laughter filled the air. Shifu playfully clung to Wu Ming and Amp, Apos, S arm, pouting, I'm feeling neglected now. I'm already yours. And I too wish to share your surname. I shall be Wu Mei'er. Wu Ming chuckled at the sight of Wu Mei'er's adorable pout. Very well. You shall be Wu Mei'er. Now we have both Mei'er and Mei'er. My Wu family has gained 2 more members. Wu Mei'er looked at Wu Ming with a smile. Ming Di, I wish to share the earlier technique with my other sisters. Would that be acceptable? Wu Ming, having received the bone-locked Bodhisattva and Apos' directives, replied with a smile, This technique is now yours to command. However, ensure it is entrusted only to those you can trust. Wu Mei'er beamed. Of course, they are my close friends. There are 6 of them, all completely trustworthy. I will arrange for them to meet you shortly. They, like me, bear the energy mark of the Shadow Clan. In chaotic realms, women must unite to survive. Each of them possesses the strength of an early-stage high-level mage. We are known as the enigmatic 7 flowers. As I am the eldest, I take precedence. Wu Ming chuckled. This matter was priorly conveyed to me by Mei'er. Regarding the capabilities of the enigmatic 7 flowers, rest assured, since the technique has been bestowed upon you, it is yours to handle as you see fit. The subsequent events unfolded with ease. Wu Mei'er summoned the remaining 6 flowers, and after a round of introductions, they pledged their loyalty to Wu Ming. He graciously accepted their allegiance, and after some pleasantries, Wu Mei'er passed on the technique to her confidants. After thorough examination, the 7 discovered that the Yang Scroll of the Charming Maiden's art could entirely resolve desires while simultaneously enhancing their powers. This revelation brought immense joy, for they realized they could cultivate their strength without life-threatening risks while indulging in the pleasures of the boudoir, inspiring visions of a promising future. Wu Mei'er and Apos' friends promptly announced their intention to adopt the Wu surname. Originally known as Mei'er, Mei Hong, Mei Huang, Mei Lu, Mei Qing, Mei Lan, and Mei Zi, they now became Wu Mei'er, Wu Mei Hong, Wu Mei Huang, Wu Mei Lu, Wu Mei Qing, Wu Mei Lan, and Wu Mei Zi. Wu Ming meticulously detailed his plans to Wu Mei'er and the others, introducing them to the formidable strength of his subordinates, including the Warrior Legion, the Radiant Knight Corps, the Undead Legion, and the 500 Sisters of Faith. He also elucidated the pressing issue of financial resources. At this juncture, they realized the profound power amassed by the young master they had joined. Wu Mei'er succinctly briefed Wu Ming on her group and Apos' situation. Ultimately, they agreed that the intelligence organization, the Heavenly Net, would continue to form, albeit managed discreetly by Sister Mei'er and her companions without revealing their identities. Thus, while internal members would be aware of the Heavenly Net and Apos' existence, the specifics of its management would remain shrouded in mystery, safeguarding its operations and maintaining an aura of enigma. The intelligence organization ought to operate in such a manner where both members and managers know of its existence, yet remain oblivious to its inner workings. Wu Mei'er and her companions would utilize the enigmatic tavern to gather intelligence and accumulate funds, all while outwardly proclaiming themselves as Wu Ming and Apos as concubines. This intricate web of truth and illusion would keep others guessing about the details. In the ensuing days, Wu Ming found himself exceptionally busy, not only handing over the extensive list of intelligence personnel submitted by various clans to Wu Mei'er for her scrutiny, but also overseeing the processing of this information. After several days of careful observation, nearly 6 tiers of personnel were eliminated from the list provided by the clans. The remaining individuals were integrated into Wu Mei'er and Apos' initial intelligence team, thereby expanding its scale and enhancing the accuracy of the intelligence gathered. Wu Mei'er also undertook the consolidation of various clan-operated shops, shutting down those that served personal gain and dismissing the managers of long-abandoned establishments. This large-scale restructuring caused quite a stir in the City of Confusion, as several individuals from the 5 clans resorted to underhanded tactics for their own benefit. However, with Wu Mei-er's intelligence support and Wu Ming's formidable strength, their machinations were swiftly quashed before they could bear fruit.